ago, and we don't know much about the shooter. We know that his name is Chad Williams, other than that, and he killed himself. Other than that, they're not releasing a lot of information. But we do know a lot about the guy who helped stop him from killing more people. So that would be Jordan Salinas, and this little homage to him with me in the little hat. I don't know if he actually was wearing the Crocodile Dundee hat because the picture's blurry. You'll see in a minute, but he helped neutralize the shooter. Right, good guy with a gun stops bad guy with a gun, and like I said, I'd love to wait till 2A Thursday, but because it's hot off the presses, we're going to have to do it today. We will have the Maha Minute as usual for Maha Monday. And because it's Maha Monday, we like to do our sponsor, Patriot Pouch, because, you know, if you're looking for a healthier alternative, this is it for you. Anyway, here's Patriot Pouch. This show is brought to you by... Hey guys, this episode is brought to you by Patriot Pouch. If you're trying to kick nicotine or tobacco products and you don't want to deal with those usual withdrawals, this is something you'll want to check out. Patriot Pouch is a nicotine-free, tobacco-free, and non-carcinogenic pouch. It uses nixidine, which binds to the same receptors as nicotine, helping curb cravings with a cleaner, better, and smoother effect. One of the best parts, it's less addictive, making it easier to wean yourself off and finally break that habit for good. So, whether you're looking for a simple, healthy alternative to what you're currently doing, or if you're trying to quit smoking, vaping, or even traditional pouches entirely, Patriot Pouch is the choice for you. And unlike a lot of products that claim to be made in the USA, but they're actually produced in places like India or China, Patriot Pouch is 100% made and manufactured right here in America, the greatest country in the world. You can try all 4 flavors with the Sovereign Sample 4-pack, or you can go straight to my personal favorite, Orange You Glad You're an American. Head over to patriotpouchusa.com and use the code MISFIT15 at checkout to get 15% off your order. Or you can also scan the QR code you see on the screen by heading over to my Beacons link. And that is, again, patriotpouchusa.com, code MISFIT15. Go get your Patriot Pouch today. Alrighty, thank you, Patriot Pouch. I noticed a machine up in the chat saying, I can't quit my Lucky Strike Reds. Oh, man. You have any idea how... Look, this is like a bittersweet thing for me to say, because you just reminded me of my dad, right? My dad, that's what he smoked, right? Like, and this is gonna sound really morbid, right? But like, just hearing that, I'm like, you know, like if you lose a parent, it's like things remind you of them all the time. But my dad smoked 2 packs of Lucky Strike unfiltered Reds a day for God knows, I mean, his whole life pretty much. He had to quit towards the end because the building he lived in was one of those senior communities, and they were like, bro. And they made him quit, but he still would sneak them. He did die of cancer, so I would definitely quit those if I were you. But yeah, like I said, it's gonna sound morbid, but you know what? He made it to 74. That was a lot longer than I expected. And yeah, but if you are looking to quit the Lucky Strike Reds, definitely give Patriot Pouch a try. I got a couple of packs right here. I got the Orange You Glad You're an American, or Orange You Glad You're American. They're good. I mean, they really do. They help. They definitely help. I gotta quit the vape. These vapes, I will say, I used to do like, hey guys, this episode is brought to you by, sorry, I forgot I have to turn it off. I used to do these a lot more. This one vape will last me like a month now. So it's good. It's like $20 for a month instead of, I don't know how much cigarettes are, because I quit years ago. I quit. When did I quit? It must have been like 2010. Whenever vapes really first started coming out. I quit years and years ago. Anyway, enough nostalgia. All right, let's get to the daily breakdown. Okay, so we got that. We got this featured story we're going to get to. We also have the daily breakdown, which is when I go on the internet, I type in news, and we break down whatever pops up, hence the Daily Breakdown. So, first story from NBC News: acting AG Todd Blanche reaches deal with holdout senators to scrap $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. We've talked about this. I wasn't a fan of the fund, but it's completely different than what's being messaged. It's like, oh, Donald Trump and blah, 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 his taxes. No, no, no. Donald Trump should sue the federal government for releasing his for leaking his tax information. That's completely separate from the 1.8 weaponization fund or anti-weaponization fund, which I do agree was kind of a stupid deal. I get his sentiment. What he wanted to do was create a fund, which here let's just read this story, and I'm sure they'll cover it. But after a weeks-long standoff between senators and Trump administration, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced Sunday night that the parties had reached a deal and that he had issued an order officially rescinding a $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Quote, my team and I have met with committee members and senators over the past several weeks and addressed any concerns or outstanding questions. We have enjoyed good faith discussion and as a result, issue the following order and update with regard to the May IRS settlement. The department always welcomes and appreciates productive engagement with all members of Congress. Okay. The May 18th order establishing the anti-weaponization fund is rescinded. The order establishes that there is no fund. Blanche announcement comes 2 days before the Senate Judiciary Committee is set to vote on his nomination. Okay. The fund was part of a settlement that stemmed from a lawsuit President Trump filed against the IRS, a deal which also shielded Trump from tax audits. The fund has been criticized because the payouts could extend to participants of the January 6th Capitol riot. All right. So yeah, so the IRS deal, like family tax audits, there's a lot of weird messaging with this story, how it's all mushed together. But there was a separate lawsuit, I believe, unless I'm reading this wrong, as far as I'm aware, the Trump suing the federal government for, I believe it was like $10 billion is, I believe, separate from this. But the way that the news has been messaging it, they're trying to make it seem like Trump is like suing the federal government and trying to protect himself. It's very fake newsy. Okay. But like I said, I do agree that this was misguided, right? Because it was Trump essentially trying to create a fund that people could use if the Joe Biden administration or any administration was using the federal government in a weaponized manner. The fund would be able to cover lawyers' fees for people of that nature. And a lot of people were thinking like, okay, well, this is just for January 6th rioters. Not necessarily, but they could have technically utilized it if it was pushed through. I think it kind of, like I said, if I'm giving Trump too much credit here, you can let me know. But I think that he probably was just thinking it was good politically, because I think that a lot of people agree that the government was weaponized against some January 6 people. There was definitely a couple in there that, like Jake Lang, who was swinging a bat at police officers' heads. There were a couple people that, should have been arrested, but the 1,100 people that were arrested, like Isabella DeLuca, who, she doesn't even like me and I don't really like her, but she was arrested for touching a table, right? Like there was a lot of weird stuff that went on with how they prosecuted the people at January 6th. It was definite weaponization, at least in part, majorly in part. Jacob Chansley, again, don't like that guy. He's fucking weird. Sorry, I tried to whisper it. He's weird. He's weird. He's not only weird, he's a conspiratard. I don't like him. I've met him. Weird. But the government was weaponized against him. He was thrown in jail. Enrique Tarrio wasn't even at January 6th. They threw him in jail for 2 years. There was weaponization. Fact. Okay? Fact. So I think Trump thought it would be like a good political move, but it wasn't, because even I didn't agree with it. You can't just make a slush fund for people to utilize from the government. It was misguided. All right, I believe. That's just my opinion. All right, I can call balls and strikes. I can say when I don't agree with Trump. We're not a cult. Anyway, yeah, the elderly couple in Alaska got arrested. Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of there are people in the chat that are like, "Yep, yep, yep." I agree. I agree. There was definitely weaponization. That doesn't mean that the fund was also not a misguided thing. Okay. Washington State wildfires forced 60,000 people to evacuate homes. Why does it always happen in liberal states? Does anybody like? Why does it like France, like liberal France? Liberal. I said this. I think this was last week. I was talking about the France wildfires, where I'm like, look, I call me crazy, right? I'm not like a wildfire expert. I'm not a forest expert, but I'm pretty sure you don't have wildfires if you clean up the dead brush near residential areas a good degree away, right? Just a good amount away. Just be like, okay, can that catch on fire? How close are we? Let's cut down those trees. I'm saying that. And then they gave Donald Trump so much shit when he was talking about this in California years ago. He goes, comb the forest, right? And like everyone was like, Trump said comb the forest. No, he's right. That's actually what you do. You comb the forest. It's forest, um, like what is it called? Removing the dead brush from the floor from the ground, which is what causes wildfires. It's all the dead brush. You comb it. You get it out of there. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to actually do maintenance on the wildfires because I mean I don't know, they're probably too busy buying heroin needles for homeless people. Wildfires have forced 60,000. This is from the BBC. Evacuate parts of Washington State, destroying hundreds of buildings and leaving thousands without power. Again, why are there so many dead trees and dead brush that close to residential neighborhoods? Like it's one thing if it's like an isolated fire where it's like okay, but I mean it's all the dead brush that's doing this. It's like live trees and live brush doesn't catch on fire easily. Dead brush does. You ever try to put a live tree in a fire? Like I mean like a log that's still soaked with all the sap and everything in it doesn't burn. That's why firewood is left after it's dead. Just chop it up. Jeez, I'm not a major agriculturalist. I think I just understand how shit works. Anyway, Mayor Lisa Brown described the situation as the worst natural disaster our region has faced. Okay, well, I think that you're a disaster, and I'm not sure how natural you are, but the authorities were assessing the extent of the damage, and we're still discussing the potential for lives to be lost. No deaths or injuries have been confirmed. The fires in Spokane are among a total number of more than a dozen wildfires in the state, including 10 large ones, according to the dashboard on the state's Department of Natural Resources. Okay, here's a video. Let's play this.
I want to start by saying our state's facing a very serious situation with multiple fires, and our hearts go out to Washingtonians who are losing their homes and being evacuated. I was just telling Mayor Brown, I've been sent video of an individual literally driving through their neighborhood and showing the video of home after home after home that's in flames. So it's a heartbreaking situation.
Jeez. Yeah, look, why is that so close? It shouldn't be that close. I know I'm being very like reductive. It's like, yeah, people live near trees. I get it. What I'm saying is I'm talking about you make a a barrier, a controlled burn, or a barrier, or a perimeter, or you comb the forest just around certain areas. This is not that hard to figure out. Look at that. Look at this. This is like a city,
I want to
right?
start by
Like
saying our state's
this is a city, right? That's how close it is. Let's see here.
I want to start by saying our
Son of
state's
a
facing
look. That is too close. That's what I'm saying. It's like that's too close. Like if you build a big residential city, then you should have a maintenance perimeter, right? And I'm talking if you're in like the deep forest and you get caught, and that's a different thing. But this. There's no excuse for this. There should be a mandatory like federal law to protect people from dumb leadership like this. There should be a mandatory federal law where you have to do forest maintenance in any high residential area. That should just be a common sense thing that the federal government does. You have to do this or no federal funding or something. Like I don't know. There's got to be some way to fit. This is there it's always always in some liberal like high population area. It's always in California or Washington or Oregon. It's always in these places. Always. 100% of the time. All right. It's Groundhog Day again. No, we're not doing that. All right. Well, we're not doing that. Few more offers? No. How about free? Can I do it for free? No? Okay. Well, we'll just read the headline. Trump says he canceled Iran strikes at the request of Gulf allies and is pursuing talks. You know what I'm going to say, right? You know what I'm going to say? Show me. Don't tell me. Stop this. Stop this ping pong back and forth of, all right, maybe this time either bomb them or, like, I don't know. Actually, there is no or. Just bomb them. Wrap this up, dude. Wrap this up. It's getting tired. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything on X. Trump, Iran. All right. A deal with this from 2 hours ago says a deal with Iran is close. All right. And talks will resume today aimed at finalizing an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Talks come after the president said he was asked by Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia to hold off attacks as the high-level negotiations continue. All right. Oh, wait. Iran did not. Here it is. Here it is. This is what I'm saying. Just bomb them. From the New York Post 1 hour ago, Iran denies Trump claim that the new peace talks are planned after U.S. calls off attacks. Dude, bomb them. Bomb them all the time. Just bomb all of them. Like, not the people. I'm talking about the IRGC. I'm talking about the leadership. I'm talking about the military sites, their oil sites, everything. Just do it. Just do it. It's getting old. You can't deal with these people. Period. You can't negotiate with these people. Period. It has been proven. I don't care if the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Qatar, screw you. How about fuck you? How about that? How about fuck you? The Iranian government flat out rejected Trump's claim that new negotiations were due to get underway later Monday, with officials stating that no talks were taking place or scheduled. Trump, 80, I don't know why they put his age in there. I think I do. Told reporters en route to Washington Sunday night that he had called off a massive attack on Iran at the request of U.S. partners in the region. They thought the deal was imminent, said President. Now what we're doing is talking to them, quote, Iran, in the form of a negotiation which begins tomorrow afternoon, aka today. Dude, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it, man. It's like, you gotta do it. This is getting so incredibly frustrating for everybody. Send it. Just send it. Senior Iranian source also told Reuters that no talks were planned at the foreign minister currently, blah, blah, blah. Monday's developments appeared to fit a pattern that has emerged since Trump's operation on several occasions. And look, you know what? This is the deal. I understand why this is what was happening with Israel. And this is why the freaking jihadists, these assholes. I'm sorry. Just these guys, this is what they do. It's a game they're very good at playing. They're very good at this takia strategy of deception. They know what they're doing is just getting people frustrated with Trump because they're playing on his empathy, right? They're playing on his empathy because they know Trump doesn't want to bomb the out of them. He doesn't, right? He doesn't. And they knew the same. They knew that Israel didn't want to do that with Hamas either. What they do is they use the empathy of these people, of these civilized nations, and they go, no, they're liars, right? In fact, Iran, they're the liars, but it's a messaging tactic. They're doing it on purpose, and I think that I think that you just have to say, it, man. Like, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission. Just do it. And we're getting to the point where now, if you do it, it looks like freaking. It looks like they I don't know. I don't know. Guess you can. I mean, I think Trump's just trying to hold off till after the midterms. I mean, I don't know. Can we wait that long? September, October, November, mm, August, September, October, November, 3 months? It's going to be tricky. Might be able to hold off 3 months. It's just not good, man. All right. Well, we'll see how that works out. Next up, I don't know. I heard something about this story. I have no idea what this. I saw some audio drop where he was talking about needles and TRT, and I have no idea who this guy is or what this is about. So let's see. I don't know if he's Republican, Democrat. That's how unfamiliar I am with this story. I was just scrolling this morning and I saw something. So let's find out together. Rep. Max Miller not dropping out after domestic abuse allegations. Okay. Ohio GOP. Okay, so he's GOP. Rep. Max Miller said Sunday he will stay in his reelection race, using livestream on X to deny allegations he abused his ex-wife and their young daughter. Okay, shortly after his announcement, his ex-father-in-law, Senator Bernie Moreno, okay, denounced him as a danger to his daughter and unfit for office. Okay. Is Bernie Moreno yeah, is he still in office, right? Huh. The extraordinary public split between Trump-aligned Ohio Republicans comes days before the state's deadline to replace Miller on the ballot with a special election and will only fuel the controversy attached to a seat Democrats are targeting. That's not good. Do we have this guy on the list? I don't think we do. Let's find out. If you guys haven't joined Sway, you have to. It is in order. 128. All right, have we knocked out? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I forgot Alaska. 6, 7, 8, 9. We have not. We need to get Rhode Island, Connecticut, Vermont, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, New Mexico, Louisiana, and Alaska. So if you guys aren't familiar with Sway, Sway is my it's my election dashboard where you can join this this group. It's just a group. You join, it shows me where you are on the map, and then we can do targeted messaging, right? We have 39 races that we're recommending on here for the midterms. It's called the Misfits Midterm Cheat Sheet. You can go to sway.co/misfits. You can hit the QR code on your screen. That will take you to my Beacons link if you want to find it there. And this midterm cheat sheet, it's a really good tool that we can use. So here, let's get this Max Miller. What was this? This was Ohio. Let's see here. OH. Ohio. Ohio. I know I have some Ohio on here. Colorado, Florida, Michigan, Ohio. Now we have Derek Merrin on here. We don't have that seat. So which seat is it? I don't know. But it is a seat that Democrats are targeting. Emily Moreno divorced Miller last year, has accused him in court filings of hitting and threatening her. He denies the allegation and has sued her for defamation. So this is just an ugly, ugly matter. We don't know the truth. Um, I mean, unless there's more information that I don't know. Emily Moreno alleged her daughter's collarbone was fractured while he was in her father's care. Miller denied causing the injury and argued bruising resembled marks from a car seat strap. Okay. Police records show prosecutors didn't file charges after concluding there was insufficient admissible evidence. He previously faced abuse allegations from ex-girlfriend Stephanie Grisham, a former Trump White House press secretary. He also denies those claims and sued her for defamation before dropping the case. Okay, this isn't looking good. This isn't looking good for Miller. Because that's two. Grisham sued Miller last month, arguing his public statements violated the settlement's non-disparagement and confidentiality terms. Between the lines, Miller faces Democrat Brian Poindexter. Oh God, why? Why do you have that name? A union iron worker endorsed by Bernie Sanders in Ohio's 7th congressional district outside of Cleveland. Okay, let's go to Ohio 7. All right, so make sure you join Sway, guys, because this is how we win elections. Okay, all right. You see here? I've got states, all of the states. I can go and message people by state, by office, or I can message you all when we get closer to the actual midterm. But this is a really great. See, these are the messages I've sent out already, and it's going to be really essential in how we beat the ground game from the left. Okay, so go to Ohio 7. Let's see here. Ohio 7. It should be loading. Okay, U.S. House District, Ohio. Here we go. Okay, so we have, there he is, Max Miller and Brian Poindexter. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know, man. Do we want to? We can't put him on here if he's a wife beater. But we'll keep an eye on that race. It's added. We'll keep an eye on it. No, we won't remove the recommendation. We'll just keep an eye on it. And Wednesday is Ohio's deadline to trigger a special election to replace Miller on the ballot. Republicans could still fill a vacancy through a party committee, but would have to certify replacement by August 10th. If he withdraws after August 10th, Republicans can't replace Miller. One name floated by prominent Republicans is former GOP state chair Jane Timken, a state senator with the capacity to self-fund a campaign. This is a tricky one, guys, because this looks a lot like Graham Plattner, and we don't want to be hypocritical. If the people elected Max Miller, if the voters put him on the ballot, then we should have to stick with it, is in my opinion, because this is exactly what I said about Graham Plattner. I don't like it when the party replaces somebody. This is the name of the game. You got to stick. You got to dance with the one you came with. So we'll see what happens here. But this is not good for us. All right. Senate appropriates reaching funding deal to avoid shutdown. I don't care. Shut it down. I'm not even opening this. I'm not opening this because I am so tired of every month hearing about how the government's going to shut down if we don't get more money. Shut up. Shut it down. Shut it down. Keep it closed. Go home. You're friggin' useless. What is this in the chat? Midterm will be delayed. How the hell can you have it with contaminated primaries? I don't understand what that means. Contaminated? Are you talking? Is that going on in the chat? Did I miss something? I don't know what that means. Contaminated primaries. Okay, let's move on to this. Let's move on to our featured story here. Okay. Suspect in shooting at fast food restaurant died from self-inflicted gunshot wound, police say. Okay. Twin Falls, Idaho. A suspect in the fatal shooting at the fast food restaurant in Idaho died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, police said Sunday, crediting an off-duty officer and a citizen with firing shots that diverted him, saving lives. Investigators are confident that the gunman, identified as 24-year-old Chad Williams, acted alone during the shooting Saturday at an In-N-Out location in Twin Falls. In all, 4 people died, including Williams, and 7 others were injured at the recently opened restaurant in southern Idaho City of about 56,000 people. Authorities said Sunday that the 2 of the injured were treated at the hospital and released. 3 were listed as stable and 2 were in critical condition. Hicks said an off-duty state trooper and an armed citizen whose identities weren't immediately disclosed both fired back and diverted the gunman from the restaurant. We believe their actions helped drive the suspect away from the scene, preventing further casualties. We want to take a moment and commend the actions of the off-duty officer and the citizens and their heroic action to stop this incident. Now, if this was in a liberal, like gun control city, then I bet you that the citizen who was, if he was carrying, quote, illegally, which is an oxymoron because the Second Amendment, I bet you they'd have charges on him. But luckily, it's in Idaho. All right. Hicks said the detectives are working on to determine motives. The family is cooperating fully. They asked potential witnesses or anyone with information to take place. They also warned of, we're going to get to this. Chief also warned of misinformation spreading online by identifying a different man as the shooter, saying that person had no involvement with the incident whatsoever. Okay. In-N-Out worker was among one of the victims. This is the photo, by the way, that that inspired our thumbnail, Animal Style. And if you guys don't know what Animal Style means, it's an I have a dark sense of humor. All right, I do. Animal Style is a way that you can get your burger at In-N-Out Burger. Animals or your fries. Animal Style fries. It's when they put the In-N-Out sauce on the fries. It's Animal Style, and I don't care if it's funny and this is a tragic story. I'm a weird dude, but hello Annette Smythe in the chat. So this guy, this is Jordan Salinas. He is a 2A advocate. This is the shooter that had an AR. Employee told people to get down. All right, so let's move on to our coverage here. There's one guy. One guy was like, why didn't the person taking the video just run him over? Right? It's like, look, man, that guy's got a friggin' AR, okay? Would I have run him over? Maybe. Maybe. I would have just got out and started shooting at him because I always have a gun, right? But if I didn't have a gun, let's say I didn't have a gun, let's say I was in this parking lot, I would have to make a decision if he would be able to turn and shoot at me before I could run him over. And the distance in this video, he probably would have plenty of time to do that. And I would be, there's nothing behind him except for a Tesla charging station. So I don't think that that's a fair ask of this person taking the video, right? But here's a video of the guy. This guy he's shooting into a Tesla. Apparently the guy in the Tesla was shot, and I think he's in critical. He's one of the people in critical. This kid is obviously just mentally ill, and he's going around and he's just doing a mass shooting. I don't know what makes people do this, but people snap and they go and they do mass shootings. It's unfortunate. It happens.
I don't have service, dude.
Okay, hold on. Another point. You hear what just happened? That was a man saying, "Get down," and then that was a woman saying, "I don't have service." So, if I had my girlfriend, my wife in the car, I'm not running that guy over because he could shoot her. So anybody that went, "You should run him over," screw you. No, that guy did the right thing. He's trying to film it and stay alive. You know, there's the run, hide, fight saying, right? Where those are your options when dealing with a like a mass shooter. Run, hide, fight. Fighting is always the last option. Unless you're a crazy person like me and you have a gun. And I would have been just like Jordan Salinas. I would have been out there just like, my turn. I'm waiting for one of those situations to happen. All right. I'm not trying to brag or anything like that. Honestly, it's one of those things where there are certain people like Jordan Salinas and myself where we train for this. We are literally training for this a lot. Anyway, off-duty officer and fearless patriot Jordan Salinas are being praised as heroes. All right, that's from Fox News. Here, this is Jordan. Jordan, as you can see, he's quite the connoisseur. He's got a lot of hours at the range. So Jordan Salinas, 35, a healthcare worker who engaged the Twin Falls shooter, started training with weapons years ago. He told reporters that he began training in earnest after a 2021 mall shooting. In 2021, Jacob Berquist shot and killed 2 people at the Boise Town Square Mall. Salinas said that the shooter went after soft targets and he wanted to be prepared so he could protect his wheelchair-bound brother. Be like Jordan, arm yourselves, and train, train, train. Couldn't have said it better myself. All right. I started training just when I moved to Texas. I was like, "Oh, I can have guns. I'm gonna go learn how to be the best at that." Right. And I'm pretty good. Right. So here's a video of Jordan firing his 5.7 suppressed. Then he's getting return fire, so he ducks and finds soft cover. Right, this is perfect form, good positioning. He's got a good grip. He's leaning into it. You can tell he's definitely trained. Okay, there we go. Now I'm gonna have to cut the YouTube stream because I'm gonna show you what he was rocking here, and for some reason YouTube is gay and they are going to ban me if I do this on camera. So if you want to continue watching, you are going to have to go to rumble.com/LFATV. We are doing the next 15-20 minutes of the show on Rumble and X only. All right, here we go. YouTube, see you later. Okay, now for the cool kids. All right, here is, let me get that pulled up. Hold on. Get that. There we go. This right here. See, that looks like a pretty big gun, because it is. This is what I believe. Let's see here. Here we go. This is what Jordan Salinas was using. Because in a Facebook post, he said that this is what he was shooting with. His right here is what is in his hand. It's a 5.7 suppressed, which is it's a pretty badass gun. And I have one. So I'm going to show you why the title of this video is called Animal Style. Okay, here's my 5.7. Let's go full screen. Okay, this is the 5.7, right? You can see that it is clear and dirty. Jeez, I gotta clean this thing. This is my toilet gun. I'm not joking. This is the gun that I have in my bathroom because it's wrapped in all polymer. So I knew that it would be the best gun where it wouldn't have as much damage with steam from the shower. So it holds up really well, and it's a 5.7, so you can see it's clear. Okay, the gun is clear. Okay, now look at the size of this thing. Okay, it's a big gun. It is more than a full size, in my opinion, right? Because I think it's what over 6 inches, right? I'm going to show you my EDC, right, which is a P365 XL. This is what I usually carry, right? I carry this, and I carry a Glock 43X. I switch between the two. Very similar in size. You can see this one's clear, okay? Clear. Clear. Okay. Here's them together. All right. You can see that the 5.7, it's a lot bigger. Okay. It's a big boy. It's very, very big. Now, on top of that, it's not only a big gun, it shoots rifle rounds. The magazine is a double stack 5.7 by 28 rifle round. I use green tips in mine. Show you what that looks like. Got one right here. This is the bullet. Little hollow point. This is a hollow point 5.7 rifle round in a handgun. And Jordan was just going, yeah, that's mine. That's what I'm going to use to walk around in public with, just in case this happens. It's just such a badass. And animal style. Animal style. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why this is appropriate. That is animal style. That's dope. That's badass. That's badass. That's what the Second Amendment is made for. It is made for putting rifle rounds in your handgun. For comparison, this is the round I use in my EDC. This is a 9mm critical defense. This is the rifle round. A lot faster, a lot slimmer, but this could punch through body armor. This green tip. So I just think that that's, I think that's pretty cool. I just think that anything worth doing, worth doing right. All right, now put that back together, and so I just wanted to give you a real time, look at what the 5.7 looks like, because pictures don't do it justice. You have to see it in the hand. All right. Excuse me. Let me just put that. You know what else I can show you? I can show you, this isn't my EDC, but I sometimes will walk the dog with this one. This is the bodyguard, right? This is my bodyguard, right? With the little easy clip. That one, this is just a little minimalist holster, right? Here. Let's show these two next to each other. So we have my dog walking pistol, and we have the 5.7, which is just a monster of a firearm. So I just love it. I just love it. I love this story. It's unfortunate, you know, people died. It's horrible. It's a tragedy. I'm not trying to make light of that. But damn, man, Jordan Salinas, you are my spirit animal. I just had to say it, you know. Now look, let's cover some of the misinformation, right? The misinfo, right? You know, look, I got people that came at me over this post, okay? I made this post not even one, I think it was 1 minute before, um, 1 minute before the shooter's identity was revealed, okay? So in my post, I said, the In-N-Out shooter, his identity has not been confirmed as of this moment, because it wasn't. It was confirmed a minute after I pressed send. And so anybody telling you he's a straight white Republican Trump voter is lying, because there's zero evidence to back up that claim. Anyone telling you he's a Muslim Croatian from Bosnia may not be lying, but they might be going off unverified information based on enhanced AI images. Either way, stop trying to be first on everything and just report the facts, okay? Then I said what has been confirmed is the Jordan Salinas. So I'm not going to play this whole video, just going to show you the highlights.
Now, anytime a story drops because
So,
of
look,
AI.
this is... Look,
All right. So people are saying the shooter is Amir Menzik, right? It's a Muslim name. This is a Facebook post from that account. They do look very similar, but this photo is also touched up with AI. Here's a Facebook post from Amir Menzik.
okay, so I'm saying this is not confirmed. I'm saying this is not confirmed. I said, hey, it could be this guy, but it's not confirmed, right? And why am I saying that? Because why am I saying that if you're going off of this, you might not be lying, right? You might not be lying because the guy who looks like Amir Manzik, where the hell did it go? Nope. Where did it go? Oh, it was on that screen. The guy that looks like Amir Manzik is this guy. This is the untouched up one. This one is not touched up with AI, right? And it still looks like him. It's a very similar thing. But I said not confirmed. I used it as an example to say, don't do this. And people still were like, look at you, you're just tweeting, you're no better than the people. I'm like, I literally said it's unconfirmed. But then, oh no, you're running with false info. You're trying to say it still could be. I'm like, yeah, I said it could be anybody that looks like that guy. So anyway, I wasn't doing that. This guy's just being a but there are people that are running around saying this is a Republican, where is it? Son of a... I don't know where I must have forgot to put these screenshots up. There was one account that said, oh, this is a Republican. Here we go. The shooter at the In-N-Out Burger is a Republican white male. This is the AI enhanced photo. Evan, whoever this guy is, has no evidence that he's a Republican. We still don't know if he was a Republican, a Democrat. We don't know why he did it yet as of this moment, as far as I know. But anybody saying this is lying. Anybody saying that it was the Croatian guy, right? They might not be lying. They just might not be doing their research, and they might just be trying to be first and saying, I believe this because I saw it, so I'm going to report it. This is different. This dick is lying. He's lying for politics, okay? And I don't even like the person that said it's a Muslim name. It's like, dude, I am no fan of Islam. I'm very vocal against it. But again, both sides do this. Both sides do this. Anytime a story comes out, they try to politicize it. I try to just report what I know or what I at least truly believe to be true. And I wish more people did that. All right, the Bongino rule. Use the Bongino rule, wait 72 hours, and you'll probably have most of the facts. But if you don't do that, you're probably just either clout chasing, you're rage baiting, you're clickbaiting, or you're just an idiot, and I don't like any of those people. Okay, so let's get rid of some of these because I keep on going back to the wrong ones. Okay. Another Saturday afternoon. This is becoming the new normal. I don't know what that is. Okay, moving on to a different story. Okay, a couple different stories here. Okay, starting off with Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones posted this under my my post. If you guys watched, I believe it was Friday's episode, right, where I was talking about the dangerous events on criminal networks manipulated. No, who made it legal? That's right. So you guys probably saw the episode. We're not going to play it. This is what I was talking about, the invasion in Spain. Okay, in Spain, 80,000 military-aged, mostly Muslim Moroccan men. Damn, I nailed that. Invaded Spain. Okay, we went over this. We showed you the distance between Morocco and Spain over the sea is about 8 or 9 miles. And this is me saying, I want the pieces of like Owen Schroyer, Nick Fuentes, and Alex Jones to look at what's going on and tell me if Trump securing the border was more important than the Epstein files. Alex Jones chimes in under this post. Did you know that the State Department and Israel backed Morocco's attack on Spanish territories? What? First of all, he's talking about this quote. The United States has been clear. We recognize Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara, and we support Morocco's serious, credible, and realistic autonomy proposal as the only basis for a just and lasting solution. Any other path prolongs the status quo and is unacceptable. They urgently need solutions that will not only bring peace to the region, but prosperity and greater integration for all of Africa. Okay? Alex Jones also uses this post from Mossad International. The fall of Spain has begun. We never forget. We never forgive. Showing the I guess rally or parade or whatever in Spain, where Spain acknowledged Palestine and said that Israel is committing a genocide. And in the streets, they literally have this giant flag that says "Destroy Israel." Now, even if this post was from actual Mossad, that's not proof that they organized 80,000 Muslims to invade Quetta. In fact, Quetta is not even in the Western Sahara. It's not in Western Sahara. It's like 1,000 miles from Western Sahara. So Alex Jones is retarded, right? Western Sahara is a separate territory farther on the South African coast. So that doesn't explain the Trump tweet saying that the U.S. apparently, quote, backed Morocco's sovereignty over Western Sahara. All right. But also, Alex is quoting this account, Mossad International. It's based in India, and it has like 300 followers. It's not Mossad. Alex is retarded. These people are so dumb. Like these people, these conspiracy theorists, they're so dumb. It's getting so aggravating debunking them, but we have to do it. But they're like mosquitoes. It's like mosquitoes. It's like I'm camping and it's just mosquitoes. It's just like slap, 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 slap. It's like, dude, shut up. You blood-sucking morons. Just shut up. How dumb are you? You're either dumb or you're a liar. One or the other, right? The Spanish Supreme Court ruled 1 month ago, on June 29th, that if you come into Spain by sea, they will not immediately deport you. And 1 month later, The Moroccan Muslim military-aged men who were only 9 miles away came in by sea. If you think Israel did that, you're an idiot. How dumb do you people have to be on a daily basis before you just give up? I'm talking about like breathing. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm saying, when will you forget how? Jeez, man. All right, 2 minutes left. Let's get to two quick stories. Mamdani was blocked from speaking at the fallen New York City soldiers' funeral despite writing a speech. He was never called, right? The family was like, no, dude, you weren't invited, first of all, but now that you're here, we're not letting you speak. He just crashed a funeral and like walked up and being like, hey, should I say something? And they were like, no, dude, no. Are you family? No. How arrogant of this asshole to do that. They kept calling names and he was never called, the source said. So wild. He looked over at his staff frustrated and angry when he realized his name wasn't being called. He eventually put his tablet away. How disrespectful are you, dude? Screw that guy. Yeah, more of that, please. All right. And then on top of that, we got no. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, I was looking for that story earlier. Abdul Al Said, this guy, Michigan, got to vote like your life depends on it. Okay, I think that we have that race on the cheat sheet. Let's go and see that real quick. Yes, I believe Mike Rogers. I believe that we need Mike Rogers. He's polling really well. Looks like we might be good. This is one of the most important races. Make sure you join midtermcheatsheet.com, or sorry, sway.co/misfits. It's in my beacons link. It's 9 a.m. Sean Farish is coming up next, but make sure you go over here and you join Sway so we can win this midterm together. Alrighty, quick shout outs. 5 seconds because it's already 9 o'clock. Stassi's for real. That's Gina. T. Mitchell, Eileen Jimenez on the edge. Charlotte Corey, Dunhee, October Chica. I will see you all tomorrow for TDS Tuesday. I almost forgot. All right. Sean Farish up next with Ungoverned. Enjoy. I'm off to work. It's going to suck. It's going to be hot out. I'm going to do tile stuff. Bye.
the captain's crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation, coming live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFATV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to you. It is a very happy Monday as we are struggling with the computer once again. A whole morning-long struggle session today, but it's all right. We're going to do all right. Good morning. Happy Monday to you. The left's narrative is falling apart. It is. It's falling apart. Yesterday, you know, one thing I heard, and I'll explain to you why. We're going to tie it all up in a nice little bow this morning. But one thing that I kept hearing last week that really got me annoyed, because it's, I get it. No, you're never going to please 100% of everybody, right? You're never going to please everyone. There are going to always be people who have something to say or feedback, constructive criticism. I know I solicit it. Say, hey, let me know what you like, what you don't like, etc. But last week really got me annoyed because I hear, going into last week's Fauci stuff, I hear, well, how come nobody's talking about Fauci? Nothing ever happens to Fauci. Nothing's going to happen to Fauci. No one's going after Fauci. No one's challenging the auto pen pardon. Fauci. I hear a lot of this, complaining about how nothing's happening to Fauci. Okay, then Fauci goes on the Hill. He testifies. He pleads the fifth. Oh, this is just a big waste of time. I don't. What do you want? Like, what? I get it. I get things aren't perfect. Breaking news. Things aren't. So I'm going to explain to you why it happened last week the way it happened. And yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit more about it because RFK Jr., did you see him completely dismantle Dana Bash of CNN? Now, there's 3 states going after Anthony Fauci. 3 states going after Anthony Fauci. That's why you have the hearing. That's why you put that information out there. You put that guy on display, despite a federal pardon not saying anything. Oh, because it's one of 2 things. It's, why is nobody talking about it? Then we talk about it. Oh, this is a distraction. Shut up. There's a lot of people, a lot of producers out there. Oh, yeah, this is what you should be. Enough. Either you're not talking about something and you're getting heat for it, or you're talking about it, oh, it's a distraction from whatever it is you think matters most. Okay, then I don't know what to tell you. I think, and I saw a lot of people, and mainly it's the woke right people. Oh, the Fauci stuff is a distraction from the Epstein file. The Epstein files are out. Go read them. Go read them. I am a little more concerned right now about the guy who trampled all over the Constitution than I am about a dead pedophile. I'm just saying. I'm not saying the Epstein stuff's not important. Go ahead. Do what you got to do. Decode beef jerky and pizza and tell me they weren't talking about food. Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. That's fine. I'm, for me, very interested in the Fauci case, the COVID-19 case. And the reason why is because this goes into the whole overarching theme of what today's show is. The left's narrative is falling apart. Everywhere there are holes in it. Everywhere, Eli made the thumbnail this morning, it's a Jenga tower that is falling. Another response, if we didn't talk about Fauci, and we're going to do it again today, the conversation surrounding him, not necessarily what he did, we know what he did. If we don't do it, no one's going to do it. And then nobody's talking about it. And then the whole thing is, well, nobody's talking about it. Now we talk about it. Why are you talking about it? So it's a catch-22. The Fauci situation, the Idaho situation, that brave was Jordan Salinas, good guy with a gun. AOC tried this 2 weeks ago. Oh, the right calls anything they don't like communism. All right, well, now you have a Milat Kiros out of Colorado just admitting, yeah, there's communists in our party. Their narrative is falling apart. A pro-Mamdani podcaster in New York City. See, it turns out, you could genuflect at the altar of Zoran Mamdani and democratic socialism. If you got money, you're still the enemy. They're just using you. He's mad. Why? Why is this pro-Mamdani podcaster mad? Oh, because he got doxxed in that pied-à-terre tax or whatever they call it. And I don't know. I don't speak French. I speak American. Okay? They say English. No, American. And I eat American food, not sushi. Sushi should be illegal. We're going to ban it. When I run for president in 10 years, I'm banning sushi nationwide. We're not allowed to eat raw fish and nothing called a California roll. It's getting banned. Out. I'm just kidding. Because that lit up X yesterday as I did something on 1210. Democrat donors now are very reluctant to give to the Democrat Party. Why? Because no one knows what the identity of the Democrat Party is. We know what it is, but the folks that are giving money don't know what it is. We got that. There's a lot happening. But their narrative's falling apart. And we can do one of two things. We can do one of two things. We can get caught in this circular, dog chasing tail thing and go, don't talk about this. That's a distraction from the People's Convoy. This is a distraction from this, and that's a Or we could talk about what's actually relevant and what could actually move the needle in the midterms. One of two things being the left's narrative is totally collapsing right now. Meaning the lies that they told, yes, albeit they were 6 years ago. People are looking at them going, whoa, hold on a second. All of this was garbage. Everything that Fauci, even Deborah Birx. Remember Deborah Birx with the scarf? She's the she's the airline attendant. There's no, I have the beep, and then I also have the seatbelt sign there. But this is the airline attendant, right? Deborah Birx. Even she threw Fauci under the bus. Oh, we're going to have a good time. All right. We're going to have a good time. The left's narrative is collapsing and the Republicans have a cash on hand advantage. Okay. But money does not mean everything. If you don't spend your money wisely, then money means nothing. Listen to me. Let me be real with you real quick. I know a lot about the influencer space. I've been approached by these teams. Ooh, I know this guy. I can get you reposted by this guy. I don't want you to get me reposted. I want the merits of my content to get me reposted. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you here? The online influencer world, 99% of it is a gigantic racket. There are consulting firms out there that are looking at the $400 million that Trump's, MAGA Inc., I think is the name of his super PAC, or the super PAC that's affiliated with MAGA, whatever. $400 million. The RNC has reportedly $130 million on hand. Elon Musk is restarting the America PAC, and he's going to be donating to Republican candidates and causes across the country. Do you know how many consulting firms there are out there that are licking their chops thinking, look at these people that we're about to fleece? Listen to me and listen to me closely. You've got hundreds of millions of dollars available to spend in this cycle. Do not spend it on influencers on social media. But Sean, aren't you an influencer? Well, I don't consider myself that, to be completely honest. I don't want influence, okay? What I want to do is be able to speak the truth, get the truth out to everybody, and have those messages, have this information, inspire people to get up off the couch and get out and get to work and be force multipliers. And I want all of that to translate into wins. I don't care how many views. I look at it. I appreciate it. I love that a lot of people follow me. I'm grateful for it. Don't get me wrong. There are some people whose lives revolve around how many followers they got today, how many views they got today. I don't care about all that. Okay? Do not spend your money on firms that are I'm going to boost your social media. You're going to look big online. That doesn't matter. Pay activists, not influencers, okay? Because I can guarantee you, you pay one of these teams, one of these firms, whatever it is, all this money to boost your social media and create these views. That's what they're doing. They're creating views. You don't know who's viewing your content. You don't know where they are. You don't know if the views are real. But you know what is real? When you knock on someone's door and a real person opens it and you have a conversation, that is worth its weight in gold. This BS that's online, these social media influencer teams that are artificially inflating numbers and creating metrics, they are then charging campaigns and PACs. Oh, if you pay us, we'll boost you. You don't need a boost online. You need a boost in the real world. Online people, hey, look, some of them may go out and vote, but I guarantee you, if you pay activists, if you pay ballot chasers, if you pay door knockers, if you pay lit droppers, if you pay real people in the real world to talk to other real people in the real world, you'll get real results instead of this artificially inflated astroturfed BS that sank Ron DeSantis. And that sank a bunch of other candidates. Look at these big consulting firms. They're useless. They don't know anything. And I've dealt with one of them firsthand. They come into your district and they think they know everything. Oh, that's not polling well. We're not going to talk about it. Really? Because we just swept elections a year ago on this particular issue. What is going on? I got it. I got that SOP.
Wow, first try?
No, it was like a fourth try.
Oh.
Couldn't get it. It's a racket. If anybody's out there looking at these things, at running campaigns that are raising a bunch of money, don't pay any of these online people and don't pay any of these if it looks like it's too much money to pay to some of these consultants that are on these massive consulting firms, then don't pay them. Then go somewhere else. Pay activists, not influencers. I'm just saying because I keep hearing all about, look how much money the MAGA Inc. PAC has. Look how much money the RNC has. None of that's going to matter if they spend it like idiots. And unfortunately, they're going to have, here comes their friend. Oh, here, my name's blah, blah, blah from yada, yada consulting firm. And we're going to do this. And then out goes hundreds of millions of dollars to that firm into those people's back pockets. They all get to buy their new cars and yachts and clothing and houses and all that while the country suffers. No, we tried. Well, you suck at your job. Stop telling me you tried and start winning. And if you're not going to start winning, we're not going to use you. These consulting firms are a disgrace. And these influencer teams are also a disgrace. And it's all a giant racket. I got to hear about $500 million, right? $500 million approximately between the RNC and Trump's PAC. That amount of money has the ability to move the needle. But you got to spend it right. Pay activists, real activists, not influencers, not these ivory tower, highly paid, we know better than you consultants. Again, I point back to Ron DeSantis and look at the firm that Ron DeSantis' campaign was run by. All right? I'm pointing you in the direction. Go ahead and look at those things. Activists over influencers, activists over consultants. They know better. Trust me. All right. Let's get to a word from our friends. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, by the way, I want a quick thank you to everybody. Last week was a chaotic week. We were pre-recorded here. Then we were live on Friday. Monday through Thursday, we were live. Same time, filling in for Dan Bongino. Do you guys know? Now, in the absence of Dan, obviously the audience wasn't 60,000 people strong watching. We had like 35K in that stream last week, every day of the week, except the day Fauci was testifying because there was, people were watching Fauci plead the fifth. 2.5 million views across 4 episodes for the entire week. So thank you very much. I just got done telling you, like, I don't care about views. I was like, not that I don't care about it. I look at that. It's meaningful. But my life doesn't revolve around how many views something got, right? But when I see that we put up...
celebrate when something good happens.
Right. When I see that we did 2.5 million views over the course of 4 episodes, filling in for the Podfather, Dan Bongino, super excited about it. So thank you to everybody who contributed to that 2.5 million. We greatly appreciate that. And very much looking forward, 2 weeks from today, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/SHAWN, which is the Rumble Bongino Report page. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, kicking off Sean Farish Live over on Silverlock. Looking forward to it. So thank you to everybody who showed up and showed out last week. All right, let's take a quick break. I got to get to a word from our good friends over at OFP Farms. You know them. I know them. Everybody knows them. Everybody loves them. OFP Farms is a family-owned and operated American company creating farm-crafted skincare with quality ingredients that your skin actually understands. That's the most important thing about it. Your skin understands this stuff. It's all natural. It's not some of this garbage. Your skin's like, the hell is this that you're putting on? OFP Farms, 15% off your entire order. 15% off. That's a great deal. OFP Farms, from rich goat milk lotions and grass-fed tallow magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms. Now, when they say delicious lip balms, to you slow on intake liberals, or the SIACs, as Dan calls them, stupid is a choice. That does not mean eat the lip balm, okay? Just eating the lip balm, yum, 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 yum. Delicioso. No, don't eat the lip balm, but it is good stuff. What am I using right now? The Mojito? It's really good. It doesn't taste. It feels like the
It does taste good, though, too. If you get some in your mouth, it's a little delicious.
A little delicious. But here we go. Simple, hardworking formulas in these products that are created to help nourish dry skin, support tired muscles, and bring a little more comfort to your everyday routine. When you shop OFP Farms, you're supporting a real family. We know them. A true patriotic small American business and products that are made with purpose. Visit OFPFarms.com and use the code Sean to receive 15% off for the entire month of August. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean at checkout at OFPFarms.com for 15% off. For the whole month, you got to love it. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next up is our friends at tryarmor.com/LFATV. Armor Colostrum. Colostrum's good stuff. I love me some colostrum. 15,000 reviews. They're just about a perfect 5 out of 5. Armor Colostrum. You guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism. Look at this, 30% off your entire order. They didn't even let me get to the end of the read. Come on now. Enhancing my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armor Colostrum can do for you, and then some. It is the first nutrition we receive in life and contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Can help you reactivate your hair growth, help your skin glow, can fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism. And Colostrum can help fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out. As you saw, a little spoiler alert there. 30% off of your entire order, first order, at tryarmor.com/LFATV. That is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Tryarmor.com/LFATV for 30% off of your first order. All right, let's get to this, folks. Why? Yeah, I had so many people. Why are you talking about Fauci? It's 6 years old. Who cares about Fauci? It doesn't matter. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, man, some just can't see the big picture. And it bothers me. Do you not remember what happened 6 years ago? Maybe you didn't live in a state like New York. Which is fine. Maybe it didn't hit you hard enough. You know, when we were out in Murray County a couple years ago, we lived in Spring Hill, and they had Andy Ogles as their mayor. They didn't really feel it. So I would tell these folks stories from New York, and they were looking at me like I had 5 heads. And then, of course, usually when I'm in Tennessee, in front of a crowd, I have to ask, like, anybody here from New York originally? And there are a lot of people who are here, or, who have moved here. And then I have to ask again, was anybody in New York, during the COVID years, during 2020, 2021, 2022? And there's usually a hand or two that goes up. And I go, listen, everything I'm saying, am I lying about anything? They go, nope. And people in the room are like, what? You actually lived through those bizarre rules? Yes. And I hated it at the time, but I'm thankful for it now because I know what it looks like. And there's still that fire. Like, I remember all the criticism I took from saying this is ridiculous. Well, trust the experts. So my point here is, why did we talk about Fauci last week? Why are we talking about it again this week? Because if not us, then who? If not us, then who? You're going to rely on the mainstream media to say, hey, guys, we were wrong 6 years ago. No. Did it ever occur to you that if we didn't talk about it, nobody would have? And then if nobody talked about it, there would have been this. How come nobody's talking about it? Well, we solved that problem. We are talking about it. And it's part of a larger picture. It's not that we're trying to relitigate what happened 6 years ago. I'm not bringing it up for fun. Yes, there is a personal element to it, but it is part of the larger picture that you can't believe a word out of the mouths of the left. That is the moral of the story. Whether it's Fauci, whether it's AOC, whether it's Democrat establishment people, we're not communists, really, because the communists in your party are saying that they're communists. And the people are saying their goal is communism.
Our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
Dang, there you go. Bingo. What's his name? Oh, we love that dog. There was a farmer, had a dog, and Bingo was his name. I got along very well with Bingo. Bingo. Right? Bingo was his name. Oh. If we didn't talk about Fauci last week, nobody would have talked about Fauci last week. The proof is in the pudding, or as Joe Biden said, the proof for pudding's in the eating, man. It's not a joke. Legacy media and news apps buried the bombshell Fauci, quote-unquote, diary, official journal, revelations. So I call it the official journal because that's what it was. We don't want to say, see, that when you use the word diary, it comes with that reasonable expectation of privacy. You think of the teenage girl with the lock on it. Oh, you're spying on her diary? You're not supposed to do that. That's her private space. Public official journal. We have the right to see it. Media Research Center found that Fauci pled the fifth 111 times, and an analysis from the Media Research Center reveals the coverage of Fauci's diary was scant to none on ABC, Apple News, CBS, Google News, MSN, NBC. Nobody said a word about it. The 10 stories that appeared on the networks, those networks I just mentioned, 27 minutes of broadcast coverage were largely released on the day of the hearing. Most people are watching the hearing while the media, mainstream media, were running those stories. They buried it. So if we didn't talk about it, and if we're not talking about it now, nobody would be. That's the point. What's the cliche? If you want a job done right, do it yourself. I'm not going to rely on CBS or ABC or Apple News or Google or any of these, MSN or MS Now or CNN. I'm not going to rely on these people to do my job for me. I know what they're going to do. I know what they're about. I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. Hey, maybe CNN will come to its senses and say, whoops, we got this one wrong. No, they're not going to do that. I'm not going to rely on them to do that. I want a job done right. I'm going to do it myself. Right? Or I'm going to leave that job in capable hands with somebody I trust. And I don't trust the mainstream media. Remember, we say the media is not your friend. Because it's not. However, there were some conversations that took place on mainstream media, and I don't know if you guys and gals saw this. If you did, great. If you didn't, that's even better because this is going to be new. Did any of you, if you're in the chat, yes or no, did you see RFK Jr. on with Dana Bash on CNN? Did you see him just go in there with a sledgehammer and just level her, metaphorically speaking? Did you see it? Did you see it? Because I saw it. And I thought this was absolutely amazing. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Some people saw it. Some people didn't see it. Let's start here. Here is RFK Jr. Someone said, I don't watch CNN. I don't watch CNN either, but I saw the clips on social media, right? So there it is. Anthony Fauci destroyed her. I'm not Anthony Fauci. My gosh. Anthony Fauci did destroy CNN because he destroyed their credibility. But RFK Jr., destroyed her regarding Fauci. He held nothing back, and this is great. Here's, I have 2 cuts. I'm not going to go through. It was a 20-something minute segment, I think. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I got 2 cuts. Then I got Burks. Remember Scarf Lady? Feel like a flight attendant? Ding, ding. You are now free to take off your mask, right? It was Deborah Burks. She was one of the more annoying people, but she did damage control. She's doing even more damage control now over Fauci. Holy cow. This is good stuff. But first, RFK Jr. on with Dana Bash on CNN. Watch this. This is how it's done. Watch.
Your job is telling the truth to the American people.
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and it
it like a parrot. You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science. Let's come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to tell the truth to the American public.
Yes, and my job is to get as much information as I can.
And to maintain
what we were doing,
skepticism.
What we were doing in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science.
You notice the best part about, I'm not going to debate this with you. Of course not. CNN doesn't debate. CNN controls a narrative, and when you say something counter to the narrative, they label you. RFK Jr. labeled her first. You're a parrot. You're a parrot. RFK Jr. went right after her. It was great. Seriously. That's how you do it. Don't play nice. What are you doing? You're playing nice to score points with who? Who you scoring points with? Be straight to the point. That's it. Boom. You're an a-hole. You're a propagandist. You suck. Here's why. You know nothing. You're a dumb moron. This is the truth. Anthony Fauci lied, and you think it's okay. You think it's okay that Anthony Fauci came on your airwaves during a quote-unquote pandemic in 2020, scared the sugar honey iced tea out of the American people, forced schools to close. Oh, but he said he didn't. But his diary said he did. He admitted in there, I spoke with Cuomo today, and he asked me, should I close the schools? And I told him yes. And then he closed the schools. He said in there that he talked to de Blasio, and de Blasio asked me, should I do this? Yes, you should do this. I will do this based on your recommendation. Yes. Gavin Newsom's chief of staff in the diary. Same conversation with Fauci. Should we do this? Well, based on this, these are stats. Okay, based on your recommendation, we're going to shut down the schools, restaurants, and bars. It's all in there. I'm not making it up. Fauci said it. But this is what I mean when I say the left's narrative is falling apart. Do you see Dana Bash squirming? Do you see her? She's rattled. Because she knows her reputation is in tatters. Maybe she doesn't care. She may not get fired. She's been there for a long time, but she looks like an idiot. And that does matter. Because these are people with pride, right? Oh, I'm a news anchor. I am the voice and face of credibility. Well, when your credibility gets undermined by a guest who knows a load more than you do on your set, yeah, it's gonna your pride's gonna take a big hit, and that's what matters most to these people. They don't care about the truth; they care about how they're viewed by the American people. Oh, I'm a news anchor. I have credibility. I'm the arbiter of truth. You suck, Dana Bash. That's the truth. And Bobby Kennedy came on there and embarrassed you in front of whatever audience you still have, they looked at that. And then maybe some of them looked at RFK Jr. and said, oh, he's being a bully. But I'm sure there's a few. There's a good number. Hey, one is good enough to see that and go, holy cow, he smoked her. RFK Jr. brings up another point. What is the job of the United States government? Moreover, hold on, let's do this in the chat. Let me see my star pupils, very smart people in the live chat. Tell me, what is the federal government bound by? There's only one right answer. What is the federal government bound by? Restricted by? What must it follow? The federal government, what is it bound by, restricted by, and what must it follow? No matter what. Bang. Bob APAC says the Constitution. KC 2022 says the Constitution. Look at this. Look at all of our constitutional scholars in the chat. The Constitution is something that restricts the power of the federal government. It is what the federal government is bound by. It is what the federal government must follow. And the Constitution, what does the Constitution protect? Does it protect government or does it protect us? It protects our rights. Our rights are enshrined and protected and safeguarded by the Constitution. Well, that's not what happened in 2020. And CNN is never going to admit that. That's why Bobby Kennedy went on CNN and said, hey, our constitutional rights were trampled. Watch this.
We need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation of our country.
Mean?
Well, during
Stop.
COVID...
Stop. Do you hear Dana Bash playing stupid? He says, we need to protect our constitutional rights. What does that mean? What? And Bobby Kennedy gets animated in this thing you saw before. Again, I would have started throwing stuff at her. What do you mean? What does that mean? Bad baby. Like, what are you talking about? The Bill of Rights. These are things you can't violate. Congress shall make no law. Our rights are enshrined. They're protected by the Constitution. And she's going, well, what does that mean? We have to protect our constitutional rights? What does that mean? There is no better example of Bongino's SIAC, stupid is a choice slogan than that. She's choosing to not know what it means to protect the constitutional rights of the American people. Choosing. But she will at the same time kill Abrego Garcia. Oh, he deserves due process. He's not even a freaking American. Let's play this clip again. It just gets me so fired up. What does that mean? What?
We need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation of our country.
Mean?
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about.
That's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written.
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis that is coming. But I do want to
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but.
Yeah,
you were saying you were. Yes,
you were part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing your
Mr.
job.
Secretary,
your job is a fierce skepticism toward authority, and you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or do you want to have conversations about public health?
Me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to prevent the next pandemic.
Question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying.
Do you hear her saying, I'm not talking about rights, I'm talking about a public health crisis? Can someone show me, this is where Bobby Kennedy, can you show me, Dana Bash, where in the Constitution it says you lose your rights if people get sick? Because I can't find it. I pulled up a digital version of the Constitution, Control F, rights, illnesses. That's not there. Where in the Constitution does it give the federal government the permission to suspend the rights of the people in case of a pandemic? Where? Can you show it to me? Is there a clause that says, yeah, if a bunch of people get sick in the United States, you all lose your rights? You lose your right to privacy. You lose your right to gather peacefully. You lose your right to worship. You lose your right to free speech. You lose your right to bear arms. Where in there, in the Constitution, is there a clause or a provision that says, in the case of a public health emergency, this entire document is null and void, and some unelected bureaucrat doctor gets to call the shots? Where? I can't find it. The answer is, it's not in there. And Dana Bash got nailed to the wall by Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he brought up that the first and foremost priority of the federal government is to protect our constitutional rights. And she said, I'm not asking you what not to do. He said, I'm not telling you what not to do. I'm telling you what to do. What we do is protect our constitutional rights at all times. Well, I'd like to move on. Yeah, of course you want to move on, Dana Bash. You bimbo. Of course you want to move on. Because you're getting embarrassed. Smacked all over the set. I'm not talking about rights. I'm talking about rights. Our rights don't go away because of a virus. Period. End of story. If you want your rights to go away because of a virus, then you hide under the couch. You stay in the basement. You do the stay home, save life thing. But don't ask me to play along. Remember Chris Cuomo? He had COVID, right? And they made this big, nobody talks about this. They made this big deal when he emerged from quarantine. Meanwhile, we found out that he was out riding bikes in the Hamptons days before he was supposed to come out of his basement. He wasn't even living by the rules they were telling you to live by. And nobody called him a super spreader. His dickhead brother Andrew was running the state. Nobody came after Chris Cuomo for riding his bike in the Hamptons before his quarantine was up. Why are we talking about it? Because if we don't, nobody will. And this is one of the most glaring examples of how evil and twisted and totalitarian the left is when they have a reason to weaponize and consolidate their power. And that is their goal. Let's take a quick break. I want to get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. Then we're going to play Burks, and then we'll get into this Milat Kiros and what she's saying about the Democrat Party. AOC said, the right calls everything they don't like communism. No, I call communism communism. When you've got people who are supporting you saying this.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
I have the right to say, I think you're a bunch of commies. Can you show me on the flip side where there are people saying our goal is slavery, our goal is fascism? I can't find it. Quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. I got to talk to you about lead. You know, there's lead in your water in a lot of cases. Lead. You remember, they're still struggling with it right now, actually. Flint, Michigan. Speaking of Michigan, big primaries tomorrow. Haley Stevens, Abdul Al-Sayed. I think Abdul Al-Sayed is going to win that race, which might benefit Mike Rogers in the general, but we'll see. Listen, if Flint, Michigan taught this country anything, it's that the government's word on your water is worth exactly nothing. That is why we love Cove Pure. Flint, Michigan wasn't a one-off, by the way. The problem is everywhere. Lead in your water. Cove Pure can help you with that. Many, many, many people don't understand how much lead is actually in your water and how to get rid of it. Here's what the government doesn't tell you. The testing method that utilities use to check lead levels is specifically designed to collect the least contaminated sample, not the worst. The scary part is there's no safe level of lead exposure. Even if it's a little tiny bit, that's still not safe. Even low levels are directly linked to brain damage, learning disabilities, and irreversible developmental harm in children. Cove Pure removes all of that. It is certified to eliminate up to 99.9% of contaminants, including lead, but also PFAs, fluoride, and pharmaceuticals. And setup is not any simpler. Can't be simpler for the Cove Pure. No plumbers, no drilling. You just put it on your counter, you fill it up, and you plug it in. We love our Cove Pure. The thing works great. Water tastes great, and it's healthy, and it's safe. You can also use the Cove Pure to dispense the water at whatever temperature you need it. Brennan's been using the hot water setting for tea instead of boiling a whole thing of water and waiting for a long time. It's awesome. You don't have to wait for the kettle to boil. One tap and it's ready to go immediately. Your city tested the water and said, it's all right, it's all good. Yeah, so did Flint, Michigan. Cove Pure is what you put between that track record and your family's water. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and because you're a listener of this show, you get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off the CP16, covepure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. Remember Deborah Burks, Scarf Lady? She's the flight attendant. Deborah Burks. She used to wear tablecloths around her face and her neck at those press conferences. Scarf Lady was back. She was on News Nation talking about the Anthony Fauci official journal diary. Watch this and look. Do not cross a street with Deborah Burks. What do you mean? I mean, if there's a bus coming and she don't like you, she's going to pick you up right in front of the bus. That's exactly what she did to Fauci, which I like. But, this woman, you might think she's your friend until she's not. And then you're under a bus. Watch this.
When President Trump said to me, we will never close down America again, as what happened, in which I couldn't understand how that happened so rapidly. We put out guidelines to slow the spread, and the next thing we know, everything is closed down. Now I know that Dr. Fauci was having private conversations with these governors and mayors to tell them to close the schools and to tell them, while we were trying to figure out how to contain the virus without doing all of that. A long way of saying, you have to follow what your commander-in-chief is saying to you. That doesn't mean that you change the science. It doesn't mean you change the data, but you figure out a way to execute the plan that they want. So when President Trump on, I think, April 4th said, we'll never do this again to the country, we pivoted to how do we bring testing so that people are aware of their status? No one wants to infect anybody else. But if you get them tests, instead of quarantining people who are exposed, you just only tell the people who are infected to stay home. That is a very different approach. It worked fabulously in universities. It's why we were able to keep them open, and Secretary DeVos was working on keeping K through 12 open. There were solutions, but it became very political, and we all have to be aware, because it was a presidential election year, it was really important for blue states to show that they were taking it very seriously, and they overclosed. And we just have to be honest that happened. And that's why that discussion from both sides of the aisle and a resolution and a way to go forward is critical, so that we can do this right in the future.
Now, look, I don't trust Deborah Burks as far as I can throw her. She's clear. Which way is the wind blowing? Yeah, blue states overclosed. Well, you didn't say that when it was happening. We did. Hey, New York, shutting down schools, shutting down bars, shutting down restaurants, shutting down bowling alleys, shutting down movie theaters, shutting down gyms. They didn't shut down fast food, though. They didn't shut down the liquor stores, but they shut down the gyms. Where the healthy people go? Shutting down everything. She said, wow, the wind is blowing in that direction. Blue states overclosed. It's nice to hear that from her, but come on, lady. 6 years later, now you're saying that? Now, I'm happy she said it. It is a net positive. But she said it after it was comfortable to say it, right? After it's allowed. Just authorized. But she threw him right under the bus. Notice what she also said, that we were saying at the time. We were telling we should have just told the infected to stay home. Yeah, except you told everyone, stay home, save lives. You were quarantining the healthy. And we said, hey, we've never done this before. If you don't have symptoms of being sick, you're not sick. Or you might be, but there's no way to know. Because then any day you don't feel sick, you could be sick. One of my favorite symptoms of COVID was having no symptoms. That was probably my favorite. Well, you could be an asymptomatic carrier. And it went from you could be to you definitely were. Don't leave the house. You're an asymptomatic. You're spreading it everywhere. Well, yeah, but I don't feel sick. Doesn't matter. You're sick. Everyone's sick. Everyone must stay home. That's what it was. It was this exercise in insane amounts of paranoia. I used to have fun. I'm sorry. I'm in the supermarket. Ah! There are people fleeing. I remember before all the shutdowns happened, I was at a bar in Kings Park, Long Island. I was feeling pretty damn good. And I started coughing at the bar. It was like 2 or 3 days before the shutdowns. And people started looking at me. And I went, man, I don't feel good. I just got back from a trip from China. They were like, what? I said, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding, but it made all you people look like morons. You're all at a bar. You think I'm the bad guy? You're climbing all over that broad. This one's over hanging on your neck. But I'm the bad guy for making a cough joke? Shut up. Shut up. Listen. We can have fun with it now, but it was very bad precedents that were set during that time period. The good part is people have seen through it. A lot of people now go, oh, it's old news. Why are we going down there? We're litigating this. It's a vendetta. Yeah, you're damn right I have a vendetta against the people who trampled all over our constitutional rights and believed it was okay. I'm absolutely still pissed off about it. I am. Maybe some people aren't as mad as me. That's fine. I know what we went through. You know what we went through. And again, going back to this, if we're not talking about it, nobody is. And we can't use it to move the needle. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we got to get to Kiro. So quick break, get to a word from our friends over at Silent, slnt.com/Sean, silent.com/SHAWN. Ladies and gentlemen, you know all about it. Your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, all of that's available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right, Milat Kiros. You know, the narrative is we're not communists, right? Not her narrative, but the narrative of that of the left. We're not communists. You're just calling us communists because, there's nothing else you could run on. Oh, really? Well, I played that. I played the our goal is liberation, our goal is communism thing. But she's totally open, Milat Kiros, this DSA candidate in Colorado, about how they actually are communists. And it's a good thing that communists have infiltrated the Democrat Party. Go ahead. Let's start with this one. Yeah, we'll start with this one. Communists have infiltrated the Democrat Party. Don't take it from me. Take it from Milat Kiros, a democratic socialist, self-identifying democratic socialist in Colorado. Watch.
First, are you a communist?
No, I'm not a communist.
How do you tackle the criticism that some members of the DSA, including half of the DSA leadership, seem to call themselves communist.
Yeah. Well, some members of the Democratic Party are proudly proclaiming themselves as capitalists, and it's a big tent, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, right? Until a self-proclaimed communist actually wins an election, then it's just noise from the
it's just noise, even though you just told us in that cut that they're in the party. Well, what do you think? There's people that say that they're communists. Yeah, well, there's capitalists too. Okay, so you're telling me that there are actually communists in the Democratic Party, then, is what you're admitting. And she says she's not a communist. She's a socialist. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Here she goes. This is even better. We just did America 250, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The Declaration of Independence. Got along very well with Thomas Jefferson, great guy. He wore a wig. I don't do that. But he wore a wig, and he was a very nice guy. He wrote the Declaration. We wrote it together. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Milot Kiros says that one of the leading principles of the American economy is actually socialism, not capitalism. This is bizarre. Just watch this.
I don't think there's anything more American than subscribing to an economic philosophy that, as the evidence shows, is the only one that's actually capable of delivering things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I really can't think of anything else.
Socialism has proven to deliver on the values of the Declaration of Independence more than capitalism has.
Yeah.
Socialism represents the values of the Declaration of Independence more than capitalism. I'm sorry, what? So a group of people, the Founding Fathers, whether it's the Declaration or the Constitution, who believed in and fought back against and fought a war against a strong, centralized government, a king who consolidated power and placed his boot on the necks of people who were self-sustaining colonies, communities, states across an ocean. They pushed back against a strong central government. They created a new government with 3 co-equal branches, i.e., no one branch is more powerful than the other. You're telling me that those people believe in socialism? That those people believe in the strong central government? That those people believe in the consolidation of power? That those people would want to abolish the Senate, would want to abolish the presidency, would want to have government control of public corporate? You're telling me that the Founding Fathers, who quite literally fought a war against tyranny and a strong central authoritarian figure, would then default back to another strong centralized authoritarian figure? That's what Milot Kiros is trying to tell you. She is trying to twist not just the meaning of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, but the reasons why those documents even came to be. And while the revolutionaries who freed the American colonies from the British Empire weren't necessarily fighting against socialism, i.e., King George wasn't a socialist. They were fighting against a strong central government, and you could see what they created. Benjamin Franklin, 1787, outside of the Constitutional Convention. Elizabeth Willing Powell asks him, what do we have? And he says, a republic if we can keep it. They created a government with 3 co-equal branches to decentralize that power. The 10th Amendment says any rights not granted to the government in the Constitution goes to the states and therefore goes to the people. That's not socialism. This country became the leader in health and science and transportation and technology and all of those infrastructure, military, because of capitalism, because people were able to invent and innovate and experiment without restriction, without government control. Capitalism may not be perfect, but it is the way that America became the leader of the free world. But Milot Kiros is trying to twist it. People are seeing it. And I hope people aren't falling for it. All right. Grumpy04 to close it out. Beautiful comment in the chat. The more power the government gets, the less the people have. That's true. It operates on a binary. Government, people. More power the government gets, less power the people. More power the people have, the less power the government has. We're supposed to be here. We're here. All right. All right, quick programming note. So we are going to be live all week. Don't worry about any of that. But tomorrow morning and Wednesday morning, I will be filling in for Vince Colonnese, the King of the Morning morning podcast, right? Where's the... Oh, that's not it. Hold on. There it is. Oh. Maybe we'll wear the crown. Maybe we won't wear the crown tomorrow. But I'll be filling in for Vince tomorrow and Wednesday, 8 a.m. Eastern to 9 a.m. Eastern time on rumble.com/Vince. So we'll be there. I'll also be tomorrow afternoon from 12 Eastern to 3 o'clock Eastern, filling in for Vince on his radio show, which we'll be posting the link, so it'll be up on Rumble as well. You could listen if you'd like, but we'll also be live here, 10 a.m. Eastern time, live. No pre-records this week, live on rumble.com/LFATV. Make sure you're following this channel. Make sure you're following this show anywhere you get your podcasts. It's the Ungoverned channel on any podcasting platforms you have. And then, of course, August 17th starts Sean Farish Live over on rumble.com/Sean. It's the Bongino Report Rumble page. You can subscribe to that show and that channel, Sean Farish Live, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, anywhere else you get your podcast. We greatly appreciate it. Jeremy Herrell coming up next as President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV. And if you want to check out the Vince Show at 8 a.m. Eastern time, be filling in there as well. Have a great rest of your Monday. See you back here tomorrow. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
LFA TV family, welcome. I think you're locked and loaded right here on this beautiful Monday morning. Rumble.com/LFA TV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, and I am broadcasting live from the beautiful red Hawkeye state of Iowa. and it's Monday. Now, it is my favorite day of the week. I know it's not producer Eli's favorite day of the week, but I think he's lying to you. I think he secretly loves it when he's back in the LFA chat. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing producer Eli.
Stupid friggin' Monday. Hey, what's going on, everybody? We need you to hit the Rumble button, hit the share button. We got a long week of news to get through. RFK seems to have put his dukes up today on CNN, so we're going to talk about that. And let's go.
Dana Brash says, I got no friggin' dukes. I got no dukes. Logan is in the building. DeCluse is here. Annette is in the building. Jay Deeds, Fun Mom, is in that Rumble live chat. We've got Patty, K-Now Rumble, Tommy, Liz, MJ Randall, Sean Maga for the win, ladies and gentlemen. With the donation in the Rumble rant, thank you very much. Barb Naylor, RJC68. We've got Big Mac here, Casey Maga, Reed, who I had the pleasure of meeting this weekend in Des Moines for the Gun Owners of America show. That was great. Michael is in the house. How are you, Michael? Will is here. Good to see you. Romy is here. Dave, Ken is here. Sly is in the building. Rosie is here. How are you? We've got Oklahoma Luna. I think that's what it was. C. Ward is here. W. Wilson. J.A. Fish is here. Sheesh is in the building. Joe Spag. Oh, it's Big Mama Campbell's anniversary? Well, if it is, happy anniversary. Cynthia Mangles is here. Bubby 92299 is here. Give a couple more here. Let's give it to Mary is in the building. And how about Kevin Lunn 2908. Good morning, good Monday, and welcome to Live from America. Also want to say hello to all the good folks over there on YouTube. We got a little bit of a crowd over on YouTube. We've got Brian in the building. We've got Generic Name, Team Hype TV, Scott Rawlings, Brutal Facts, Adam Soto, Wacky Head, and Jason over there on YouTube. So thank you guys for joining in on this Monday. Hope you guys had a good weekend, no matter who you are, no matter where you live, no matter what you claim. We hope you had a good weekend, and we've got a heck of a start to today's show. Now, how many people, raise your hand if you remember Roseanne Barr doing the national anthem. Just raise your hand. And you can raise it like this. I don't think Roseanne was trying to be funny, Eli. I mean, I know there's a comedic aspect to it. I get that. I know there was a comedic aspect to it. I know Roseanne is hilarious. But I think that's Roseanne. I think that was Roseanne's real singing voice. Would you believe me if I told you there's somebody even worse?
Comedic aspect to the national anthem? That's just disrespectful and horrible, but I saw one previously this weekend, 3 women, 2 of them that didn't sound too bad, but one of them that just absolutely took a machete and slaughtered it.
Yeah, I think we might have saw the same one. So apparently there's a new Major League Women's Baseball League. There's no crying in baseball. There's no crying in baseball. Now, I thought for sure that women had softball, but apparently now there's a women's baseball Major League. So they had, as every sport should, the national anthem before the game. I bet it was a good game. I'm not here to crap all over the women's Major League Baseball team, but somebody did, and albeit she's an 85-year-old Motown legend, legends are legends for a reason. They don't come back. And maybe she shouldn't have either.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave
dogs are
O'er
on.
the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, now, Eli, I'm not from the South, but I think there's a saying down there. When somebody sees something like this or hears something like this, they go, well, bless her heart. I don't know there's another way to say anything without being absolutely rude. Hey, A for effort. I don't know about even an A for effort.
No, sure, something needs to bless her because she sounded friggin' possessed, and no, she gets a Z minus. I'm creating a whole new grade here.
Z minus for Eli. Hey, if the liberals can come up with Common Core math, then Eli can come up with his own grading system, and he said Z minus. Whoever put that together would have been a lot better off just having like a 5-year-old come out and do it. It would have been cute. It would have been great. It would have been wonderful. I don't know why we need a women's pro baseball league. I will say this, Eli. I pinned a message from RJC. He said, well, it'll be full of men that couldn't cut it in the regular league.
True. Damn, Skippy. I feel like somebody got pressured into that. They were probably just like, no, you're not exactly what you're looking for. And this woman was like, if you don't let me do it, then you're racist. All right. Oh.
Somebody said it didn't sound that bad. It didn't sound that bad unless you're trying to sound that bad, and then it sounds that bad. I don't know. Long story short, congratulations to the first women's pro baseball league. Not that you could name 10 players on the pro women's basketball league or the pro women's football. Do they have a pro women's football league? Oh, they do. I think it's flag football, right? In bikinis or something. I don't know. I seen something like that once. But I think RJC is right. It'll be full of men who couldn't cut it in the actual major leagues, which is a shame. I thought they had softball. They're great at that.
Women's football in bikinis? That's horrible. What channel, Jeremy, so I can avoid it?
I want to avoid that channel like the plague. What is that channel? Where do I find that? What cable provider do I need for that so that I don't get them? Right? Anyway, sorry that I started your day out like that. LFATV.us, that is our official website, where we promise you will not be subject to that national anthem every day. Although it would be nice, Eli, is if when you logged on to LFATV.us, the Pledge of Allegiance started, the audio, every single time. I pledge of allegiance, you refresh. I pledge of allegiance, I pledge of allegiance. But it might be nice. Anyway, live on location, live every day here on Rumble, live on YouTube, and of course, all of the short clips shared from every LFA TV host every single day, including the LFA TV store on that website, up-to-date current news, sign up for the newsletter, and become a one-time or a monthly donor to us here at LFA TV. Also, the podcast, you can get anywhere that you download your audio podcast. Just search Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. One more time, that is Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. And that'll give you Rise Up and Live from America every day, absolutely free of cost. And hey, it's a twofer. That's a daily buy one, get one, except for on Wednesdays when I don't do Rise Up, but Will does. So, if you follow any of Will's podcasts, you can get it on there as well. We also have a Patriot Pals. I didn't know if you guys know this or not, but we also have a Patriot Pals Rumble page now. So if you just go to the Rumble search bar and look up Patriot Pals, you guys can follow that Rumble page. I will be putting up the rest of the episodes today. I believe it goes up to episode number 10. I think I have 4 or 5 more to upload in there today. I'll do that today. And if you did not catch our latest Patriot Pals, which is our children's programming on Saturday, you definitely should go back and take a look at it. There's also a Patriot Pals Facebook page, which I'll upload it on as well. And we upload them to the playlist, the Patriot Pals playlist on the YouTube page. This last episode was brilliant. You guys are going to love it. It was all about Mount Rushmore. And next week is about the history of the White House, who built it, who first stayed in it, and all the changes that happened to the White House over the last couple hundred years. So definitely check out Patriot Pals. You guys are going to love it. You can follow LFA TV US on all those platforms as well. All right, we're about 13 minutes past the hour. Do not forget, folks, July is over. So that means that, the Christmas in July sale for OFP Farms is gone. However, there is an August sale coming up. Now, this is 15% off your entire order, farm-crafted goat milk and tallow skincare. Now, they have some fabulous magnesium products. If you are a magnesium purchaser or user, then you definitely need to try OFP Farms magnesium creams. As you can see there, body lotions, creams, and an array of different magnesium products there for you, as well as other skincare products as well. You got your soap, you've got your deodorants, you've got your body lotions, your beard oils, so many different things to choose from over there on OFPfarms.com using promo code LFA. From rich goat milk lotions to grass-fed tallow magnesium creams to soothing body soap and delicious lip balms, every product is thoughtfully made in small batches with care. When you shop OFP Farms, you are supporting a real family, a true patriotic small farm, a small American business, and products made with purpose and packaged with passion. Visit OFPfarms.com today and get 15% off your entire order if you use promo code LFA. There's nothing better than supporting small business. Okay? All right, let's get into prayer. What time do we got here? We got about 1:15. That's a perfect time for prayer. So let's all do that today. And you're going to see an epic smackdown from RFK today. If you did not see the interview between Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dana Bash, we're going to play it today because RFK Jr., when given the opportunity to speak, said everything that mainstream media hosts need to hear, said everything that they should that should be said to them in their networks, and he did it the exact same way that you and I would do it. And it was perfect. And she tried to talk over him. She tried to stop him. She tried to silence him. He wasn't having it. And I think it showed exactly the who's choosing what sides. Now that this is back in the news again, you've got the same people that stood up for Tony Fauci and praised him as a god standing up for him now. And you've got the same people that were silenced, suppressed, banished from social media, and completely shut out of every conversation. You have them obviously on the right side of things. And history proves that. So, anyway, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Hope you guys had a great weekend. Hope you guys got a lot done. We had a couple days where it was kind of rainy and monsoon-like. Last Friday I went up to, I keep saying that. I went over to Des Moines, Iowa, and I was with Newsmax and Carl Higbie at the Gun Owners of America event at the convention center there in Des Moines, Iowa. Yes, I did walk away with purchases. Yes, I did have a great time. Yes, I was with Carl Higbie on on his 6 o'clock news show for a segment. And yes, I did make fun of Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris on air by saying they're just axing questions. Eli, the producer, looked at me. The question from Carl Higbie was about Kamala Harris talking always about how bad white men are, but yet buying an $8 million home in an affluent, prominently white neighborhood, rich neighborhood, while owing the DNC $20 million. And they were also talking about Jasmine Crockett doing the same thing. You know what I mean? Switching up her voice for when she goes in certain areas. Same thing that AOC does. And I said my piece on it, and I said, but Carl, you can't really blame them. They're just axing questions. And Carl kind of gave a smug smile. And then they ended the segment, and the producer said to me when we got off the bit, the producer said to me, did you just say axing questions? And I said, no, yeah, I did that on purpose. And he goes, no, yeah, I know. And he laughed.
We're going to have to fix it. We're going to have to fix that in post. Yeah, we could fix it.
Yeah, we can fix that in post. We can make him say asking. But they laughed. They knew what I was doing. They knew I was just kind of giving a little, they're just axing questions. And they thought it was a hoot. So that aired Friday on Newsmax at 6 p.m. So I'll try to get the small clip about it and try to post it for you, okay? Just axing questions. Let's have our first slurp of the day, and let's get busy. Fun Mom, I'll find that for you, okay? I'll find the short clip. I'll reach out to Carl and see if he can send me that segment. I don't actually have it. I didn't even watch it, but I do want to watch it. So I want to go back and see how ridiculous I might have looked. All right. First and foremost of the day today is, well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, it is this picture right here. Now, we made that picture look a little different, clearly. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see producer Eli's beautiful artwork yet. If you haven't, don't worry, we'll bring that up for you right now. Producer Eli changed that picture a little bit to make them look a little bit more, like they look. Let's see here. Where do we got it here? Here we go. There we are. Here's producer Eli's version of it. I think that looks a little bit more appropriate, right? That right there shows how angry they are. They are the Losers Club. They are not happy. They're very angry. As a matter of fact, that's exactly why the Losers Club is doing what it's doing. Think about it. Why else would the Losers Club be meeting together to start a new political movement when all of them lost, quit, ran, or failed? Do you think that they're sincerely wanting to make a better America? Do you think that they're sincerely thinking that they're going to make a political party that is going to be better for the Republican Party and not hand any election over to the left? I want to thank Sean Maga for that $20 donation. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. VC111, saw you on Carl's show. You were great. Well, thank you very much. These individuals in this picture met this weekend, and then they posted this. And they posted this, well, I should say Marjorie posted this with the caption, "We said no more foreign wars," and we meant it, and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise. But he's betrayed us all. Our commitment is America first, for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun. I wrote the Losers Club on her post, of which I got attacked for being a puppet for Israel and that I just made my $7,000 quota for the day. And I said, I wish. And somebody said, oh, you are getting paid. Trust me. And I said, if that was the case, I'd be rich and I wouldn't be doing a daily show. So, what upsets me about this? Well, a couple things. Number one, you're doing this out of spite, pride, revenge, and hate. Something that I said on the Rise Up show this morning. In November of 2020, what did we do? In November of 2020, everybody in the world was freaking out about the election. including myself. Nobody knew what to make of it. It had never happened like that in our history of voting in modern history. That's never happened. And everybody was completely distraught, shocked, and amazed that what we saw after they shut down the election compared to what it looked like when they reopened it was a theft of an election. And every one of us did the same thing. Well, not every one of us, but a lot of us. We ran to Scripture. We ran to God. We ran to each other. We said, what can we do about this? I want to thank Vicky for the $50 Rumble rant. Thank you, Vicky. God bless you so very much for that value in our company. We ran to each other. We ran to run for elections. We ran to be city poll watchers. We ran to be city council members. We ran to be county commissioners. We ran to be poll clerks. We ran to be state representatives. We ran to be U.S. Congress and U.S. Senate elected officials. We ran for a number of local positions. We ran for school board. We actually got off the couch and banding together under God, we said, we are going to set our focus on things above, and all things will be added to us as God promised. And then there's that other beautiful verse that talks about God giving back everything that was taken and stolen from you. When we moved forward the Make America Great Again initiative from a defeat, albeit a theft, it's still a defeat in 2020, to gaining back the presidency in 2024, none of that was for revenge, spite, hate, or pride. It was a group of people, the entire country, who realized what happened and said, we're going to go and we're going to get it back. We're going to get it back on track, and we're going to do it with prayer, and we're going to do it with fellowship and getting involved. That's a big difference than what these guys are doing. And what's going to happen is they're going to hurt other people along with them, meaning they're going to hurt the Republican Party, and that is what their goal is. The second thing I want to say about that is this. I'm reading from Marjorie's words. We said no more foreign wars, and we meant it, and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise. He betrayed us all. So, we don't care about the border. We don't care about the secure border. We don't care about the deportations. We don't care about the becoming the world's largest oil and gas exporter. We don't care about replenishing our stock of energy. We don't care about stopping one of the largest world terrorist countries from advancing and continuing to promote their ideology through the money that they were making, giving that to ISIS, Al-Qaeda, giving that to Hamas, giving that to all the terror organizations in the world, the Muslim Brotherhood. We don't care about stopping that. We don't care about all the people that have been arrested and all the children found, the tens of thousands of children found. We don't care about the lowest crime, the lowest drug, interstate travel, drug trafficking, and children and human trafficking on record. We don't care about no illegal aliens getting into the center or in the interior of the country. All we wanted, I'm talking on these guys' behalf, all we wanted was no new wars, and that is going to make you start another political party out of revenge, hate, spite because you lost, got beat, had to run away from everything, couldn't get endorsements, got fired from your jobs, got rejected by the people of both your own states. And so you want to hurt the future of this party and hand it to the Democrats. That's what I would ask these people. All because you don't like Donald Trump smashing the hell out of Iran. Look, I don't think anybody likes it when it affects them. But the fact of the matter is, they're going to peel off all of those content creators that use the term black pill. They're going to continue this assault on the Republican Party even after we win the midterms. Why? Because it's not about, we have a better idea, let us get in the arena. It's about we're going to take you down because you left us. And you didn't do, and you're not doing what we want you to do. You know what that is? That's called blackmail. That's called holding the party hostage and trying to peel off even more. Do you guys realize that 3 out of 5 young people think that socialism is good and it's a good thing that we should move towards? Do you know that just that same amount of people now today think Israel is our enemy? I'm not saying Israel isn't out for its own good and Israel isn't all about Israel, but what country isn't? I'm not saying Bibi Netanyahu and the people that run Israel are good people. I'm sure they're all bad. I'm sure everybody's bad that doesn't have Jesus. Jesus said that. Why do you call me good? There are none good but God. And I would believe those who have been given mercy and grace washed in the blood of Jesus. So no, I wouldn't call them good either. But the fact of the matter is there's so many people out there that just believe anything and they run with it, and word of mouth is more contagious than courage. So these people on your screen are doing this all for the wrong reasons, and they're not only going to continue to hurt themselves and their own families, but they're going to hurt the country in the process. And you know, it's basically the same show over and over and over and over again when all these people do is go on each other's podcasts and each other's show and just regurgitate the same revolving door of crap that they don't really honestly believe themselves. They're multi-millionaires living it up, going on vacations to Costa Rica and Panama and all these places showing you about how great their lives are and what they're going to do to this Republican Party now with their America First agenda. And while that sounds good, America First, that sounds great, right? From a worldly perspective, there's nothing better than that. Do you know what these people forgot? They should have done what we did in 2020. They should have put God first. That's what we did. When they blatantly stole an election from us, we focused our eyes and our hearts and our spirits on things above. We found our peace. We found our direction with the Holy Spirit, and we went and we accomplished something that nobody on this planet but us thought was achievable. Even avoiding assassination attempts of the guy that leads the movement, avoiding jail time from a fully weaponized government, all to be spared to be put back what was given to us that was taken from us. We went to God first. They're going to a worldly nation first. How do you think that's going to fare for them?
See that they made their deal to support Israel at all times. Why does the United States of America do that for one foreign country? It makes absolutely no sense. We don't do that for any other foreign country.
Stop.
No
Yes,
other
we
government.
do. Yes, we do. Any of our allies that need help anywhere that don't refuse to help us first, like what you're seeing with Spain and others, we've always been there. Donald Trump has always honored that. Remember when earthquakes and tsunamis were happening under Donald Trump's watch, even during this term? He said, anything you need will be right there. Remember when natural disasters were happening in Venezuela after we took out Maduro? President Trump said, anything you need will be right there. You let us know. We do stand up and back and support all of our allies whenever they ask, unless, Marjorie, those allies snubbed us to begin with. Then you're getting the counterpunch, Trump. And you all know that that's the case. So stop lying. You're a liar. You've built your career off lying. You are a liar.
Government on earth does every single United States president, the vast majority of members of Congress, completely pledge their allegiance. Governors, too. We have to include governors and state elected officials. They pledge their complete allegiance to the government of Israel and their purpose and their protection and whatever endeavor they decide to pursue, whether it's right or wrong, whether it helps America or even if it hurts America. They still pledge their full allegiance. They make that deal. And Tucker, I don't care what anybody thinks about me, but I believe that Trump had to make a deal like this in order to become president. And that's why people see the drastic change in him. Now, he was beholden to a lot of the establishment, Washington Industries and their donors in his first administration. That happened. And we can look at COVID and the response, shutting down the entire country to slow the spread of a virus was absolutely serving that gigantic machine. It wasn't for the American people.
Why weren't you saying that in 2020, Marjorie? Why weren't you saying that in 2022, 2023, 2024? Why weren't you saying that when you were trying to campaign with President Trump to become president again? And I'll tell you where all this fell apart with Marjorie. You want to know where it fell apart? Is when President Trump made a visit during his campaign for presidency this last time to Georgia. Raise your hand in the Rumble chat if you remember this. We'll pull up the Rumble chat and we'll show the people over on YouTube your answers, okay? Do you remember when Donald Trump, President Trump, or candidate Trump at that time, flew to Georgia for a campaign stop, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was waiting on the tarmac, and she was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting on the other side of the barricades because she had security clearance, and President Trump walked right past her and didn't even acknowledge her, didn't shake her hand or anything? Do you remember that? That's when the fallout happened. That's exactly when the fallout happened. After that, hell hath no fury like a caveman-looking woman scorned. And she went on a tirade after that. She started jumping on the Epstein bandwagon. She started jumping on the illegal alien, not enough deportations. And then as soon as Donald Trump started going after Iran, she jumped on that. She jumped on anything that Thomas Massie would jump on, or anything that the anti-Trump Republicans in the House would jump on. Anything that she could, she would jump on that. And she did that because she started to become irrelevant in her own mind. Now, she wasn't irrelevant in Trump's mind. I don't even think he saw her that day. That's the day that scorned that woman to no end. And everything she could do after that to hurt him, she did. She made this thing up in her mind because she's all about me. Why do you think that they're starting the new America First movement? Why didn't you start the Jesus First movement? Aren't you guys railing against Israel because they killed Jesus and they don't acknowledge Jesus and Jesus is king? Why are you not doing the God First movement or the Jesus First movement? Why are you doing the America First movement, which again, from a worldly perspective sounds great? If you're doing it genuinely, you guys aren't. You're doing it out of revenge and spite because you're losers. You're part of the loser club. Tucker, fired. Marjorie Taylor Greene, rejected. Thomas Massie, rejected. The reason why these people don't want Jesus first, even though they preach Jesus first, is because they don't want Jesus first. That's why. And I'm upset with these individuals, and I'm going to tell you another thing that upsets me. Not for my own pride, because it just tells me more of who these people are. This weekend when I met Casey Maga, who's in the Rumble chat, at the Gun Owners of America event, he told me that not long ago, he saw Marjorie. And he asked Marjorie a couple questions, and one of those questions was about, me and LFA TV, and she goes, who? And he said, Jeremy, Herrell, your friend, LFA TV, been on there a billion times back in the day. I don't know who that is. Wow. See, this isn't somebody that I met online and said, hey, will you come on my show with me? This is somebody that myself, Ben Berkwam, Will Johnson, and many others at that time were side by side with on the front lines in the field fighting in 2015, 16, 17, and 18. Who? All right. Wow. That's who you people are now, huh? Like, you can at least say, yeah, him and I don't get along anymore. But who? Unbelievable what these people are willing to do in order to hurt those who rejected them. Really is a sad state of affairs. But we were all warned, weren't we?
That did not help Americans. It did not help American small business owners. It hurt us. It hurt children's education. I mean, that's a whole nother subject. But he did that. Trump did that in his first term. However, this term, we've watched him drastically change, literally from the first quarter of his presidency to being completely, basically held captive in servitude to whatever Bibi Netanyahu demands of him. That's fighting wars. That's creating policy that benefits Israel. And that is even to the point of defeating a House.
And by the way, these two individuals are also the ones that told everybody and their brother that the NDAA, which we went through last week, and with two individuals, word for word, saying that it merged the American and Israeli militaries, which it clearly did not. All they do is lie. Unfortunately, most people believe lies over the truth. And here's what they're running with right here. A group of prominent conservative figures, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, and Brian Glenn, are promoting what they describe as a new America First political movement. The effort follows growing disagreements over U.S. foreign policy and the future direction of conservative politics. Do you know what really bothers me about Brian? Another person I know personally for a long time is that until he left news and walked away from doing news coverage, him and Marjorie Taylor Greene were planning this wedding, and she was already at odds with President Trump for months and months. And yet President Trump would still call on Brian Glenn in the Oval Office and in the press room, wherever they were, to ask his questions. And President Trump would acknowledge his girlfriend doesn't like me much, but he's a good guy. And yet, Brian Glenn was parroting and repeating and retweeting everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene posted about President Trump being in the Epstein files, of which thousands of names were mentioned thousands of times in the Epstein files. And you would expect somebody who's, I don't know, working with the government to take the guy down to be mentioned a billion times. Then they always fail to mention that too. But anyway, long story short, keep your head on a swivel, ladies and gentlemen, because we're in midterm season. And after this midterm season is done and we win, we won't just be fighting the Democrats in 2028. We'll be fighting the new movement, which might split enough of the party to make it so it's not too big to rig, which means that Save America Act needs to pass from now until then. And that's the opening monologue of today's show. I guess it's a little bit more than a monologue, but that's the opening 40 minutes of the show today. We're going to move on. James Carville, another bat soup crazy individual, says, I'm out of here, revealing what will make him leave the Democrat Party. And it's closer than he thinks. How many people have left the Democrat Party? There's a civil war going on in both parties right now, okay? You've got the left wing, which is, I would put, Democrat/liberal, that has been taken over by the radical socialist/communist part of the Democrat Party. Then, in the Republican Party, you still got MAGA versus Rhino. You've got the Make America Great Again movement versus the Republican in name only. Now, the Republican in name only individuals, they are the ones that are anti-Trump. They don't like a populist movement. They don't like being on offense. They'd rather play defense. They've even admitted that. They'd rather cross that bridge when they come to it rather than initiate a fight with the other side. They're weak. They don't stand together. And the only time they do stand together is to advance Democrat policy. Then you've got the MAGA portion of the party, which is, I don't need to explain that to you. Both are trying to get rid of the other's side of the party. Both parties are dealing with this right now. Who's going to come out on top? Well, I would say this. As far as short term is concerned, we've been doing it a hell of a lot longer. We've been purging our party of Republican in name only, old school GOP Republicans, longer than this has been going on in the Democratic Party. So I'd say we have a head start, and I say that with every primary that Donald Trump endorsed somebody, 99% endorsement rating, and we're getting rid of rhinos. One thing I wasn't too sure of is why President Trump endorsed Feenstra for Republican governor here in the primary and not Zach Lane, but that's neither here nor there. That was one of his very, very few, one of only 2 losses out of over 100. So what would make James Carville, the Cajun crazy, leave the Democrat Party? Let's find out.
Yes, and I'm not sure what to understand what Madonna is doing, but to talk about the larger Democratic Party post the election in Michigan going forward, I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. Now, I think that a majority, overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me. But this idea that we're going to seize the means of production and just go look at the DSA platform. You don't have to look any further than that. And, Jackie, it may be that the two-party system is just going to be under tremendous stress here in the coming months. I mean, you see it with Tucker and Martin Taylor Greene and on the Republican side. You see it going on right now. And I can't sit here and tell you for certain how this is going to turn out. But the one thing I can tell you for certain, Hassan Piker and James Carville are not going to be in the same political party. One of us is going to leave. It might even be me.
We're going to have.
So he says Hassan Piker, which is, another socialist, communist scumbag. He says if the party leans towards him and if the party leads towards the Zohran Mamdanis and that, I'm out. Well, that's the old guard leaving and the new guard coming in. So what is the new Republican Party going to look like in the next 5 to 8 years? It depends on who's the nominee is in 2028. What's the Democrat Party going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years? I can tell you right now, it's the party of AOC, Zohran Mamdani, the guy down in Texas, Tallarico, the Hassan Piker, the Muslim guy who's winning in Michigan right now. Can't remember his name. That's the party of the future for the Democrats. The old guards, the Bernie Sanders, the Chuck Schumer, the Elizabeth Warren, those are gone. So the future of the party for the Democrats, I can already tell you what it's going to be because they're taken over with force. And that force is it's going to be the party of the Socialist Party. It will not be the Democrat Party. The Democrats will not survive this. The Republican Party. Who can unite the Republicans? Well, I would much rather have if I'm going to be honest, if the two of them were side by side and it was Marco Rubio and it was J.D. Vance, if we're not talking uniting the Republican Party just as leading and being the president, I'd want a Marco Rubio. I think he's a little bit more, Donald, I think he's a little bit more bullish when he needs to be. I think he's been at this longer. Obviously, he was a senator longer than JD. I think he very much understands exactly how you need to treat global affairs. I think he understands the American economy. I think he understands how to be charismatic and laughable and likable. JD Vance, I think, has all those qualities too. Just not as seasoned as Marco Rubio. But what JD Vance does have is the ability to unite the old guard and the new guard. Now, I'm not saying Rubio can't do that, because Rubio used to be part of that old guard. I think Rubio can do that. Rubio does come from a place that fought against communism. Rubio is an American citizen who could run for president because he was born here. I think both of them would do a great job. I tend to think that Rubio would be better for me, for my taste, but I think J.D. Vance would do a great job, and I think J.D. could do what he did on The View. I really do. I think JD would be able to do what he did on The View. So that's where I am. What say you? All your comments are welcome. Do me a favor, guys. Make sure if you're watching on Rumble, copy the link or do a quick share over to Facebook and X right now. Those are the two we want to hit the hardest. Facebook and X. I'll even do it the next time we play a video here. Now, who wins elections? How do you win an election? A general election. What's your best strategy to win a general election? Does anybody want to chime in on that? Is it getting the full backing of your party and having everybody in your party endorse you? Is it winning Democrats over to your side that might be done with Democrats? Or is it win over the independent base to your side for that election cycle? I would argue it's the latter. I would argue your best option, because everybody votes party lines if they are affiliated. Democrats very rarely, and it's so little it wouldn't make a difference anyway, vote for Republicans and vice versa. People vote party lines. How you win elections is how many of the independents in that area can you get to respond to your message, to feel what you're saying, to trust in what you're saying that you will do. That's how you win elections. And this independent Georgia voter says Democrats have lost their minds. She said, as an independent, even if I don't like a Republican candidate, I will hold my nose and vote for him. Why? Because the Democrats have lost their minds. This is how you win, folks. You win by pointing out the obvious. To the regular, everyday, in the middle, center, right, center, left, depending on the election cycle and what's going on in the country, to the most of the country that are those people, they have common sense. They know that men shouldn't be competing against women. They know that we can't let everybody in the world into this country. They know that there is a tradition, a culture that the only way you survive it is with common sense. Independence.
Which party do you plan to vote for in November?
I'm a little bit confused on that right now because the Democrats have lost their mind. This is insanity what is going on. You're sitting here and telling me that the United States of America is going to have a socialist party that is going to be running the country? What military? I did 11 years, and as a disabled veteran, I would never join the military and fight for a socialist republic. This is insanity. So now I'm thinking I have to vote Republican to stop this from going on, but then I look at them, and I'm like, they don't have the guts to stand up to nothing that Trump puts in front of them except McCloskey. She's the only one that seems to be able to do that, and she's leaving. So now, in order to stop this insanity from the Democratic Party, I'm going to have to hold my nose and vote Republican, because I would rather vote Republican and have this country stay the United States of America, the Democratic Party, the Democratic country we are, than to turn it over to a bunch of lunatic socialists. That's what they are. And you name me one socialist country that is not on their hands and knees right now struggling. And that's where we'll be if we continue down this road.
And Tim, do you support the president's actions in Iran, the war there?
I supported it, but like I said, I'm a disabled veteran. I was there when the embassy and the Marine barracks got bombed in Lebanon, and we all knew that Hamas was the one behind it. But the government didn't do anything behind it. The problem I got with Trump is he doesn't have an end game. He doesn't have no way out. He had no way to come in and actually secure it. It's like he's sitting here playing with them, in my opinion, and it's strictly my opinion, to keep the oil prices up so the oil companies could come in and profit off of it, just like he went into Venezuela. That was an illegal action. You can't go into a country and kidnap the president, put some fake charges on him, and take over his whole oil field and his whole whatever and give it to the oil companies to run. now he's out of control. I supported him when his first term, but this second term, he's turned into a madman with this war. So I'm stuck. But I'm not. I would rather ride with Trump than give this country to a bunch of lunatic socialists who want to get rid of the military, get rid of ICE, get rid of the cops. They just want to turn this place into a madhouse.
Okay.
And if we
Tim and Georgia, I'm going to leave it there. Tim's an independent.
So, what do I have to say with that? I respect that man's opinion. I respect that man's opinion. I disagree with him on some things, and he was flat out wrong on a couple others. First, it wasn't illegal for President Trump to go in and get Maduro. There was arrest warrants from America. The United States of America had arrest warrants out for Maduro. Capture alive. Absolutely. We had valid, ruled on by a judge, signed off on by federal judges, arrest warrants for Maduro. That makes it legal. That is absolutely legal. Why? Because we're the leader of the free world, that's why. That's why. Because we're the leader of the free world and we have that authority to do so. Anybody says we don't, step up and take the mantle then. Step up and take the place. Having said that, I don't believe that President Trump's goal was to enrich the oil companies in which he's currently got DOJ investigations on for price gouging. I think his goal was to make America in charge of all the energy of the world. Now, you may not think that that is correct. I might not think that's correct, but that's what his goal was. To make sure that America controlled the energy of the world so we controlled the world. Even more, even longer. That's what I believe. And I believe Maduro, there was a lot more to that, and that's where we start getting into the 2020 election and Maduro's testimony. But that's neither here nor there. What that man said, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of independents are saying that same thing all across the country. I may not like Trump. I may not like what he's doing. But one thing I know is I definitely don't like what the Democrats are doing. They're way worse. Radical Colorado Democrat congressional nominee calls warning of a communist takeover of the party by the Democratic Socialists of America. Just noise. That's just noise. That's not really a thing. That's just noise. Oh, that's just noise. That's what we're sticking with here? That's just noise? I wonder if it was noise in 1939 in Germany. I wonder if it was noise in 1941. Heck, I wonder if it was noise in Germany back even in the early 30s. I wonder if it was just noise then. Here's what she said.
Some members of the Democratic Party are proudly proclaiming themselves as capitalists, and it's a big tent, right? But again, at the end of the day, it's up to the voters, right? Until a self-proclaimed communist actually wins an election, then it's just noise from the Republican Party. There's no one who's actually winning with that.
Why are they using that rhetoric?
Because I think the Republican Party, and frankly, the oligarchy that largely stands behind the Republican Party, can see that our message of, in its most basic form, economic populism, is actually resonating with voters.
With young voters, for sure. That's the problem. And common sense Democrats are calling out against it. Because they know it's not a winning solution long term. They know that that'll come and that'll go. That'll do its damage. And it'll do its damage forever to the Democratic Party. So the Democrats out there that realize, that aren't doing the whole, oh yeah, let's do communism and socialism. The ones that realize that they're the ones that understand that that's only a short-term solution. And sooner or later you run out of benefits. You run out of resources. And then it's going to stay in the Democrat Party forever. Now you guys know that Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York, is opening up those socialist grocery stores, right? One just closed in Kansas City not long ago. I'm sure you heard Sean and I talking about that last week. They don't work. They can't work. It is impossible. It is mathematically impossible for that to work. Here was Zoran talking about that.
Any more on-topic questions? Gentlemen there.
Hi, how's it going, Mr. Mayor? How's it going? Question about the essential basket of goods. You said they're going to be 30% cheaper than they would be at the grocery store down the street, or even if there's one not down the street, if it's a food desert. How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, GPAC, to add some additional details.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be a sort of a library card esque, and also we manage who's buying and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers. So we are mindful of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the...
Hold up. Wait. Did they just say they were going to require an ID so that people aren't abusing the system? Eli, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Zoran Mamdani and his people just say that they would require ID, even if it's a library card, that they're going to require ID in order for their little 30% off grocery store to avoid fraud? Wow, that's weird.
I'm sorry. Did anybody else hear a hypocrite? That's so. I could have sworn I heard a hypocrite.
Is that a hypocrite bird? Is that a hypocrite bird? ID for your little grocery store? But IDs are racist, aren't they? Let's do a little bit of math here, shall we? Stay with me. The government, which is not a company, which does not operate on a budget that would make it either fail or succeed as a business because they're using endless amounts of taxpayer dollars, this government program, again, that is not private sector, so it has nothing to do with capitalism, they start grocery stores in 5 boroughs with 8.5 million people. Now, clearly, 8.5 million people are not going to be visiting these grocery stores. I get that. But let's say even 500,000 visit these grocery stores. That's not sustainable alone. And I guarantee you there's going to be 500,000 people that try to line up for these grocery stores. So you're going to have lines out the door. Those lines out the door are going to create hostilities and anger. That anger and hostility is going to spill over. There will be fights. I would almost guarantee you there'll be deaths. There'll be thefts. Muggings will go up. Crime will go up. Okay? You're literally rationing out food at 30% less than they could go down to the mom and pop store and buy it, which we'll get to in a minute. Then you're going to have limited items in these stores. And by the end of the day, you're going to run out of pretty much everything in that store, at least the most popular stuff that people need. Milk, eggs, that kind of stuff. Bread. That's all going to be gone. What's going to happen when you cut the line off and say, store's empty, come back tomorrow? What do you think's going to happen? Whatever happened to the free bus situation? Whatever happened to free electric buses that nobody ever used the money to build or to manufacture, I should say? Everything like this goes to sugar honey iced tea. So now you've created a very hostile, angry, run out of resources environment. That's going to happen. Part of that happened in Kansas City, and that's not nearly as big as New York City. Now let's get to the financials and the economic aspect of this. You've got stores in the area that are going to be undercut by 30%. So maybe the people that don't get their government-run groceries, they end up going back to there. But how many people have they already lost in the process? How long do you think that these smaller grocery stores, bodegas and other things can operate in the capitalist free market while the government is undercutting them on price. Let's say it was successful enough to continue with never shutting down, never turning anybody away. How long do you think that the grocery stores in the region that are part of the public, the private sector, and rely on the public coming in and buying from them, how long do you think they're going to stay in business? Now let's move to another economic aspect of that. How long do you think that the people selling the government the goods at a cost where they can charge 30% less than the retail price, how long do you think that's going to last? And let's just say that they're not causing a strain on those providers. Let's say they're buying it at cost. Okay, then they're buying it at bulk cost, as anybody else would do, like the mom and pop stores. But instead, now they're selling it at 30% less, which is a net, which is a negative for the taxpayer, a net negative, and the taxpayer's paying for other people to live and eat. That's socialism. Until there's no more money left for the taxpayer to give anymore, then everybody's poor and everybody needs help. You see how this doesn't work? Socialism doesn't work in a capitalist society. It does not work. The two will butt heads. The market will always work itself out. The government never does. Look at Washington on both sides. So how anybody could argue against this, seeing what we've seen, knowing what we know, and just watching that government-run grocery store in Kansas City shut down for the exact same reasons, caused the exact same problems, pull your head out of your ask me no more questions and tell me no more lies and get your sugar honey iced tea together. Zohran Mamdani is considering an ID card system for people to be able to purchase his goods from his new government-run grocery stores, folks. That is what his assistant, or the person who's the interim head of the New York City Economic Development Corporation, said. Library card-esque. That means ish. That means something like. Guarantee you it'll be a government need to be a driver's license or a government ID when it's all said and done. This is how they ease into this stuff, folks. These people are liars. They practice taquilla. They're liars. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're taking their own utopia in their own head, knowing that it doesn't work anywhere else in the world. And they're thinking, I'm just going to do this because I want to. Okay. You know what? If we say that President Trump has the right to do the things that we voted for him to do because he got a mandate to do it, well, guess what? So does Zohran in New York City. We're not hypocrites. You voted for him overwhelmingly. Now you're going to eat it. And now it's going to hurt. And the real pain and suffering hasn't even begun. Wait till winter. Wait till winter. Wait until there's a bad month in the stock market and everybody goes ass up. Wait till that. You wanted it, you got it. You will reap what you sow. If we say that, then we've got to say it to you as well. So enjoy New York City. And maybe just next time you'll vote proper, because this is just the beginning. Now, here's a useful idiot left-wing political commentator who is shocked, absolutely shocked, that he's being hit with Zohran Mamdani's new tax on New Yorkers. This is called useful idiot, folks. You have campaigned for this man. You have told people to vote for this man. You have said that you have regurgitated the talking points of this man until you realize it hits you financially. Uh-oh. Not so tough now.
Doxed.
You've been doxed. What? Tell me.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax. I came out in favor of this tax. This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate source of tax revenue and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months after a healthcare CEO was executed in the street and then published the list, what What is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
Hey, Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you find out what the vote total was in Zohran Mamdani's election? How much of the vote did he get? Because I just got somebody that challenged me. You might be right. Said, Jeremy, what are you talking about overwhelmingly? We all didn't do that. Stop saying that bullshit. Okay. Well, let's find out how many votes Zohran Mamdani won by in his mayoral race. Eli, when you got that, let me know. Because I'm pretty sure it was overwhelming. I'm not saying overwhelming amount of New York City. I'm saying an overwhelming amount of people that voted for him. And the rest sat by idly and did nothing and let it happen. We got those vote totals yet?
Yeah, a couple things came up here under Wikipedia is the first thing that brought it up. Democratics, I see one thing says votes. Primary election, 8,410, 51.20%. Down below that, the general election, 38,221, 98.46%.
Is that in his own? That's in the general election. A lot more than 38,000 people voted, so that's not the right.
I know that. Give me a second. Let me keep looking.
All right, we'll bring that up, but I'm pretty sure overwhelmingly, and I'm going to say I bet by 70% of the vote, he won. He was up against Curtis Sliwa and Andrew Cuomo. So those are the two people he was up against. So find that out. Because I'm gonna guarantee you that he won with a predominant amount of those votes. But again, you might be right. I might be wrong. But that guy wasn't happy, was he? That guy wasn't happy at all. I voted for this tax, and now I'm eligible for this tax? Yeah, that's called stupid. And you're stuck in it. Welcome to being stuck on stupid. What do you got, Eli?
All right, this time I did chat GPT. I said, what was the vote total for Mamdani? If you're referring to the 2025 New York Democratic mayoral primary, Zohran compared to Andrew Cuomo, Zohran 573,169, which is 56.4%, compared to Cuomo's 443,229, 43.6%.
Okay, that was the primary. Now tell me the general.
Hang on one sec.
Yeah, I don't care about the primary. I care about the general. That's what we're trying to determine here. And after this segment, when we get these numbers, I bet you the audience gets it first. Let's find out. Can the audience get it quicker than Eli? That's a new segment. Jeremy, is it true Marionette Miller Meeks won by only 6 votes? No, she won by 799. Eli?
All right, here we go. Damn well better be what you're looking for. I said, what was the vote total for Mamdani in the general election, 2025 New York City general election for Mamdani? 1,114,000, 50.78% of the vote, compared to Cuomo's 906,614.
So he beat him pretty handily, overwhelmingly. You said 1.5 to 900 was the next lowest?
1.1 to 906,000.
Oh, so, wow, 200,000 people, yeah. I guess it's not overwhelming, but enough to skate through, for sure. 51%. And you want to know something? That socialist stuff, the Zohran Mamdani. Did anybody see the videos of Zohran when he was a city elected official? Did anybody, or was it a state elected official? Maybe it was a state rep. I'm not sure if it was a state rep or if it was a city position, but did anybody see him protesting all the time at the New York state houses and stuff? He was like pushing cops and getting physical with them. He got arrested a couple times. That's your mayor. That's your mayor. JDH says, how are you so confident that New York election was actually accurate? No, I'm not. I'm not. I would assume it's not, actually. But, hey, it doesn't. We're talking officially and what happens, right? We know that President Trump won the 2020 election, but there's still vote totals that are official. No, I agree. I would be willing to bet anything that I could on it. Says that says that the New York elections are not secure. No way, shape, or form. CC said it wasn't accurate. They cheated. The city was primed for it. Absolutely. By the way, we've been pretty high over on YouTube for compared to other days. So big shout out to YouTube. You guys must be sharing over there. We will be right back to talk about Senator Roger Marshall blasting Tony Fauci. And then we're going to get into Dr. Birx doing damage control and a Fauci employee indicted for getting rid of data that could have saved lives? No, you don't say. Right back after this.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Rise Up Coffee, JeremyHerrell.com or LFATV.us. Get yours today. That is Rise Up Coffee at LFATV.us or JeremyHerrell.com. Also, MyChicagoSteak.com/LFA. Folks, here's what you're going to get. You've got 3 different packages to choose from. You got the signature cut, the best, the USDA prime fillets, the ultimate gift assortment, or the Chicago bestseller. Now, with the Chicago bestseller, you obviously get the most. You get 2 6-ounce premium Angus complete trim filet mignons, filet mignons. You get 2 10-ounce premium Angus boneless strips, 2 8-ounce premium Angus top sirloins, 2 8-ounce premium Angus rib eyes. You get 16 6-ounce steak burgers, 1 bottle of signature steak seasoning, $25 account credit for the next time you shop. You save 47% and free shipping and handling today at mychicagosteak.com. Now, we're still in grilling season, folks. Anybody out there who has a lot of get-togethers, backyard barbecues, or anything like that for the season, these are the best, absolute best steaks on the market that you're going to get. These are the top 2% steaks in the United States. MyChicagoSteak.com/LFA. No promo code needed. Just MyChicagoSteak.com/LFA. Get your deal today. It comes in a beautiful styrofoam packaging, all frozen for you, refrigerated, ready for you guys to just stick in your freezer or unthaw and put right on your grill today. That is MyChicagoSteak.com/LFA. Reach out to them today. And a big shout out to our sponsors and the people who buy from our sponsors. Thank you so much. All right. Tony the Rat-Face Fauci, the walls are closing in. Are they? Well, let's talk about it. Senator Roger Marshall was on with Maria Bartiromo this weekend, blasting Tony Fauci for what happened during the COVID lockdowns. They also discussed Fauci's hearing before Congress last week, and we're going to move from this into Dr. Birx trying to do damage control. She's back out in the public eye again. I wonder what she's saying. But first, Maria Bartiromo and Marshall.
Now is Kansas Senator Roger Marshall. And Senator, I know you're no longer on the committee, so you were not asking questions, but you were sitting right behind him. What can you tell us about that hearing?
Yeah, Maria. Well, good morning. I think, first of all, Fauci was literally shaking as he read his opening statement. And through that hearing, he took body blow after body blow. And eventually, when it's all over with, he's a man that's broken. He looks like an old punching bag that's worn out and is done in the gym. And why wouldn't he? If Americans take the time to read his diary, they're going to see that this was a guy that was full of pride. He was drunk with power. He was drunk with pride. He was drunk with his own celebrity. This is the Anthony Fauci that I saw through those 5 years. Never any remorse, never any concern for the people dying, let alone the ones he was locking out of churches, out of schools, out of their jobs. He was not only reading his own press clippings, he was, putting them in his own diary as well, regaling over every one of them. So sad day for America. We still don't have closure. There's so much he could have told us. There's so much that he could have told us so we can learn for next time.
Well, I mean, you are a doctor. You came into Congress as a medical professional in your own right. So what did you take away from those diary entries that we should be understanding best?
Right. So again, he writes in his diary one thing, but tells America something else. The end of January 2020, he is sitting there saying there's no way that this virus came from this wet market, that it was a spreader event. And oh, by the way, this biosecurity level 4 lab is just like a couple blocks away. So which one do you think is more likely? That a bat traveled 2,000 miles, got off on a bus, and then suddenly got into that market? Or do you think it was leaked from the lab 4 blocks away? So he says one thing to his diary, something else to us. On February the 1st, he has a phone call with the 12, the best scientists in the world on this gain of function research. 10 of the 12 tell us that they think it came from a laboratory. But he tells the president, he tells all of us that he thinks that this came from this wet market. So he lied, and he lied again to protect his own reputation.
Well, I mean, and that's what I don't understand. I mean, if he continually lies under oath, that's a felony, and we haven't seen any accountability for it. Rand Paul told me he estimates that 15 million people died, approximately, and their families want answers. So why have we watched repeated lies from Anthony Fauci with no consequence?
Right. And beyond that, 20 million Americans still have long COVID, including one of my loved ones. So those people deserve answers as well. But this is why I'm calling for a special counsel. We need to get this out of Washington, get the politics out of it, and then go back and build this case that Anthony Fauci, for over 20 years, funded gain-of-function research. Then he led this cover-up as well. Then we got to get into the auto pin part. And by the way, this was the auto pin part, and so maybe he's not immune from what he said in the past. Look, this guy's slick. He's lawyered up. I don't know that if we can throw him in jail over this, but I think that certainly a special counsel needs to get a hold of this. There's no way we can address this in one morning hearing in Congress.
I mean, they used extreme positioning of Fauci to reshape so much, reshape the way we think about a pandemic, how to care for ourselves, reshape election laws, changing outcomes. And China was a beneficiary. I mean, there's so much here, Senator. Does the White House have they retrieved any documentation? Have you retrieved any documentation that shows that Fauci was aware, that Joe Biden was aware? And could the DOJ test the validity of that pardon? Rand Paul says that it is such an extensive pardon, similar to the pardon that he gave his son, Hunter Biden, which we're going to talk about with James Freeman coming up.
Yeah, so Maria, that's all. In my opinion, yes, I think there is evidence that should be investigated, but this would take a special counsel into diving all of them, even just the validity of this auto pen pardon. I mean, I understand that maybe on some rules that maybe the president didn't have to sign him with his own pen, but this auto pen was being ran by somebody else. So I think there's a lot more here. We need a special counsel up and running.
Well, here's the good news: 3 states are now going after Tony Fauci. If you watched the interview that I had last week with Sean Farish, we dove into this deep. Those pardons, much like the Save America Act, doesn't need to nuke the filibuster. You just have to enforce what's there, and you get the Save America Act passed. Those pardons, you don't even need to go the route of the auto pen to get to the bottom of this. Go around it. Federal pardons do not, we learned this. Well, we knew this, but America learned this through President Trump's, fight with the weaponization. Federal pardons do not apply to state crimes. That is why President Trump could not get Tina Peters out on his own. He needed the state to lift that restriction. So now if these states go after Tony Fauci, Florida, South Carolina, maybe Alabama, other states, this pardon is, the auto pen doesn't need to come up. The pardon doesn't need to come up. The validity of the pardon doesn't need to come up. None of it. It's, did this man hurt the people that lived in our state? Did this man lie? Did this man hide evidence that could have changed the course of things? Did this man's recommendations hurt or help America? Did he know he was doing the right thing, or did he know he was doing the wrong thing? What was his intentions? What did he say in public versus what did he say in private? How long was he taking taxpayer money and doing gain-of-function research, which is illegal in America, in China? How deep was Francis Collins involved in this? Get Francis Collins in that room. He was his boss at NIAID. Grab Francis Collins, pull him in and saying, you're guilty. You're guilty of violations of the Nuremberg trials and agreement, and you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Maybe die. Death penalty states, too. So much needs to happen in the way of this, and I hope that these states go after this man, and I hope they go after him hard, because I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, unless you were the people that were sticking up for this guy in the mainstream media, nobody should be in support of this guy. Look what he did to your kids. Look what he did to your schools and communities. If you're still out there wearing a mask in your car, you're an idiot. If you're still out there getting boosted every year for COVID, you're even bigger of an idiot. If you're out there putting that crap in your kids' arms, you're an idiot. Period. Mainstream media, Republicans were too mean to him. Republicans were just so mean to him. Give me a break. We live in a world where being mean to the guy who might be responsible for millions of deaths is a valid response. The mainstream media is sticking up for this guy so hard you'd think that they were in bed together. But remember, the mainstream media, they were the ones that had the death tickers up. They were the ones that were spreading lies about ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. They were the ones that were saying if you get the vaccine, you can't spread it to anybody else and nobody can give it to you. You're immune. They were the ones that said if you get this booster, you definitely won't get it again. They were the ones that told you that those masks prevented the transmission of COVID-19. Do you know what that ended up happening? For 3 years after COVID-19, people got sick at the drop of the wind blowing wrong. That's what happened. That's what happened. People's immune systems turned to you know what? Kids lost all social skills. That generation of kids, those 4 or 5 years of before, during, and after, they're screwed up. They don't have the social skills needed anymore. You took their most literally sponge-like times in their lives where they get all of this information on how to be an adult and you ripped that away from them. You took them out of schools. You made it so they couldn't graduate or have a prom. Are you out of your mind? And as soon as Trump, somebody was right in there, as soon as Trump left office, that death ticker stopped, didn't it? Why? Because they didn't want it running under Biden. Go after this man with everything that you have as a state. State attorneys general, get together, work together, take this man down. Make sure the last 10 to 20 years of his life are the most miserable that somebody could ever imagine. Put this man in a deep, dark dungeon with a bunch of man-made viruses, giving him no mRNA technology to get rid of him. Let this man die of leprosy in the bottom of Gitmo somewhere. That's what needs to happen. And I take that all the way back to what this guy did with black kids in the early 80s, what he did with AIDS in the early to mid and late 80s, what he did to dogs, what he did to animals. This guy is a freak, and he deserves the worst possible death imaginable.
Trump said to me, we will never close down America again, as what happened, in which I couldn't understand how that happened so rapidly. We put out guidelines to slow the spread, and the next thing we know, everything is closed down. Now I know that Dr. Fauci was having private conversations with these governors and mayors to tell them to close the schools and to tell them, while we were trying to figure out how to contain the virus without doing all of that. A long way of saying...
Is Dr. Birx throwing Dr. Fauci under the CDC bus? Hold up. Back up the Johnson, Moderna, and Pfizer trucks, shall we? Did Dr. Birx just throw her colleague, or I should say her boss at that time, under the bus? I mean, you would have had to take him off his booster seat in the driver's seat to throw him under the CDC bus. But is that what she just did? Did she just say that, as far as we were concerned, President Trump and everybody were trying to find a way to mitigate 15 days to slow the spread? Next thing you know, this guy's talking to all these governors and department heads and saying, hey, we're going to shut everything down, lock it down, let's go back.
Conversations with these governors and mayors to tell them to close the schools and to tell them, while we were trying to figure out how to contain the virus without doing all of that. A long way of saying, you know, you have to follow what your commander-in-chief is saying to you. That doesn't mean that you change the science. It doesn't mean you change the data. But you figure out a way to execute the plan that they want. So when President Trump on, I think, April 4th said we'll never do this again to the country, we pivoted to how do we bring testing so that people are aware of their status? No one wants to infect anybody else. But if you get them tested, instead of quarantining people who are exposed, you just only tell the people who are infected to stay home. That is a very different approach. It worked fabulously in universities. It's why we were able to keep them open, and Secretary DeVos was working on keeping K through 12 open. There were solutions, but it became very political, and we all have to be aware, because it was a presidential election year, it was really important for blue states to show that they were taking it very seriously, and they overclosed. And we just have to be honest that that happened, and that's why that discussion from both sides of the aisle and a resolution and a way to go forward is critical so that we can do this right in the future.
So do you understand what you just heard? I mean, I'm not saying that you're stupid or anything like that, but do you understand the depth of which she just threw Tony Fauci down a hole? She said this guy went over Trump's head, basically, to each and every blue state governor and said, shut down. And red governors, too. He told them, the science says you got to shut down, you got to shut down now. But Dr. Birx is just as guilty. This is her trying to do some damage control for herself. But in the meantime, she vindicates President Trump. President Trump didn't want to lock anything down. We know President Trump didn't federally lock anything down. We know he left it up to the states. So Tony Fauci took that as an invitation to go to the states and say, excuse me, this is very important that you listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth right now. You need to shut down the schools. You need to shut down everything that is non-essential. Leave open the weed shops. Leave open the beer. Leave open the liquor stores. Leave open the strip clubs. Those are essential for people so that they don't get depression and things like that. But shut down everything else. Shut down churches. Shut down places of business. Shut down the entire towns. Shut them all down because the science says that we need to shut them down. I'm going to go throw out baseball pitches for the Nationals. I'm going to go and watch baseball games in an arena or in a stadium where it's just me and my friends, but you're all going to stay home and you're going to destroy your societies and your towns and your country. That's what just happened. That's what Dr. Birx said. So she vindicates President Trump, does damage control for herself, and throws Tony Fauci under the bus all in one interview. Ladies and gentlemen, share the video. That's going to be a short clip right there. I bet you the left starts demonizing Dr. Birx. They were just sticking up for her last week. I'll bet you the left sees that. You watch. I'll post that as a short clip. You watch. Watch what happens. I'll post that as a short clip. You watch the lefties in the live chat or in the comment thread. The same ones that were sticking up for her last week. Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci, they did such a great job for this country, and now you guys are demonizing them and blah, 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 blah. They're going to go in there and they're going to call her names. They're going to go in there and call her a liar. Remember? Oh, man, this is going to be great. Sweet vindication, baby. Thank you, Dr. Birx, but you were part of that too. You were part of that too because you didn't speak out. Now we have an NIH advisor indicted for an alleged COVID cover-up.
Top advisor to Dr. Anthony
Remember
Fauci
this?
now facing criminal charges. This over an alleged cover-up involving research into the origins of COVID. Rich Edson on this story. Intriguing, Rich. What you find out there in Washington?
Yeah, it is, Bill. The Justice Department has charged David Morins, a doctor, with conspiracy, claiming he concealed federal records to counter evidence that COVID-19 may have leaked from a lab in China, all to help restore a controversial coronavirus grant. Morins, a former aide to Dr. Anthony Fauci, testified before the House's COVID Select Subcommittee nearly 2 years ago about emails he'd sent in February 2021, claiming that he'd learned to make emails disappear after he received Freedom of Information Act requests.
Ever delete or attempt to delete a federal record?
No, but let me explain why. When I came there in 1998, we were instructed to delete emails or to move them into PST files frequently because they jammed the computer.
The Justice Department says Morins used his personal Gmail account to exchange non-public information. The indictment also claims an unnamed co-conspirator gave Morins wine for his, quote, behind-the-scenes shenanigans, then suggested he could push scientific commentary in a prominent medical journal advocating that COVID-19 had natural origins. That's a competing claim with the lab leak theory. The indictment says the co-conspirator could also provide meals at top restaurants in Paris, New York, and Washington, D.C. In April 2020, the NIH terminated that BAT coronavirus grant awarded to EcoHealth Alliance, who then contracted the Wuhan Institute of Virology to conduct that research in China. From the start of the pandemic, its president, Peter Daszak, worked to discredit any theory that COVID-19 had leaked from that lab.
Okay. See all that, folks? Like, I don't understand how anybody can argue this at this point. Everything is out there now. Most of it, which we all thought anyway, which we all got silenced for. I'm not going to say we were right about every little thing, but we were right about a majority of it. And that's what RFK was trying to tell Dana. She's like, how can you prevent this in the future? Because there will be another one in the future. First of all, there's a loaded statement. Second of all, he says, I don't know, maybe enforce the Constitution a little bit. Don't take people's constitutional rights. And she's like, I'm not asking you about the Constitution. I'm not asking you about constitutional rights. I'm asking you about medicine and science. And he's like, yeah, don't take people's constitutional rights when people were out there like doctors, like Dr. Stella and other doctors that were real physicians that had real patients that were trying to tell you that everything that you were saying was wrong and that they were treating patients and it was working. And she's like, well, I don't see how that has anything to do with preparing for the future. I don't know. How about one of those preparations is to make sure that real doctors that are real physicians, that have real patients, are actually heard this time, rather than the bureaucratic scientists who have no physicians, who have no patients, and who just lie their ass off to make money and have power. How about that? Which brings me to this. It's long, it's lengthy. We'll chime in through parts of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the smackdown of the decade. RFK Jr. versus CNN's Dana Bash. She got bashed all right.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. You have been placing nearly all the blame on the COVID pandemic and the way that the U.S. responded to it squarely with Dr. Fauci. But of course, he worked for President Trump. Does President Trump also deserve some of the blame?
Well, President Trump, as you recall, wanted to end the lockdowns. I think the thing that did the most damage to our country was the lockdowns.
Absolutely.
Lockdowns that shut down
Absolutely.
3.5 million businesses in our country with no due process, no just compensation. All of our churches closed our schools, and our children are still paying the price for that. And yet we had the worst outcome of any country in the world.
How so?
We have the highest death rate from COVID of any nation on earth.
Well, let me just say, because I've heard you say that before on the death rate from COVID, it's not accurate because public health experts say that there is a combination of factors that went into that: higher rates of chronic illnesses, which I know you would agree with, gaps to our healthcare system,
How does that change the
and
overall?
misinformation about vaccines.
You just said what I said was inaccurate. What I said was accurate. We had the highest death rate from COVID of any place.
There are other countries that had higher, but
you can argue
go ahead
about why we had that, but nobody can tell you. I mean, we have, as you say, we have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. But Anthony Fauci was mismanaging the COVID pandemic, and he was doing it under the Biden administration. President Trump wanted to end the lockdowns. And in fact, in Anthony Fauci's diaries, he talks about how President Trump is calling him every day, trying to get him to reopen the country.
Yeah, well, the lockdowns were done by governors. I mean, certainly Anthony Fauci and the president had opinions, but the lockdowns were done by governors, and largely because.
This is my first chime in. They were done by governors. You're absolutely right, Dana Bash, of which Dr. Birx just said Tony Fauci went to personally multiple times and advocated for them to shut down because President Trump delegated that knowledge and that kind of policy and procedure to Mike Pence, Dr. Birx, and Tony Fauci. And we now know, Eli, I'm going to come to you in a second, through Tony Fauci's diaries, that President Trump pressured him to open up the country every day. Not officially, Dana Bash, because he didn't have the official authority to do that as a king, but to suggest to the governors of those states to open up rather than to tell them to stay closed and have your parrot ass squawk, squawk, stay closed, squawk, stay closed. Bitching and moaning every day on your stupid network. Eli.
Dude, first and foremost, I'm so sick and tired of interviews like these because they're not really interviews.
That's right.
You're meant to ask a question and then listen to the answer, but she keeps speaking over him and say, here's this question, no, you're wrong. Next question, no, you're wrong. Next, if you're going to tell me I'm wrong every 10, why are you, if you know all the answers, then why are you saying anything? Mm-hmm. Secondly, do you notice when her first little interruption there, actually,
yeah.
You're wrong, and here's that little pause. She's being fed a bunch of bullshit from the studio a-holes behind the line in a room, a team of people just meant to shut down RFK, and she's the tool. She's the wrench trying to loosen the nut. That's all she is.
Absolutely. And here's the difference, though, between 2026 and 2022, was this. You no longer can shut down silence people on social media. For the most part, not in all cases, but for the most part, Facebook isn't silencing you for talking about COVID no more. YouTube said they're not going to. Rumble isn't. X sure as hell doesn't. What are you going to do now? Mainstream media is this big compared to social media. This big. How are you going to run with your narrative now? How are you going to do that? You literally said exactly what he said, switched it, flipped it to somehow say he was lying, but said, well, there are other people that say other countries had it worse. He said, what are you talking about? You can't dispute the fact that we had the highest death rate. Now, that's probably because we have the most diabetes, probably because we have the worst diets in the world. Absolutely. But the fact of the matter is, she's like, wait a minute, doesn't President Trump have some blame here? Those were governors. Isn't that an oxymoron, Dana? These people are stupid. And Eli, before I go back to the video, you're right. When I watched this in its entirety yesterday, I said to myself, if I was RFK, I would have said, lady, you interrupt me one more time, I'm ripping this microphone off, I'm getting up, not myself nor anybody else in my department will ever give you another interview again. You are an interviewer. I am the interviewee. If you cut me off again, I'm out. We're never talking again. Do I make myself clear, or is that too much for you to understand?
Damn Skippy, dude. Absolutely. And it gets worse and worse. These people don't get 2 words. Well, I think... No, you're wrong. I didn't even say anything yet. They're getting worse and worse with this. People used to at least be able to get something out that somebody could feed off of. Well, let me tell you. No, you're wrong. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't even say anything. I'm so tired of it.
Eli, over on YouTube, Andy Arsenault. I think his name is Andy Arsenault. He just said 8647. Can you screenshot that real quick? We'll just continue to pile that up for the file that we keep sending to the authorities. Okay? Thank you, Andy. Thanks, sweetie.
Largely because they were hearing from hospitals saying that their ICUs were overrun and they needed some help while that was happening.
Well, that's not true. That's just not true.
It is
what
true.
You're saying is not true. No, they were doing it because Anthony Fauci was telling them from the top, you need to lock down. There were ICUs that were empty all over the country, including in New York at the height.
I'm asking you, I'm going to go back to what I asked you at the beginning, which is President Trump. And he was the guy in charge. And you tweeted back in 2024 that he let bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci shut down the entire country. Again, the president was in charge.
The president was trying to reopen the country when he left. The country was kept closed for another year, almost a year and a half after that.
Let's talk about how to prevent the next pandemic. Because there's a lot of litigating and
basically he called her a liar. And she goes, okay, let's talk about how to handle the next pandemic. Why are you talking about a next pandemic? How do you know there's going to be a next one? I mean, chances are there is, but what kind of a pandemic? A flu pandemic like COVID was? We know that the flu we know that COVID-19 was a man-made strain of the flu on steroids. We know that. That's why they had to create an mRNA technology to try to fight it and combat it. We know that. Why is she already talking about the next pandemic?
Litigated that I don't think is really helpful to do with regard to COVID. And the question is about so-called gain of function, which for people who aren't entirely clear about it, it is a highly risky research process that includes manipulating a virus to study how it behaves as it evolves. Now, what scientists say is that although it's controversial, it's necessary to prepare for the next pandemic, to get ahead of it, to figure out what these viruses can do. Of course they say that. You want to end this gain of function research. Some scientists say, isn't it better just to put better guardrails around it?
People have been trying to put guardrails around it for generations, and it hasn't worked. And clearly, COVID-19 pandemic and many other global pandemics that we have come from gain-of-function research. The RSV epidemic that we have, that is the biggest killer of kids in this country today, came from these kind of experiments. The Lyme disease almost certainly came from this kind of research. So, and The scientists who you say are experts are making the argument that this is necessary for pandemic response cannot point to one instance in history where research that came out of this kind of experimentation has actually provided us something beneficial.
So how do you prepare then? How do you prepare for the next pandemic? I mean, that's literally part of your job now, because experts think it's going to happen within the next 10 years again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did virtually everything wrong.
The same experts that told us COVID-19 was coming, who made COVID-19, who then made the experimental vaccine that wasn't fully approved, but partially approved, that was pushed and mandated in many cases, or else you'd lose your job, your life, and career. Those experts who told you that the vaccine would make it so you didn't transmit it or catch it ever again, that the boosters would ensure it, that masks worked, and that lockdowns were good, those experts are saying, assuredly, that we're going to get another one in 10 years. What do those experts know that we don't know? Well, not much, except for exactly what the strain is. We just don't know what strain it is. And by the way, Dana, you're a reporter. You're not even a journalist. Like me, I'm a reporter. I'm not really a journalist. I go and search out some things and do my own journalistic work on a few things, but not for the most part. You report, Dana. The difference between you and me is I actually go and research the stuff that I want to report and I think is relevant. You get told what to report and you read a screen. He's the head of Health and Human Services. You're a reporter. Maybe, just maybe, he's a little bit more privy to some of the stuff than you are. You were wrong and you lied. And now you're caught and you're pissed and you keep changing the subject.
Last time.
So what about now?
The principal thing that we need to do is we need to listen to what's happening to doctors on the ground.
There you go.
There are 15 million frontline physicians around the world. They're mainly now connected through the internet. We can tell on the front lines what's working and what's not. If we had listened to those doctors during the COVID pandemic, we would have saved potentially millions of lives. There were therapeutics out there that were working. There were doctors that were having no deaths from COVID and treating, in some cases, thousands of patients. And we weren't listening to them. Instead, we were doing the opposite. We were shutting them down. And then, Dana, the other thing that I would say is that we need to protect our constitutional rights. That is the primary obligation of our country.
What does that mean, she said?
Well, during COVID, we completely dismantled our constitutional rights. We began censoring people in violation of the First Amendment.
But I'm not, you're saying what not to do. I'm asking what to do. But I want to talk about...
Well, that's something to do. That is the number one priority. We protect the Constitution. The Constitution was written...
Forgive me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm asking about a potential public health crisis.
That's how stupid she is. That's how much of her rights she willingly gave up and didn't care. Excuse me, but you're talking about rights, and I'm talking about a public pandemic, health crisis, and how we can... That is how we stop it. We stop silencing everybody, and we start listening to people a little bit better and a little bit more about their personal experiences and the doctors that actually have physicians on the ground. That's what he was mainly talking about. He wasn't talking about you or I trying to armchair quarterback as non-biologists or not scientists. He's talking about the people, the doctors that were on the ground with physicians, the ones that were screaming millions from the top of their lungs, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm seeing patients and this is working, and you silence them. You even strip their medical licenses. You got them fired from hospitals. You got it so they could never work again. Yes. Protecting our constitutional rights is of utmost importance. Absolutely.
That is coming. But I do want to,
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah,
you were saying yes, I do.
You were part of the problem.
No,
yes.
I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice.
Yes,
you weren't allowing your
Mr. Secretary.
Your job is a fierce skepticism toward authority.
That's it.
And you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My
on
job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay, you want to sit here and attack me, or
Yes.
do you want to have
You're
conversations
sitting
about
here and
public health?
attacking me.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking questions about how to
And
prevent
let me
the next
answer the
pandemic.
question, and I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying to do. But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that
to
aren't
allow me?
entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine
it didn't.
prevented deaths.
No,
There
it
is
didn't.
data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The
You think
cases
the
in
COVID
the U.S.
vaccine protected children?
I think that what I have talked to scientists and
You've
doctors
talked
about.
to scientists. Can you show me one study
Yes, I can.
that shows that
I can.
children were protected by the COVID vaccine?
I can tell you that
That
there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that
Show me.
because of vaccine
Let's
disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying
Let me
nonsense.
finish.
You are saying something that you cannot show me.
Okay.
A single study.
I am
that
not
says
saying
that.
nonsense.
Yes, you
You
are.
I
are
am
talking what
Excuse
somebody
me.
told you.
Excuse me.
And you
Let me
cite me the study.
What
study?
No, what
Cite
studies
me
are
the
you
study.
talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the
I am
study
not-
that you're talking about.
I am
you
not
say
here
you've
to
seen
defend-
studies. Cite me the study.
This is not productive.
Oh,
I am not
got
here
her.
to defend all of the. Let me
You're
finish.
talking nonsense.
Let
You're
me
making
finish.
assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay,
with
do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second.
Switching it up now.
Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You
Let me
were
finish.
scaring people
Why are you saying that?
because that was the job of CNN.
Okay.
Was to
okay,
put the
stop.
chyrons up
Okay,
about
stop.
how many people are
We
dying.
were trying to
get people
we
to
were
comply.
listening to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to
the
talk to
scientists,
measles.
Actually, were you reading the
The
science
measles,
yourself?
the measles cases in the U.S. just reached a 35-year
Stop right
high.
there. He didn't let her off on that, and I'm glad he didn't. Because did you see what she did? Let me show you exactly what she did. Okay? Grab a couple pieces of paper here. These are just notes. Notes of things that I have to do. Notes of stories that I'm working on. So anyway, I'm just going to grab this paper here. This is what she did. He goes, show me study. Do you have study? I can show you studies. Show me studies. I can. I will show you these studies. I will show you these studies. Show me a study, just one, of the vaccine helping kids. Just one. That it helped them, not hurt them. Well, I will show. Well, you're not citing your stories. You're not citing your stories, sir. Let me switch to measles. Let me switch to Eli.
Actually, it went from I can show you to I can show you. I can tell you. Oh, we went from show to just something off the top of your mind. And then she starts going, you're talking about studies that don't exist. They do exist. Just because you either are not thinking they exist or you haven't seen them, that means they don't exist and they're not legitimate. You're an idiot. You're a horse-faced idiot.
Yep. You're a lion, dog-faced pony soldier. I knew I'd use that somewhere someday, Eli. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. should have said, you're a lying dog-faced pony soldier, and I gotta listen to you talking to me like that anymore.
You should start going to work at a job called churning national depression.
Unreal, this woman. You know what he should have done right there? No, I'm not going to say what he should have done. I hate when people tell me what I should or shouldn't have done. What would have been cool if he would have said, we're not having another question until you provide for me what you just sat here with your chest all puffed out, brazenly telling me that you could provide for me. Now, if you cannot provide said evidence for me, I want you to look at that little camera over there, or that one over there, or that one over there, or this one over here, and I want you to say, I'm sorry, I don't have those figures. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was wrong. You say that, and then maybe, just maybe, we can finish this interview. Or I'm flushing this turd and I'm out. Eli?
I love YouTube. I pop over there every once in a while. These guys can't get women to talk to them. Bunch of laughing emojis. We're both married. 2 women.
Real women, too. The ones with real breasts and real vaginas. Not testosterone levels higher than the Empire State Building and something down south below the border. You know what I'm saying?
The second record-breaking year in a row, 93% of these cases are among the unvaccinated. The outbreak is happening on your watch. And even before becoming HHS secretary, for years, you have been one of the leading voices questioning the efficacy of vaccines. Do you accept some responsibility for this measles outbreak?
Absolutely not. First of all, this is an international outbreak. So, and we're doing better at handling it than any country in the world. Mexico has 15 times the amount of measles per capita than we have.
And where do you think it came from?
Canada has 4 times the amount of measles. England has 2 times the amount of measles. Did I cause those measles outbreaks?
You're the most famous.
Did I cause 137,000 cases?
You're the most famous vaccine skeptic on the planet.
Let me tell you, because actually Anthony Fauci in his diaries answers the question about why we're having a measles outbreak right now. The reason we're having a measles outbreak because of the COVID lockdowns, because children during that period did not get vaccinated. And in his diaries, he says this is going to cause massive outbreaks of measles and more children, he says this, are going to die. Let me finish, because you could accuse me of something.
Right.
Now, let me.
No, I didn't. I asked you a question.
Yeah, let me give you the answer. He says in his diaries, more children are going to die from measles because of these lockdowns than COVID. So if you want to know, and that age group that should have gotten the MMR when they're 18 months and didn't get it, they're the ones being infected. The people in this country, and we have stopped the outbreaks at record speed in South Carolina, in Texas, in Utah, in Virginia. We've done better than any country in the world. I dispatch immediately the epidemic intelligence services to those states. I get on the phone with the governor and we stop them in their tracks. Nobody else has been able to do that.
You have a bully pulpit.
Let me tell you just one last thing.
Wow.
Go ahead.
You have a bully pulpit. This woman goes from one thing to another. She's like, she's got ADHD when it comes to news. She doesn't know. I guarantee you her talking points are just rail on him on this, rail on him on this, rail on him on this. If it starts going sideways, bring up another thing. That's exactly what she does. Did you hear a congratulations out of her for being the country to stop the measles spread better than any other country? Did you hear, oh, well, that's great. That's good news, sir. Boy, that's good news. No, you didn't. You didn't hear congratulations. You didn't hear her being happy about that. That's good news. You didn't hear her saying, wow, Tony Fauci wrote about a future measles outbreak because of this. You didn't hear her acknowledge that. Well, let's move on. Well, you have a bully pulpit. Let's move on. The news is not here to inform you. The news is here to divide you. Period. End of story. That's the difference between mainstream media and independent media. Independent media isn't here to divide you. Independent media is here to unite you. That's why mainstream media is about this big compared to social media now. And that's why news and streaming, not mine, but others, are larger than they are. Because I don't care who you are. Nobody believes that the mainstream media has their best interest at heart. Play a couple more minutes of this and then we're going to go on to something else.
The communities that are suffering from measles are almost all religious communities that just don't vaccinate. The Mennonites have not vaccinated since 1796, since Edward Jenner invented the smallpox vaccine. It's hard to blame that on me as much as you want to blame it.
No, I don't want to blame you. I'm asking you because you have a very powerful voice on these issues for people who are skeptical. Let me finish. Let me finish.
And I've never questioned the efficacy of the MMR vaccine.
Okay, let me finish.
What
I want you to do is please use your bully pulpit to right now, as we're getting close to back to school, are you willing to say to parents who have not vaccinated their kids that they should vaccinate their kids for measles because it is safe and it will help them save their children's lives?
We tell people on my websites, my public
right
pronouncement,
now,
I'll
look
say
into the
it right
camera.
now that parents should get their children vaccinated for measles. A measles vaccine is effective. It stops measles in about 97% of the cases. So people should get vaccinated.
Can I ask you, the Wall Street Journal reported that the president is pressuring you to conduct studies probing the link between vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Did you say probing the link?
I'm just quoting the Wall Street Journal, that the president wants you to go further to probe the link between autism and vaccines.
He certainly does.
Okay. Now, have you talked to him about medical research that have studied this for 25 years and found no link between autism and vaccines? And just this is my question here,
Again, these
I don't want to
experts have
litigate
always
that.
been wrong.
My question is, why not, because you are HHS secretary now, why not study what could cause autism, which scientists do believe starts with fetal brain development? Why not do some studies on that, whether you're an environmental lawyer, whether there are environmental factors that go into contributing to a predisposed genetic situation?
Well, let me say this first. We're doing all those things, and that's one of the ways that we found Tylenol. There's 73 studies out there that link Tylenol exposure during later pregnancy and during the perinatal period to autism onset. But you are wrong when you say that this issue has been studied. It has been studied, and you're rolling your eyes, Dana. But
I am, because I don't want to have you use our air to say this. There have been more than 40 studies involving 5.6 million people to conclude there is no link between vaccines and autism. This is the head of the Committee of Infectious Diseases for the American Academy of Pediatrics.
And now let me tell you what the Institute of Medicine says, which is the National Academy of Sciences, which is the ultimate arbiter on vaccine safety, and which it does not have an interest in this debate. It says that none of the 8 vaccines that are administered during the first 6 months of life have ever been studied for relationship to autism. It found 2 studies, one on the DTP vaccine that showed that it does cause autism, and one on the hepatitis B vaccine that again suggests that it does cause autism. The Institute of Medicine dismissed those 2 studies because they were based on CDC's database. The studies that you're referring to are all for one vaccine, the MMR vaccine, or one ingredient, thimerosal.
So you are actually looking at, you're starting new studies to try to link autism, but you're also telling me—
I'm not trying to link autism to anything. I'm trying to find out, why is autism gone
Are you
from
also
less
trying
than
to,
why
are you
is
also trying to
autism
find
gone?
out how it interacts with people's DNA, what's predisposed to have an autistic child? Are you doing both?
Yeah, but Dana, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist.
Well, you're not either.
Genes don't cause epidemics.
I understand. Genes,
they can provide a
epidemics.
vulnerability.
A
but you
gene
need
provides
environmental
environmental. That's what I'm asking. Are you studying the environmental
We're looking
exposure?
at all the different environmental exposures, but your statement, you have been fooled. Your statement that this has been studied is not true. It's categorically
It is
not
considered.
true. Not for any of this stuff.
It is considered.
Considered
decided
by who?
By every scientist who has studied this.
That is not true. I can
is
give you
true.
hundreds of scientists who have looked at this.
So on
and
the
say,
one
why
hand,
is
you
it?
are. Do you understand why
It's the
people aren't
National
getting?
Academy of Sciences. What greater authority
Do you
have than
understand
that?
why people are not getting measles vaccines? Because they're hearing you say that it could
You're
cause
trying
autism.
to change the subject.
I'm not. It's very much
Yeah, you are.
related.
Show me one of the studies that's been done on the first 8 the vaccines during the first 6 months of life. You will not find them. The National Academy of Sciences
So
say
if that's
they
the
do not
case, then why
exist.
are you telling people to get the measles vaccine?
Because that is one of the vaccines that has been studied.
Okay.
It's the only
not
one
hard to
that has
figure
been
out.
studied.
Do you want people to get the MMR vaccine?
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay, so
I know you're flustered now, and it is.
I'm
it is
not frustrated at all.
because
I am
people have
frustrated.
not been honest.
The
with
reason
you.
I'm frustrated is because
And you repeat
you
things
are
saying
the
the experts say
HHS.
this.
You are the HHS secretary.
That's right. He's
and
more of an
you
expert
are
than you, so shut up.
talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country.
Good.
and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
And it is like a parrot. You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science. Let's come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to tell the truth to the American public.
Yes, and my job is to get as much information as I can.
And to maintain
what we were doing,
a posture of fierce skepticism
what we were
toward government
doing
authority.
in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science that we can, and putting it out there. And sir, what you are doing is causing information to be out there that is not accurate.
Who was lying to
you? The National Academy of Sciences, which you just cited in November, said we support the statement that vaccines do not cause autism. This is the National Academy of Sciences that you just talked about.
Look at the National Academy of Science most recent report.
Okay.
And you'll see.
I want to ask you one other question, because it's something that really did help Donald Trump get elected, and that is the MAHA movement, and specifically the question of processed foods.
Okay, we're gonna end there. Eli, can you believe that there's actually people online, by the thousands that I've seen, saying, "Wow, Dana Bash really stuck it to RFK on that one. Showed how unintelligent he really is." This guy's been, for better or worse, studying vaccines his entire life. He's forgotten more about vaccines over the last 50 years than she'll ever know. Okay? He actually cited resources. She didn't. She said she had them. She didn't. He's the HHS secretary. You are nothing. You are a proven liar. I don't see how anybody could have come out of that without the same opinion as you and I have about what we just saw.
Well, because we live in a society today where everyone's just like, I'm right, and that's just the way of it. But I put in the chat there, I was like, I would have asked her, why am I here? Why did you invite me here? You already seem to know all the answers to all these questions. And then she later said, well, you're just, you've been spreading misinformation, and you're confusing people. Okay, if that's the case, I ask you once again, why am I here? Why am I sitting here and you're asking me all these questions to which you already know the answers to, and you think is misinformation out of my mouth, you numbnut?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think he did a great job. People over on YouTube saying he didn't cite anything. He cited 4 different government agencies that actually do this. 4! You clearly have wax in your ears. His entire life, LOL. Yes, his entire life. Eli, do me some research while I go to the next story. Find out what year did kids start receiving. I think we get 70 vaccines. Find out how many vaccines we get at birth, and find out when that number exploded. I'm going to try to link between autism. Now, because when you and I were born, we didn't get 100 vaccines. We got a few. We didn't even get the chickenpox vaccine. They even got a vaccine for that nowadays. Chickenpox. Find out when the children started getting, I think it's 70 vaccines they get in the first 6 months of their lives now. We never got that when we were kids. And I'm wondering when we got a huge uptick in that and when there was a huge uptick in autism. And I'll guarantee it was the 90s. I'll guarantee you. When you have that information, let me know. I'm going to move on for now. Okay? Charlemagne of the Breakfast Club. Huge lefty. Anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-America, if you ask me. He didn't have very many nice things to say about Tony Fauci either. Let's go back to this. Oh, Eli, do you have it?
So I went back as far as the 70s. I said, how many vaccines did babies get in the 70s? You had to say did babies, because if you say at birth, it would only say one, just like today. But in the 70s, babies, over the course of being babies, 4 to 8. Compare that to today, which has jumped up to 24 to 26.
As babies. Can you find out how many they get in the first 6 months of their life? Actually, for the first 2 years. For the first 2 years of their life. Because that would take it from baby to toddler.
I'll look that one up in a second. First 2 years of their lives. This one was during the first year of life. Babies typically receive around 24 to 26 individual vaccine doses spread across regular pediatrician visits at birth, 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, and 12 months. So at least in 1 year, 24 to 26 is what that answer was.
Now, also make sure you look, because one shot can contain multiple vaccines. So make sure that you're not just talking about individual shots as well. This might take a little bit of research, because I want to find out when we started seeing a massive uptick in autism, because we didn't have that in the 70s. And if we did, it was just called get your shit together and stop being a loser. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the difference. I don't know. While he's looking at that, I want to play you
refrain from answering your questions.
Now listen, I'm stupid, okay? I just want y'all to know that.
Don't say that.
I will say I never understood why Dr. Fauci needed a pardon if there was no crime committed or nothing was done wrong. And when you think of every conspiracy theorist that accused him of everything from creating or covering up the virus, the profiting from mandates and vaccines, it does look suspicious that he won't answer questions. And the language. How can somebody trap you if you're not doing nothing wrong? Like how can you can't trap me if I'm not doing anything wrong? What am I going to?
That's exactly right. If your excuse is, I'm afraid of being trapped into a perjury charge, as long as you never waver from what you've said scientifically or medically, which Tony Fauci seems to be the scientific and medical god of the universe of science, as long as you don't veer from that, you shouldn't have any problem. Look, plead the fifth on non-scientific stuff. Plead the fifth on non-medical stuff. Stuff that you have no idea about. Plead the fifth on political stuff, for crying out loud. But at least answer the medical questions and the scientific questions that you claim to know so much about. And even Charlemagne, who's a loser, said that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a lawyer, but I will say this. Republicans, and especially led by Senator Rand Paul, they pointed to 1,100 pages that they released from Fauci's personal government diary entries that was released.
We lost you.
Mimi, you went out.
Mimi went out. Are you there, Mimi? Mimi, are you okay?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you was flowing too. Your hands was moving like you were spitting balls. Okay.
I was, because none of this makes really any sense, right? Because earlier this week, they released 1,100 pages of Fauci's personal government diaries, and it accuses him of misleading the public during the pandemic. And from what I understand, it was nothing that he could say, because you're right, he received a preemptive pardon by President Biden, and they want someone, especially Senator Rand Paul, they want someone to blame, to make them understand what happened, why we had to separate for 6 feet, why so many people were fired from work if they didn't get the vaccine. There's just so many questions behind this. But one of the most talked about moments came during Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno's questioning as he confronted Fauci over the response. Let's listen to what he had to say.
All right, we've already heard that, but Charlemagne asked the right question. He was asking the right question. Eli, I want to read this to you. Ivana said, I'm a preschool severely handicapped teacher. I see more and more autistic children every year, even in general ed children. She sees more and more autistic children every year. What do you got, buddy?
In the first 2 years of life, children in the United States receive protection against roughly 10 to 14 different diseases through a series of about 25 to 30 individual vaccine doses, because doctors frequently use combination shots like DTaP and MMR that shield against multiple infections in a single prick, talk about pricks. The actual total number of physical shots is lower, but yeah, seems like they're trying to lower it now because they're mixing everything into one little cocktail.
So we got 7 when I was a kid, tops. You get at least, I'd say 30 to 40 today, but a lot of kids are getting up in the upwards of 70 vaccinations. And you just heard a teacher. You just heard from a teacher in the live chat. Says she sees more and more kids on the spectrum every single year. And for those out there who saying Republicans don't believe in science, they only offer thoughts and prayers. No, we believe in science. Like the science that my wife, who used to be a nurse's aide, said in the very beginning, it's a virus. You can't stop it like that. You've got to let it run its course. Had we let it run its course and not locked everybody down, weakened everybody's immune systems, and started trying to stick people with experimental drugs, it would have been over a lot sooner. She was absolutely right, and we know that today because scientists are saying that today. We should have just let it run its course, get its immunity early on. Ladies and gentlemen, we are number 3 right now on the live leaderboard. Number 3 on the live Rumble leaderboard. And by the way, those people that talk crap over on YouTube about it's just Rumble, Rumble has the largest live streamers on earth. That's right, your Crowders and Dan Bonginos. Nobody on Rumble, nobody on YouTube gets live stream numbers like they do. So Rumble might not be as big overall as YouTube, but we do have the largest live streamers because nobody cares about live streaming on on YouTube. It's just throwing up shitty videos. Eli, did we have a birthday that we had to sing? I can't remember. Was it Lucy or Lucci? I'll sing it, but I can't remember what her name was. I wanted to get that before you left for the day. Producer Eli's leaving today. I think he's going to the doctor early, but.
Yeah, general checkup. It was for Luce, L-U-C-E. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that right, so I'll bang it out here real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Luce. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
And many more, Lucy. I don't know if it's just loose. Maybe not. Anyway, Tony Fauci was confronted by news outside of his home, I believe. And, of course, he had to scurry away as quick as he could, right? Oh, he's telling the police there's no security here. Anybody who wants to come can come.
Dr. Fauci, do you regret the way you handled the hearing, pleading the Fifth so much? Is there anything you would do differently on COVID, sir?
Maybe the whole world should visit him. Right? Maybe the whole world should visit him. See, the difference between doxing somebody like me and doxing somebody like Tony Fauci actually responsible for killing millions of people. I have a political opinion. That's the difference. All right. We're going to shift gears here. And we're going to move on to illegal aliens and Spain. Before we do, I want to thank our sponsor of this segment, Armor Colostrum. Folks, I don't know about you, but you can probably, if you are a person who cares about your health and maybe taking supplements as you get older to, give you some of the nutrients and things that your body needs that it loses or produces less of as you get older, may I suggest Armor Colostrum as your one-stop shop for a lot of them? If you take anything for gut health, if you take anything for heartburn or acid reflux, if you take anything for skin treatments, if you take anything for rashes or psoriasis, if you take anything for natural hair regrowth, if you take anything for bloating, especially bloating is the big one, then may I suggest replacing all of those and saving a little bit of money and just buying one jar of Armor Colostrum. Armor Colostrum, 2 to 4 scoops a day, will give you the 400 bionutrients that you need in your body to cover all of those things. You can also get them in different flavors: orange, peach, apricot, watermelon, lime, or the unflavored jar. All you have to do, folks, by the way, it's grass-fed, pasture-raised U.S. colostrum, clinically backed, third-party tested, and all you have to do to get your discount is go to website. There's no promo code needed. It's just armor.com/LFATV. One more time, that's armor.com/LFATV. Carol says, showing the Armor ad always reminds me to take it. Dry scooping now. There you go. See, that's why we do it. By the way, don't forget to hit that rumble button, that like button down below. Armor Colostrum, ladies and gentlemen. Armor.com/LFATV. Get yours today. Also like to give a big shout out to our friends over at Fatty 15 as well. Now, this is a completely different supplement. Fatty 15 is going to help you in 3 other areas. One, it's going to help your deep sleep so that you don't just wake up at the drop of a sound or the drop of a dime, that you actually sleep deep and you get the actual rest you need. What that does for your next day is it gives you mental clarity and energy like you wouldn't believe. And the best thing about Fatty 15 is it is an essential fatty acid that allows your body to heal at a cellular level. It cures the damages to your body's cells and actually reverses the aging process of them. That's what C15 does. Now, you can get C15 in other ways, maybe, but it's a generic version because Fatty 15 has the patent. They found how to isolate this C15 essential fatty acid for the first time in 90 years to deliver it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, fatty15.com, promo code LFA. That's fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. All right? All right, let's get back to it here. Spain. You guys all saw what happened to Spain last week, right? Well, now the failing socialist PM Sanchez jets out for a holiday as authorities in Ceuta are still chasing illegal aliens to deport and recover dead bodies from the sea. Fires are still raging. Ceuta is still invaded, but Sanchez is now vacationing. If you thought the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez was bad because his family and his top aides are also involved in corruption probes and his Socialist Party targeted by multiple sexual harassment claims, it's now become much worse. Sanchez is facing a barrage of criticism after jetting off to the Canary Islands for a holiday, as thousands and thousands of illegal invaders still refuse to leave the Spanish territory. I have a video here. This is directly from Spain. I believe these are residents of the territory. Calling him a son of a bitch. Saying, Pedro Sanchez, you son of a bitch. Pedro Sanchez, you son of a bitch. That's what they're saying over and over and over again. Who is Pedro Sanchez?
Este verano os he preparado una playlist con algunas de las canciones que más estoy escuchando de este año. Es bastante ecléctica, así que os destaco 3 que seguro que en fin, que os dan una idea de por dónde.
That's him. Huge socialist. Probably loves what's happening in Spain. You guys saw the footage. You saw them trying to break into people's homes. You saw that one stab the other one in the neck. Two illegals. One stabbed the other one in the neck right in the road. Drops dead, bleeds out dead. They're going through the streets screaming Allahu Akbar. It's a mess. It is an absolute mess. Look at this. Look how they're like rats. They're like ants to a piece of bread that you drop down. And like we said last week, no women, no children, just military-age fighting men taking over borders. Same thing that happened here in the United States. Eggstein said Trump warned Europe, and they laughed at him. He's been proven right again. It's absolutely right. You know, at the point of entry where they come in, if you just sat there with a machine gun and just unloaded, maybe one of those belt-fed machine guns, so that there's enough ammo, as long as you've got somebody to hold it and feed the gun, and you just sit there and just wipe them out. It looked like a scene from the movie World War Z with the zombies. That's what it looked like. These people do not belong in Western society. Not because of their race, because of how they were raised, because of their ignorance and their low IQ and their unwillingness to assimilate. You hear that? Allahu Akbar. And then, of course, you got the dipshit crowd. Israel and Trump sent them to Spain out of retaliation. Okay. You know nobody cares about that anymore, right? You know that trend is over now? That trend of Jew, Israel, they're doing everything. They're displacing everybody on purpose for retaliation, and they're causing it. You know that nobody gives a shit about that anymore, right? You keep living that life, though. You keep doing that. We'll keep living in reality. How about that? Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. You know what's crazy? You can show that to a lefty, and they'll say, you tried to overthrow the government and failed. That's what they'll say. They won't say, wow, this sucks for Spain. Wow, I feel bad for those people that are getting their houses broken into in Spain. I feel sorry for the people that are getting assaulted. No, you tried to overthrow the government and failed. Well, first of all, if we tried to overthrow the government, we did it with no guns and no weapons, so we're pretty badass. That's the case. And two, failed, huh? Remind me who's president again? It's almost like we went the peaceful route and succeeded by not physically overthrowing the government. Remind me who's in charge again? Remind me who won the popular vote? Remind me who has all houses of Congress? Senate, House of Representatives, and White House? If we tried to overthrow the government with no weapons and we succeeded on that level, we need to write a book. We need to write a book, I'd say. Now here's Spain gathering together, saying Spain will always be Christian, not Muslim. And a lefty posted this and said, this is Islamophobic shame on Spain. No Muslims. Islamophobia. We're saying it here too. No Muslims. Thank you very much for the Rumble rant, Barry. We appreciate that so very much. To all the donors on Rumble, we appreciate you. Broken Nova says, release the hounds. They will scatter like cockroaches. I know. Imagine how fast they'd scatter. Just imagine. Now let's come back to our country, where all of us got a little bit of PTSD watching that unfold last week. Say you didn't. Say when you saw that territory of Spain being overrun, that immediately you didn't go back to the 4 years every day of that. You know, that's what I said to my wife, too. I said to her, I go, the day that it happened, I said, honey, you saw what was going on in Spain, right? She said, yeah, it's horrible. It's so unfortunate. She said, I feel so bad for those people. I said, so do I. You know that happened every day for 4 years here, right? She goes, oh, I know. I said, we're just a massive country, so it didn't affect us at that level that quick. But that happened every day for 4 years in this country. And now Department of Homeland Security and ICE is trying to get them out. And the same douchebags that are over on YouTube right now are the same retards fighting against it. Here's protesters trying to block an ICE vehicle at a New York Presbyterian hospital. This vehicle was a decoy, and a detainee who was brought to the hospital for treatment by ICE was dragged out of the hospital and thrown into a separate vehicle for transport. People tracking the ICE vehicle after its departure said they were headed towards Jersey.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Okay.
Funny, they're all wearing masks while they're saying that ICE shouldn't wear masks. The irony is dripping off of their masks.
ICE out! ICE out! Fuck out!
Fuck out of New York!
No, you're not pulling into this hospital.
Get the fuck out of New York! If they hit these folks, there's going to be a problem for them. We going to empty it out. Yeah, whatever. Destruction of government property. Should have got out and arrested them. But it's a decoy building. Decoy. They're so stupid.
ICE vehicle! Fuck ICE! ICE out of New York! These are kidnappers!
I just keep going with that vehicle at that speed and see how long they can walk backwards. Just drive them all around New York City. See, that's what Alex Pretty was doing the days prior to him getting shot dead. Beating on the ICE vehicle's windows, kicking their taillights, flashing his gun. And now he's dead. Not so pretty anymore. They'll never learn. Because they're retarded people. Here's an ICE tactical team arresting a Minnesota protester after she hit their SUV with her car and then spit on the ICE agents. Let's play that. Look at her.
Step back. She hit a vehicle.
I love watching this. I absolutely love watching it. I could watch these all day. If I didn't have to work, I would. If I had millions of dollars and I didn't have to work, this is what I would do. I'd watch these. And I'd share these. And I'd say, here's another one. Here's another one. Think she tried to bite that ICE officer's hand, fat pig. Here's another one. The Trump administration is now going after employers who hired the illegal aliens and swept that under the rug and then had a sweep of their own with FBI agents. This is in Florida, where there was an FBI, not an FBI, a DHS, there was a DHS sweep, huge ICE raid in Florida, and Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed it yesterday, and then we got this video. And this is what needs to happen. They need to go after their employers. That's what needs to happen. Look at them all. Look at all those illegals. Woo! Got buses for them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need more of. These large manufacturing companies where they're all working, these large construction companies where they're all working. You go in there and you get them all in one big swoop. You get 50 or 100 of them in one big swoop. There you go, you're all gone. Go Florida. Setting the example again. Eckstein said the warmth of collectivism. Yep. To quote your future Democratic candidate for president of the United States of America. Oh yeah, she's running again, folks. Now, ICE detained 46,000 individuals in July, marking a new record for the second Trump administration and surpassing the previous high of 43,000 set in June. So 43,000 detained in June, 46,000 detained in July. And they're saying that's still going to go up. Now, did you guys hear about the ankle bracelets for the Haitians? Advocates in Springfield, Ohio, say that Haitian illegals previously on temporary protected status are being summoned by ICE and told they must either agree to deportation on the spot or wear an ankle monitor until their deportation hearing. Oh, and MS Now and all the liberal media is just, they got their panties in a wad over this one.
It's really humiliating.
Panties in a wad over this one.
The way you treat somebody, that person becomes like an animal.
MS Now has exclusive reporting that at least 2 Haitians living here in Springfield, Ohio, who've seen their temporary protected status expire, have been fitted with ankle monitors by ICE.
There is a sense of fear.
Should be.
Fear about today and fear about tomorrow.
And many more have been receiving this letter to their homes. The letter gives them short notice to report to an ICE facility here in Ohio. And in that ICE facility, they have a meeting with an immigration officer. The Haitians tell MS Now they're presented with 2 difficult options: either get detained on the spot or be fitted for an ankle monitor until they can show up for a court appearance. And all of this is having severe psychological ramifications on the Haitian community here in Springfield, Ohio.
Oh, really?
Of about 12,000 people.
Oh, really?
I'm worried, like, a lot about self-harm and strokes, because some of them tell me they got that letter and they haven't slept.
They're not only crying like because of this letter, but they know like when they get deported, what they gonna be like facing when they go back to Haiti. I would call it a butchery the way I see things down there. Like I think it's really bad.
Now, all of this is part of President Trump's mass deportation campaign promise. We reached out to DHS about these ankle monitors. They didn't acknowledge them directly and instead opted to quote the song Closing Time by the band Semisonic, writing to the Haitian community that it's closing time, which means you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
That's exactly right. It's demoralizing, is it? You know what else is demoralizing? Having our country overrun with tens upon tens of millions of illegal aliens, putting a strain on every single system that we have, which is the number one contributor to why prices are the way they are. It's because of the illegals. And it's time to get rid of them once and for all. Here's another video about that. Nice ankle bracelet you got there, bud.
Legal services.
Okay.
Maybe you shouldn't eat the cats and eat the dogs. And this is just to keep track of them until their hearings. That's all. Ones that already have hearings, one that have already been...
Yeah, everything is okay. Okay. They only put this one and this one only. Okay. After everything is okay.
Well, everything's not okay with us. Look at them all. All the ankle bracelets. Closing time. One last call for alcohol.
For black people, shackles have a meaning that most of us as white people don't understand.
Oh my God.
But this brings back the feeling of being enslaved.
That's okay.
And
Okay. First of all, why is this white man crying then? Shackles have implications that most of us white people can never, ever know. Well, I know, and I'm white. Been there, done that one. Learned from my mistake and rehabilitated and got better, changed, and became a productive member of society. Something illegal aliens will never do. Not in this country, anyway. Not unless they come through the right way and have the right intentions, where they actually desire to do that. The lady goes, it's okay, let it out. As a white man, I can't believe that I'm perpetrating this kind of, my ancestors are perpetrating this kind of violence towards these.
I have beautiful children and teenage girls who attend my church.
Let me guess, it has a rainbow flag out front?
What's the feeling?
And I hate to think of what could happen.
Yeah.
What made in Columbus?
Shouldn't have hate in your heart, Pastor. And now the big lie. Are you ready for this? Who follows me on social media? Who saw the video this morning that I put out about the new accusation from the left? Did you guys see the new accusations out? That ICE agents are separating children from their families so they can rape them and impregnate them? Yeah. Yep, that's a thing now, folks. Here's a video I put out this morning talking about that. Okay, the Democrats have a new plan now in order for illegals to stop being deported. And that is they are blaming ICE agents for raping illegal immigrant children and impregnating them. That is bullshit. That is straight up bullshit, and there's no way to prove that until that baby is born, and they know that. So if you haven't heard, the new thing this weekend is that children are being treated like animals inside ICE facilities, separated from their parents, put in children-only facilities, and then being raped by ICE agents and impregnated. Can anybody say desperation any louder than I just did? Desperation! These people are bat soup crazy. This is just another attempt. They know that nothing else is working. They know that there's literally nothing else working. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to now placate on the children are sad. So they got all these little letters. This is what another little children wrote. This is what another little child wrote. This is a drawing that a child drew. Look at these sad faces. Everybody's sad. This person is saying that things are not good in there. That they're not getting the things that they need and want in there. Trust me, they're getting the things that they need. They're getting absolutely the things that they need. And if they weren't, then you know damn well some rogue judge would immediately rule that somebody needs to go in there and check out those facilities and those locations. It's absolutely false. And if it's not, prove it. Prove that children are getting sexually assaulted, raped, and impregnated by ICE agents. You can't, and they know that. They know that the only way that proof could come is when the child is born. If there is a young female who's pregnant, who belongs to an illegal family, they know that it would take 9 months for that kid to be born, and then once that kid's born, they could do a blood test, and then they go, oh, okay, well, we just, this is just a 24-hour news cycle BS story. Unless there's proof, I wouldn't believe it for a second. This is what they do. They lie, cheat, and steal. They fabricate things. They blame things. They point fingers at other people when they're doing it. It's classic projection. The party is dying. Nobody's going to vote for them. They're already screaming the election is going to be stolen. And now they're screaming that little kids, that illegal immigrant children or teenagers are being raped and abused in ICE in ICE facilities. You really believe that? You know damn well that's not happening. Put up or shut up. Show the proof or shut your mouths. And this is coming from Democrat elected officials. All weekend long, we saw video after video of these Democrats accusing them that they are. The first time I heard of it was on a thread. Somebody was like, "Well, at least our side isn't impregnating migrants that they're holding captive." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then about an hour after that, I saw it everywhere. I'm like, other than Democrat elected officials saying that and people repeating it on social media, where's the proof? Where's the legal accusation of that? And then, of course, all the letters, too. We're getting these letters. Okay,
This is Mia, 7 years old. I don't want to be in this place.
No shit.
I want to go to my school. This is Gabby, 14 years old. I feel so much sadness and depression of not being able to leave. This is Maria, 9 years old. Me and Dilly am not happy. Please get me out of here. This is a 12-year-old going to the doctor, and the only thing they tell me is drink more water. The water here is what...
I feel bad for these kids in here. I really do. But whose fault is it that they're in there? It's their parents' fault that they're in there. When it all comes down to it, everybody has a choice. Their parents chose to come to this country illegally, and now they're reaping what they sow. And it sucks. I do feel bad for those kids. But this is one calculated attempt. Have all the kids in there write us letters so we can read them. We'll say that the kids are being mistreated, and then we'll have this one case of this illegal alien who's a teenager who's pregnant, and we'll say she was assaulted by an ICE agent. She doesn't know a name. She doesn't know a name, just that she was raped by ICE agents and now she's pregnant. Even though we know for sure that these girls were getting raped on the trail through the Panama Canal and the Darien Gap and all of that. Through Panama and through the Darien Gap, all the way up through Mexico. We know they were being raped left and right. There were rape kits given by NGOs. Yeah, okay, I'll believe it when I see it.
Makes people sick. And this one got me, Mr. Lyons, because this is a 5-year-old, Luis Annie. My son's 5. He can't write many words, but he can communicate through drawings like this. This is a picture of Luis Annie's family. And you might be able to see that none of the faces are smiling. No child should be used as pawns in Stephen Miller's sick and twisted Great Replacement agenda.
And no child letter should be used as a political pawn to bash another person politically. Why isn't the blame ever put on where it goes, where it needs to go? The people who perpetrated this kind of stuff. Why isn't the blame ever there? What do we have for time? We don't have a lot of time left. So what I want to get to is, let's see. Let's get to here. Let's get to some, let's get to this. You guys remember the Rhino, Indiana senator? The Senate leader in Indiana, Roderick Bray, who went against President Trump's redistricting effort and stopped that redistricting effort in Indiana? Yeah, he's gone. Indiana's Rhino Senate President Pro Tem Roderick Bray announced Friday that he will not seek another term as the chamber's leader. Bray, who has represented Martinsville in the Indiana Senate since 2012 and served as the Senate leader for the last 8 years, said that he will now step aside as Republicans elect a new leader. He will remain in the Senate through the end of his current term, which is in 2028. And then he's gone. I wonder why. His decision comes only months after Bray joined 20 other Indiana Republican senators and 10 Democrats in voting down the Trump-backed mid-decade congressional redistricting proposal. The plan would have redrawn Indiana's congressional maps ahead of the 2026 elections and was expected to give Republicans an advantage in all 9 congressional districts. The vote understandably sparked a fierce backlash from conservatives and President Trump. More than $13 million was spent during the 2026 Republican primaries backing challengers to senators who voted against the redistricting proposals. According to the statement from Bray's office, the prospect of additional primary challenges against senators who supported his continued leadership played a major role in his decision to step aside. You see that? You want to know the difference between Marjorie Taylor Greene Brian Glenn, Thomas Massey's movement and ours. Ours actually produces results in a positive way. Theirs will produce results for Democrats. That's it. And that's what they want to do. They want to hurt President Trump as much as they possibly can. So they're going to try to take down as much of him as they can until they do. And they'll hand it right over back to Democrats. As always. But I want to see how many people reject these folks. That's what I want to see. How many people are going to reject these losers? All right, we're going to move on here. Not Bill Pulte. Todd Blanche has rescinded his weaponization hunt for the $1.6 billion weaponization fund in order to pave a way for him to be confirmed by John Cornyn and Tom Tillis. All weekend long, President Trump was willing to say, no, we're not going to do it. We'll do what we got to do. We'll wait you out. And Todd Blanche thought it'd be best that he gets confirmed and confirmed now. Otherwise, it was put Bill Pulte in there for 180 days, then put Todd Blanche back in there for 180 days. Wait out these losers and let Bill Pulte, wreak havoc. Well, Todd Blanche thought it'd be best that he stay in the role, so he is going to put that aside for now and pave the way for him to be confirmed by the Senate. So we'll see where that goes. But I have a feeling that President Trump and Todd Blanche will continue being the dynamic duo that they've been since Todd Blanche took over for, what's her name there, Pam Bondi. Now, have anybody heard much from Pam Bondi lately? I haven't. Remember when she was getting promoted? Remember that, everybody? Remember when the portion of the right was like, he didn't fire her. She's being promoted to a better job. A better job than Attorney General of the United States of America? When you've spent your life in law? That doesn't make too much sense. Has anybody heard much from Kristi Noem since she was let go? Now, I know Kristi's going through some stuff. I know Tulsi's going through some stuff. I hear Kristi might run for Senate. I hear Kristi might run for, John Thune's Senate seat? See what happens there. I will tell you this, if Kristi Noem runs for John Thune's Senate seat, she'll get it. She'll most likely win. The people of her state loved her as a governor. So most likely she'll probably win. But I got to say, Todd Blanche, as much as he's not done what I'd liked him to have done to this point, he's sure done a hell of a job for the most part, for what he's had to deal with and what he's had to work with. Now let's get to the Twin Falls fiasco that happened this weekend at the In-N-Out burger joint with this shooting. I'm going to play a couple clips of this and then we'll wrap up.
We can confirm that there was an off-duty state trooper and a citizen who actively engaged the suspect by returning gunfire towards him. We want to take a moment and commend the actions of the off-duty officer and this citizen and their heroic action to stop this incident. We believe their actions helped drive the suspect away from the scene, preventing further casualties. We can confirm that in the minutes after law enforcement arriving and beginning their search for the suspect, we had a second officer-involved shooting. No one was injured in that incident, and the Twin Falls police officer involved in that shooting, his actions are now being reviewed by the Jerome Police Department. More information about that incident will be forthcoming in the days to follow. At this time, we can confirm that the suspect, 24-year-old Chad Williams, is deceased from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Investigators are continuing to review the incident timeline, process evidence, and conduct interviews. Detectives are working up on following leads and working with assisting agencies.
Mm-hmm. So, who was the guy who ended up taking down the shooter? Well, he's actually on social media quite a bit. Here's the gentleman right here. Jordan Salinas. Here was a 4th of July video that he made. He was the guy that helped take down the shooter. So this is a guy who's a shooter. And here's another video of him. I don't want to play that music because it'll just get flagged on YouTube because that's how YouTube does it. But this is him. This is Jordan Salinas. That same gun there, that same handgun that he's using with that suppressor on it, looks exactly like the same handgun that he used in stopping the bad guy with a gun. What'd they say? The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. And boy, that good guy was there. Thanks to him and an off-duty police officer who took down the shooter. Now, I don't know much about the shooter right now. There's a lot of speculation over who he is and what his political leanings were, if he's a Republican or if he was a Democrat. I don't think anybody knows. There's a lot of speculation. I think that it seems like they purposely hide this stuff. Whatever he was a crazy person, right? And now for the people over on YouTube, President Trump posting his winning shot at the Bedminster Golf Tournament. Let's see. And for the win, 47, President Donald J. Trump with the chip and just 2 feet from the hole. And that's his winning shot to win the tournament. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, that set him up to win the Bedminster Golf Tournament. And then last but not least, to make you smile a little bit, Marco Rubio and the famous couch meme. Marco Rubio once sat on the couch in the Oval Office while there was a head of state meeting and was slouched down like this with his arms crossed. He was asked about that by Laura Trump.
The meme thing, was interesting because when it first came out, I hated that picture, because what happened is in that couch, if you don't have a pillow behind your back, you kind of sink. So I looked at the pictures, oh, this is terrible. I looked, like whatever. And then it turned into this other thing, and it was fine, and it's funny. I don't really follow it very closely, but people have shown me pictures out there. We have a good friend here that works at the White House, Dan Scavino, made a nice board for me. And even since he made that board, we had to update it, so of all the different pictures. So that stuff was funny. You asked me if you've changed. I think everybody, you go through life, right? And as you go through life, you learn new things. You see things you hadn't seen before. You hear things you haven't heard before. Certainly, I'm a different person at 55 than I was at 25 or even 35 because I have 20 and 30 years of experience in between in life and in work that inform that. I think at your core, you always want to remain the same person, though, right? And that is, what are your priorities in life and what are the values that sort of drive you to do what you do?
I think he would make an absolutely phenomenal president. Just going to say it. Hey, folks, before we go, Rumble Wallet. Look, I'm seeing Rumble advertise everywhere. Advertising for gamers, advertising for political pundits, advertising for a whole bunch of different kind of content creators. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to advocate right now and advertise for Rumble Wallet. Ladies and gentlemen, you hear a lot about crypto. You hear a lot about digital currency. I know it's a lot to take in. I know sometimes it's maybe too much to even understand. But one thing is for sure, digital currency is here and it's here to stay. Now, to keep that decentralized is the key, and one of the best ways to do that is Rumble Wallet. Rumble Wallet offers you not only freedom, but it offers you complete autonomy over all of your digital currency. You can put it in one secure spot. You can receive and spend and gift, and you can even link it to MoonPay, which is like a debit card style transaction where you can spend it, convert it, and spend it into real money. That's wallet.rumble.com. Click the QR code on your screen or go to your Play Store, Apple or Android, and download Rumble Wallet today. It doesn't matter who you are. If you've got digital currency in your life and you've got multiple styles, crypto, Bitcoin, maybe some Tether Gold, consolidate it all into one spot right here on Rumble Wallet. Again, that's wallet.rumble.com, wallet.rumble.com. All right, folks. On the way out, I just want to say thank you for being here. Will Johnson comes up next with Culture Wars here on LFA TV. And that leads me to just tell you this. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. Because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Whatever you do, never stop fighting for this wonderful, beautiful constitutional republic. Never stop spreading the gospel. Never stop helping people. And I will see you tomorrow. God bless you guys. Peace.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson. It is Monday, and we are in the Culture Wars. Let's get it. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday, fun day. Hey, if you haven't already, could you please bless us by hitting that thumbs up? I'm pretty sure you've already heard it a couple of times, multiple times, but you would be blessing us if you hit that thumbs up. Now, we're going to talk about RFK Jr. Oh, my goodness. Ooh-wee. RFK Jr. let Dana Bash have it. And I'm surprised they haven't come out and say, oh, my goodness, look how he's treating this woman. You know, all of a sudden they'll know what a woman is. Oh, my goodness, look what he's doing. He just being so disrespectful. Well, he completely put her in a place, told her the truth, and she didn't like it, and she got absolutely agitated. She got irritated like no tomorrow. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and bring it up here because we have a lot to discuss. I'm going to show a lot of this with you. I'm pretty sure you've seen some of this, right? I'm pretty sure you've seen some of this. But, man, RFK Jr. Now, look. Before RFK Jr. teamed up with President Trump, I didn't pay too much attention to him. Now, I know he had his points talking about different stuff in the medical field. I'm not a doctor, don't claim to be one. Let me be clear about that. I have to make sure I relay that information, especially for the social media, because the social media platform, they like to go, oh, you're trying to be a physician, you're trying to be a doctor. And even if I was a bona fide Dr. Johnson, if I was, okay, but I'm not, never claimed to be. But if I was, I could come out and tell you the actual facts about something, and if it didn't go along with the left, they would say, nope, you can't say that. Like in the medical field, if you come out and say that men are born men and women are born women, you're subject to be reprimanded for it. You're subject to be in trouble for telling the truth. Look, I don't even think you need to be a doctor to tell somebody if that's a man or if it's a woman. Me personally. But y'all tell me. You tell me what you think. You tell me what you think. Now, again, I want y'all to listen to some of this, and I'm pretty sure you have listened to some of it already. But I'm going to do a little recap, and I'm going to give my take on it. Now, I've kind of shortened it down because it was a long interview. Because she just kept trying to get RFK Jr. Kept trying. He has that raspy voice. Right? He has a raspy voice, so she can clearly talk over him, and she does most of the time. And she tries to shut him down. Like, for example, in this one here, he starts spitting facts, and she's like, oh, no. I can't let you come on here and say this. I can't let you say this. Actually, this is the next clip, but let me start off with this one.
Okay, do you want to talk about assertions that you can't support? I'll get there in a second. Let me just say, for the record, that I am not saying that the entire way that the COVID reaction was accurate. It was a scary time, and people made mistakes. Absolutely.
You were scaring people.
What?
Yes. Thank you. Somebody finally said it to them. And she goes, what? Like she's never heard of that before. What? No, we weren't. We weren't the ones doing it. No. That's you know what? When I look at the television and I see how these liberals are acting, I see a whole bunch of grown adult children. No. What? We weren't doing it. It wasn't us scaring people. Listen, watch. Listen carefully.
Mistakes. Absolutely.
You were scaring people.
Why are you saying that?
Because that was the job of CNN.
Ooh.
Okay.
Was to put the
stop.
chyrons up about
stop.
how many people are
We
dying.
were trying to
They get people
we were
to
listening
comply.
to the leaders in this country, including the president, who had a daily press conference explaining what was going on and trying to listen.
Were you listening?
I want to talk to
scientists,
measles.
Actually, were you reading the science
measles?
yourself?
The measles cases in the U.S. just reached a 35-year high. The second.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it there. But I want y'all. So she can tell during the entire time while they were having this debate that she was getting completely agitated by everything that he was saying. She couldn't even handle herself. She was so irritated. So now she's going to ask him a question, another question. And he's going to say, yeah, I'm for it. Because if I'm not mistaken, this is the clip where she's asking him, are you for the mRNA or something like that? And he goes, yeah, I'm for it. Right? But then watch what happens after that.
Do you want people to get the MMR vaccine?
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay, so
I know you're flustered now, and it is.
I don't. I'm not flustered at all.
Because
she is flustered. Anybody watching, looking at this and going, what are you talking about, Will Johnson? She's not flustered. She's 100% flustered. Let me ask y'all a question. Maybe I missed this point. When you say that you're flustered, does that mean you're irritated? Does that mean you're heated? Does that mean you're not happy, right? What's the difference? Is there a difference between being flustered and irritated about something or upset about something? I thought that was the whole point of being flustered. You're flustered because you're not happy about something. And listen to this, because she lies in real time. She says that she's not flustered. But then she turned around and says this, watch.
Now, and it is.
I'm not flustered at all. I am frustrated.
Oh, but she's frustrated. She's not flustered, but she's frustrated. Now, you see the expression on her face there? You see the expression? Someone zoomed in on it, and I'm going to come back to this clip here because, before we go further, I want to go to this next one here, and I'm going to come back to it. Okay? I'm going to come back to it. Okay? So someone slowed it down when she's talking about she's being flustered. And if you didn't pay attention, a lot of people just kind of skip over it. And a lot of people talk about these lizard people. Now, look, full disclaimer here. I'm not saying Dana bashes the lizard people. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a whole bunch of discussions about the UFP, the UFOs, the aliens, and, the lizard people. Yeah. Have y'all heard of that before? You never heard of that before? Well, someone zoomed in when she got flustered. And they say, allegedly, rumored, hypothetically, that these lizard people, they're trying to restrain themselves from coming out.
I am frustrated.
And honest.
The reason I'm frustrated.
See it?
I am frustrated.
Look, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was funny. But let me finish playing this clip for you because she's 100% flustered, AKA frustrated. Same thing, right?
Do you want people to get the MMR vaccine?
Yeah, I said that already.
Okay, so
I know you're flustered now, and it is.
I'm not flustered at all.
Because
I am
people
frustrated.
have not been honest.
The reason I'm frustrated is because you are the HHS. You are the HHS secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and
it like a parrot. You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science.
Oh, I like this clip with RFK Jr. so much. I like this so much because he called her a parrot. All of the liberal media, they're nothing but a bunch of parrots. I used to wonder, how is it that they're all on the same demonic page, right? How did they all come out with the same lies, pushing the same propaganda. I used to wonder that. And come to find out, apparently, allegedly, you got to say allegedly, right? Because I haven't received any of the emails, but allegedly, they receive these emails, these talking points, and all they do is they regurgitate the same thing. Y'all seen the videos when they come out and they all repeat the same thing. And there's no way that they're all calling each other. Okay, what do we say today? What do we say this week? What do we say? What do we say? What do we say? There must be an email list. There has to be something, Telegram, something where they're all in communication, where the top whatever gets the information and then it trickles down from there, because they are straight up a parrot. If RFK Jr. was a parrot, they wouldn't be upset with him for bringing up something that they want to completely ignore. They want it to be ignored. They don't want people talking about it. They don't want people to bring realization about the information, what he is referring to. And all he is simply saying is that we need to know, we need to learn, we need to educate ourselves on what we are doing as humans. That's all he's saying in a nutshell. But they don't want that. All they want is that we tell you to do something, we tell you to drink something, we give you this Kool-Aid, you shut up and you take it. That's what the left is saying. But RFK Jr. is saying, look, no, we need to look at this data. We need to look at the information. All of this time, y'all been pushing this stuff, been fear-mongering onto not just the American people, but to the world. Fear-mongering. And now we're supposed to just look the other way? I don't think so. There's nothing wrong. And you know what? There was a time, you may still get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to go on a limb here and try to say it. There was a time that when you went to a doctor, and again, I'm not Dr. Johnson, not claiming to be a doctor, not claiming any of that, okay? This is just me having a commentary on it, talking about conversation about this. You were always suggested to get a second opinion. Oh my goodness. You see, you can't get second opinions when it comes to these socialist leftist democrats. No second opinions. You go with whatever it is they tell you, and that's it. Plain and simple. That's it. Tell me y'all haven't experienced that. I know you have. We all have.
Let's come back here and debate this.
I'm not debating this view.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to tell the truth to the American public.
Yes, and my job is to get as much information as I can.
And to maintain
what we were doing, in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science that we.
They didn't care. They didn't care. What happened to so many people when they simply question? I mean, look, again, when all that was taking place, I shared this video, and all I did was question. I didn't tell anybody to drink any Kool-Aid. I didn't tell anybody not to drink any Kool-Aid. I just showed what they were saying, that we should be forced to drink the Kool-Aid beforehand, because I was questioning the crap that they were pushing onto us. And what happened to so many people? There was actual doctors that had careers, 20 plus years in all of this. They were educating the population, and they got shut down themselves. Many doctors that was sharing information because they simply questioned, they got shut down. See, that is another thing of a socialist tactic. The socialists want everyone to believe that you got to take this stuff, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, you have to take what we're telling you, and that's it. Nothing else, no questions, nothing. You know, I did this video not too long ago, a couple of days ago, and I did it on social media. And on the video, brought up this fact. And it's the same thing dealing with all of this, what they did during that time, during 2020, 2018, 2021, and so on. This whole thing with the socialist agenda, all of this has been socialism that the Democrats have been pushing for the past, I said between 6 and 8 years. The Democrats have been openly pushing socialism, defund the police, get rid of ICE, open borders, get rid of the Supreme Court, or at least stack the Supreme Court, rather, Puerto Rico, D.C., get rid of Electoral College, et cetera, et cetera. How long have you heard of us talk about this on LFA TV? This wasn't something we just started talking about 6 months ago. The Democrats have been talking about their socialist agenda for the past 6 to 8 years. I keep wanting to say 10 years because, it's been 10 years since President Trump. But they didn't really start exposing themselves until after 2 years of President Trump being in there as far as being a socialist movement. Now, them being corrupt with the whole Russia collusion, delusion, and all of that. We've known that about the Democrats for all of this time. But I'm talking about the socialist agenda out in the open with it. They've been saying the exact same thing that the socialists are saying right now today. Can y'all tell me what's the difference between the so-called establishment Democrats and the DSA? What's the difference? The only difference is that the DSA is outspoken with it. They're not hiding it. They're not standing in the closet, peeking out, yelling it a little bit. Because they know, the Democrats know majority of the United States of America is not going to go along with that nonsense. They know it. But the DSA, they don't care. And there's not going to be a third party. They're just blatantly taking over, and it's by brute force that they're taking over the Democrat Party, by brute force. And I think everyone sees that. And I'm not saying that they're being violent, not that they oppose any violence, talking about the left. Come on, let's be real. But all of this stuff, even with them pushing it, when them forcing us to wear a mask, socialism, communism, come on, papers, please. Oh my goodness, come on, dude. Conservatives never try to force people to have papers. The only thing that conservatives want in the United States of America and to force people to do, because I'm in agreement of this enforcement, is to have an ID to vote. That's it. That's it. They have to force us to have an ID to get on an airplane, force us to have an ID to go to the liquor store, force us to have an ID to go in the federal building, force you to have an ID to even buy food, apparently. And we're going to get to some of that here in a minute. You have to have an ID to buy food. Think about that. But they don't want you to have ID to vote. That's stuff you can't make up. Now, this was back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, with Kamala Harris. She went on an interview. I'm sorry, not 2024. This was like 2021. Or 2020, actually, 2020, the race to 2020. You can see it right there on the screen. Forgive me. So Dana Bash, of all people, again, she's on here with Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. You like that? Kamala Harris on the interview, and they're talking about President Trump being in office and President Trump doing Operation Warp Speed. President Trump did it to give an option. President Trump wasn't trying to force anybody. He did it for an option, right? We're Americans. We like options. We want options. That's what capitalism gives us. We love options. I don't want to buy this vehicle for this price, so I'm going to go down to this dealership and I'm going to look at the vehicle and I'm going to talk to that person down there about the same style of vehicle and see if he can give me a better deal. We like capitalism. We like options. That's what President Trump was doing with Operation Warp Speed. He gave the American people options. Hey, here's an option if you want to. Let's see what we can do to give people an option. Because, of course, this has never happened before. That's what that was about. And I can't tell you, there was some people that would call themselves conservatives before the whole Israel thing, before they started, oh, my Israel. They came out and saying, oh, my goodness, President Trump, he did this to us because he did Operation Warp Speed. Not taking into consideration that President Trump did it so that we could have an option. Anybody watching that doesn't like an option?
Do you trust that in the situation where we're in now, that the public health experts and the scientists will get the last word on the efficacy of a vaccine?
If past is prologue, that they will not. They'll be muzzled. They'll be suppressed. They will be sidelined. because he's looking at an election coming up in less than 60 days, and he's grasping for whatever he can get to pretend that he has been a leader on this issue when he is not.
So let's just say there's a vaccine that is approved and even distributed before the election. Would you get it?
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for all of us. I will say that I would not trust Donald Trump, and it would have to be a credible source of information that talks about the efficacy and the reliability of whatever he's talking about. I will not take his word.
Oh, she's not going to take his word for it. She's not going to take his word for it. That was no surprising. None of the Democrats will take President Trump's word for anything. Hey, everybody, breathing air is a wonderful thing. I'm not going to take his word for it. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it because he's telling us to breathe air. Not going to do it. This is what we're dealing with when it comes to these socialist Democrats. And I constantly called Kamala Harris a socialist. When I saw Kamala Harris, all I could think about is the socialism that she was pushing. Her whole thing was socialism. And now the DSA members are upset with her. They're angry with her. And I'm a little baffled on why they would be upset with her other than the reason why she lost. Other than that, she's just like them. She's just like them. I guess maybe they're upset with her because supposedly, and I don't know, I never looked at her book, supposedly out of that $2.5 billion that she spent, some of that came from an Israeli group. So because of that, that's the reason why they're upset with her. But she has the same ideology as the rest of them. The Democrats have never changed. They've always been socialists. And I'm producing this little short video to show how they were socialists even during slavery. It was the same thing. It's the most bizarre thing. And just do a little research and you see this stuff. It's unbelievable how the Democrat Party has never, ever changed. But Dana Bash, she's one of the biggest liars ever. And she wants all of us to believe that she's the arbiter of truth. And of course, white feminist liberal. I mean, that's the way they are. You got to believe her because she doesn't say anything wrong. Nothing wrong.
A lot of memes and what the White House is calling cheap fakes, which means that there are videos that are being put out on social media and then amplified on conservative media that in some cases are just not right, and in other cases are highly, highly misleading of President Biden.
Yeah, I remember during the Biden administration, they tried to create the disinformation board because they were upset with conservative media outlets like LFA TV and others promoting stuff that the Democrats didn't like. And we talked about it. And you know what? What I have learned is that simply telling the truth, the left will call that propaganda. Let me say that again. If you talk about the truth, if you promote the truth, if you emphasize the truth, the left has gotten to the point where they call it propaganda. They call it propaganda. Now, I mentioned to you a second ago that the radical leftist lunatic liberals are now wanting you to show an ID to get food. Have y'all heard this? Has anybody heard this? Have you heard it? Let's put the comments up on the screen here. I'm not making it up. Now, this is the most bizarre thing to me is because they don't want you to show an ID to vote because they say it's going to disenfranchise a certain group of people of color, if they go vote. Because people of color, black people, according to the left, they don't know where the DMV is, and none of them have a driver's license. And on top of that, women, they're not capable or intelligent enough to find their birth certificate if they've gotten married so that they can go get an ID. I'm not saying this. This is what the left has been saying for the past 6 months to a year, ever since President Trump saying we need to get our elections in order. Nothing wrong with that. Every single person in this country should want to make sure that, hey, if you're an American citizen, you get the vote. If you're not an American citizen, no. I think everybody should be for that, because that means people in Uganda should come and cast a vote in the United States of America, or someone in Iran can come and just cast a vote in the United States of America, or someone in Australia can come to America and just cast a vote, or Russia, or China, or the UK. All over the planet, they can cast their votes here in the United States of America if the Democrats have it their way. And all of this leads to the socialist one world agenda that supposedly never existed. Supposedly never existed, according to the left. But now you have to show an ID to purchase food? I'm going to show you when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
How are you going to keep people from taking advantage of that, that deal, basically? And is there going to be a limit on the number of items that someone can take that are discounted at that level from that essential basket?
So our RFP makes very clear that this is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling. I'm going to pass it over to our EDC head, G-Pack, to add some additional details.
Listen to this.
Yes, if you look at our RFP for the operator, we are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers. So we are mindful of that, and so we're going to make sure that we have all the things in place to ensure that that does not happen.
Now, I don't know if y'all noticed it, but she made sure she said like a library card, not like an ID. A driver's license. She said like a library card, because they were hoping that people were not going to be able to make the connection that you have to have an ID to purchase the food in this local government state grocery store, to try to prevent people from going in there and buying up all the loaves of bread and then taking it to their shop, because they buy it 30% cheaper here and go over to the mom and pop shop, and then they add the 30% back to it and they sell it where everybody else is selling it. But you have to have an ID to get it, and we're going to track what you buy. Come on, people. Is this not communism? They're going to track what you buy and how much you buy. And then they get to cut it off. They get to cut how much you get. If that's not communism, I don't know what is. I mean, really, that is 100% communism. 1000% communism. And why not? Right? Why even ask for an ID to go in there and purchase something? Because they want to make track of it. But why not ask it for when you go vote? See, this is the main problem I have with this. I mean, the whole socialism is a terrible thing in the first place. Completely terrible. But You have to have an ID to purchase food, but not an ID to vote. And as I mentioned before, the ID to vote means that black people and women won't be able to vote because it's going to prevent them from voting because black people are not competent enough to go find a voter ID to get an ID. And women, they're just completely lost. They've lost their birth certificate and they don't know what to do after that. They don't even know how to ask questions. So it's going to prevent black and women from voting. But does this mean because they don't have their ID that the black people and the women won't be able to go purchase anything in the grocery store? I mean, hello? If they don't have an ID to vote, according to the left, how are they going to purchase food? Is no one thinking this through? Did no one mention that to them? I mean, come on, I can't be the only one thinking this. It's the most bizarre thing, and it is straight up communism. 1000% communism. Listen to this.
And again, if you go back and look at the chapter I wrote with my team in the economic report of the president last time, which the president signed off on, if you look at what happens once socialism takes over, then things get bad really fast. And so Venezuela became socialist. Their energy production got cut down to almost zero. The grocery stores, whenever somebody's socialist, they get empty. Countries that adopt socialism within a few years have skyrocketing death rates, both because of violence and because of starvation. And so the history of socialism is really a history that should be gone. And the fact that there are many, many people in the political party that think that they should support something, they don't know what they're supporting.
No, they don't. I mean, you can convince liberals to believe anything. So, of course, they're going to believe that socialism is good because you got them to believe a man in a dress is all of a sudden a woman. Of course, blah! If you can get them to believe that, you can get them to believe anything. What am I missing? And it becomes a lot easier if you can get people to believe the blatant obvious. 2 + 2 = 4, and you can tell them that it equals 5, and they will go to bat for you, and they will fight for you, and they will say, no, it equals 5. Anything after that is completely easy to convince these people to believe in. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, look how long they've been saying President Trump is racist and President Trump is this and President Trump is that, fascist, Hitler figure, all this stuff. And they've gotten these people to believe it without any evidence or any proof of it. And now they just believe it. And of course, you can't even question it. You can't even question it. But the socialist agenda is absolutely crushing the Democrat Party. And I've got to talk about this because the socialism, again, why are we talking about this in the year 2026? I mean, history's already proven that socialism does not work. It's never worked. I mean, this is socialism. You take a square wheel and you put it on a vehicle, 4 square wheels, mind you, on a car. And you put gas in the car and you go down the road. It's going to be like this the entire time if you can get it to turn. It's going to be like this the entire way. It's not going to be smooth at all. I don't care if the wheels are rubber. It's going to be bumpy the entire time. So what the Democrats, the socialists are saying, because they know the square wheel doesn't work for a smooth, beautiful ride. It doesn't work. They know it doesn't work. They're saying that they can do it better. And what capitalism has done, the capitalists came along and said, well, we're going to make the wheel round so then that way we can go faster, smoother, longer. Because square wheels will tear up, especially if you have a lot of weight. They'll tear up. It breaks down, doesn't go anywhere, and everybody's screwed in the vehicle. I know it's kind of an awkward analogy, but that's exactly what it is. You understand this, right? So capitalism came along and made the round wheel, and everyone's going down, and everyone's making pit stops, and everyone's happy. People going to the park, people going to national parks, people going to the lake, people going to rivers, people having a good time going down the road. And here comes socialism. No, we got to take off all of those round wheels, and we need to put square wheels on them. And guess what happened? Everybody stops going. That's socialism. And they have it in their minds that they can take the round wheels and put the square wheels on now, and everybody will be happy because everybody will be equally slow. You can't make this up. You can't make it up. But as I've mentioned multiple times, I hope that the Democrats continue down the path that they're on. I don't want them to stop. Because not only is it going to crush the Democrat Party, the DSA is not going to go anywhere other than what the Democrats allow. But the Democrats are starting to embrace it for the most part. But there's some that are not.
We looked at some recent Quinnipiac polling. It showed Democrats have a 23% approval rating, worse than President Trump's approval. You've got a lot of headwinds. Republicans have an advantage in terms of over Democrats in terms of funding. There's redistricting that I know Democrats say disadvantages them, though they've also gerrymandered.
The redistricting is hurting the Democrats. They gerrymandered all that they could. And it was okay to try to hurt the Republicans, but the Democrats, and the only reason why they do gerrymandering is because they want to control black people. It's all about control.
The inter-party fighting in Minnesota and in Michigan with no real promise to unify Democrats over a common candidate here. How concerned are you that Democrats are going to lose this thing and or end up with this very, very tight race?
See, that's my point right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's asking the question, what are they going to do to not lose this? They're highly concerned. They're more concerned about the DSA taking over the Democrat Party than President Trump remaining in office for the next 2 years. Y'all believe that? This is what I'm starting to see. This is what I'm starting to see, that they're more concerned about that. Why? Because majority of the people in this country are not going to go along with this socialist crap.
I think we have an opportunity here, despite the Republican gerrymandering that started in the state of Texas, to try to, rig the deck, so to say here, and make it more challenging. That
really, dude, shut up. I mean, dude's like a reject Ninja Turtle that never even made the team. I mean, really. The gerrymandering here took place because it was legally able to happen. The Democrats got upset, saying, no, we're the only ones to be able to do that. You can't do that. Just us, just us, just us. And then they get mad when the Republicans do it. Hey, it's fair game. That's how it rolls. If you didn't want Republicans to ever do it, then maybe you should have never done it yourself. But as I just mentioned, the Democrats, oh, here, hold on. Sorry. Where'd it go? This one I want to show you. Democrats across the country are not going along with it. They're starting to panic. They're in full panic mode. And I love it. Listen to this caller that calls in the C-SPAN. And if I can, by listening to it, it doesn't even matter what his nationality is. But listen to what he says about the Democrats. It's beautiful, actually.
Tim in Georgia, which party do you plan to vote for in November?
Well, I'm a little bit confused on that right now because the Democrats have lost their mind. This is insanity what is going on. You're sitting here and telling me that the United States of America is going to have a socialist party.
Come on.
That is going to be running the country. What military? I did 11 years, and as a disabled veteran, I would never join the military and fight for a socialist republic.
I mean, come on. This is exactly what I've been talking about. Now, when you listen to him, you kind of can guess what his nationality probably is, right? And of course, every time they get somebody black to call in, they go, well, we got one. He's going to be on our side. They're going to embrace this and be like, anything to stop Trump. Well, vote socialist blue, no matter who. I'm surprised they haven't started saying that yet. Socialist blue, no matter who.
This is insanity. So now I'm thinking I have to vote Republicans to stop this from going on. But then I look at them and I'm like, they don't have the guts to stand up to nothing that Trump puts in front of them except McCloskey. She's the only one that seems to be able to do that, and she's leaving. So now, in order to stop this insanity from the Democratic Party, I'm going to have to hold my nose and vote Republican, because I would rather vote Republican and have this country stay the United States of America, the Democratic Party, the Democratic country we are, than to turn it over to a bunch of lunatic socialists. That's what they are. And you name me one socialist country that is not on their hands and knees right now struggling. And that's where we'll be if we continue down this road.
And
that's exactly it. That's exactly it. It goes right with that analogy that I was giving about the round wheels of capitalism versus the square wheels of socialism. That's exactly it. They force everyone to get square wheels and we don't go anywhere. I mean, imagine big rigs that's transporting goods having square wheels. It'll never make it. Or a train with square wheels. It'll never make it. And that's what socialism is all about, putting square wheels on. Have any of y'all heard the analogy that way? But you understand what I'm saying, right? That's exactly what it is. 100%. Or should I start saying 200%? The Democrats, because of this socialist takeover of their party, a lot of them are starting to embrace it because they're scared of AOC. They're scared of Rashida Tlaib. They're scared of Ilhan Omar. They're scared of the squad. They're scared of the mob. They're scared of these activists that, you know, now that they've been doxxed and people have their addresses, they're scared of them showing up. Mamdani released their addresses. Get in line, or we'll send people to your home. Now, Mamdani didn't say that, but he told people right before that, go out and peacefully protest. And we already know that the left, they don't ever want to peacefully protest anything. They want to destroy. They're anarchists. Let me show you another one where it give you a prime example of how the left is embracing the socialism. And the left, they said, well, we don't even want to go to the center any longer. There is no center. So you have the middle, the center, and then you have the right? You have the right, and then you have the left. You see, it's off screen. See, the left is way over there. Left is way over there. And the left, they don't want a center. They don't want any, they don't want to associate with anybody in the center, because to them, anyone in the center is too fascist. They're fascist to them.
I think the Democratic Party, because of its donor base, keeps trying to push its base towards the center, and nobody wants to be in the center right now.
I've always identified as a Miranda. What has, do you think, changed within the Democratic Party since you ran for governor?
I think not enough has changed within the Democratic Party.
You see this? Not enough. So they're thinking that the socialism is going to bring in the change that they're looking for. That's what all of this is about. And because Mamdani endorsed 3-4 people and they won their primary, they're thinking to themselves, yes, this is where we need to go. This is direction. We need to go ahead and change. But actually, they haven't changed. They've always been socialist.
And I think the Democratic Party is a slow, lumbering giant, very slow to wake up.
No change.
The election of Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, which is a dirty word for a lot of people. We've got more and more people like him running across the country.
That's it. saying it's like a dirty word for them. It's not a dirty word. It's a despicable word. Anybody who's embracing socialism, they don't want to have a thriving nation. The socialists throughout history has never done anything positive for the people. Every time they've implemented the socialist agenda, it just wreaked havoc and it caused more problems than anything else in the world. I'll show more when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
And I've been doxxed.
You've been doxxed? What? Tell me.
So I don't know if you've heard, but Mayor Mamdani has decided to release a list of the 950,000 residences with addresses and names that might be eligible for his pied-à-terre tax. I came out in favor of this tax.
He came out in favor of this tax, and he's been doxxed. What? I mean, like, is he complaining about it now? Is he complaining that he's been doxxed by the thing that he voted for, that he supported? This means that he has to remain in line. Do not think outside of whatever it is that the socialists tell you, because if you do, they now know where you live. Why is this okay? And I don't know, maybe it's just a coincidence of this particular video here, but it's always the white feminist male liberals. It's always like that. Is he complaining?
This is the definition. He's taken a legitimate source of tax revenue and he's turning it into a wanted poster. And the question I would have is, other than trying to identify and imply these people have done something wrong, and then 18 months after a healthcare CEO was executed in the street and then published the list, what is the upside here? Why is he doing this?
I mean, the fact that he has to ask the question completely proves that he's a total liberal. How do you not know? It's to make sure that you remain in line, that you do not get out of line, that you go along with whatever the communists say, because if you don't, you're not going to be happy. You're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble. Now, Manchin, y'all remember Manchin? The Democrats, they hated Manchin because he refused to get rid of the filibuster. They attempted to do it. They had opportunity. I think it was Manchin and Christian Sinema that refused to go along with the Democrats at the time to get rid of the filibuster. Good on him at the time, but as of today, we got to get rid of it now, because if they don't, the Democrats are going to wreak havoc. Well, then there's two sides of this. If they continue down with the socialism and majority of the people don't vote for him, then John Thune's going to come out and say, see, I told you we didn't have to get rid of the filibuster. We did a great job here. We did our due diligence. We went out there and campaigned for the American people. We showed them who the Democrats were, and they voted for us. And so that way they'd bring in socialism. He's going to take credit for it. I guarantee it. John Thune is going to take credit for it, for what the rest of us have been informing all of the rest of the country about the socialist agenda that the Democrats are pushing. But Manchin at the time, he stopped it.
Heather, could you ever support a self-described socialist candidate?
No.
No way.
No. Why not? These are Democrats we're talking about. This is exactly what I've been saying the entire time.
Heather, could you ever support a self-described socialist candidate?
No.
No way. My God, no.
And
even if they have some good ideas?
Well, I support the good ideas, but how could you support some of the crazy stuff they're for? Have you seen their platform? They're for dismantling everything that we know, whether it be the structure of government, Congress itself, or the Senate they want to get rid of. And then they start talking about all the crazy things. No police, no this, no that. Are you crazy? We want a crime-free area. We have to have police for that.
Yes.
We want a strong defense. We want a strong border. But if Democrats can't say that, and they start lining up with the socialist demands of what you are to be a socialist,
come on,
energy will be gone. There'll be no energy, okay? We have right now a tremendous amount of energy we're producing, and the world depends more on us than ever before. We can do more.
This is exactly what I've been talking about for the past week or so, about how the Democrats have been for the socialist agenda all of this time. He just said it, that they're talking about getting rid of ICE, open borders, stacking on the Supreme Court. This is nothing new. We've all heard this. There's no shock factor. Let me ask y'all a question. Were you shocked when they started talking about the socialism constantly? Anybody watching, were you shocked? I'm going to go on a limb here and say that you weren't. No, I'm not shocked. They've been saying the same thing, Will Johnson, for the past 6 to 8 years. Some will say 10 years. Some will say even more than that. For me, they've always been socialist. When I talk about the 8 to 10 years, because of, remember, BLM, socialist agenda. Trans-Tifa hitting the streets of America, socialist agenda. Them wanting to, have they constantly kick and scream, get rid of the Electoral College, socialist agenda. Them wanting to allow the trafficking of children coming into the country, another socialist agenda. The whole thing of the drug trafficking from the narco-terrorists, socialist agenda. Because everything that President Trump has been doing has been against their socialist agenda, and they've been fighting for criminals. Criminals being able to run rampant in the streets of America. Another socialist agenda. They want to close down the prisons. Socialist agenda. And it's not the first time, because before they were doing on the bail. No bail. You get caught committing a hideous crime, they let you back out. Cashless bails is what they called it. There's nothing different. They're just saying what they've been saying, where people are starting to pick up on it now. They've always been socialists. And I'm looking at the comments, and I don't think anyone disagrees. I don't think anybody disagrees. They've all been socialists this entire time. And part of the objective is to try to convince people that, hey, we're not really the socialists here. We're the ones against it. We're the ones against it. And as I mentioned to you before, the Democrats, if they can't get establishment Democrat in there, they're quietly saying, vote the socialist blue, no matter who. So this lady here with the awkward voice, and she keeps saying, they keep talking about the way I talk. And then sometimes she try to make it deep, I mean, I don't care. I mean, her voice is annoying, but there's been a lot of people's voices annoying. I'm pretty sure there's people find my voice annoying at times. We all do, right? But hers is just extreme. But anyways, that's not what I'm playing this for. They're asking her the question, if she loses to the open socialist commie, will she endorse him? Listen to her.
National Review. Hi, Congresswoman. You said that you'll support El-Sayed if he wins on Tuesday. Does that include a full endorsement of all his policies and ideas? And if not, which ones do you reject?
Well, look, I'm on the Democratic ticket. I'm on the let's make sure that anyone but Mike Rogers gets to the United States Senate. And look, we still have an election.
Did you hear it? Anyone but Mike Rogers get to the Senate. Anybody. Vote socialist blue, no matter who. So she's essentially saying here that she's completely for the socialists. If that means I lose, then let the socialists win, because she's going to be bitter and they know the socialists are going to tear everything up. The socialists would rather live in fecal matter than to have the country prosper. They really would. This is how nasty these people are. And she's talking about basic vote blue, socialist blue, no matter who. Now, of course, she didn't say the socialist part. I said that part. These are nothing but a bunch of socialists. Even this dude here. He's one of the biggest ones because they're scared.
Some of them seem like they want to take down the party from inside. How does that work with your role as a voice within the Democrat Party and these people who say essentially they want to use the framework, the resources, the voter polls or whatever else that the Democrat Party can offer them, but they don't actually want the party to continue as it now exists?
Well, the Democratic Party needs reform. Look, this is a party that has a...
Oh, so the Democrat Party needs reformed. So he's essentially saying that, yes, the Democrat Party needs to be reformed, reshaped into a full-blown communist party. Because that's what we're really talking about here. Now, they say socialism because they believe that most people will just go ahead and embrace the socialist, because the socialist word, we have Social Security, we have social media. This is how stupid these liberals are. They go, dude, you use socialist program every day when you get on social media. Oh, my goodness. See, that's what we're dealing with. I told y'all can get them to believe anything. You really can.
Delivered enough for working class Americans. We shouldn't have supported NAFTA. We shouldn't have supported China into the World Trade Organization. We shouldn't have watched wealth pile up in Wall Street and Silicon Valley while unions were decimated.
Yeah, but his wealth has piled up. What, dude's like $250 million rich? He's $250 million rich. His wealth is built up. I mean, as long as it's okay for them to do it, the oligarchs. But it's not okay for the American people to gain wealth. It's not okay for you and I, but it's okay for them. Socialism is pure evil. Socialism is the rejection of Christ. I think everyone knows that. It is a complete rejection of Christ. That's it for me, everybody. Kevin Smith coming up next right here on LFA TV. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. And for those of you that might be watching someplace else, you need to get over to rumble.com/LFA TV. Let me say it again. Rumble.com/LFA TV, because you're missing a lot, especially when I start my broadcast. But other than that, I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. God bless everybody.
everybody? What is going on, everybody? Monday, August 3rd, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Markets are absolutely kicking names and taking ass for sure, baby. Wow. On the heels of another tentative deal in the Iran war, a lot is going on right now. If you are invested in just about anything, you have made an ungodly amount of money today. So, very good stuff. Always be buying, baby. Buy that dip. Not financial advice, just educational purposes only. Also, Bobby Kennedy finally tells the idiot over on CNN, Dana Bash, exactly what every single one of you have wanted to tell her. Spoiler alert. She didn't handle it well. And we've got to give you our daily WNBA update as Sophie Cunningham continues to become America's sweetheart and, really solidified herself in a certain subsection of the American culture by one photograph that broke the internet. Very good stuff. And you'll get ready. Ready, set, let's go, guys. I've got good news in terms of the Iran war. I've got good news. I didn't see it coming. I didn't know it was going to happen. But great news. I'm very excited about it. Oh, right. One more thing. The View is about to get even dumber. That's right. I said it out loud. Somehow, the dumbest show in America is about to get even dumber. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here, as I said right at the top, baby. Oh, yeah, markets. Let's go. Count de Monet, which, of course, is my alter ego, with the Dow being up 1.25 points. The NASDAQ being up 2.5 points, baby. Tech sector. Take it off like a damn rocket. The S&P 500 being up 1.5 points as well. Oh, yeah. Did you buy the dip over the last couple of days? I know I certainly did. Oh, yeah. Giddy up. I'm in a much better mood today. I'll tell you why I'm in a better mood. On Friday's show, which apparently I found out was a little depressing, I had like an ungodly toothache. And I was in like an aggressive amount of pain. Luckily, I had that damn thing ripped out on Saturday, so now I'll be slightly less of a dick. How's everybody doing? No Goose. No, it is not AOC. AOC is not joining The View. Someone even dumber. But I will tell you this. Before we get to the segment on The View. I'm so happy this person is coming back to The View because it will provide people like me with an unlimited stream of content. I won't be able to make reaction videos fast enough now that The View has regained its dumbest former host. Wait a minute, chat. You guys really don't know this? I see a lot of Crockett and AOC. Somebody said Margaret Taylor Greene. No. You guys really don't know. Very good stuff. All righty. Well, you know what? We'll dive into it in just a little bit. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out where you guys are watching. Take that URL, repost it on all your social medias, because for some reason I can't share anything on Facebook anymore. I don't know what the hell I did. Probably because it's election season. So wherever you're watching, just hit the share button. Tag your friends, tag your followers. All good stuff all around. So let's start off with CNN. Because, look, if there's one thing that we've been seeing over the course of the last several weeks with the Anthony Fauci testimony and with the release of his ungodly narcissistic diaries, Also, once again, I have to keep reiterating this. What kind of an 80-year-old creep keeps a diary? Like, what a weirdo. On his government computer, nonetheless. So, what the hell? We found out that he was really excited to meet the Kardashians. We found out that when he does his work, he listens to Barbra Streisand, which, I got to tell you, maybe one of the gayest things I've ever heard a man say. Just putting it out there. Kind of gay. Hey, look, whatever blows your hair back, but, come on. Barbra Streisand while you're working. Put on some Slipknot. Put on something with some juice to it. I don't know if I'm listening to, the soundtrack to Beaches while I'm trying to get work done and being efficient in any way, shape, or form. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't need to watch A Star Is Born, the third installment of it. I was good with the first two. But what we really learned is that our moral betters, the people who know that they're better than you, they know they're better than you, okay? And you know that they're better than you. And that's really what's important here. People on CNN like Jake Tapper and Dana Bash and Anthony Fauci, they're just better than you. Sure, Jake Tapper, ignored the fact that Joe Biden was mentally incompetent for the last couple of years of his presidency and then wrote a book about how badly he missed the biggest journalistic story in American history. Sure, Dana Bash. She trusts only authoritative sources, like the man she sleeps next to every night, who claim that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. And when it comes to studies suggest maybe the most dangerous of all the phrases in the English language, because you can get a study to show just about anything you want. If you've ever watched local news, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, you'll get things like, studies suggest that eating chocolate is actually good for you. A study done by Fatties United. You could basically get a study to say anything you want. Well, Dana Bash, your moral better, sat down with Bobby Kennedy on the Sunday shows, and he told her exactly what we've always wanted to tell her. But she doesn't come down from her ivory tower to hang out with the peasants. She would just rather throw breadcrumbs to you like Francisco Lindor's wife and tell you exactly how you ought to live. Well, Bobby wasn't taking it.
You are the HHS secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and
it like a parrot. You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science. Let's come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to
Am I
tell the
allowed
truth
to talk?
to the American
yes,
public.
Yes, and my job is to get as much information as I can.
And to maintain
what we were doing, what we were doing,
skepticism.
What we were doing in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science that we can, and putting it out there. And, sir, what you are doing is causing information to be out there that is not accurate.
Who was lying to you?
She just can't admit it. First off, Dana Bash, let me tell you a little something about interviewing people, okay? When I have a guest on this show, it is because I think the audience, the people listening, will benefit from hearing from them. Today, there is no one on the show but me. I think that the audience will benefit from hearing from me. Later on in the week, we're going to have the host of the Freedom and Whiskey podcast on. I think you're going to really benefit from hearing what she has to say. So when you have a guest on your show, you shut the up. You shut up so that your audience can hear from the guest. It is not all about you, Dana Bash. If you want it to be, then do what guys like Tucker and Jesse Waters and all the primetime hosts do. Have a 37-minute monologue opening your show where the audience can hear exactly your thoughts. But when you have a guest on, you think your audience wants to hear from them. But, of course, Dana Bash's job is not to interview the guest. It's to contradict everything the right wing has to say. And look, we're not asking for a lot here because none of us really think any of the elitists and the American ruling class who spit upon us on the street during COVID will ever actually face any sort of real consequences for the fact that they stunted the growth of our children, that they shut down all of our businesses, that they ended people's lives. None of us actually think anything's going to happen to them. All we're asking for is just one person to come out and say, I got it wrong. I'm sorry. But Dana Bash, with her Botoxed face, can't do that. She cannot muster up the energy to say, wow, Anthony Fauci lied to everyone. I was thinking about this the other day when it came to the Fauci stuff. And I really sat down and I thought about it. What did Anthony Fauci tell the truth about? Masks? No. Social distancing? No. Spreading COVID after getting the vaccine? No. Lockdowns? No. It's one of these things that when you finally come to the realization, it actually kind of like feels weird to say out loud. He got everything wrong. Everything. He was correct about nothing. Nothing. Got nothing wrong. Got nothing right. Yet we're all still supposed to pretend this guy is some kind of hero. And Dana Bash goes, well, experts suggest. Well, Dana Bash, I am an expert in media. And I read a study that I conducted of myself and the rest of the hosts on LFA TV, a network just like CNN, except it doesn't have 900 people working at it. It has 11, and we do a better job than you. I did a study of all the hosts at LFA, and experts suggest you're a dumbass. Matter of fact, maybe I'll write up a Substack. Media experts suggest Dana Bash is a dumbass. And then just let it trickle through. So next time Bobby Kennedy goes on Dana Bash, which is never gonna, she's never having him back on again after the trouncing she took. I mean, that interview is 21 minutes long. And I could watch that damn thing on a loop and not get bored of it. Because now that people like Bobby Kennedy are in the administration, people like Dana Bash can't ignore, oh, he's just some quack. Oh, he's a crazy man. He's out there. Sure, he's like 75 years old, and he's repping out 225 on the Ventura Beach bar chest press, banging out pull-ups. He's like 80. He knows nothing about public health, though. He's only studied it his entire life. But studies suggest, and as I said, you can get a study to suggest almost anything. Studies suggest that the New York Mets don't suck. Sure, their record would prove otherwise. Studies suggest that Anthony Fauci may have been that goblin that denied Harry Potter his gold. Studies suggest might be the most dangerous thing, might be the most dangerous phrase in American history.
But I also don't want to use this interview to allow you to say things that aren't entirely true. You're talking about therapeutics, fine. It is also factually true that the COVID vaccine worked. The COVID vaccine prevented deaths. There is data upon data upon data. Let's talk about the measles, please, because this is something that is happening as we speak. The cases in the U.S.
vaccine protected children.
I think that what I have talked to scientists and doctors
You've talked
about.
to scientists. Can you show me one study?
Yes, I can.
That shows that
I can.
Children were protected by the COVID vaccine.
I can tell you that
That
there are.
vaccine did more good than harm to children. Can you show me one study that shows that?
I can tell you that when it comes to the vaccine, there have been studies that show that because of vaccine disinformation, there could have been 100 to 200,000 lives in the U.S. saved. But because people didn't get the vaccine, that's why. I'm not saying that it entirely.
You are saying nonsense. You are saying something that you cannot show me a single study.
I am
that
not
says
saying
that.
nonsense.
You
I
are
am
talking what
excuse
somebody
me.
told you.
Excuse me.
And you
Let me
cite me the study.
What
study?
No, what
Cite
studies
me
are
the
you
study.
talking about? You're talking about studies that actually don't exist. I want to talk about.
Cite me the
I am
study
not,
that you're talking about.
I am
you
not
say
here
you've
to
seen
defend.
studies. Cite me the study.
This is not productive. I am not here to defend all of the. Let me
You're
finish.
talking nonsense.
Let
You're
me
making
finish.
assertions you can't support, and then when I call you on them, you're telling me that I'm arguing.
Okay,
with
do you want to talk about? You want to talk?
Oh, yeah, I got the studies. I got them right here. No, actually, I don't know, because they don't exist. But if you just say studies exist, people think that studies exist, which they do not. People's careers, not only on social media, but like, if there was a direct correlation between Dana Bash's makeup artist not being able to come into work and the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine, I promise you she'd be able to cite the study. But because it didn't affect her and her rich, privileged friends, she doesn't care. Because, as Bobby Kennedy said, she's just a parrot. And here's the thing, and here's what's so beautiful about the whole thing, is that it's not Dana Bash. I mean, sure, she sucks. I'm not here to be argumentative. Oh, you're not here to be argumentative, Dana Bash. Well, then what are you here to do? And just watching her get embarrassed like that, like, look, it just feels good. Here's just a quick recap of Dana Bash just interviewing people. She's just interviewing. She's not being argumentative at all. Not at all, because she would never do that because she's a journalist. Well, here's her interviewing J.D. Vance in the middle of a presidential race.
You guys seem to be struggling a little bit. Kamala Harris has been calling the shots. As who? There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard, called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that. They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define you as well. You have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. Governor Walz served 24 years.
Sure.
He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service? I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork. You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you serve with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment. Do you find that shameful too?
He really honors our
so you
veterans.
think
He
he had
honors me
bones
for my service.
You wrote the foreword for a new book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts.
Sure.
Of Project 2025. Whether or not a Trump-Vance administration would allow mifepristone. Why is not allowing her.
Does that sound argumentative at all? You know, I've spoken to veterans who think it's untoward that you criticize Governor Walz. Okay, well, I've spoken to veterans who think it's okay. So, what's the difference? It turns out you can find almost anybody who will believe almost anything. I've spoken to people who think that Candace Owens isn't insane. Just because I know people who think Candace Owens isn't batshit crazy doesn't mean she's not batshit crazy. Okay. Like, it is, you can find anyone to say it, but she's not being argumentative. No. You don't hate these people enough. And need I remind you of the CNN death tracker? That's right, the CNN death tracker that they ran for 2 years as their chyron on the side of the screen the whole time. The entire time. During COVID. Bananas. They profited off keeping you afraid. They profited off lying to you. And then when they're questioned about it, they get all sorts of flummoxed. And I love the fact that Bobby called them out because we know nothing's really going to happen. Here's CNN telling you that the Pfizer vaccine is 100% effective in preventing infection and illnesses for children who didn't need it between the ages of 12 and 15.
We do have some breaking news. Drug maker Pfizer just announcing the results of its vaccine trial for adolescents. It says it's corona.
You guys remember that? The death calculator? Right on the side. 100% efficiency. Yep. Turns out, you know how much of that was true? Nothing. None of it. As Fauci admits in his sheepish 11-year-old girl diary. Which is still, I don't know why it's bothering me so much. It's just weird. I don't know what kind of a man keeps a diary, let alone an 80-year-old man. Safe and effective for 12-year-olds. Studies suggest Dana Bash is an idiot. I got the study right here. It's me, Sean Farish, Jeremy Herrell, Zach, Will, Jay, everyone on the network. Studies suggest. Speaking of studies suggest that Sophie Cunningham is awesome. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So I want to apologize to everybody. I want to apologize because last week I said something that I was not well informed enough about. And it relates to the WNBA. For those of you who don't know what the WNBA is, it's the NBA only shittier. But I said that I stuck up for Sophie Cunningham when I said that she's not really political. You know, she's just standing up for girls' sports, something that she has benefited so much from. And that we didn't really know her political leanings. We really didn't know. And then yesterday, this happened, where apparently she was seen with Riley Gaines before the Indiana Fever game. Well, you know, a lot of people have been calling her the MAGA Barbie. And you know what? Okay, we'll let that stick for now. I will say I'm very excited, now that she's kicking it with Riley Gaines, to know that Sophie Cunningham will probably be at Turning Point USA's AmpFest this year, which I got to tell you, considering I'll be there, I'm aggressively excited about. But she's doubling down. She is doubling down after the coach of the Minnesota Lynx, or I don't know what the Portland Flames. The WNBA needs to come up with better team names. They just do. I don't know. I mean, the Minnesota Cats. I don't even know what the hell a Lynx is. That's not really the point. Came out and was wearing a shirt that said trans lives matter, which no one is saying they don't. We're just saying that, you know, men shouldn't compete with women. A not crazy statement. And everybody and their mother is dipped and ducked and dodged and dived and dodged around this question, from coaches to players. Even Caitlin Clark kind of sidestepped this one a little bit. I will say, not the best. I mean, I understand why Caitlin Clark is doing it. For her brand, it's not you know, it's like the Michael Jordan line. Republicans buy sneakers too. I totally get why she's doing it. I mean, it's a little frustrating she doesn't have her friends back, but not really the point. She's doubling down, kicking it with Riley Gaines. And oh, did the internet break? Oh, last night when that picture got released by Riley, which I have to assume she asked Sophie if it was okay to do. There are now protests outside. There are more people outside of WNBA games than there are inside of WNBA games. But what I find to be even funnier is that now people are buying WNBA tickets to their games just to protest Sophie Cunningham. I mean, it's not getting any less funny. Here we have a delicious photo. Can I make this one a little bit bigger? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I didn't think I could dislike anyone more than Caitlin Clark. Congrats, Cunningham. Let me just say, those poor bleachers. The irony of the whole thing is that all the people that are like, and there's like a slew of them. There's like the people that hate Sydney Sweeney and Ella Langley, who I didn't even know. I had never even heard of Ella Langley. I knew the song, but I didn't know her. They hate Sophie Cunningham. It's almost like all of these women have something in common. And the people who dislike them all seem to have something in common. It's like the people who dislike them are ugly. There's really no, just inside and out. Just like when you see them, you're like, my eyes. And I'm not saying I'm a prize, but it's like, I'm not saying all ugly people hate Sophie Cunningham, but I'm saying everyone who hates Sophie Cunningham is ugly. You know what I mean? It's like a common thread. I'm actually disappointed. I got to tell you, I'm disappointed that the Indiana Fever are not coming to New York because I guess their season's about to end. I looked up the schedule. They won't be coming to the Garden. Could you imagine? First off, think of the video content I could have gotten outside of Madison Square Garden with the amount of freaks that are in this city protesting Soviet. There would have just been these gigantic half women, like monstrous dudes in dresses. It would have been majestic. It would have been fantastic. Just like smeared makeup and shitty wigs and... Ooh. I mean, it would have been great. Just to be clear, I don't really like basketball. Men's or women's. I mean, I got behind the Knicks because I'm never going to see a championship because I'm a Mets and a Giants fan, so I'll never get to see that again. So, yeah, I got behind the Knicks, but, you know, it was a little what do you call it? A little bandwagonish. Like Kathy Hochul did. I don't really care about basketball. I especially don't care about women. And I know somebody who played in the WNBA. I still don't care. But to see a current athlete stand up on this sort of culture war thing while being attacked by almost everyone in her industry. For example, they called a foul on Sophie Cunningham the other day. Let's see. Here we go. Can you see the foul committed by Sophie Cunningham here? Apparently being elbowed in the face. And first off, don't touch that face, okay? That face is perfect. Apparently that was a foul on her. To be elbowed in the face by a giant. I'm telling you, she's going to get some kind of deal with. She's going to get some kind of. They're going to do a commercial. If they did a commercial for like Ford with Sydney Sweeney, Ella Langley, and Sophie Cunningham, the Ford stock would shoot up almost instantly, which would be great for me. So, whoever the CEO of Ford is, cut this clip and just think about it. Run it at halftime of the Super Bowl. I can promise you, you'll have F-150s at every single construction site in America. Every mother will be in a Ford Focus or some kind of Ford SUV. I can't think of a Ford SUV. Ford Escape. Do that. Bingo bango. Game over. And what's most impressive about this whole thing is that she's doing it alone. No one in her industry, none of her colleagues, none of her teammates, no one is coming to her side. She is quite literally on an island to herself, and she ain't moving.
Just so we're clear here on the WNBA, Sophie's alone. She's alone right now.
I think there are a lot of people that agree with her. They just don't want us to talk about it.
But that's even worse.
Yeah, it is.
That's even worse, that you're going to allow one of your colleagues that's trying to protect all of you guys as if it's a controversial point of view to say that the men should play in the men's league and the women should play in the women's league. And right now, all the attention and scrutiny, they're going to try to suppress her. Thank God that her advertising is going up and many people are backing her right now. But she's essentially the only person in the WNBA saying that there should be fairness there. I mean, are you guys crazy? Do you understand what's going to happen to your league? The NBA already subsidizes the WNBA already, right? So the league was on its heels. They're trying to get rid of Caitlin, who has been a generational talent, has brought more eyeballs on there. The moment that guys walk onto the practice field and start competing there, the sport is going to be done. No one is going to watch. So I just don't understand the end goal of these women right here, because if they are saying that this is okay, then don't be surprised next season when you see dudes come up at the practice facility and say, I want to try out for the team. Because y'all guys have said it's okay. You're letting this young woman stand out there alone, and she's trying to protect all of you guys. I just think that's shameful.
And there's a reason why like I said, I don't care about the WNBA. I don't really care about the NBA. But there's a reason why I talk about it. And yes, I happen to be a very strong fan of the way of looking at Sophie Cunningham. So let's just, start right there. But it is one thing to stand on your principles when there's 1,000 people standing behind you. It is quite the opposite to do it when you're standing alone. And I just want to credit her for that. Because she wasn't provoked into this. She came out and did it herself. And that should be an inspiration to all of you to do the exact same kind of thing. You know, when we started this whole thing, when Sean and I, and by the way, congratulations, Sean, on Landon Bongino. You know, huge success, bro. We started this show quite literally down the hall in my kitchen 6 years ago. I think the first podcast we did was literally in my kitchen. Like, we didn't even have a camera. I think we did it from the laptop camera, where we gotta pull some old clips of that. Sean and I had to sit like this close to each other just to be in the frame so that the microphone would pick it up. Some of you remember those days. You know, we took a lot of heat in the press and whatnot, but we had all of you behind us. Sophie Cunningham's out there on an island by herself, and she's standing firm on what she believes. And you know what? She should be commended for that. Because she could have just shut up and given the sort of mealy-mouthed kind of answer that Caitlin Clark gave, that the rest of the owners gave. One said they weren't educated enough on the topic, which is about as pathetic as Ketanji Brown Jackson saying she doesn't know what a woman is, that she's not a biologist. Bruh. Come on. But there is more news to get to. Before we get to all of that, guys, do me a favor and head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. While you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here. Giddy up, let's go. Let's get to some election integrity stuff. Because, spoiler alert, it turns out Mamdani may not have won the New York City mayoral race. Now, but let me caveat this before I even get to it. In order for anything to happen, something has to happen. Someone has to do something about it. So we can find all the evidence we want. If no one does anything, then no one will do anything. But according to an election auditor, they say that over 200,000 votes were cast in the New York City mayoral election that are suspicious. A report claims that there are 228,000 votes that were cast that could be brought into question. Evidence suggesting that there were tens of thousands of fraudulent votes cast in the New York City mayoral race has been brought forward by an election integrity activist whose report claims that the margin of victory that Zohran Mamdani won by is below the number of votes that the report brings into question. Marley Hornick, founder of RealAmerica.vote, as well as New York Citizens Audit, released a report claiming that there were a large number of non-existent or unqualified voters in the New York mayoral election. In an interview with Sid and Friends in the Morning, the radio program on WABC, Hornick said, "I actually don't know whether Mamdani won the mayor race. I'm not here to say that he didn't. The problem we uncovered is that New York City and the New York State Board of Elections have no idea if Mamdani won the election either. And that's where the rubber meets the road here. After looking at 1 million votes cast in the election, the organization found that 7%, 68,441, were from non-existent records. 6%, just under 60,000, fell into the 77399 range of the Social Security numbers, which they claim are not possible. They're basically saying these people registered to vote under falsified or fake Social Security numbers. 10% don't even live in New York, and 1% had no Social Security number. Now, the 1% that has no Social Security number, I want to be clear. I can show you in real time how that's possible. Many of you have been asking what this giant stack of papers are behind me right here. Well, these are voter registration forms from the state of New York. I register voters almost everywhere. Let me try and get this up for you. Let me try and do this. There is a section on here that says identification. I'm going to try to get it on the screen clear enough that you can see it. You can check one of three options. You can check New York State DMV number. That's your driver's license number with the section. You can also put in the last 4 digits of your Social Security number. But there's a third box here you can check that says, I do not have a New York State driver's license or Social Security number. In case you think I'm lying, let me see. Can I get this? Here we go. Let me pull this up here. Can y'all see this? Right there. So you can register to vote without any of the... And look, there's 300 of them back there. How hard would it be to put a name and just check that box with a random apartment in Manhattan? It wouldn't be challenging at all. So look, I don't have evidence of the non-existent records of the 773 or the 99 Social Security numbers. I don't have evidence of the people who don't live in the Big Apple. But I do have evidence of the 9,300 people who registered to vote without a Social Security number. I do have evidence of that because I could quite literally do it right now. I could make up a person that lives in my home, have them register to vote, order a mail-in ballot, and send it back. I could do that. Not that I ever would. But if I really wanted to, I could fill all those out. I got another 200 in my shop right now. The report claimed that there were 228,000 votes that were cast that could be brought into question and broke them down into those 4 categories. Voters that did not exist, voters with Social Security numbers in the range from 773 through 999. I guess that's the first 3 numbers of the Social Security number. Voters that don't live in New York City or voters that don't have a Social Security number. The total vote tally that the New York City election was just over 1.1 million votes, going to Mamdani, with the runner-up, Andrew Cuomo, getting 906,000, according to Ballotpedia. That is a margin of victory of 207,570 votes, less than the amount Mamdani won by. And hell, if you subtract the 100,000 votes that Curtis Lewa wasted for no reason, 7% of the vote, are you kidding me? Tried to tell you that. You didn't want to listen because you wear a beret. And then you called me and yelled at me on the phone like you're my father or something. Because apparently they don't teach guys who live in 200 square foot apartments with 17 cats how to add. Apparently they didn't do that in the finely funded New York City school system. Apparently they didn't do that. So I got chastised by an old man, which was a lot of fun. Which was a great amount of fun, to be honest with you. Get called and yelled at by some old guy. That was a good one. But look, there are more in the state of New York that can be called into question. I've brought her up several times. Maybe we'll get her on the show to talk. Who the hell's? Claudia Tenney in upstate New York. Congresswoman Claudia Tenney in like the Binghamton sort of Western New York-ish area. She won her first election by like under 100 votes. The 2000 presidential election came down to like 550 votes in the state of Florida. And Scott Presler in Pennsylvania pointed out that many other elections have been decided by even smaller margins than that.
Speak directly to the American people. In 2008, Al Franken was elected by 312 votes. In New Jersey, Governor Mikey Sherrill, Democrat, said that 6,600 illegal aliens are on the voter rolls, and 400 of those voted. 400 is more than 312. Anyone that says that 400 is a low number, a statewide election was decided by that. Yeah. John Duarte lost by 187 votes as a congressman in California, 187 votes. And Michelle Steele in California lost her race by 653 votes. And one last one. Okay. Iowa was decided by 6 votes in 2020. I know my stats.
You know your stats. Are you changing anyone's minds? Because we know how entrenched people are on their sides. And as soon as they see you, they go, that's that guy. But are they listening to that guy?
I think the hair wins them over. I think when they see the hair and my jovial nature, but more importantly, you know who came out in support of basically the Save America Act? James Carville, one of the lead proponents of the Democrat Party.
I would love to see you two go on tour together. That'd be a beautiful thing.
That would be amazing.
That would be, okay.
And he did an interview from bed. I wish I could do that.
I guess sometimes. He's actually out with the people. Will you be out here the rest of the weekend?
I'll be here throughout the weekend.
All right. Scott Pressler, everybody, if you want to talk to him, he's willing to talk to you. And if you have questions for him like we just did, he'll answer them. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you guys.
Just to be clear, that is CBS Local. That is CBS Local covering a Scott Pressler event in somewhere in Pennsylvania. I never know where the hell he is. And I couldn't see it on the bottom. We have to keep going. We have to keep moving forward. We have to... Look, it took disingenuous people 50 years to create the systems that we are currently trying to fight back against today. And we have to keep the momentum going. We got big primaries coming up over the course of the next week. All over the country, but no more importantly than in the state of Michigan. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, primary calendars, we're starting to wrap up, but we still have a bunch more to go. And this week, there are going to be some critical primaries all over the country for both Republicans and Democrats. So if you live in the state of Washington, Virginia, Missouri, Kansas, or Michigan, you have voting tomorrow. You have voting tomorrow. If you live in Tennessee, yeehaw, you have it on Thursday. Make sure you guys get out and vote for your particular candidate. The one I want to focus on is Michigan. Because that is where I'm curious to see how the DSA is able to do in a statewide Democratic primary with Al Said against Stevens. Haley Stevens, very goofy person with a very funny... Every time Haley Stevens talks, it sounds like she's doing a Chris Farley impression, which normally I would love, but we need a little bit more pick-me-up for that in this crucial election. But there's someone else. There's somebody else in Michigan I want to focus on. Someone that I'm conflicted with because I do not want him to win because I think he makes America into a laughingstock. However, I do want him to win because he is content gold. And of course, I'm talking about this guy, Shri Tanadar. Of course, you guys know him as the grown man who tattoos his eyebrows or wears some kind of a funny toupee. Kalshi has a 14% chance of him winning his primary. And I got to tell you, I do not want him to win because I think he's an embarrassment on the world stage for America. However, I really am going to miss him because he is just content gold. Seriously, if you follow me on Instagram, you know that I just can't stop making fun of this guy. It's not my fault. It is his fault for providing me with so much material to make fun of. So I'm not sure if I want him to win or not. I'm not sure if I want him to lose. We shall see. But it seems as though Shri Tanadar will be no more in the state of Michigan. Now, I'm not saying the guy that's going to replace him, the girl who's going to replace him, is going to be any better in terms of policy. What I will say is that even if he does lose, I have found a new content gold, baby. Someone that I've missed. Not really. Because she never really went away. You know, she kind of lingered around and would pop up at the most unexpected times, like herpes on her lip. But it turns out we got breaking news yesterday that The View will be getting a new co-host for season 30. Yes, she's coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, Rosie O'Donnell is coming back to The View. That's right. We've got this from the New York Post, page 6. Rosie O'Donnell will be back on The View for season 30. Now, let's be clear before I dive into this story. Many people on the political right have argued whether or not Donald Trump should run for a third term in office. Most people, and I think President Trump included, probably shy away from it. However, knowing that Rosie O'Donnell will be back on The View, it is now imperative. It is now a must. It is an absolution as constant as gravity that Donald Trump must run for president again. He must run for president again so that we can get the sort of content we need from quite literally the dumbest person to ever graduate from my high school. That's right. Rosie O'Donnell and I went to the same high school. And as I have said to numerous people who work in that school, when I get my picture on the Comac High School Wall of Fame, I would like my plaque to be put on top of Rosie O'Donnell's, covering it up so that the world can no longer see whatever the hell that is. The star of such phenomenal works like the Flintstones movie, and that really annoying doll that everybody had to have in 1996. She's coming back to The View. So if we lose the guy from Michigan in his primary, at least we'll get Rosie back. And I want to be clear. I left this photo up. I left this photo up for a reason. And it's because if I have to look at it, so do you. So do you. But I'll do you all the favor right now, and we'll drop that down. The former co-host of The View, this according to the New York Post, confirmed her return to The View for their 30th anniversary special. The 164-year-old plans to take part in whatever they want. Oh, God, I hope she comes back. Oh, man, look at this. I mean, you want to talk about contrasting visions of the past? Look at this. How The View started, how it's going. Yeah. Oh, boy, that's look at that. That's how it started. Time is the great equalizer. It turns out that is Trump derangement syndrome right there. On the right, you had everybody kissing Trump's ass. And on the left, you have, well, that. That is what you have. She added, they're bringing back all the hosts. Oh, I need to see her go off. I need to see her and Elizabeth Hasselbeck going off on each other. That's what I need. I need to see that in a very serious way. I need that. In addition to her infamous on-air spat with colleague Elizabeth Hasselbeck that led to her initial exit in 2007, the comedian had a tense and dramatic falling out with Whoopi Goldberg. Imagine being so miserable you piss off both Whoopi Goldberg and Matt Hasselbeck's wife. Is she married to Matt Hasselbeck or the other Hasselbeck? I gotta see now. It's gonna drive me nuts. Yes, she's married to the shitty Hasselbeck, the backup quarterback on the Giants. God, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I hope she gets a full-time gig now that she returned from Ireland after fleeing America because of Donald Trump. And then even the Irish were like, you are too obnoxious to live in our country. You need to go back home. I want my plaque over hers. Not next to, not underneath, not on the side of, on top of. That way nobody has to look at that ever again. Guys, it's 4 p.m. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com, and I will catch you all back live tomorrow. Until then, keep that image of Rosie O'Donnell in your mind so you have nightmares. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. This is the Paul Herrell program. Bail robots built for hell on earth. What exactly does that mean? Well, there's a United States company which calls itself Satirus. Satirus. Interesting name. They're developing 3 halves of a robot. A centaur-style robot that is designed for dangerous environments such as wildfires, rubbles, searching toxic areas. But when you get a look at this thing, I think many of us, many people have already said, if I'm in a fire and I see that thing emerging from the flames, I'm running into the flames. I'm running away from that thing. We're going to talk about that, much, much more. RFK serving up some sweet justice on CNN over the weekend. Also, we'll give you an Iran war update. We've got a few new segments we're debuting today. One of them, Fourth Amendment funeral. We'll tell you about that. We got a great show for you. Hope you had a blessed Lord's Day, and the show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, live from America Television. Really appreciate you being with us. Also, glad that Eric Haynes is with us. He's in seat number 3 today. Rob couldn't make it. I'm going to tell you why here in just a moment. Eric, how you doing, sir?
So good to be part of the conversation today, brother.
It's great to have you. Have a good weekend. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything was great.
Okay, good. So, yeah, Rob isn't here today because...
this was the... we took advantage of the Arkansas weather this weekend, which was very, very, very mild for what you would expect, by the way.
Yeah,
and
it was.
So we did a garage purge.
Oh,
this
nice.
was the garage purge weekend.
I need to do that so bad.
Yeah. We started having friends coming by and saying, like, wow, well, this is a garage of somebody with 4 kids. You know,
Yeah.
When you got to escort them around, like, don't come in through the garage. You got to go all the way around to the other side of the house.
Do you have bike racks in your garage?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I mean,
yeah,
we only have the one, and I need just bike rack, scooter rack. I need all the racks like to hang from the ceiling. We've got to do a major revamp.
That was one of our first purchases, was going to Home Depot or Lowe's, I can't remember which one, and getting those built-ins and then the hooks that you hook on there. And so, yeah, everything that can be put up is up.
Good. Now, that's how you save the space for sure.
Yep.
So we'll tell you about schedule changes here in a little bit. Let's get to the top story. I actually had this queued up for Friday, but I was ill on Friday, and so I wasn't able to do the show. But here is what I wanted to talk about. This is just the scariest thing. I don't even know what. I mean, to me, I see all of this as having a spiritual component of it, and whether or not you want to go down the animal hybrid chimera route, it's just so strange that we're going to make our robots look so scary. And this is what it looks like. This is a real thing. You can actually go to the website. Here it is, Sataris. Okay, this is the robot that they're creating to try to help in fires, natural disasters. I don't know. I mean, I know the things on the arm there, for the hands, it looks like cameras, but those also look like weapons to me. And it's just another reminder that we quickly have the technology to enslave ourselves, oppress ourselves, and yet they're going to say, "Oh, this is for good." We want to use this for good. But this stuff to me is terrifying, and it's weird that you have companies that are so I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm going to believe my own eyes here. I look at that and I see a cult. I see this is marketed to the occult. I think the Baal comparison is perfectly fine. We've seen the photos of Baal, the old artistic renderings of people handing their children, and it just seems like it's another data point for those that think this whole AI revolution is kind of based in the demonic, it's based in the satanic. And it's perfectly fine if you haven't come to those conclusions. Because I totally understand, like, if you're out there in the audience, or Eric, maybe you haven't come to those type of conclusions. I just feel like I see too much. I feel like I know too much. I've already come to those conclusions. But what would you do if you saw this thing emerging from the fiery rubble?
I don't like the horns. Mm-hmm. I hate the horns. It should be a dog, not a goat.
A dog.
You're in danger, and then this loyal, awesome dog comes up, and you see the kid in the commercial like reach up, and the dog, lifts it up on its back and carries it to safety. The goats do that.
Yeah. That looks more like
centaurs from the scary part on Harry Potter movies do that. No, they don't.
Well, it looks more like a bull.
Wait, did I say that right? Harry Potter, right? Not Lord of the Rings? Yeah, Harry Potter.
I don't think there's any centaurs that I know of in Loader, but there may be in the books or
it's
something.
Harry Potter.
So that looks like a bull to me, though, not a goat. Just FYI. It looks like a bull. That's the whole Baal
I was thinking
imagery.
Billy Goat.
Yeah. Either way, a goat is satanic as well. You know, that the goat face and the Star of Mendez and all of that is satanic stuff.
Your mind went to Nebuchadnezzar and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Mine went
100%.
to that looks like a Billy Goat.
100%. It's just terrifying. It's like, well, I just want someone to explain to me what we're doing. Like, what is the purpose of this? What is the purpose of the data center? Like, what is the purpose of all of this? And I don't think we're being given a straight answer.
Oh, there's a good comment in the chat. Like maybe a unicorn, like one horn coming out of the front. You know, my daughter would be like, "Yeah, come on, save me."
Yeah.
But that thing, no.
Yeah, running back into the flames for sure.
That's the thing of scary dreams for little kids.
Here's a Catholic priest response to this. Father Cassidy Stinson says, "Look, I'm still not the kind of priest to say things like they're putting demons in the robots, but the chainsaw-wielding black drones with eyeball horns are making it harder to argue my case." Look, that's the one with the chainsaw. They're holding the chainsaw. Oh, no.
Well, let's see how they perform under fire, under stress.
I'm here to help you.
That was like the Christian Bale Batman voice you just did right there. That was pretty good.
Where are they? It's not who I am underneath. It's but what I do that defines me.
Yeah.
That was good.
Thank you.
That was really good.
Yeah, so here's Shadow Vezra talking about it. This is the same. This is kind of all went viral, back on July the 30th. But it kind of is a good segue because the memes were already great, saying that, well, because of the satanic Baal-looking drone, they're now going to create nursing home assistants as well. And they have this nursing home assistant that is, I don't know if you can see it on your screen the way I can, but that is clearly Anthony Fauci. That is an AI rendition of Anthony Fauci as some sort of demon. Some sort of demon.
That's the Fauci elk is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
The Fauci elk.
Yeah, he visits you in the nursing home when it's time to give you your daily dose of remdesivir. But that brings us to last week, and we talked about the lack of accountability that we're going to experience, that we're currently experiencing, that we're going to experience with Fauci. In all likelihood, nothing's going to happen. But there was an interesting segment that happened with Peter Navarro on Piers Morgan's show, and Peter Navarro has spoken out against this in the past about what was exactly going on in 2020 and how Fauci kept habitually overstepping his bounds. Of course, now we know with his diary and all of the documents that he was actively deceiving the American people. I mean, good grief, even Bill Maher now on his HBO show or wherever he's at, even Bill Maher is now correcting his woke guests and saying, we have the diaries now. We know this guy was lying, and essentially the conspiracy theorists were right. The conspiracy theorists were correct. So you go back to hydroxychloroquine. Interestingly enough, when we first heard, when Donald Trump, this was before the ivermectin, it was hydroxychloroquine. That was the first therapeutic that was suggested from President Trump, and he talked about it, and immediately it was politicized. And Fauci, behind the scenes, we now know, thanks to Peter Navarro, squashed it all. I mean, but I remember doctors that I knew that I thought were, my friends, and not, let's just say that were at worst center right leaning, right? Maybe not as far right as me, but during the height of the pandemic here locally, I texted one doctor. I was like, "Hey, do you think if I get sick, you can get me some hydroxychloroquine?" And I mean, I got shut down immediately. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I was like, "Oh, okay." Well, that was like one indication that I was just convinced. I was like, "Okay, well, it is being politicized, but everybody who's in the medical community is they're not listening to anything that's coming from the White House that Fauci or the establishment medical people don't want." And I'll let you speak to that, Eric, because I know you have firsthand experience. But this is Peter Navarro talking about how he had thousands of Americans would be alive today because he had that warehouses full of hydroxychloroquine ready to get to Americans.
The best answer to your question, Piers, is hydroxychloroquine. I would guess, not knowing your views on this, that you think hydroxychloroquine is a quack medicine. But let me tell you this. This is one of the many fights I had with Tony Fauci. Hydroxychloroquine, we now know going forward with all the studies, is number one, it's a very safe medicine. Number two, it's particularly effective for prophylaxis, which helps first responders. And number three, it has a decent benefit in the first 7 days of an infection. So I had 1 million tablets of hydroxy sitting in warehouses ready to be dispensed to the American people. And I take this to the bank, peers. If I had been able to do that, thousands of Americans would be alive. Now, where does Fauci come into this? And this is where the blame is. In March of 2020, Fauci in his diary, several diary entries, is on record saying that hydroxychloroquine is very, very safe.
Good grief.
He wanted it distributed immediately. He wanted remdesivir to go through trials, not the other way around. And he was all for it. The politics changed radically when President Trump said, hey, let's try hydroxychloroquine. There was this just mass insanity in the left-wing media. Fauci flipped with that, and he was part of the pressure on the FDA to prevent this administration and me specifically from being able to do what I did. So when you ask me, do I give any slack to Tony Fauci, I say, absolutely not. There's a good case. I think we would have found out today whether he created the virus and killed people if he hadn't taken the fifth. And if I'd been Rand Paul and the Justice Department, I would have given him immunity, good pun there, just to get the truth out of him. If you gave him testimonial immunity, he would have had to answer those questions.
I mean, that would have been, people would have been outraged about that. But at the same time, the pardon is already there that apparently we're going to honor. I say we, meaning the White House. So, but yeah, it's a fascinating truth now that's come out. He actually was for it, and then when Trump talked about it, all of a sudden, what happens? All of a sudden, Anthony Fauci probably, if he was for it, he probably, who knows? Because Anthony Fauci was also, I think you can also say he's the puppet master, but at the same time being controlled as well, because I think this whole thing was a giant intelligence op on the entire world, personally. And he's told, hey, look, no, we're not going to do the hydroxychloroquine, and instead, we're going to give him remdesivir, even though the remdesivir needed to go through trials. That's a very interesting admission by Peter Navarro, because the remdesivir, according to some, is what actually made people much sicker. And there was already trials. The drug remdesivir had already gone through a trial years ago to try to treat Ebola. And 6 months into it, they had to discontinue the remdesivir, keep with the other drugs that they were, experimenting with, because the remdesivir was killing a lot of people, shutting their kidneys down.
Absolutely.
And then we had that study, and we gave it to COVID patients anyway. That again is criminal, but it's nuts that Peter Navarro on national television is now saying, "Hey, look, if we would have been able to get him to answer questions, we would have found out whether or not he created the virus," which is wild. But I think that's something intuitively we already know is true.
Yeah, don't you think that we already kind of know that?
Yeah, we know. We know. Yeah. So, thousands of Americans, he says, would still be alive if you'd have had the therapeutic treatments. And I'll just tell you, my own experience with ivermectin was one of, I took ivermectin when I finally got COVID, assuming those tests were even accurate. I finally got COVID after my dad got it, and I had to help him up off the floor because he was running such a high fever, and he had no respiratory issues, and eventually had to go to the hospital because he was that sick. And, of course, they try to give him remdesivir. We throw a fit. I thought that day I was going to potentially get arrested. It crossed my mind I was going to end up getting arrested because I was just so fearful of the medical community in my own hometown I was 100% convinced that they are completely wrong and are giving people a drug that's actually, by that point, I knew what remdesivir was doing, based on reports. And so what we did was we smuggled in ivermectin into the hospital because they had the strict policy about who could come and go.
I remember that.
So we went home and we had ivermectin in saline solution, which was from the what's called noromectin. It's got a picture of a cow and a pig on it. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't the horse paste; it was the other. And I was thankfully had a person in my family that had already done this with her whole family. And it worked it worked in 6 hours time. And so that's what we did. We went home, and we got little Tupperware containers, little tiny ones, with orange juice and the proper dose based on his weight of the ivermectin, which was in saline solution, and we gave it to him. And he was checked out of the hospital the next day. He was walking within like 6 hours. Couldn't walk when he went in, was walking after the ivermectin. The rage, then I ended up contracting it. And then I had to take it. And it was the same thing. High fever, miserable after that first dose of ivermectin. Never had fever again. Headaches, had pains, but never had fever again after that. And the rage that I felt was just, oh my gosh. We grew up in a day, Eric, where you could basically say politics is not life or death. We can agree to disagree. If the younger generation wants to know why things are so hyper politicized now, more so than they've ever been, I think I would just tell young people, well, some people credit politics with saving lives. Your politics in 2020, 2021 potentially dictated whether or not your loved one lived or died or not. And that is... That's historic, and also, crossing the Rubicon.
Wow.
Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. Of course, we never told anybody what we did. We didn't tell the staff of the hospital. They had no idea what happened. We didn't tell them.
Yeah.
They were ready for him to die. I'm not saying they wanted him to. I'm just saying they were. It's like they had seen this a million times by now, of somebody coming in this sick. And yet the next day, he was literally checked out the next day. So, do with that what you will. Here is another clip of Stephen A. Smith. So a lot of people are having apologies now, and they're changing their minds. And Stephen A. Smith, who's trying to operate in some sort of hybrid leftist ecosphere where he can kind of cross over into the right.
Yeah.
People have mentioned that he may run for president someday. Or I have no idea. But Stephen A. is trying to thread a needle here with not just this particular topic, but his whole persona and having his own show that's separate from sports where he kind of talks politics. Is a very fascinating thing, and I don't obviously fully trust this guy, but he has come out and he's apologized to not only Kyrie Irving but also Aaron Rodgers.
One size never fit all with this virus during this pandemic.
He's so dramatic,
but yet there were many people encouraging folks to do it anyway. Kyrie Irving wasn't one of them. In my opinion, particularly hindsight-wise, it didn't make him stubborn or selfish. It made him brave. For his willingness to stand up and say, nah, I'm not doing that. It's just a time for reflection and look at things differently. And with Kyrie Irving, that should certainly be the case. Especially now, after what we witnessed on Capitol Hill yesterday. And when I see anything about the Rona, as they say, the coronavirus pandemic, and I see anybody testifying, and every time I see further suspicions coming to light about what it entails, I think about him.
I'm not gonna. I mean, it's a 6-minute clip. There's so many dramatic pauses in it. But he even mentions Aaron Rodgers and how Aaron Rodgers, he refused to get the shot. Kyrie Irving refused, and now, I mean, that's the other thing that's really lost here is that it is now becoming more admitted that the whole thing. I mean, you've seen the movie V for Vendetta. You have the virus, then you have the cure, and the cure is worse than the virus. It's literally now becoming more like common dinner table conversation that's exactly what this country went through.
Yeah. I'm going to just be very transparent with you in the audience. I really, really struggle with this topic all these years later now with summarizing a topic that is just so tough to summarize for it and to think through and to remind myself of all the things that I did, all the frustrations that I had personally, all the family members and all the decisions that we made, the things that we allowed ourselves to go through in an attempt to keep our kids in school, to be able to see grandparents before they died, all those things. And I consider myself blessed because I know, last week in talking about it, there was obviously a ton of audience members that don't feel like they got as lucky and have horrible, horrible stories that they lived through and went through personally and will probably never recover from. Just the memories of that time period, the loss of family members, the lack of connection with people that they've known and loved their whole life, and all of a sudden I think about my granddad sitting in his recliner in Paragould for basically like months on end, not being able to have any contact with anybody. Thankfully he was still home taking care of himself, and we were able to find ways to bring him some joy every once in a while. But I mean, there were plenty of others that were just sent to nursing homes to die. The things that we did to be able to get on an airplane, to be able to travel and to go into grocery stores and to just let our kids go to school and try to learn how to read, like that is scarred in my memory and will be probably for the rest of my life. And I know it has certainly scarred a whole generation of young kids who went through it, who missed graduations and proms and fun and growing up and interactions and togetherness and all that stuff. And then again, on the flip side of that, I know healthcare workers that were put in horrible, horrible positions. And I see it every day in my occupation now, where our nursing community will probably never fully recover. It'll take a whole nother generation to get back to the kind of staff and situation that we had pre-COVID, in the quality of folks that we had in that profession. Because so many thousands of the great ones that were there, that were mentors for the young ones, that trained young nurses and hospital workers, they left. They couldn't take it, what they were being put through and what they saw their administrators of their hospitals deciding for them and for their health and for their patients' health. And it's really sickens me to think back about it now. Seeing Dr. Fauci on that stand or in that seat last week doing what he did, it literally made me sick to my stomach.
I'm sorry, man.
It really, really did, because I saw so many decisions that, hospital administrators, state administrators, state politicians, everybody in the mainstream media. What does Dr. Fauci say? What does the Fauci administration tell us? What does the God of science think we can do now? And I saw that play out so many times in the hospitals and surgery centers and clinics and places where I work, and it's just a terrible, terrible, terrible memory that I hope You know, it's like sometimes my kids were young enough to where I don't think they were as scarred as others are. But I just hope that the frustrations of the adult world and what they have teaches them a lesson not to ever let this happen again, and that the young kids in the generation growing up right now can put that back as far deep into the back of their brains and in their memories as they can. That will be the ultimate victory.
Yeah.
Is if we can really move past it in the right way. Because again, I really, really struggle with that whole era and what it did to so many people. And I would be in the rooms with physicians all the time, having conversations, and things would come up and it would stop them in their tracks because they knew they wanted to say something. They saw what was wrong. We laughed, and it was comical. Some of the things going on with masks and vaccines and other things, and we just looked at each other and it was just a head shake, very nonverbal, because so many were so fearful of losing jobs, being fired. I mean, people I work, we got a lot of bills, and they can't afford to be kicked out of the hospitals that they work in. They have big contracts, and to see them muzzled the way that they were, I hope and pray that nothing like that ever happens again. And I'm sorry to go on such a
I appreciate it.
Little rant about that, but I just, every time we get to talking about this, it's just, it's so frustrating to remind myself of all the things every single day, day in and day out. And sometimes I'll just sit there and I'll literally hit my time lapse and go back 5 or 6 years from now, and I'll do this for years to come, and I'll just scroll through some pictures from back then and a lot of the things that I was taking snapshots of, and memories that I have, and it'll just push something up front that just frustrates the ever-loving crud out of me.
Yeah.
Really
I appreciate you sharing that. I really do. But it's something did.
I've got a vaccine card that isn't worth the paper that it's written on, that I'm embarrassed that I have right now, because I thought if I'm going to be able to fly around and go to healthcare courses and go through all this stuff, like, I've got to be able to travel. I'm going to have this vaccine card. I'm going to have these jabs so that I can walk into these big hospitals and be able to walk around and do my job. And it is just a major source of frustration, and I just live with it every day. It's frustrating.
Well, I hadn't even considered that, of what this does to somebody like you, or any, there's obviously a lot more of you out there. Silver lining. Here's potential silver lining. Some 4th, 5th, 6th grader that lived through this, they may, when they become adults, they may have a radical appreciation for freedom and realizing, like, wow, what was done to me will never, ever happen to my kids ever again. And we're going to do everything we can to make sure that this can't ever happen again in any iteration or whatever's coming down the pike next. Whether you've got that, and that's why I think the young people are so against AI and data centers. I think they're able to put two together and know there was enough resistance to this that now the surveillance state's going to make it a lot harder to resist with whatever it is the next time.
Yeah.
But here's also the silver. I mean, RFK Jr. goes on CNN over the weekend. I've got a few clips of this with Dana Bash.
And one of the mistakes we made in the last time was suppressing those rights so people weren't being heard. The doctors who were saying you're doing it wrong were being marginalized and vilified.
Yeah,
and
because again, I really want to move on, but
yeah,
you were saying you were
yes,
I
were
do.
part of the problem.
No, I wasn't part of the problem.
There was absolute press malpractice. You weren't allowing
Mr. Secretary,
your job is a fierce skepticism toward authority. And
yes,
you weren't doing that. You were beating up
My
on
job
people
is also
who were dissenting.
No. Okay. Are you want to sit here and attack
He's
me, or do
absolutely
you want to have
100%.
conversations
They
about
were
public
beating
health?
up on
I'm not
people that were
attacking you. I'm
dissenting.
asking questions about how to
And
prevent the
they
next
weren't asking
generation.
questions.
I'll tell you.
That's what I'm trying.
So
No.
Dana Bash cannot admit this.
Absolutely.
Because if she admits it, then she has to say, I'm responsible for people dying.
That's right.
And they are. They had their part to play. They got their paycheck, and yes, they are responsible for this.
We have the receipts. Chris Cuomo and
Yes.
Rachel Maddow and Don Lemon and all those idiots from back then. We have the receipts. You were absolutely complicit sheep, and you told people wrong.
And
You
you're
can-
giving them information,
Yeah.
and I think
You can try to stand by it now. It's like, oops, well, we
Right.
were only going by what Dr. Fauci told us.
Yeah.
Now,
But
go
he-
ahead and try to make him the scapegoat
Yeah,
or somebody
exactly.
else.
Right. That's all they can do. And, maybe there's some of them that were just doing that, but I think others were actively deceiving. I mean, I think that's largely the mainstream media's job. Actively deceive your audience so that they make choices based on information they believe to be true, but is false. I think there's a real malice to a lot of this.
100%.
That, I mean, maybe there's somebody that's duped out there that's a journalist, but most of them weren't. Most of them were so blinded by their hatred for average Americans because of Donald Trump that the ends justified the means. You'll never convince me otherwise.
This was not blissful ignorance.
Right.
Or
Of
something that
course.
just can be written off as, well, we were just trying based on the information we had. No.
Yeah.
People were calling out that information as being completely wrong and not objective. I'm standing there at the scrub sink looking at the box that says, on these masks, that says, will not stop and will not prevent COVID-19, written on the box of masks. Like, don't tell me that.
Yep.
Don't tell me you didn't know.
And then if you said it was from a lab, they said, oh, you're a racist. They literally tried to say you're
Right.
being racist against
Yeah, you don't like
Chinese
Chinese
people.
people.
And the only reason in hindsight now they were so against the lab leak narrative, because as far as their ends go, as far as the ends go, whether it comes from a lab or a wet market, it's still a pandemic that gets us to shut down our country and make things difficult on the president and mail-in ballots and blah, 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 right? The only reason you don't want to admit that it's from a lab is because the people controlling the media know it's from a lab and know it was intentional.
Yeah.
There's no other explanation for being so hostile towards that.
There was nothing wrong with President Trump saying it came from China.
Yeah.
I call it the China virus because it came from
China.
China. That doesn't make him a racist.
Right.
That's just where it came
But
from.
that's what they went with. And of course, I've got to add the context that, yes, it came from China. Do I think it was intentional? Yes. But because of Fauci, Eco-Ec Alliance, and our own government, look, I mean, we can acknowledge it's from China and also say our own government did this.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure. I want to be a pet peeve on. That's my pet peeve now. Is yes, blame China, but we also have to say blame our own government for doing this.
Yeah.
And that puts our own government in the history books with some of the worst governments, genocidal governments in the history books.
Yeah. Fauci knew what Wuhan was.
All right, so more on this exchange. This is a longer clip. It may be a little bit. There was a lot of stuff talked about. I think this is about the vaccines and measles.
Your job is telling the truth to the American people.
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science,
You're repeating
and it
it
is
like a parrot. You're repeating
So are
it
you.
like a parrot.
So
I've
are you.
actually read the science.
You
and
don't
I
wanna-
come
you don't
back
wanna-
here and debate the
So
science.
I'm not debating this for you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating
you know how
all-
to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again to talk about something that you have no personal knowledge of.
Okay, well, guess what? That is my job, to talk to people.
Your job is to
Am I allowed to talk?
Well, that is my job to parrot
The
the
fact
opinion.
that she said, guess what? like, guess what? Here comes the truth bomb. Like, come on. Guess
Oh,
what?
man. This is,
You could tell he had her so rattled
I
that
know.
she could not keep her composure. She knew she was getting called out.
Yeah.
And
look,
you just wish there were so many more guests that would come on that network
I
and do the
know.
same thing. But they don't. I mean, this is such a rare situation to have somebody calling a spade like that on CNN. I mean, wild.
I'm gonna finish.
Well, guess what?
I'm gonna finish the clip.
That's what we need, a new segment called. Well, guess what?
Yeah, have old Dana Bash, old Dan Bash,
Don Lamont.
Yes,
Well,
and
guess
my job
what?
is to
I'm
get
here.
as much information as I can. And what we were doing,
skepticism.
what we were
toward government
doing
authority.
in COVID and still, with regard to these vaccines, is getting the best information, the best science that we.
well, whatever. Then we have let's
Best
see.
information and best science. Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Best science. You shut down the best science. You called those people quacks.
Yeah. This may be the same clip that we're going to hear, but it's also a little bit a different length. So let's listen to this one.
You are the HHS secretary.
No, it's a little different.
And you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something.
By the way, I mean we've got to talk about how when they go to break from this ad, or when we go to the break from this segment, it's going to be like, you need this vaccine brought to you by Pfizer, or you need Sky Rizzy to help with your herpes, or whatever. I don't even know. Sky Rizzy is the dumbest name for, I don't know. What is Sky Rizzy for? It's for something, right? But get this, they've even got vaccines now where they're just like,
control is everything to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Control your herpes today. I don't know if I don't think that's what it's for.
No, it's not.
They definitely they've got vaccine, or they've got medicine now for for gay people now, and AIDS and stuff or whatever. I don't know. They've got all of this out there. But that's the truth is like she's simping for people that are literally funding her to say this, and when they go to break.
By the way,
what is
Sky Rizzy is for Crohn's disease,
my bad,
not herpes, you jerk.
Why?
How dare you, sir?
Why did they call it Sky Rizzy?
Paul, well, guess what? That's not even for herpes.
Why call it Sky Rizzy? Is Crohn's disease?
You're talking about Valtrex, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Valtrex, whatever. So
not the same.
Sky Rizzy. Why do they call it Sky Rizzy?
I don't know.
Now is Crohn's disease? Let me ask you this.
At trade names.
Let me
why
ask
do they
you
call
this.
Viagra?
Now, let me ask you this: is Crohn's disease? Is there a demographic component to Crohn's disease?
What do you mean?
Does it affect different races?
It's bad colon related issues.
Okay, so that's not it's not like sickle cell anemia that okay, all right, well, because to me it just sounds like some sort of new rap song,
No, it's
Sky Rizzy.
I know folks that have it, and it's really debilitating.
Okay,
it's
frustrating. Yeah, with Crohn's, right, but it just seems.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sky getting dizzy on Sky Rizzy.
Here you go.
In the club getting tizzy.
Oh man.
Anyway, here's more.
Thing that causes problems for people
Let me
when
ask
there
you-
is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's
All
one of
right.
the most studied things
So this is
out
that
there
same
in
clip.
science.
That's the same clip. And then here's another one. Let's see here. This is about autism. All right. I think this is the last one.
Predisposed to have an autistic child. Are you doing both?
Yeah, but Dana, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist, but genes
Well, you're not
don't
either.
cause genes don't cause epidemics.
I understand genes.
They can provide
Epidemics.
a vulnerability.
A
but they-
gene,
but
a
you
gene
need
provides
environmental
environmental. That's
exposure.
what I'm asking. Are you studying the
We're
environmental
looking
exposure?
at all the different environmental exposures, but your statement, you have been fooled. Your statement that this has been studied is not true. It's categorically
It is
not true.
considered.
Not for
It is.
any of this stuff.
It is considered.
Considered
decided
by who?
By every scientist who has studied this.
That is not true. I
It
can
is
give you
true.
hundreds of scientists who have looked at this.
So
and
on the
say,
one
why
hand,
is
you
it-
are. Do you understand
It's
why
the
people aren't
National
getting
Academy of Sciences
predisposed to have an?
So this has to do with autism. I'm trying to find out why autism is rising. Have you checked on people's DNA? And then he says, you probably don't understand this because you're not a scientist, but genes don't cause. Anyway, he goes on. And so, again, you look at because of people like Dana Bash. Dana Bash is the reason why last year when RFK came out and said, we think maybe one of the causes of autism is pregnant women taking Tylenol while they're pregnant. Okay? Now, that doesn't go far enough as far as I'm concerned. I tend to think it's the vaccines and the vaccine schedule, and I know RFK does too, but officially they're saying, hey, don't take Tylenol when you're pregnant. We think it's going to make autism. Because of people like Dana Bash, there were literally pregnant women making TikToks, taking Tylenol just because. Just saying, I'm now going to take Tylenol because I hate RFK and I hate Trump and they're a bunch of science-denying idiots. There were people, my goodness, I talked to a family member today, older family member who said that in the wake of the Fauci testimonies, there were people that started posting that are friends with more liberal people. There were some friends posting about how they wish they would have never taken the shot, and their friends were appalled. I believe in science. How dare you? Da 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 da. There are still people today because of people like Dana Bash that are totally in the dark. And so, yes, they're actively deceiving you. There really, in my opinion, needs to be some level of accountability, not just for Anthony Fauci, but for the people in the media that did what they did. There was a time, when you go back and you look, and I know we got to wrap on this segment, we do need to take a break, but there was a time when the initial outbreak was going on, we got about, a month into it, and they were saying that the hospitals were overcrowded in New York. We didn't know what we were going to do. They're overcrowded. And then they used footage from an Italian hospital that was overcrowded.
Yep.
And
that happened.
I said, that's an Italian. Once I found out I was like, well, that's not a mistake.
Yeah.
That's not a mistake in the media. The media, you just know from doing this show, the way we do this show, which is not the best sourced show ever. I've put tweets up there before that are wrong. We sometimes have caught it in real time. Oh, that's not actually the quote or whatever. But if you're curating an actual story for the New York Times, there's no way to accidentally put in footage from a New York hospital that's really an Italian hospital. There's the only way to do it is intentionally doing it.
I remember when that happened, when that was put out, and the pictures looked weird, and I messaged a buddy of mine that works up at NYU Langone and just said, hey, look out your window right now, because he works in the operating rooms up there. I'm great. Like, are you seeing little, and I don't mean to minimize the topic, but I'm like, are you seeing 18-wheelers pulled up to the side of your hospital right now, basically like a mini morgue? And what's going on? And he's like, no. Now, this was March, I think, of 2020, March-ish time, March, April. He was like, no, what are you talking about? We hear a lot of stuff too, but no, that's not us. And then, a couple hours later, they're like, actually, those pictures were from, wherever. We're from Rome. There was so much misinformation coming out. And then for those producing and putting out the misinformation to call the people that question them as the authors of the misinformation was, to me, the biggest weird part of the whole thing. And so we're hearing the term misinformation in hospitals all throughout that time period, and we're like, well, who wants to talk about the information yet, other than some statistics around who's on vents? Because that was really the defining thing for hospitals, was how many patients are in that have a confirmed diagnosis, how many patients are on vents, because we only have so many ventilators to go around, and then, what is that number going up or going down? I followed the reports for all the hospitals in this region every single day. It was one of the first things I looked at in the mornings was the ventilator reports. How many patients are on them? How many wings of the hospital have been, sectioned off and quarantined off for just patients on ventilators? And is that number going up or down? Because we're all sitting there wanting the country to reopen again? Can we just remind ourselves of a term that we used so many times? When are we going to reopen? When are we going to be able to go out to eat? When are we going to be able to take our kids to the movie theater? When are we going to be able to go to a ball game and sit by people in the stands without having a dadgum mask on? When are we going to be able to be citizens of this country without them thinking if we happen to clear our throat that we're not going to infect them, and vice versa? When are we going to get back to that? So this was one of the primary endpoints back then, was how many people are on ventilators. And so then when that stuff comes out and you hear that it's misinformation, it's so frustrating, because it's like the seed's already been planted. You know, you can't really put the genie back in the box when that stuff comes out, because enough people are already infected with the misinformation. Yeah. And then so then for mainstream folks like Dana Bash and all of her ilk to start talking to others, and I'm so glad RFK called her out on it. Like, y'all were the ones that were the authors of misinformation, because politicians were telling you that's what you needed to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the swapping the videos was also not a new tactic. I mean, earlier in Trump's first administration, they tried to say that Trump had betrayed some of our Middle Eastern allies by showing them get obliterated, when in reality that video was from a munitions testing site in Kentucky. And it was all these explosions, and they tried to say that that's what happened. This was going on all the time. And again, you don't make that mistake by accident if you're in the press. That is intentional. You do that intentionally. Here's the last clip from RFK. He then goes on Fox News, and he talks about Lyme's disease.
Lyme disease that almost certainly came from these experiments that is now devastating our country. RSV that came from a laboratory, which is now the biggest killer of children in our country. And of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, which was a trauma for the whole globe. And all of those have been linked credibly to gain-of-function research. So it's something that with enormous cost and no proven benefits.
Gain-of-function research.
Yeah.
The Secretary of Health and Human Services is now saying on national TV that the U.S. government, or whoever's funding our gain-of-function, the U.S. government is responsible for Lyme's disease and RSV, and COVID came from a lab, and that the U.S. government did that too. He may not be saying that explicitly, but how many people have Lyme's disease that have had their lives destroyed because of it? And it's the government that did it. And now that's why people credibly think that alpha-gal syndrome, the allergy to meat that is now in ticks, and people finding ticks all over their property, is also something from the government, because they literally are treating us like sheep. We don't need the flock cameras, to know that. It's a long-standing operation that's been going on against this country. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk a little bit about the surveillance state, as a matter of fact, and everything involved in it. Before we do go to break, I meant to do this at the top of the show, but I want to remind you that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. That's the Healing Veterans Project. You see the QR code on your screen. Scan that so that you can donate to get veterans life-enhancing red light panels that have been prescribed to them by a doctor, but the VA will not cover it. The VA won't cover the red light therapy, but they will cover things like opioids and Vicodin or whatever, Percocet. And so I want you to go check this out. I'm on the board of this great organization, healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. And I want you, if you want to donate monthly or one time, scan the promo code on your screen. I'm sorry, the QR code on your screen. And then you see my email there, paul@healingveteransproject.us. I want you to email me if you've got a business and you want to help us, meaning if you want us to set up something for your customers at their point of sale where they can donate $1 at checkout, or if you know of anybody that's got a business that is a retail business like that, email me and we will make this happen. We can even pay an affiliate marketing fee to the business to make sure that they don't incur any cost by setting the software up or anything like that. Paul at healingveteransproject.us. That's Paul at healingveteransproject.us. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We got a great rest of the show for you here on Live from America TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube. We'll be back here in just a moment.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around, 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back, folks. Thanks so much for being with us. All right, so we're going to move on. We were going to move on from this Fauci COVID situation, but then this just dropped. I just saw this during the break, so I just felt like it's a good bookend to what's going on. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show being asked about this whole situation. Listen to this.
Is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year versus maybe the years that passed?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, I love that guy. Okay.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Yeah.
There, it's back,
Are
baby.
you kidding me?
Yeah, 111
You
times.
got a pardon and you're in front and you pleaded over 100 times at the White House. What are you scared of, Tony?
Yeah.
I thought you were the science.
Yeah.
I thought you were I am science, and you get up there and you can't answer a question.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And how much time did the network spend at that? How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding? Did they do even a minute? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think I've heard
I
anything.
bet they didn't.
But on that note,
Then there was another scandal this offseason, too.
Is everything
Wow.
better? Is everything funner?
That is the type of when you've broken through the sports ball, right? And good, look, I love football. I'm not an NFL guy, but I love football. Who doesn't love football in the South? But when you have crossed the Rubicon into the sports podcast world, and now you're getting that audience that is, let's just be honest, most of them are not that engaged on the intricacies of what's going on politically. When you've broken through that narrative, now it's dinner table conversation. Anthony Fauci is a criminal who's committed crimes against humanity. Pretty incredible.
I tell my kids all the time that, and this is not meant to, overinflate their egos in any way, but it's just to encourage them that they are. I tell them, you guys, you're lions. You're not sheep. And people like Aaron Rodgers and what he's saying, like he's standing up as a lion among sheep. And he did this for years throughout the pandemic. And it's so refreshing now, and not as a, see, I told you so, or, well, guess what? I was right. He's not, that's not what he's doing.
Right.
But he's just really calling a spade, and this is the kind of generation we need to be raising, is kids that don't just go along with it, that ask appropriate questions appropriately, and have Aaron Rodgers as role models instead of the ones that were calling him out like they were. I mean, it's just and I think back to there'll be times where I'll get private messages on social media and things, and they'll say, hey, I really appreciate you speaking out about this issue or that. I'm a business owner. I'm a local dentist here in town. I'm a banker.
Can I stop you?
Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons why I think Rob was like, I think Eric Haynes would be a great addition to the show, reoccurring guest on the show, was because of you being willing to speak out on in your personal from your personal perspective on social media and things like that. So
well, it comes from a place of humility and a place of just a need for objectivity in an inobjective, or an era where objectivity is so lacking and balance is so lacking. And so, like I said, I would get these private messages from folks who would say, you really, like, a voice for me. I'd love to say what you say, but I can't because, again, I'm a banker in town. I'm a lawyer in town. I don't want to offend half the people that I might be representing, or I might be filling their cavities or doing their banking or whatever their occupation. I'm a restaurant owner. I don't want people not coming to my restaurant because I speak out for these things. And so thank you for being a voice for those of us that don't speak out. And that's so true to this situation, is that you have to have people that can speak out like Aaron Rodgers did at his level in sports, and that have the I guess don't feel like that they're burdened by their occupation. And I don't let my occupation burden me and keep me from saying things that I feel passionate about. And that, to me, is what afflicts so many people in our culture, is that they're just we came out of like this woke cancel culture, and people still, and they may never be feel like they're okay with speaking their minds really fully again. But I just noticed that for so many years during that era where, it was like my physician buddies couldn't say anything because, the CEO of the hospital would fire them, or, whatever, or people not thinking that their customers would be loyal to him anymore if they spoke out. And so you just had everybody just huddled into corners as sheep for a really, really long time. And you see interviews like this where Aaron Rodgers is like this was the whole point of saying, you guys were so worried about me and what I said, every word that came out of Aaron Rodgers' mouth during the time, and then you guys would just jump on him and blast him. And it gets right back to what RFK was saying about Dana Bash. Dana Bash and all of the idiots in her realm and circle of influence and CNN would be the ones that would have been piling on top of Aaron Rodgers and everyone like him. And me and so many others who would have just said, can we really think through this a little bit, and that it doesn't make sense to have our children vaccinated? Like, we've never done this before in our lives where we have encouraged vaccinating children to protect the elderly. That's not science. That's not healthcare. That's never been the way we've ever done it in history. So can we just pause real quick before we do some really drastic things to a generation of kids and make teachers have to teach behind masks just to be able to go, and for school boards members to, send people out of school board meetings in handcuffs because they stood up and said, hey, why are you guys doing this to our kids?
Yeah.
Can we please have a conversation about this? No. We're voting. Get out. Come arrest it. How many videos did we see of that?
Yeah. Insane.
Sorry.
Insane. That is a good bookend for that segment. And I know I didn't intend for that to go that long, but hey, that's the benefits of having 2 hours here for the show. So now we come to our new segment. It is now time for the Fourth Amendment funeral. The Fourth Amendment funeral. So, do you guys remember, this would have been, I think, back during Trump's first administration, we heard all of this talk about 5G technology. You remember this, Eric? I'm sure you remember 5G.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now all of our phones are 5G, apparently. I don't know about you, though. I haven't exactly noticed anything is faster. We were told 5G is going to I'm pretty sure things are loading about the same speed that they were. I don't know if we're not tapping into the power of it, if it's being reserved. I don't know anything about that. I know there's something with the different spectrums that it's broadcast or whatever. Well, so on this segment of Fourth Amendment Funeral, we're going to talk now about 6G.
Ooh.
6G. Now 6G is coming. And President Trump said something out of the Oval Office the other day that raised my eyebrows a little bit about what is 6G actually going to be used for. And here's what he said.
So we're into 6G now. I just 5G. I was a leader on 5G, getting that done, and now they're up to 6. Let's do it again. What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin. See how far I get it. I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna. But I tell you, it's so the 6 is coming, huh? So we're into 6G.
So whether or not that's exactly how the science works,
is off the cuff.
There are people that are saying that the off-cuff remark is actually more closer to reality than you think.
Yeah.
That the 6G technology is going to give them the ability, the power, which also, by the way, this makes me think about the data centers and everything else, to actually see through walls, see through your home, see your biometrics in a way that we really even can't. I don't even think we can comprehend that kind of technology at this point. But again, the segment's called Fourth Amendment Funeral because in a society that has that, could you use that technology for good? Yeah, I mean, I remember the Star Trek episodes where they'd have a tricorder and they could literally just scan your body. They know exactly what's wrong with you, medically speaking, immediately. Okay, yeah, that'd be great. But in terms of the fact that we're putting cameras on every block and how long before, I mean, literally, you have a right to privacy, and the technology is to the point where your privacy is being violated, your privacy is going to be violated even further. And it all comes down to, well, what's your expectation of privacy? And you and I both know, in the hands of a fallen man, any man might be a great person today, but then tomorrow you have another person in that job that takes advantage of the technology to enslave us or whatever. Just all of the above. We were all warning about this potentially happening well before COVID. We were all right about that. We might not have predicted the exact mechanism, healthcare. Although Reagan always said if they get the foot in the door with socialized medicine, it's going to bleed out everywhere else, to the point where, doctors, we haven't gotten to the point where doctors don't have the right to practice where they want to. But what do you guys think about this? 6G. Now, whether or not this is correct or not, this is why this particular post with a really weird avatar, I know, forgive me, it stuck out. 5G and 6G aren't just faster speeds, they're the radar that sees right through you, referencing this, that this is, it says it's not that TikTok loads faster. That's not what we're doing this for. Millimeter waves and terahertz turned into a weapon. They map your body in real time, read vital signs. Now, one of the people in the Trump administration that has been speaking out against this in various forms has been RFK. Now, he definitely did it before he got in office. He talked about that that we don't have the same frequency regulations that Europe does. For example, and he said this on a podcast where whatever the frequency is that can cook human flesh or start to kind of irradiate us to the point, our frequency limits are back it off just a hair. Here's where it's obviously detrimental to your body, and we're going to back it off a little bit. Whereas Europe is allegedly much lower on that threshold. Now, you were telling me, and I don't know if I don't have the clip, but you were telling me that you heard RFK talk about this recently, Eric.
I'm pretty sure it was in reference to, keeping this technology away from young kids. And I think he even made a special note for little girls. And I don't know necessarily what the full point of what he was trying to do, except for their reproductive health. But I was definitely taken aback by it, just because I haven't heard that much about 6G. Mm-hmm. Really, have you? I mean,
no, I haven't.
This is really kind of the first that I'm starting to hear about it.
But I put it on the radar because no pun intended, I wanted you guys to have this on your radar. This is just one of the many examples where we can say, we did a whole show on flock cameras last week, and where we can say, hey, look, we've got to start speaking out about this. We've got to start being vocal about this. I know it is one of the administration's goals, with the Project Stargate and the data centers and everything else. I get that. That's kind of the price, if you will, of backing certain candidates and everything else. But that doesn't mean that we're going to not speak out against this stuff going in local communities and everything else. This is America, and if you don't like something going into your locality, speak up, get organized, and fight it with every right that you have left while you still have it. We say this all the time with the Second Amendment. Right now, I'm exercising my Second Amendment right, okay? When I carry open or concealed, I'm exercising my Second Amendment right. Okay? When's the last time any of us have exercised our Fourth Amendment rights? And I don't even really know how you do it anymore because we're voluntarily carrying around these cell phones in our pockets. So, maybe that is on us in a lot of ways. The rise of the neo-Amish could be a real thing where people just devolve their technology. I know there are some parents that are already doing this. There are some parents that tell their kids, and I don't know if I agree with lying to them, but some parents will just turn their wireless router off, and they'll say, hey, the router's not working today. We'll have to get Dad to fix it. And what that does is it basically decomputerizes their whole house, and all of a sudden the kids are now reading books, drawing, outside, playing, drinking out of the hose, or whatever. And so some people are already choosing to do this. And by doing that, you're actually exercising a degree of privacy. The danger is with the with the 6G technology, man, if that really is true, and you're talking about, biometric data and that sort of thing, my goodness. I mean, I don't even know I don't know what the future looks like when it comes to that. But it's like every sci-fi movie you've ever seen, negatively speaking, on steroids.
Well, we have to keep in mind, too, that every year we are advancing in technology as much or more as we did cumulatively the past 10. Mm-hmm. That's kind of our exponential percentage of technological growth right now, is that every year we grow and we figure out more than we did the past 10 years combined. So think about that for a minute.
Yeah.
And let that sink in. So when you start talking about a long-term plan, I mean, I'm thinking right now as a father of 4 with 4 young kids, I'm thinking about colleges and vehicles and all those things. And part of me pushes back on myself a little bit and is like, well, are you foolishly preparing for something that may not even be a course of reality?
Yeah.
I mean, are my kids going to go to a higher learning teaching institution, brick and mortar college like I went to and like my wife went to? Do we even need to be talking about that? And I'm not just saying difference in trade schools versus versus the college system, but it's like, will that even be that much of a thing? What is AI going to do in the next 4 to 5 years? I mean, really, what could the future look like? And I always get back to the Future, right?
Yeah.
So I'm always thinking
hoverboards, baby.
I'm always thinking about the fact that Marty McFly went into 2015 way ahead of where we are now. So maybe it's going to slow down a little bit, but sheesh, who knows?
So what you see on your screen there, I just brought it up because what you're saying, there's a website out there called degreefree.com. They don't sponsor my show or anything like that, but it's a fascinating, if you want to dive in, it's fascinating. Go check out the resources they have on their website, because they're basically have already pronounced this idea that college will be irrelevant, in 10 years or so. It says custom career plans for your child. Give your child a clear, step-by-step career plan that's easy to follow, no guessing, no stress, just clear steps. Helping young adults build successful careers. It says here, your child deserves a clear, actionable path to success. Planning their future is confusing, stressful, and full of pressure to make the right choice. It shouldn't be this hard to help your child succeed. Your child needs clear next steps, not more stress. Together, we'll give your child a clear path so that you can relax. It says 2 custom solutions to career success. It's got this whole thing where you can get started, and having discussions about, when your child becomes, kind of like a young teenager or something like that. Like, what do you want to do? Like, you don't necessarily have to go this traditional route. What do you want your work day schedule to be like? Like, what's important to you? Do you, and this website has plans for this idea of, because of technology, everything is looking totally different in terms of, hey, you can't be an adult until you're 22 years old, 23 years old, and graduate college. And it really kind of is going back to the way I think we're that may be one of the benefits of this.
Yeah.
One of the silver linings in this is, hey, look, I mean, our great-grandfathers grew up really fast when they were 17, 18 years, or our grandfathers grew up really fast when they were 17, 18 years old, had to jump out of planes and go fight a war. Yeah. I don't want a war, okay? I don't want a war, but they were able to do things. They were adults, okay? A lot, and we've got this extended adolescence that is a huge problem.
Oh, yeah.
And then not to mention the fact that so many parents lament that they let their kids go to college in the first place. They end up realizing, like, oh my gosh, because the colleges are so terrible now.
I just paid for them to party for 4 years.
Paid for them to party, and that was like, that's always been a thing.
Yeah.
But giving them over into the hands of the enemy that's actively challenging them on everything, but not just like, hey, how do you know there's a God? It's like way worse than that. It's trying to convince them that wicked behaviors are actually good and virtuous. I mean, it's so much worse than it was on so many different levels. So something to think about there. I just wanted to throw that out there.
I got to say, my wife graduated from the journalism school at Mizzou in Columbia, Missouri, and she still remembers to this day one of her professors stopping the class at one point very early on as she was just getting started, and they literally stopped everyone and said, "Hey, how many Republicans or folks in here would you say are very conservative Republican students here?" And wanted a showing of hands, because they basically said, this probably isn't the industry for you.
Wow.
If it is. So we want you to go ahead and know that in advance and consider rethinking your future here in this program, because there's just not a lot of folks like you here in this industry as you go out and you start working at magazines and
you're not going to be able to get a job. I mean, that's actually
right.
In a way, that's a charitable thing to say to these kids.
You're going to be going through this program. You're going to want to be going out with your friends. You're going to be graduating, wanting internships, and just so you know, if you're a Republican conservative out here, you're not going to think like anybody else in this industry, and they're probably going to kick you out, and you're not going to get a job.
Just so you know, if you have integrity.
Yeah.
There's no room for you here.
Yeah, Dana Bash. Well, guess what? You need to rethink your life.
Yeah.
That really happened. I mean, crazy.
Incredible. In other news, this just came up while we were at break too. From SCOTUS Wire, the Supreme Court has issued its judgment in the birthright citizen case. The court held that children born in the U.S. to parents presently unlawfully or temporarily are citizens at birth. Then it says this: despite President Trump's announcement, the United States did not seek a rehearing. So remember, a couple of weeks ago, the president said they were going to seek a rehearing based on the billboards that were advertising bringing your kids in here and becoming citizens. And so
those hospitals down in Texas.
So what happened? What happened at the Justice Department, and yet Todd Blanche is now going to be confirmed.
Yeah.
Because we have this story, Liberty Daily, from via the Epoch Times. Blanche formally rescinds anti-weaponization fund ahead of his confirmation vote. This was just last week that President Trump was once again commending the idea that J6ers needed access to this weaponization fund because of what the government did to them. And now we hear that Acting Attorney General, in order to make a deal with John Cornyn and Tom Tillis, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche issued an order on August 2nd, formally rescinding President Donald Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund ahead of his nomination hearing. Quote, "My team and I have met with committee members and senators over the past several weeks and addressed any concerns or outstanding questions. We have enjoyed good, faithful discussions, and as a result of the following order, an update with regard to on the May IRS settlement," he said, "of the Department of Justice fund created to compensate victims of weaponization and lawfare, the court deemed it to be improper. The order comes as the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee is set to hold an executive business." So obviously, I know the courts did what they did. They don't want President Trump's tax records were leaked by the IRS. Of course, the IRS. Hey, that lets you know something about the IRS. Even the President of the United States can't trump the IRS when it comes to. I mean, me and my wife were talking about something the other day. We're debating doing a little startup rental business for like yard games and things like that for kids, like a Nerf gun kit. Nobody wants to go and drop $400 for their kid's birthday party to have Nerf guns, but anyway, it's a thing. We've just been talking about it, and there's a few other people that have done stuff like this, and she actually talked to somebody's got a successful version of this down in Georgia, and she said, "Be careful because you definitely need insurance because people are going to sue you for anything, and got to be wary of that." But she also talked about some IRS problems, that there was some category that they got wrong. They got the wrong type of insurance or something. I don't exactly remember what it was, but they ended up owing like $20,000. And she said, and we called ahead. We called to the IRS. We asked somebody. They said, yes, what you've got going is fine. This is okay. And then it wasn't okay. So when they eventually talked to the next IRS person after they have been given the fine or whatever it was, they say, yes, were you listening to the automated voiceover while you're on hold? and it says that we are not liable for any advice that is given to you. We're not liable for any of that. So this is an organization literally set up to not be accountable to anybody, even the president, when they leak his tax returns. So that should tell you something right there, that the IRS does need to be abolished, and we really need to get back to what we were talking about during the first 5 months of Trump's second term, which is getting rid of the IRS altogether. But anyway, you make of these data points what you will. You know, I can sit here and say that I think it's great that Todd Blanche exposed the SPLC for essentially false flagging the entire country. That's fantastic. Didn't really see that one coming. But I just still don't entirely trust this guy at all. And I thought that the anti-weaponization, they can't handle, people like Tillis and Cornyn can't handle the anti-weaponization fund because they don't believe the J6ers were mistreated. They believe the fake narrative. They are beholden to the fake narrative. And that, of course, goes, I think that's alive right today. That's why you have these two pipe bomb narratives. You have the pipe bomb that it's the autistic kid, the black autistic kid. Then you have the pipe bomb narratives like, no, this was a much larger coordinated operation set up by the Intel oligarchy in some way, shape, or form. So, yeah.
First off.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me know when I can schedule the Nerf War birthday party.
Yes.
I've always envisioned having one of the Gatling guns, Nerf guns, that I can just literally fire off about 100 rounds.
Yeah, okay. You're giving up some school shooter vibes.
Into some, you know, little Nerf, into some children. But I can totally see how the liability insurance for those headshots.
Yeah,
it's like he's like.
Yeah, it's really cool. You know, I mean,
I've seen some good
really
videos,
neat,
man.
It's a really neat idea.
We're in. You just let us know when we can schedule that birthday party.
You got it, man. You got it.
We've got a 7-year-old that would be all about that Nerf Gatling gun,
dude. And I honestly, that like, there's other things too. You know, like badminton and croquet and everything else. But like the Nerf gun, I was like, dude, that'll be out the entire time. You'll probably need multiple versions of that. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, I'm just like.
Yeah,
I would love to acquire those and play with them myself for sure.
Yeah,
because the Gatling gun and the Nerf weapons. So when I was growing up, I'm sure you remember this too. Like the Nerf guns were few and far between. There was the Nerf bow and arrow.
I remember it had one of those.
That was really accurate.
Very, very accurate.
The sight on the original Nerf bow and arrow.
Yeah,
and I shot my sister's eye out with that. I scratched my sister's cornea with a Nerf bow and arrow, and she had to walk around with a patch for like 2 weeks.
Sorry.
No. It's actually comical because when I was very, very little, I remember I was at my grandparents' house. I remember this, and my grandparents when I was very young, they lived in Blytheville. This was back before Blytheville became what it is now, and there's a lot of people that don't want to live in Blytheville now. And I got a cork gun, right? Got a cork gun.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with that. They got it out. They literally lectured me, Paul. You got to be careful with this. It's the first thing I did is I shot my sister in the eye, scratched her cornea. Had to have the patch, right?
Yeah.
Fast forward years later in the 90s when the Nerf bow and arrow comes out. It wasn't the first thing I did, but eventually I call her name. Hey, she look up, boom, right in the eye, right? Okay, twice, patch, right? Years later, I'm in high school, and something happens. This was not intentional at all, but I threw a football at her. So, I mean, it was intentional in that I did throw it at her, but I thought she was going to catch it. Anyway, right in the eye, scratched cornea again.
Jeez. Poor Patch. Poor sister Patch Herrell.
Poor sister. Yeah, Patches. Should have called her Patches. I don't think it was the same eye ever. I don't think it was the same eye every single time, but that's a real story.
God bless that era, man. I grew up with Super Soakers in the summer.
Yes.
And then Nerf guns in the rest of the year. But a lot of them were, very single shot. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you'd get a double barrel and you'd have 2 shots, but nowadays with these, I mean, I'm buying these canisters full of the Nerf Nerf bullets, and they just fire off so fast.
Yeah.
You hear the little engine thing from their some of them are battery powered now.
Yeah,
so they're like. It's so fun.
That's awesome.
So fun.
Yeah.
Get some kids.
I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I wonder if they like actually make like turrets. You know, if you could set up like turrets around where like motion sensor, you could have a lot of fun with that these days.
Tommy gun. That's the thing I was trying to say. I feel like they're all Tommy guns
My
now.
Tommy gun. What's that?
But my Tommy gun don't.
Yeah, that's right. My Tommy gun don't. All right.
Get down on your knees and tell me you love it.
What was the name of that movie? That fictional movie?
Angels with Filthy Souls.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
And then Home Alone 2 is like Angels with Even Filthier Souls.
Oh, man. I saw a really dark... you know what? It's not July anymore.
She says you had some dough for me.
It's not July anymore, but so we'll do Christmas in August real quick. Because I'm really, by the way, I'm just like totally geared toward fall right now. This cooler weather that Arkansas is getting, I think I told you, like I'm now watching hunting videos on YouTube at night. Like it's now time.
Wow, look at you. You're getting ready.
Yeah. So, but I saw a very dark take. You know, I think it's probably more evident now, the psychological operations that Hollywood runs on people, the humiliation rituals that Hollywood runs on people. Somebody on TikTok the other day exposed one about Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, no
and,
way.
Well, yeah.
He's great now, by the way.
Yeah. This is not about him personally. This is about what Hollywood did.
Oh, yeah. His parents?
What Hollywood did specifically to us. Okay, so we all go watch Home Alone, right, as kids.
Yeah.
Even though my parents at the time were mortified about how disrespectful he was to his parents. I mean, like, I would have gotten so many spankings if I'd talked to my parents a tenth of what.
Every year we go through when he's on the step going up to the upstairs and he says, I am upstairs, dummy.
Yeah.
When he's talking to his mom.
Ooh.
Every year it's a thing in our house where the record stops and scratches. We literally push pause. And I remember growing up when my grandma would hear that when we'd be watching it at her house, she'd be like, don't you ever.
Yeah.
Ever think you can get away with saying that to your mother, don't you?
Exactly. So we're all watching this film. We love it. You know, it turns into this hilarious thing. Here's Macaulay Culkin, and then pretty much the next film he was in was My Girl, where all of these people, young kids, go see it because Macaulay Culkin's in it, and Hollywood makes us watch this kid get murdered to death by bees. And this lady brought this up, and I was like, that's exactly right. Like, it was some sort of weird... I mean, I'm sorry. I feel like that... It traumatized a ton of people at the end of My Girl when Macaulay Culkin's in the casket and everything else. And I just think it was some sort of weird, sick... I'm sorry. I know this may be too conspiratorial for some. I think it was some sort of weird, sick psyop against the kids.
It wasn't just My Girl, though. Remember, it was before that when he was the good son. He was in that scary movie called The Good Son, where he was sick and twisted in the head, had killed his baby brother, and then his cousin, Elijah Wood, comes over to their place, and then he tries to kill him and the mom. And at the end of the movie, the mom has to drop him off a cliff. Do you not see that?
I have never seen that.
I'm sorry. I'm off on a tangent.
No,
you're so right.
I have never seen that.
The other side of Macaulay Culkin's movies, after and before.
It's like they had to take something that was good.
You had the cute Uncle Buck, Macaulay Culkin, right? You know, with John Candy, and it was just like so great. And then you had the Home Alone thing, which came after that. That's awesome. But these other movies were just totally messed up. The kids.
You got to take something that is regarded as good and then rug pull everybody and somehow demoralize people.
Yeah.
And that's what Hollywood does. They do it way more now than they used to. But that's just the way it is. All right, now, folks, it's time for our next segment for today. Our news segment called Borderline Insanity. So for today's inaugural segment, Borderline Insanity, we're going to go to Mark Wayne Mullen, where Steve Day says, what exactly are we doing here? This is from The Blaze. DHS Secretary Mullen on immigration. Take a listen to what he says.
If we're looking to grow our economy, then we need to look at making more permanent solutions on this and getting the work, not the work, but the employers involved in the system. In order to do that, though, that takes coordination between labor. Our unions still have a say in this, guys. We got to get labor involved. We got to get industry involved. And we got to fill out where the holes are created, because this narrative that it steals American jobs is true in some industries. It's not true for all industries. And we need to pay attention and be sensitive to that as we move forward, because it is America first. We want to take care of Americans first. It's our economy. It's our homeland. But there's a way to utilize labor where we're not having the participation rate we need to, and we can plug those holes.
No thanks. I'd like an immigration moratorium. I just want to restate that. I want an immigration moratorium. I want an immigration moratorium, an immigration moratorium. We've got to do it. This is this gets into the whole H-1B discussion and all of the fraud there. We're somehow being told that we still need this to happen, and yet we've let in 20 million under Biden. We had 30. According to estimates, 50 million people here potentially, and look, I mean, it's one of those things. We have to have a full stop. We have to take a stock and what's actually happened to our country in order to save it, and that takes really tough decisions. But not this type of this is the type of thing that is trying to pacify industries that don't want to don't want this to end. And I know the other side is like, well, you want higher prices. Look, how many people have gone on the air to try to justify the war in Iran, saying if you can't handle gas prices being high, then you're not a real that we're not a real country, or we're not a first world. Okay, all right. Well, why can't that you would have a lot easier time selling people if they said no, not Middle East wars. Okay, we're fatigued with that. We have Middle East fatigue. No, but in order to correct the abuses and usurpations that have been foisted on the American people by politicians and corporations, we are going to have a period of pain. And the overall goal is to get prices down. But look, people would, in order to save the country, the majority of Americans, or the people in the Republican base for sure, that know just how bad it is, and that the illegal immigration and legal H-1B immigration, what it's done to our jobs, they would be much more willing to sacrifice if you put it in those terms. This is about securing the country for your kids. This is your posterity. This is about the nation of the United States. It would go over much better than I think what the current messaging is. Now, that being said, or do you want to respond to that? That being said, we do have here's a few reaction to that. So Mark Wayne Mullen on August 1st says, no amnesty for illegal aliens ever. We are a nation of laws. If you're illegally present in the United States of America, you will be detained and deported. Orrin McIntyre says, yesterday you revealed that not only are we not doing mass deportations, now there are some interesting new numbers about how many people have been deported, and we'll get to that here in just a second. He says, but we naturalize more people than we've deported. And Mark Wayne Mullen did say that. Or at least he talked about how many people had been naturalized. Biden let in at least 20 million, and you haven't even removed 10% of those people. Forget the 30-plus million who were already here. If this were 4 months into the administration, that might be understandable, but we are now staring down the midterms that will likely be lost because we're fighting another foreign war, and the likelihood of deportations ramping up if Dems win the House is approaching zero. Yes, the Trump administration is better on immigration than Dems. Yes, it's even better than any GOP administration we likely would have gotten under any other candidate. But he says it's still a total disaster. He says, get rid of this guy and give me the most ruthless lunatic you could find. Stop making excuses and get the job done. That's what Orrin McIntyre said, who's also a colleague of Steve Deace. Now, in other news, Andrew Colvett talked about this. This was a viral tweet that went out about he's claiming that that he spoke to sources at DHS. A new report on deportations for the last 12 months just dropped, which includes all deportation flights, commercial and governmental planes. And they're saying now the total alien force of departures is 1.4 million, over 1.4 million, and that the last 7-day average of force removals was 4,291 per day, believed to be a new all-time high. And that does not include self-deportations. Now, I will say this. I know personally of one person who has self-deported. I wasn't like personal friends with this person, but I did know of him who's in this community, and he self-deported with the hope of trying to come back legally. So it is happening. At least I know of one instance that I verified that it has happened. Sundance, the last refuge, response to this news says, good. However, we need a minimum of 10,000 to 15,000 per day and a target goal of at least 1 million deportations and removals per month. Deport 1 million a month while canceling all H-1Bs, and average unavoidable cost per American drop by 5% in the 6-month term. Housing, insurance, and energy prices dropping first. Meaning the affordability crisis that is a real thing, you can actually... I know what I just said about, if we had to make sacrifices, but there are some minds out there that suggest, no, actually, if we did do this the right way, you would have housing prices be dropping, rent would be dropping, insurance, energy prices, something to think about. And it just goes to show you that we can do this. We just have to have the will to do it in a larger capacity than what we're currently doing. So, immigration moratorium, by the way, all the way. Immigration moratorium, and then deportations. So, and on that, so Aaron did update, I think, after these new numbers came out, reported numbers. Once again, these are better numbers than we would have received under any other administration, but they are still a disaster. Let's be very generous and assume triple the self-deportations. We're still nowhere close to removing half the people Biden let in during his term. I mean, it really goes to show you what a gargantuan problem, like, to tackle. It really is. Like, I am not saying that this is easy at all, but we got scared because Renee Good hit somebody with hit an officer with her car and got killed, and then Alex Preddy scuffled with the officers, and yeah, I mean, we all know how that went down, right? I mean, it looked bad, yeah, and we just pulled out, though, right? It's like, okay, this is too much. And I gotta tell you, like, if I were doing this, and again, that would never happen, but I would assume stuff like that, you would pencil those events into a mass deportation. It's going to get messy because the 20 million and 50 million, the open border, that's what was messy. That's what's extreme. That's your message. Your message is, you know what was extreme? It's what's been done to this country for the last 50 years. So the remedy is going to be extreme. And honestly, like, the deportation aspect of it is the most. It's actually the softest remedy. It's the softest remedy. If you look at if you're talking historically speaking. So we can be black pill bulimics. We don't have to black pill here. We can regurgitate the black pill, and for that, Mr. Optimist himself, Eric Haynes, ladies and gentlemen. What do you got?
I'm fine with you black pilling on mass deportations. I really am. I mean, we feel and see what an open border policy of the 4 years of the Biden administration. I'm looking for the right word here on just like exploded issues that had been building for years. I mean, it's not like, they can call Obama the deporter in chief, but like there were issues. There's been, major issues over the last number of decades. But I mean, we're talking about like a 30, 40 year problem, not just the past 8. But we just saw the problems explode during the Biden administration. A wide open border, thousands and thousands of people coming in every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day. So you just no nation, no country can handle that. You can't. You don't have a nation. If you continue down that path, it's just.
That's exactly right.
So here we are.
Whether to have a country or not a country, or or an economic zone. I mean, that's what's going on right now, and that's the debate, and that debate is being had mainly within the Republican Party at this point, right?
Yeah.
Of like to how quick do we do this? How ruthless do we do this?
And some areas of certain cities and certain sanctuary cities and a lot of the big cities where a lot of those migrants really, really swelled and focused their attention as far. And look at the situations now. Those folks are on the streets calling for Sharia law and everyone in America to be converted to Muslim faith and all the Free Palestine organizations, and I mean they are congregating and gathering in mass in places now. So we're watching this play out, and it's not good. It's sad actually.
Yeah, clearly make the argument that you could start with Muslim deportations, and also banning their immigration. You could start there, but a total immigration moratorium is what's going on. So this happened over the weekend. There was news about we were going to attack Iran again. It was going to be the biggest attack since World War II. President Trump then on August 1st said the USA is locked and loaded, ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at levels of military terror, strength, and power not seen since World War II. Despite this, we've just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off. Now, keep that in mind, Eric, other Middle Eastern countries, to hold off any attack in that the perimeters of a deal have been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Strait of Hormuz and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Based on this request, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. The country of Israel joins me in this commitment. Get to work, everybody, and get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay, so we had that, and then after he made that post, he was on Air Force One, and he said this.
People that would like me to just do it. And there's another group of people that does not want me to do it.
Mr. President, does Iran have a deadline to come to an agreement?
No, we'll just see how it is. We're ready to go anytime we want. Would I rather make a deal? I'm not looking to kill people. Because people die, a lot of people die, and we don't want that. So they asked us, Iran specifically, but the other three said I asked Saudi Arabia, the king. I said, the crown prince. I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack. Because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and disaster? People that would like me to just do it.
All right, so he's obviously articulating what most of us know is going on behind the scenes, which is, it's a give and take jockeying position. And then he mentions other countries. Now, before we get into that, this was the earlier this morning. He says Iranian leadership is unbelievably duplicitous. Duplicitous. They ask for a meeting. Some would say beg. Talks begin with more scheduled in the immediate future. And then they say openly and proudly that they're not having any discussions, that nothing is being talked about, and they're only dealing with Oman. They then go on to give their usual blather in saying the Strait of Hormuz will be operated powerfully by them when it is already completely controlled by the United States Navy and our blockade, or as some say, the United States wall of steel. Nothing gets through to Iran unless we want it to, and nothing will get through unless a deal or total surrender is accomplished. Whether Iran wants to admit it or not, we are, in fact, talking of a solution to a problem that they have caused for decades. He goes on, it is very simple. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. Now, I don't have this pulled, but he later talked about how, there are still talks ongoing, but this is the same pattern that we've been through for the last 5 months, which is the same deal. And again, the topography hasn't changed. The cards haven't changed. it is what it is. It's like to me, it's just like on loop. It's repeat over and over. Now, there is a report I've seen several places that this attack was ready to go, and Mario Nawfal says that Israel was apparently supposed to join in on the U.S. strikes on Iran last night before Trump nixed it. That's according to two U.S. officials who spoke to N12. Israel reportedly told the U.S. that if the attack did not strike Iranian regime targets and sites tied to Iran's economy, that there was no point in striking at all. Trump called off the strikes, says after persuasion from Saudi Arabia and Qatar, with some saying Saudi even threatened. Now, some say, but he did say he is confirming, Trump did confirm in his own words that he did talk to the Saudis. Says that some are saying that Saudi even threatened to dump U.S. treasuries if they went ahead with it. I've seen another report saying Saudi said, this is fine, but if Iran, in response, touches any one of our oil fields, we don't want this. We're not willing to sacrifice Saudi infrastructure because Iran's into the big missiles now,
Yeah.
right? They're into the big boy missiles now,
Right.
not just the drones. Said he posted last night saying that the U.S. was locked and loaded anyway. So it's obviously still a very difficult situation, and it is, unless we have some next gen weapon or whatever, it is a quagmire.
Yeah. I saw
It
a
is a
panel the other day
quagmire.
that had 4 people on it debating whether or not another mother of all bombs, an MOAB, would penetrate deep enough into this mountain to be able to do the job that's needed, because the bad guys are so deep in the earth.
Yeah.
You know, so that was the analysis of this 4-person panel.
Yeah.
Like, will a Moab go deep enough to kill them all, you know, into this mountain? It's frustrating that this is the analysis that is the 24-hour news cycle. And
That's all anybody talks about.
And what they talk about is just the minutia of every type of munition and ordnance and all this stuff. It's just it gets to be, because this getting back to a point we've talked about before. Like, this isn't a war, Paul. This is not a war. This is not good guys lined up versus bad guys. And I'm not saying it's been like that for many years, but you know, Trump has this almost impossible task of just going back and forth on a daily basis, basically saying, like, hey, do you think it'd be the right move now? And he's got to call all these other countries. Like, what do you think we should do? Should we try to strike it? Even though these people are completely insane. The Iranians and the Iranian leadership are completely insane.
Well, it's by design.
And it is.
Yeah,
it is. And
they're projecting
the war,
insanity.
The war side of the Iranians has no real communication with the administrative side of the nation of Iran, and no matter what, it's like when they put that stuff on paper, we all commented. We sat around here, we're like, that's not worth the paper that it's written, that the signatures are on. Nothing good is gonna come from that. That doesn't mean anything. There's no weight behind that. They're just gonna flail when they possibly can get some drones or can get some missiles out from their silos without getting hit, and we're just gonna keep playing this game. And it's just going to keep going on and on and on. And that's a problem, because the public starts to just get annoyed by it.
It feels like an endless war.
It's just endless.
It's not,
and we're dominating. It's not. I mean, I know we've lost some great soldiers, and I feel horrible that has happened. But we are just absolutely, decimating what we do and what we hit without really that much of a response at all. I mean, we'll go in and do all these, strikes and blow all this stuff up, and they'll lob a bomb over to one of the other neighboring Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah, we have
to try to go after one of our bases where some of our soldiers are.
But our bases have taken a lot of hits.
Yeah,
I mean, we
and that's about all they can do.
Right.
Try to send a drone through, and maybe it'll get through the iron domes of whatever.
We're according to some reports, and again, who knows? I don't even know if this is true, because I don't trust what the mainstream media says about what's happening domestically. But depending on who you read, we've lost significant bases, and we're pulling troops out of bases. And And, you know, I get that we have conventionally superior firepower, and yet they still have drones. They still have missiles. They're prepared for the long game, and we're prepared for the long game. Although we did have Jennifer. What's the foreign news correspondent over there at Fox?
Jennifer Griffin.
Yeah, she came out over the weekend and was like, you know, there are reports that we don't have enough Patriot missiles. Our interceptors are down. We are now getting so low in our interceptors that we're not going to be able to protect these people anymore. Meaning our own troops as well as Israel. And so,
it's a PR mistake for Hegseth and Trump to go out and be so. I'm not going to say arrogant, but just really, really. This is what we've done, and this is we're just because then when they respond and do anything at all, then it hurts that credibility.
I know,
and I think they're very credible people, but I can't ignore.
But you know, we can say at this point, you know, how 5 months in or whatever, you could technically say this is not another endless war. You know, we haven't been there for a year, we haven't been there for 5 years, we haven't been there for 20 years. But the war is over, we have a deal, now it's not, now we have a deal, it then makes it feel like an endless war, and it makes it feel like, I mean, and it is a giant distraction from domestic issues, and it is weighing the administration down, and, you know, we talked about this last Monday, as a matter of fact. It's just, you can't help but think about this in terms of the midterms and the American people facing the possibility of having to live under the Democrat Party again. And so I'll just leave it at that. Sound off in the comments. Tell me where I'm wrong or dumb or stupid. I don't really care. I mean, I respect you guys. I mean, I know you guys are kind, but that's just the way I see it. And I've got Middle East fatigue real bad. Last story before we got to go. Are dogs racist, or can you be racist towards a dog? Well, according to this actor, and of course actors are smart and really like the upper. I mean, like, actors really are best when they're telling us how to live our lives. Eric, I know you got to go, brother. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate you, brother. Actors are really best when they're telling us how to live our lives. Here is actor, who is this guy? John Bernthal from The Odyssey. Saying that
my dogs are the greatest, and they're
so the myth of the pit bull is a lot of bullshit.
People got to stop that.
They got to stop. People got to stop that. Pit bulls don't attack.
No, man. It's just racism. It's just dog racism. You know, right. I think to be afraid of a breed of dog is completely ridiculous. It's like being afraid of somebody for their race or their sexual orientation. It's completely ridiculous. And I think if you see somebody, look, if a pit bull bites you, it's got to suck. You know what I mean? But they're no more likely to bite you than a Chihuahua or any other breed of dog.
That's ridiculous.
It probably has more to do with who owns them and how they were trained.
Yeah, I think that a lot of knuckleheads, unfortunately, are attracted to that breed of dog. And to me, you know, when I see some wannabe gangster getting pulled down the Venice Beach by his pit bull, and I'm like, you feed that fucker, and he's pulling you down the, you know, to me, that's not manly or strong at all. You know, I think you got to train your dog.
Dog racism. Well, you know, he is certainly right. You got to train your dog, and most people don't train their dogs. Okay, so I guess I would sort of agree with him there. Most people, regardless of what breed you have, now he's talking about pit bulls, it's dog racism. But most people who have dogs don't train them well. This is a fact. This is actually true, I think, for a lot of the reasons. So then when you get a dog, so you already have people that don't train them, so then when you get a breed that is prone to violence, and that is the case, like, that's the thing. It's just not dog racism. Pit bulls kill people every single year in far greater numbers than even German Shepherds. Okay, German Shepherds are fantastic dogs. I mean, that's the type of dog that I have. But I'm under no illusions that you have to train them right, because if a dog like that does decide to bite, then you're going to have a problem. Pit bulls, though, are literally bred to fight other dogs. That's where this comes from. They were bred to fight other dogs. And so they're incredibly territorial, and it's not a year goes by that you don't have some horror story about some mother who had bought a pit bull. This is a real story where the pit bull turned on her child and killed the child in front of the mother. The mother could do nothing about it. And I'll just be real, like, as somebody who is libertarian, and I'm not a libertarian now, and I believe that banning things is good sometimes. Sorry to any pit bull owners out there. I think the breed's so dangerous that it should be banned. I really do believe that. And you can say that, you in a way you can say, well, you hate that. But if there's already, most people don't train their dogs well. But if you have a Labradoodle, it's really not that big of a deal. No one's worried about a Labradoodle turning and killing your baby, but they might jump up on you and scratch you or something. But when you already have that as your most common denominator, the least common denominator, most people don't train their dogs the way they should, whether it's a Pomeranian or whether it's a pit bull. And so then you have that as the most common denominator. That would mean that then pit bulls are going to be more dangerous for lack of training. So yeah, I'm count me in the banned pit bulls camp. Sorry to all you pit bull owners out there. That is, I literally have raised my daughter to not go near those animals. I literally have raised her to be a breedist towards those dogs. She knows it too. And I've told her because she loves dogs. And again, we got a great big German Shepherd, right? So, the idea is like, and you can do anything you want to our German Shepherd. He's not going to, well, unless you're Rob's son. One time, we were live on the air when this happened, and Rob's son came in, and he didn't know. And you guys witnessed how ferocious he can be when he's defending his territory. But he's got the best callback of any dog I've ever owned. He can be on a deer. We've got deer that get in our backyard sometimes. And, he can go after a deer in the middle of the night. And I call him back, and he stops chasing the deer and comes back. So really incredible dog. But, I don't even know where I was going with that. I totally messed up. Hey, in other news, let's see. We've got LifeSite News reporting another poll. Another poll has corroborated that American support for same-sex marriage, or marriage, while still a majority, is on the decline, likely due to the continued aggression of the LGBT lobby on gender issues. I think this is right, but I think I would go a step further. I think the polls are showing, the Economist YouGov's July 25th through the 27th poll, I think the reason that they're losing support is because people recognize that the slippery slope is real. And I think people, whether it's subconsciously or conscious, are beginning to believe that if we hadn't adopted gay marriage, we would not be transing kids. That one is connected to the other. That does not mean a gay person believes in transing kids. There are plenty that don't. But I believe people have connected the dot that you don't have transing kids and calling it healthcare without first adopting marriage much further up the slippery slope. And that is how I feel about that. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell Program. I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell Program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. You see the promo code on your screen. Go there now and donate. We'll tell you more about them tomorrow. That is all the time. I am out of time. We will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
For those of you that are kind of new to the Flyover Conservative podcast, it probably is a little interesting to try to figure out exactly what are you guys about, because you look at the flow of shows, and it is examining culture and current events through the lens of conservative Christian values. We pull no punches on that. That's kind of the goal. And you'll see we do a deep dive with the screenwriter for the movie Washington, or we interview gubernatorial candidates like Mike Lindell. We talk to educators and people that are, kind of trying to revamp the teachers' unions. We look at a lot of things because these are the biggest categories of life that impact you, that actually help you move the needle in your own life. We do have some focus on kind of what's happening in the Beltway in Washington, and those are important things to know, but only as they apply to you having a better life, you raising your children to be able to be as competent as possible, to stand out from the pack, the kind of food that you eat. And you like raw milk, and what's up with that? And who's the Joel guy in Pennsylvania? And, all of these kind of things, because they all come down to this key element of we are made by God, and we were put here to work and thrive. Adam and Eve were put in a garden and were told to work. I think heaven might look a little different than a lot of people think and consider, because we're probably going to be doing something. We're made to do and create because we were put here and placed by a creative God that put different things in each of us, and together that all works together for pretty good society. If you can kind of keep government out of the way, and then we actually do wake up with a plan and a goal to be doing the things that we're created to do, that eventually kind of manifests as a business, because you're going to be trading your chickens for somebody's raw milk or, whatever else. And you have to be engaged in that process. Nobody helps people wake up on a Monday morning with a clear plan for their day, week, and life, and what they're doing within their family and what they're doing in their business than somebody who's referred to as America's #1 business coach. He's entrepreneur of the year and a personal coach to over 160 different companies. About once a week, we get him as our own little private consultant here and share him with you, the Flyover audience. Author of the book, How to Build a Successful Business, from the Thrive Time Show, Mr. Clay Clark.
Yeah! Greetings from Tulsa, Jerusalem, and I'm excited to be here with you, and I wanted to share with you a good news story. We have an America-loving entrepreneur, Dave. He's the kind of guy that listens to your show. He came to one of the Reawaken America Tour events. His name is Micah, and Micah is Micah Reinhardt's his name, Micah Reinhardt, and he is in the great state, I believe, of Wyoming. I think I'm getting that correct. And no, it's Montana. I think he's in Montana. You'll pull it up. You'll see the story in just a second. But one of our coaches has worked with him, and I remember talking to him, and he told me, he said, Clay, my air conditioning company, it's not doing well. And I love what you're doing to help save the country. I love what the Flyovers are doing. I love what you guys are doing. I love Eric Trump. I love what you guys are doing at the Reawaken. And I'm all in. But my personal business is not doing well. And he said, if you can help me grow my business, it would mean the world to me. And when I hit that goal, I would love to do a testimonial video to encourage other people, because I have been so discouraged for so long. I said, well, Micah, how many leads do you get in a typical week? He said, well, with my HVAC company, in a busy week, the most I ever get is maybe 12 leads, 10 leads, maybe 12. And he called me up the other day and he said, Clay, we're getting 8 leads a day, aka like 56 leads a week. We used to get 12 in our busiest week every week. And he used the phrase overwhelming. He said the growth is overwhelming. And he goes, but hey, I also have been able to find enough staff to actually do all the work because of the systems. And he was so fired up. And I said, can I interview you now? And he goes, now? Today, let's do it. So I just interviewed him last night, and I want your listeners to hear this because it's hot and fresh. He's a real entrepreneur. He's somewhere out west. He'll tell you where in just a second.
My first name is Micah Reinhardt. Well, Micah. Last name is Reinhardt. Mr. Heating and Cooling. It's Mr. Heating and Cooling of 406.com. I believe we started back in December of 2025. So since then to now, and right now, I think that's about roughly a 68% increase. We start noticing like our increase of phone calls and stuff like that. And right now we were getting about 10 to 12 calls a week. And as of this week, we're getting about 8 calls a day in just leads.
How would you describe the increase in the volume of the inbound calls?
It's kind of overwhelming, number one. But number two, I've been asking the customers like how they found us, and they said they looked up HVAC near them, and they went directly to our website, and they have commented how our website looks really nice, and I mean it's it's keeping us busy. And this is where your coaching comes in. But since we start doing working with you, with McKenna and you, is your systems that you've helped us create. That was our biggest failure part that we've had in our business. And since we start doing systems, it's allowed us to be more organized. It's been helped us to when we deal with our customers. Our guys know what to do, what they expect when they show up. And Yeah. Oh, it's helped us quite a bit because myself before, I never really tracked the money, where it was going, how much is going in, going out. I knew roughly what to expect. And now I know exactly how much we're spending each week. I know how much, I know what money's coming in the door, what they expect to come in the door. And it's helped us to track how many leads we had through the week, how many, it's just your guys' agenda for tracking what's going on. Boy, that's been a major help.
So good.
What a great guy. That is so exciting. Did he say 68%?
Yeah, and it's the thing about entrepreneurship, which is very interesting, Stacey, is he's referencing there how much his profits are going up. And so his leads are up. In his case, he went from a big week back in the day used to be 10 to 12 leads a week, and now he's getting 8 a day. So if you compare, it's like you're getting about 7 to 8 times more leads.
Wow.
And his profits are up over 60%, and then he just keeps growing. It turns out he's in Montana. I don't know why I thought it was Wyoming. But, Dave, most of our clients are not in Oklahoma. They're all over the country.
Yep.
And all there's great people. And hopefully I don't know, Dave, that guy oozes the sincerity. I mean, he comes across as a real guy.
Yep.
And, Dave, there's somebody watching this show right now that needs to get unstuck.
Well, and I don't want to use this term because I've used it for myself as being like a regular guy, and I don't mean that as any kind of an insult.
Mm-mm.
Like you're not exceptional, you're not Patrick Mahomes, or you're not somebody that's going to win The Voice, or you're not whatever. But most people are average people. That's where kind of average came from. If everybody was a little above average, like they think they are, then average would just be better, than it is. But they're regular people that kind of have these concerns of hey, I want to provide for my family. I want to, raise my kids. I want to do things. And they're typically good at a thing,
Yep.
and they kind of find a niche. I look at his website. It's phenomenal. Here's the 5 reasons, why your furnace may not be doing well. Here's our maintenance program. Like he knows all those things. And there's a lot of people out here like this. And I want people to know today's show, it applies if you own a business and you're wanting to get unstuck. Maybe you want coaching, or maybe you're going to take a couple of tips. A lot of people watch your broadcast for 2 or 3 years before they ever reach out and say, I want to go to the next level, but they start applying things right away. But in that mix, they're good at a thing, but they don't have the background or knowing how to scale it, how to get the Google leads, how to show up. And they don't realize that there's thousands of people out there that are calling some jackass that doesn't show up, that doesn't come when they're supposed to, that are not accountable.
That doesn't return their calls.
That doesn't return their calls. So
right.
if you know your craft and then just kind of show up and make yourself easy to find, there's amazingly little competition out there. And they consistently thrive when they get those components dialed in that you have.
What you just said, I just want to watch that again, take note of it, type it out. 100%, Dave. There's people that have this unbelievable skill, and they don't know how to run a business. And I'm trying to help somebody out there. If you would say, well, I don't have any skills, it doesn't matter. Dave, if someone says, I don't have a skill, we had a guy who used to be a paramedic, and he said, I can't handle being the paramedic. I just can't handle seeing this on a daily basis. And if you were me, what would you do? And I said, I'd start a real estate photography company. And now the guy's a multimillionaire. Seriously, had no, another example. We had a guy recently reached out to me who's as high as you can go in the United States government. I'll be very vague, but you'll know who I'm talking about, Dave. This is a guy who worked for me for years. He now works at the highest levels of the U.S. government. He calls me the other day. He says, I am done with government. And I don't even care what industry. This is a guy who worked here for years. He's like, you just tell me an industry. I just want it to be in Oklahoma. But my wife and I, we've got the 4 kids, and I'm done with the government thing. I'm coming back. Just literally tell me an industry. His text message was, seriously, tell me the industry. I'm coming back. Because it's just like, once you understand that these moves I'm going to teach you on today's show, they can change anyone's life. Yep. All you have to do is put in the work. So there's 3 steps I want to teach you today on how to dramatically increase your compensation. What are we talking about today? How to dramatically increase your compensation. This is the education to increase your compensation, okay? So step number 1, coming in hot. Focus on gaining income-producing education. Step 1. True story. There's a person I know very well who's, I'll be vague about this. They reached out to me and they said, hey, my daughter does very well, but we think we want her to drop out of school and just start working for you full time. And I go, okay, I know this kid very well. And imagine, Dave, what that would be like if you had a kid in college or something and they decide, hey, I want to drop out and go work, for me. The parents are enthusiastic about it because they know so many of my clients. And they go, our daughter needs to learn how to increase how to compensation creating education, because she's currently learning about papyrus, cuneiform, history, humanities, all these things in college, and there's no teaching at all. And she has aspirations someday to own her own business, maybe a salon, and she's not learning it, and she's just getting in debt. So we want to pull her out of school, ship her to Tulsa. It makes sense. Napoleon Hill, the best-selling author of Think and Grow Rich, wrote, an educated man is one who has developed the faculties of his mind that he or she may acquire anything they want or its equivalent without violating the rights of others. Stacy, this is so powerful, but the parents are calling me, boop, 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 boop. Clay, can our kid drop out of school? Can they come work for you? And I go, yeah. And they go, how much can she make? This is crazy. They were paying for college. They want to ship the kid to Tulsa to learn, and they don't have to pay me. And I'm going to pay their kid. And they go, how much can she make? And I go, probably 80 first year with her work ethic. They go, 80,000 the first year? I said, well, I mean, she's a diligent person. But Stacey, I want to get this idea.
Why keep learning when you can start earning?
Yep.
Right. I want to just get your thoughts on this, Stacey, because you and your husband have built successful companies. What does that mean to focus on income earning education versus the default education?
Well, a lot of times when you look at, the college education that kids are getting, maybe they are, going to be focusing on business. Well, how many of those professors have actually run a business? It's more of a concept, but not necessarily they haven't done the work to make a business work. It's interesting that you were saying that about your friend, because we had a good friend of ours a few years ago. We've known him for over 20 years, and their son was looking at going to colleges, and she called us and said, hey, what is your thought? I'd like to know, what do you guys think? And I said, do you want us to be honest? And she said, yeah. And I said, man, I'm not sure about the college thing today, but I said, one thing I would recommend is going and working for Clay Clark. And he did. He went and worked for you for a couple of years, and it was life-changing for him. I mean, I am 100% in agreement with that, because I do believe that, especially if somebody doesn't know exactly what they're going into. I mean, if somebody's going to be a doctor, or they're like, hey, I know that I want to be a teacher, that's one thing. But kids, especially when they're looking at, hey, I want to own a business, or I don't know exactly what I want to do, why would you spend the money sending them to college to waste that time when they could actually be educated by somebody that is compensating them in the process, not going and paying money and then trying to go get a job later on, which a lot of people, when they go to college, are not even getting a job in the area that they got their education in.
And can I elaborate on one little thing just to clarify for anybody listening here? We're not anti-education. I probably have, we added them up one time, close to 4,000 books. Yep. I've read most of them. I love it. I'm getting ready to enroll in Jordan Peterson's history courses that he has. Those are phenomenal. I've taken lots of courses through Hillsdale, myself ongoing. I've never in my adult life stopped learning. And I was kicked out of 2 colleges, one junior college even, which is basically like a disco with books. And I was asked to leave, and so like that wasn't the pathway for me, but also I kind of semi-retired the first time in my 20s. And so, but it was because of Napoleon Hill and going these other things. We're very high on education. We're just not big on the indoctrination into a Marxist system that teaches you to be a victim and produce little value for society. So when people can tie that in the business side with you and develop a true hunger for knowledge, man, that's a great mix.
Burning desire.
And again, I just want to be very clear on this. Obviously, I can't employ everybody, but back to that young man that we employed, he came in as sort of a high work ethic, nice guy, great parents, great character, and just was a little bit afraid to verbally communicate with people that he did not know. And I made sure we hammered on that skill set. He learned that skill set and became very good at sales. And he left here in a really positive way. Left here as this kind of guy I would hire back tomorrow if he was looking for a job. Now we move on to step number 2. Stop learning via trial and error. I remember talking to Micah, our air conditioning friend out there, and turns out Montana, Billings, Montana. And I remember saying, you got to focus on following a proven system, sprinting through the minefield of life naked doesn't make any sense. I mean, one, it's kind of weird. Why is that guy streaking naked? But I mean, figuratively speaking, this is how I view it when entrepreneurs tell me. Whenever I watch shows, and I'm not trying to get sued today. I'm not trying to slam other shows, but I get so frustrated when I hear these top level entrepreneurs that do these podcasts where they get on these shows now that they're a billionaire or they're 100 millionaire, and they go, the key to success is trial and error. I love, because you wreck people's lives when they learn via trial and error. I mean, when you meet somebody who's been in the HVAC business for 25 years and they can't smell a dime of profit, that's not a fun experience. Why learn from trial and error when you can just follow a proven path? And I said, Micah, just follow the proven path and you will have success. Napoleon Hill, who couldn't be here today because he's dead, he wrote, a successful leader must plan his work and work his plan. A leader who moves by guesswork without practical and definite plans is comparable to a ship without a rudder. Sooner or later, he will land on the rocks. One of the penalties of leadership is the necessity of willingness upon the part of the leader to do more than he requires of his followers. Efficient leadership calls for the ability to organize and master the details. No genuine leader is ever too busy to do anything which may be required in his capacity as the leader. When a man, whether he is a leader or follower, admits that he is too busy to change his plans or to give attention to any emergency, he admits inefficiency. The successful leader must be the master of all details connected with his position. Napoleon Hill. So I'm talking to Mr. HVAC, and I'm going, hey, you have to follow a proven plan. And he's going, all right. And I go, but I want you to understand the entire plan from beginning to end. I'm going to walk you through the 6 or 7 steps. And Colton, this is what I told him. I said, every week, like you have a psychological problem, I need a video testimonial from your real customers. I need images from you of real things you're doing, air conditioning units, whatever. And I need real Google reviews. Can you do that? Those 3. He says, what? Video clips, images, more Google reviews. Can you do that? He says, yes. I need you every week to host what we call the weekly group interview. Every week, I need you to interview potential employees who want to work for you. And he's like, we don't have any customers yet. Why would I want to interview? I said, stop. Just every week, video clips, images, search engine content, and interview job candidates every week. Every week. And now every day, do a daily huddle and track your numbers. Let's repeat the entire system. Video clips, images, search engine content. Every week, interview candidates. Every day, have a daily huddle with yourself, organize your day, and track the numbers. And he's like, okay, and then what happens? I go, you'll send me the videos, the images, the reviews. I will optimize your site. They'll come up top in Google, Grok, ChatGPT, AI, all that. I'll handle all that. I'll do it all. But he goes, okay, you're telling me it'll work? And I'm not kidding you. From the time that we had that most recent conversation to now, he's increased his productivity by probably 10x in like 9 weeks. Because it's just this lock on of like, all right. So Colton, I want to go back to you because you know a lot about a lot of things, but I want to focus on your fitness journey for a second, because the fitness journey, at some point, you locked on. We've never talked about this offline, but your dad's been bragging on you. At some point, you keep disappearing each and every week, getting thinner and more fit, this guy, Colton. Your dad's been bragging on you. But you locked on like a kung fu grip at some point onto a couple key principles. I don't know what they are, but tell us, because at some point, you locked on to maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4, where you're like, I'm just non-negotiable. I'm not doing this, and I am doing this. And all of a sudden, there's like this momentum. Tell us about the changes you've been making, because it's very impressive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I'm training for an Ironman, so I have my Ironman coming up in 109 days now. So it's this November. Super excited about it. And an Ironman is a really long distance race where you swim, you bike, and you run. And when you look into training, a lot of people, in order to do it, it takes systematic daily steps in all 3 of those sports. And so managing your calendar, managing the flow of it, managing how you're doing it takes a lot of intentionality. You can't accidentally show up. You can, on a lot of sports, like I ran a marathon last year, you can kind of like, okay, I'm going to run today, I'm going to run today, I'm going to run today. But when you're managing swimming, biking, and running, it takes a lot of intentionality. I end up following a plan. Just like you said, I have an app that literally tells me exactly what my workout is for the day. It puts it right in. It takes away a lot of the thinking. And then my job is to simply just do it each and every single day. And it's amazing. When you first start, you're like, man, that workout was exhausting. And my workouts are still exhausting. But when I look back at the track record over the last 6 months, what used to be the hardest workout I could possibly do is now actually an easy day for me now. What used to be, this like a workout that almost made me used to throw up is now actually like my easy recovery days and such. So it's just
What do you-
kind of
what
a
do you
daily.
eat? What's your eating non-negotiable? Tell the listeners what's your eating.
Yeah,
non-negotiable?
because a lot of times we've been to a lot of we've been to a few Ironmen, not a lot, but we've been to a few Ironmen, and sometimes when somebody finishes, they are very overweight, and you think, how does somebody exercise that much and still be overweight? So the diet is a critical part.
It's
and
really
you've been
hard.
really focusing on that.
And it's I can see why, because you'd be like, man, they work out so much, but you end up burning. Like yesterday, I burned 4,300 calories on the day. Like that was because I had this big workout. Well, so you have to work in exactly how you're going to fuel your body, and a lot of them are fairly intentional, but they'll also eat too many other things and mix in too much stuff. So I have a very specific plan. I have a protein shake in the morning, right after my very first workout. I have another protein shake in the mid morning, and then for my afternoon for lunch, I'll have 8 ounces of chicken, a quarter cup of rice, and a tablespoon of butter. I have another protein shake. I have what is called the David bar at 2:30. We call it David o'clock. It's a really good protein bar, but it's a really high protein, low calorie. So it allows me to continue to actually maintain, because when I started this, I was too heavy in order to compete in this athletically. And so I've been in a calorie deficit through this entire training process, which has been, a rather difficult thing to manage, because, you got 4,300 calories. Like that sounds like a lot, but you also have to maintain a certain number of carbs, otherwise you bonk out. So I have to, eat a pretty significant amount of carbs while doing all that.
Dave, you've seen this guy transform. I mean, you and your wife, raised this guy. You've seen the transformation. It's impressive. But whether it's fitness or it's business, Dave, you've got to lock on to just implementing these proven, simple processes on the daily, Dave.
One more thing real quick on that, because I was listening to you talk about this, and I'm teaching my daughter to swim right now. We're actively going through it. She actually just competed her first triathlon as well, and so she's having a blast with that. But as I was teaching her to swim, you go through all the basics. You're like, okay, here's how you launch off the wall, and your hands like this, and kind of teaching her how to be streamlined in the water. And then we started just doing laps in the pool. So I'm like, all right, going. And she'd have all the basics down. She'd be doing great. And she'd go a quarter way through the pool. And then she would kind of start forgetting the process and kind of start freaking out a little bit and just start kind of going a little crazy. And I would just grab her and stop and be like, all right, back to the basics. Remember, you all pull all the way down to your leg, reset. This is what this looks like, and kind of helping her back with the basics again. And it was shocking. Like then she would get going again. That's what I feel like your weekly calls are like with you, where sometimes, okay, I got the plan. When you're talking about the agenda and why he's like, that's so helpful, like you kind of know, okay, VISM got this thing, and then all of a sudden something comes up. This customer yelled at me, and my client didn't show up today, and this guy showed up, drunk, and this happened. Life happens, and all of a sudden you start panicking in your business and start, all right, we're just gonna start flinging stuff, trying to figure it out, and you can't really white knuckle it. You kind of got to stick to a system. So when you get on the call, you're like, oh, okay, that's so good. Okay, I remember. Okay, VISM. Okay, I got this process. I got got to get my reviews. Okay, I got website edits, and it's like resetting with my daughter, and then now she can cruise and keep going, but I still have to remind her, okay, hand all the way to your thigh, we go through that process. And that's what's so helpful about the coaching with you. It kind of gives that weekly reset and allows you to kind of stay on focus.
Dave, I just say this. I mean, your son, you see as a father, when you see your son going through this transformation, it's got to be exciting. It's got to be a proud moment to see him do it. But then also knowing he's committed to this regimen. I just want to get your thoughts on that as a dad watching it, because when someone sets the big goal, that's where so many people get excited about the big goal, but to watch your son actually do it, I want to get your reaction to just watching that happen.
Well, the biggest thing that's encouraging with accomplishing any goal, whether it's this or somebody wants to do anything, it's what you become in the process is the real reward. You get a medal when you complete the event, but who you became in the process, you wouldn't trade for 100 medals, regardless of what the level of achievement is. So to see your kids, have a clear-cut goal and work on it. But I'm most encouraged in our Stacy and I's private conversations when we observe something like this. You don't want your kids to make a lot of big statements and then not do them. That's very harmful to the self-esteem. And so when you have a blueprint that you're following, it protects you from your great ideas. Everybody knows a lot of guys that have these brilliant ideas and never do anything. And they're really smart. Like they're more competent than everybody else at the conversation, but they've not really, there's nothing that you can touch from their excellence. They're smart and they see things. They have a lot of understanding, a lot of brain knowledge, but they don't have the little wins from having a proven system that they're following every day. And I always say that the most harmful thing to someone's ability to succeed in life is their good ideas. Because when you dial in, okay, this is what I'm eating, this is what I do on Monday, this is what I do on Tuesday, this is what I'm doing Thursday, applies to Ironman, applies to Micah in Montana. He had a plan to follow. And so seeing your child engage in a process that doesn't require new creative thinking every day. This is a path I'm going.
Yep.
You know, every day when they go to bed at night, even if someone just makes a goal of like, okay, for the last half of 2026, I'm going to make my bed every day. That's my big dream is I want to make my, I mean, it could be the smallest thing. And they do it. Every time they see that bed made when they go to their room at night, it's like, I'm doing it.
Yep.
It builds this confidence. And we're in a world where people want to have external affirmations and confidence imposed on them, but it's really following a plan that's predetermined that gives you the little wins that allows a big success. And everybody knows someone like, wow, how did this guy accomplish all of these things? And this guy knows a lot of stuff and accomplished very little. And it's having that proven plan that you're following every day. And maybe I'm going to make my bed, I'm going to eat this, I'm going to, whatever the thing is. But you come up with that dialed in thing, the VISM, like you're talking about for Micah. When they buy into that and they don't blink and they're not getting creative every day, they're following that plan. They always succeed because they're getting so many little wins along the way. The outcome becomes predetermined.
Now, I'll tell you this, folks, with the final point I want to teach on today's show, point number 3, this is powerful for anybody out there. Final point is you want to find, step 3, find a mentor that knows the proven path. Now, I'm going to give you kind of a funny example, but Dr. Zellner and I just did dinner. It was my wife, Dr. Zellner, and I were at this really bougie restaurant the other day. I get together with Dr. Zellner, longtime mentor. For context, he's the most successful optometrist, perhaps in Oklahoma history. He and Sean Copeland built this bank called Regent Bank, and he built the largest auto auction in the state. And my role is I a lot of times am like marketing guy. You know, behind the scenes, I'm building systems and processes. And anyway, we go out to dinner, and we're going to restaurants where, Dave, the first time I went out to a restaurant with Dr. Z, he ordered the oysters. And I'd never had oysters. Just to give you context, when I married my wife, I had never been in a home that had wood floors. You know, so I'd never seen those. I saw a lot of linoleum. I'm not exaggerating. I'd never seen oysters. So he's like, yeah, I'll take oysters, and we'll do an oyster. Because he get the menu, and he goes, yeah, we'll do oysters. Let's do 12 oysters, and then we're going to do a tomahawk for he and I, medium, and then what do the ladies want? And I'm like, I don't know what a tomahawk is. I don't know what oysters are. Right. I mean, I don't know. And so we sit down, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. Should we peel these things? Do we eat them? And I'm like, these don't look cooked, sir. You know? And he's like, well, and he explains to me horseradish and the sauce and the whole thing. And I was probably 25 when that happened. And I remember that something happened, and now my wife knows I always am seeking oysters.
Oh,
and
really?
so the other day we were out to dinner, and my wife was talking to, we were all at dinner, and Z says, what have you guys been up to? And my wife goes, I don't know what it is, but my husband, since you took him out for oysters 20 years ago, he's always seeking them out. And he goes, really? And he goes, I didn't know that. And he exposed me to a tomahawk steak. I didn't know it existed, to oysters. He exposed me to the concept that you could have time freedom and financial freedom. He exposed me to the concept of having a no-brainer advertisement. He exposed me to repeatable processes. He exposed me to the idea of the consistency of the group interview. And there's a lot of things he exposed me to that he was just doing. He wasn't trying to teach it to me. He wasn't charging me a fee to do it, but he had little to no interest in spending his day every week coaching me because he was growing his optometry clinic, his bank. Right. And so I met him. I would normally get him for like 10 minutes. And then he would go, all right, Clay, thank you so much. You got to go back to work, or I'm going to the Cayman Islands, or I'm taking on. So I always got him like en route to something. So our mentor moments at max for those first 10 years were maybe 10 minutes. I'm not kidding. Maybe 10 minutes. Because it was like, hey, Z, my DJ company's not growing. And he goes, are you getting leads? I said, no. He says, do you have a no-brainer? I go, what's a no-brainer? He's like, a deal's so hot, it's going to throat punch the buyer, grab them by their throat, and make them buy from you. And I'm like, a throat punch? He goes, I haven't thought the analogy. Exactly. I remember he said that. He goes, I haven't thought through the whole example. But the point is, slap somebody, slap him with a wet fish. I go, wet fish? Because I'm trying to like take notes. He's like, it's like a fish slap. I go, what's a He goes, there's videos, people in the north, they take a fish and they slap each other. It's kind of a prank. I'm going, throat punch, fish slap, no brainer. Right. He's like, see you later, gotta go. And I'm trying to decipher my notes. Like, what does this mean? But it wasn't a mentor ongoing. It was like a one-time fire hose. But everyone needs a mentor. What's a mentor? It's someone that you're there. Exactly. You need a mentor. It's a prank in Minnesota. If you lose a bet, you agree to be fish slapped. If someone hits you with a big fish, like a big walleye.
That's hilarious.
But anyway, so a mentor is someone who meets you every week and follows up. You see, the fortune is in the follow-up. Stacey, a mentor cares enough about you to have that uncomfortable conversation with you on a weekly basis. They dare to ask, did you do it?
Yep.
They dare to ask, did you do it? So there's a notable quotable from Brian Tracy, the best-selling self-help author who was basically descended from the Napoleon Hill line of thinking. He says, no one lives long enough to learn everything they need to learn starting from scratch. To be successful, we absolutely, positively have to find people who have already paid the price to learn the things that we need to learn to achieve our goals. Stacey, I want to talk to you about this for a second. When you were doing health coaching with people many years ago, you have to follow up, whether it's weekly, daily. Can you talk about that uncomfortable moment when you were coaching people on optimizing their health and you had to ask him or her, how's that diet going? The follow-up part.
Yep. Yeah, that was a critical part of it. I would find that people would lose so much more weight when obviously they would meet with me every single week, but they would journal what they were eating on a daily basis, because I could then look at it. I could help them, through that process. But if there was no accountability, it's pretty tough, to lose the weight. We would weigh together. We would measure together. We would go through their journal, and they would see the success, but they needed that accountability. And it was sometimes tough conversations. I remember having conversations with people and I'm like, there's no way, they would do a detox for a 7-day period of time and, not lose any weight. I'm like, that's impossible. I mean, so there's something that's happening in this process that either you are eating food that you're not telling me about, but something happened, in this process. And it took those conversations for them to be able to have success, but somebody that cared. And it did have to come from a loving place. That's what I love working with you, where it's like, I know that you really care about what we are doing, and you are honest with us. You're like, man, that's not going to work. Nope, you can't do it that way. It needs to be done this way. And those conversations can sometimes be tough, but I do know that you care, and they are necessary.
And usually the faster we listen, the faster we succeed.
Yeah, it's true.
Can I say something on mentorship? Because there's going to be people listening here. They're like, I don't know anybody like that, and I don't. A lot of mentors that I had early, they had no idea they were my mentor. Some of them I didn't meet. They were people I would listen to or, go seek out the information. It used to be harder, when you buy, cassette tapes and things back in, the 80s. But there's a lot of people that were like at church or different things that if you just, were around them for a minute and then you would take something they said and apply it and then share that with them. Hey, thanks for that. You gave me that tip. And they didn't even know they gave you a tip. But if you show if you take somebody that's here, there's 3 specific ones, but there's probably 5 bosses that I worked for. A guy that owned a hotel chain, a whole bunch of things that agreed to go to lunch with me because I was doing things that I saw them modeling, shared that with them. They were so inspired. They're like, I would love to go to lunch with you. Like they were so willing to become an open book because they saw I was actually doing the little things they were saying. A lot of people will come to you and say, hey, I want you to mentor me, but they're not really serious because they're not doing, anything on their own.
That's so true.
Everybody has someone in their life that has a marriage, a couple in your church you could take to lunch. They know if you're just around them and you start modeling things you see them doing and you do it and then share that with them, people will be very willing. I found successful people are so inspired by somebody that wants to get where they are and is willing to do those same things. They want to be an open book and to share with them.
I 100% agree with you. And if you're watching this show and you say, wow, I want to become the next success story. I want to be this guy in Billings that's having massive success. I want to be the next Micah Reinhart. What I want you to do right now is, first off, go to thrivetimeshow.com with great paranoia, great skepticism mixed with hope. Have that hope that you can do it, but also go, hey, I don't know. I'm going to look at it objectively. And you click on the testimonials button. And when you just click there, you're going to find thousands of testimonials, literally thousands of testimonials of real people documented, recorded methodically over a 21-year period of time. And when you look at them and you'll go, wow, that guy looks like me. She looks like me. Wow, that's about my age. That's about my industry. Because we work with doctors, dentists, lawyers, pizzerias, home remodelers, roofers, everybody. And when you look at those, you'll start to recognize, okay, wow, I can do it. Step number 2, schedule a 13-point assessment. You say, what does that mean? It's a free consultation. It's you and I stuck together on the phone for it's called a half hour, a power. And I'm going to really do a deep dive and figure out where you're at, versus where you want to be. And I'll tell you, I'll shoot you straight whether I can help you or not. And then what we do is we work with a group of clients and we mentor you one-on-one. So we teach you what to do. But in the case of Micah, we do photography, video, web, search engine, online ad management, online ad creation, social media marketing. We do help you with the bookkeeping, help you with the numbers, help you with the workflow. We help you scale your company. We help you with the staffing. All that's included. And we charge less money than it would cost to hire even one minimum wage employee. Even if you hired one minimum wage employee today, by the way, folks, and you paid them, you paid taxes and you hired them and you provided office space and there's no way you're getting one for less than $1,700 a month. It's month to month. It's less money than it costs to hire a minimum wage employee. No contract, but our average client is with us for 6 years or longer. It's usually until they sell the company. You might say, well, why would they do that? It's because it works. The return on investment is there. If you're paying someone $1 and for every dollar you pay them, you get 10 back, that makes a lot of sense. So I encourage you, schedule a free consultation today at thrivetimeshow.com and please use promo code FLYOVER, because when you use promo code FLYOVER, you're entered in for a chance to win a backstage pass to our upcoming business workshop featuring President Donald J. Trump's son, Eric Trump. Eric Trump will be joining us, Tulsa, Oklahoma, November 5th and 6th. And if you use promo code FLYOVER, you have a chance to win a backstage pass. Also, you get a discount off of tickets, and you're supporting this great program. So that's my call to action, and then I have a little sneaky final one here. Find the Flyover Conservatives podcast wherever you're listening right now and click subscribe.
Yeah.
You want to click subscribe. I know you do. Click subscribe. It helps this broadcast. And statistically speaking, there's all sorts of podcast data research out there. A little less than half the people that watch any podcast actually subscribe. So if you hit subscribe right now, and there's part of you that says, I've got some arthritis, and when I click the button, the carpal tunnel, it activates, and I'm so push through the pain, folks. Click the subscribe button. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you so much for your time, Clay. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
Doing a quick update real quick today because there are some major changes afoot when it comes to oil, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to things that are happening. We wanted to bring in our expert advisor, a guy that's author of the book Thriving in the Economic Tsunami, Dr. Kirk Elliott.
There he is.
Oh, the crowd, they love PhDs around here. Our audience is huge fans of high IQs and brain power, so we're thankful to have you.
I love your audience. they celebrate whenever I come on. It's amazing.
Yes, right? We love smart people.
Yeah. So this week has been interesting again because why? We got another round of ceasefire optimism, right? It's like, I mean, one of these times it's going to actually last, right? So, but what happens when there's that ceasefire talks that came up again? The price of oil dipped below, it tumbled to below $90 a barrel. The futures markets jumped. Stock market was up like 600 points, I think, on Monday when this news came out. And it's like, and gold and silver up. And you know what's going to happen? Where somebody's going to break the ceasefire and things are going to go in the opposite direction, and we're going to get volatility, right? But here's what I think is going to happen. At some point, you do get a ceasefire, which is why on the last show that we did, I talked about I'm deviating from poly markets, and I think we probably we'll get one little rate reduction by the end of the year. Why is that? Because I think this conflict ultimately is going to be over. One of these times we will get basically traction, and the ceasefire will last. Whether it lasts forever or whether it lasts 3 to 6 months, I don't think it's going to last forever. Nothing does, right? But if it lasts for a while, the price of oil will come down. The inflationary talks will go away. You'll get a rate reduction. But here's what I think is then going to happen. Whether it's about the war in Iran, this conflict, or the conflict with Russia and Ukraine, or whether it's a new one somewhere else, we're going to have inflation that keeps persisting because it's just the reality. It's like oil is only one component in everything, but you've got fertilizer, you've got weather patterns, you've got simply supply of certain things running out, like of silver, for example. Well, there's so much demand for AI chips and cryptocurrency and everything else that ultimately, when you have high demand, prices go up. So technology should cause prices to come down because more efficiency and everything else. But no, you've continually got faster chips that come out. And Colton, you're a computer guy, right? It's like, well, I could buy the same computer I had before for like literally 25% of the price, but I don't want that.
Right.
I want the biggest and the best and the fastest to keep up with all this, Claude and Chat GPT and everything that I need it to do and all this computational power. So even though the price of technology is coming down, in our pocketbooks, the price of technology is going up because you want the biggest and the fastest and the best. It's just human nature.
Yep.
Like the price of flat screen TVs. A flat screen TV that I bought 3 years ago for $3,000, I could probably get for $400 today.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm still going to probably spend $3,000 on a flat screen TV because I want a better one that has better technology, right? It's like, so here's where people get misled thinking the technology is causing prices to come down. Yes. But human nature is causing your prices to go up because you always want the biggest and the fastest and the best and everything else. So I don't buy the technology is deflationary story because human nature is opposite of that.
Totally.
It's simply just opposite of that. So you're constantly going to be seeing these inflationary pressures. This is why going into 2027, I think we'll probably get 3 more rate increases in 2027, even though we might get a small one this year just because this conflict will ultimately be over. But look at everything else that we buy. Look at the cost of drugs. Look at the cost of healthcare. Look at the cost of the newest MacBook Pro with all the bells and whistles. It's like, wait a second. I thought the price of technology was coming down. Why is this thing $6,000 for a laptop? Right? It's it's because you want the computational power to keep up with AI and what you need to do, where the old stuff just doesn't cut it anymore. So in that respect, prices will continue to go up. And that's where I think we ultimately do get rate increases next year.
So your prediction is going to be that the cost of some of the processes will go down. Some of the cost of lending will go down this year, but because of rate increases to cut back on inflation heading to the end of the year after the midterms or into 27, we're going to see a steady flow of rate increases to slow down inflationary pressures.
Yeah. See, policymakers have the worst dilemma. It's a catch-22, like none other. It's like the economy stinks. It's not people aren't keeping up with inflation. Are we going to focus on creating jobs, right? Which is would mean lowering interest rates. Or are we going to focus on the prices that everybody's paying, which means we have to raise interest rates? I think they're going to look at the price that everybody's paying and raise interest rates to try to fight inflation, right? Because looking at it from a bigger, broader view years down the road, that fits into their agenda much more. It's like, who cares if you have a job down the road if universal basic income becomes a thing, right? It's like you start to look at some of the what was conspiracy theory a couple years ago, which now is reality theory. I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory; it's reality theory.
Right?
How do we know? Look what the European Union did last week. The European Union basically said dealing in cash, like paper, cash, euros, they outlawed that like a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago. So what are they moving towards now? European Parliament just said digital euros is what we're going to do. Now, how many digital euros can you keep in your bank account? Maximum of 3,500.
Oh.
$3,500. What if you're saving up for a down payment on a house and you have 50,000? You can't. Well, what are you going to do with the excess? It basically is going to go to the bank, and they'll pay you interest on it, right? So it's like it's going to go out of your account, but they'll pay you interest on it. What if you're a business in Europe? You know what the law says then? You can't have a cash balance for more than 24 hours of digital euros.
Oh,
it's like how can we fund our inventory? How can we fund for capital expansion? We need to buy a new office building. You can't have it in there for more than 24 hours. Goes to the bank. They pay you some interest on it.
Yep.
See, this is the first step of central bank digital currency, divorcing you from your money and telling you how much money you can have on hand. Now, here's the kicker to it, which is why I know this is so foul and so evil, and why I think central bank digital currency is the mark of the beast, is because, hey, you know what? We'll give you a higher interest rate on the money that's coming back to the bank if you start giving up some of your personal data.
Oh,
it's like that's the trade-off. They want more information on you, and they'll give you a higher interest rate if you do it. Well, to me, that's the precursor to universal basic income.
For sure.
Right? You just start playing some of these things out, and we're living in a world that was written about by Orwell in the 1984 book. It's Big Brother controlling everything. Yeah. It's wild.
Financial sovereignty is becoming the new, almost like freedom.
Yeah.
Because there's not a new land to move to. You're not going to leave Europe and go to the New World to get religious freedom, to be able to do what you want to do and be left alone. There is no new place to go. It's operating in the place you're in with financial sovereignty that gives you the opportunity to operate in alignment with your beliefs and your conscience. We listen to Josh Howerton of Lake Point Church quite often. He had a sermon just this Sunday, which, again, he's a pastor in Texas, but a big part of his sermon, he brought in the fact there's over 100 nations that have a plan in place for CBDCs, and he explained all that. And he also talked about the UK's regulations that they were trying to push, where in order to do business, you need this digital ID in order to participate in commerce. These are all biblically based things of where these people are headed. And there's a picture of Josh. when this thing goes mainstream, this isn't, an economist out of Denver, just a PhD guy talking about this. When it gets like a pastor in Texas is talking about this too,
his congregation,
the congregation, because he's like, wake up, this is where the world's going. You have to begin to understand you're going to operate cross-grain from how governments are demanding you go. You can't be thinking in terms of this. You need financial sovereignty. You need something that you can physically touch, that they can't manipulate, control, and say, how much, where, that you either have on hand or in private storage, which is what you help people do. So if people are hearing this as kind of a message and you're like, hey, these things are happening, I need to be at the front end of this. I need to be in the driver's seat of what's happening in my own financial world. And I need some autonomy from this system. I need to take some poker chips off of the table, and kind of be slide them in my pocket over here to move away from the game. Dr. Kirk and his team are the best people to talk to, for sure. Not just in how to initiate that, but how to then navigate it ongoing. That's where you're going to really need the help and how do I sell this in the future? Who do I sell it to? How do I liquidate this? What does it cost me to do that? These guys walk you through all of that in a way that you'll be so glad you have that relationship. It's why we've had it for decades. Go to flyovergold.com, and you just enter in your email, your phone number, your name, and they'll reach out, and then you guys will set up a conversation and talk and say, hey, here's my concerns. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's my age. Here's my plan. This is what I'm looking to do. They'll walk you through a strategy geared specifically for you, where you can begin to operate outside of the system and have something that can't be manipulated, controlled, printed by the government, and turned into something worthless, like is what happened to people all over the world. We're a little safer in the United States than you are in Europe. But like everything else, we're not far behind. We've seen what's happened with the Islamic invasion in Europe. We've seen what's happening here. These things we're just slightly behind them. If you want to be ahead of it, reach out to Dr. Kirk and his team. Go to flyovergold.com. Do it today. Put in your email, your name, your phone number. Easiest thing you ever want to do, and they'll walk you through it. Dr. Kirk, thank you for your time. Thank you for being such a valuable ally and asset in this window of time.
Everyone is talking about this. The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today. It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. That is Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks. And
this is Secret America.
Longer. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA today. Now,
welcome
back to
everybody.
the program. Thank you very much.
Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today. We have evidence that the United States government may have been the reason for the I guess you could call it Spain, the Spain border storm, if you will. The United States government may have been the reason that those Moroccans stormed. I don't like to call it Spain because it's a northern, it's a territory in North Africa that they own, but whatever. The United States government may have been the reason for that border storm. We have evidence of that. We also have a lot of other things to talk about. I mean, we have where an FBI agent has admitted to stealing nearly $1 million in cryptocurrency from suspects' accounts. All right, we've revealed that Taco Bell actually discussed Michigan's Psychospora outbreak with state officials nearly 2 weeks before alerting customers. We've got a lot to go on, and scientists say we actually know the scientists have put out an amount of people that is acceptable to unalive in order for Earth to continue. Scientists have said in order to save the planet, there's a certain amount of people that need to be killed, and we are going to tell you that exact amount. But first, I want to talk about Max Associates, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Right now, every single one of their items, 10% off anywhere, and free shipping anywhere in the United States. But for Secret America viewers only, if you type in code SECRET20, you get 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. So make sure you type in code SECRET20, that's SECRET20, to get 20% off your order at maxassociates.etsy.com. We got the 2026 midterms coming up. It is still the 250th year of America. We got to show these people where we stand. Show the liberals, show the Democrats, show the socialists, show the communists where you stand in terms of America's biggest issues and how much you love this country. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, the rumors are true. The book is out. It is By Design, the First Black President. This book is written as a cinematic political thriller that tells the story of the rise of America's first Black president from the point of view of the conspiracy theories being the reality. We're talking about the spouse, the children, the birth certificate, who guided him in order for him to get to be president. All of these things, By Design, the First Black President, tells the cinematic tale, which means it's like a movie playing in your head. It is not a book that will talk at you and say this happened, or this happened. It will actually show you as if you are watching a movie. It is incredible. It has all 5-star reviews on Amazon. Make sure you check it out. You can go to Amazon to get it, or you can go to secretamericalive.com. You can get a signed copy, or you can press a different button at secretamericalive.com. It'll take you right to Amazon. All right, Jay. So I'm just going to come out with the first thing that we got, which is the biggest thing. It may be possible. We have evidence that apparently 2 weeks, and we have evidence that the United States is not only responsible for the Morocco invasion of Ceuta, but also paid for this to happen. Apparently,
I'll debunk that. Go ahead.
Oh, you'll debunk it? Okay.
Yes, I will.
2 weeks before the migrants from Morocco invaded Ceuta, the GOP, not just the GOP, but the entire House, passed a bill with $40 million for Morocco and a committee report that advised immediately. I mean, 2 weeks before this happened, they gave them $40 million to Morocco, saying, do whatever you wish for. It's Morocco's money now. Spanish administered cities of Ceuta, I don't know how the hell to say it, Ceuta and Melilla are located in Moroccan territory and remain the subject of Morocco's long-standing claim. That's what they said. This happened July 29th, 2026, apparently. I don't know. That's what I'm seeing. That's when the Senate received it, apparently. So this all happened a couple of weeks before. So if you want to debunk it, I would love to hear it.
Okay. No money has been paid from this. This isn't even signed into law yet. Zero money. So nobody's been paid a dime. That's number one. Number two, this is pretty much a standard foreign aid package. The language in it was in a committee report referring to Cieta and I think Mayela, however you want to say it. I don't know either, Jack. That's it's language in a committee, a non-binding committee report. It has zero legal standing. It doesn't change
it
U.S.
passed the House, the
Yeah,
entire House.
But
And the
zero,
thing is,
my point is, no money has been spent. No money has been
that's
spent for
fine.
anybody.
That's fine. But this
so
money
how are we paying anybody if no money's been spent?
Well, if you'd let me speak, this money could easily.
Well, I was actually speaking, trying to tell you the other reasons why.
Yes,
but then
this money could easily be.
Finish, I'll also
this
tell you
money
other
could
reasons.
easily be something that is just an incentive. If you do this, we'll give you the money for it. I mean, it's that simple.
When are they going to give them the money?
Who cares? That's
No,
not
it
the
doesn't
point.
matter. This is first of all, even if this bill passes, even if this package passes, it's months. It wouldn't take effect till October 1st, and then months after that would that money be released? You're talking months.
Yeah, months. October 1st is less than 2 months away.
No,
and,
months from October 1st.
It's very easily an incentive. I mean, it could very easily be an incentive to do this.
Okay.
I mean, why? You tell me that coincidences just magically happen. The Moroccan people invade the Spanish town of Ceuta. Yet 2 weeks beforehand, they pass this bill in the House and say, you know what? But yeah, maybe we have an incentive for you guys to do something. But it just happened. Those two things are totally independent of each other. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, I need a lot more than that. I need a lot more than that for you to tell me that the United States paid for this border crossing when just a couple of days ago when we discussed it, there were way more incentives just without the United States having to do with any of them.
What incentives?
Including, you had a Supreme Court ruling that if migrants arrived by sea into that area, they couldn't be subjected to immediate summary returns. They would have to.
That was the whole point of the incentive, though. I mean, military age males. It's not like these were females and babies.
This is a Spanish Supreme Court ruling.
Nothing these were females and babies, man.
But what?
You're saying you're saying that military age males, all of them, 60,000, decided to all go at the same time. Just all military age males, all 60,000, all at the same time, purely by coincidence. That's what you're telling me.
Morocco has happened before, not to this level. In 2021, it was 8,000 to 10,000 at once. This time
is
it was more.
60,000, and this is pure
this
males.
Was a lot
military
more.
age males.
Okay, and then you also had the fact that what else was there? Trafficking networks were pretty much putting together a lot of stuff online, organizing this. That's been documented.
Show me. I would love to see that.
It's all over the place. Go look.
I'd love to see it.
There's been documented that there are trafficking networks online that have put out
that organized this.
Yes, that have put out that. It's there. You want me to find it right now?
Yes,
I'll go
I want you to find it.
Okay.
Yes.
Data Republican published a ton of it. If you want to
see
look,
it.
that's who had it. Data Republican published it. And I actually read it last week on this show. But there's also evidence of, let's say, social media messaging platforms. Again, false claims, advice where to go. Smuggling networks were involved. Nothing to do with the U.S. government.
60,000 males. This is not families. There's no babies and children.
But hold on. What does this have to do? What does it make a difference? You're telling me the money just paid for males and not anybody else? Is that what this is? The US government
if you're going to take over something, if you're going to take over.
Who's taking over?
Didn't you read what it said? It says right here in the thing. It says the committee notes that the Spanish-administered cities of Ceuta and Melilla are located in Moroccan territory and remain the subject of Morocco's long-standing claim. If they're paying for that to happen, they're not going to send over women and children.
Does that change U.S. policy?
What does U.S. policy got to do with anything? These things happen all the time, Jay. All the time.
So,
you know that.
This is ridiculous. I need a lot more than it. It's completely ridiculous. And
so
another thing,
what's ridiculous is that you're saying this happened all by coincidence. That's ridiculous.
No, I don't, Jack. It happened, but it happened by some way. But it wasn't the U.S. government from a committee report in the House of Representatives where no money's been paid.
So that money couldn't be an incentive to do this. No, that money could not be an incentive.
Where is the money? It's not. It's months away.
Jay, I said incentive. I didn't say give him the money. I said incentive. If you do this, we pass the bill. It's that simple.
Who does it? Morocco? We've already been giving
the Moroccan government or whoever organized.
We've been giving Morocco aid for decades.
Jay, but this doesn't just happen out of nowhere. 2 weeks before it happened, you're telling me that's pure coincidence.
Well, and I'm giving you other reasons why. The border
you're giving me online social media posts and trafficking operations. Come on. These are males, not children.
You're giving me a committee report, and I'm telling you that it's
2 weeks before it happened.
It's documented that there are organizations telling people where to go.
So you're telling me 60,000 military-age males were told by organizations, just go over there, and we're not going to give you anything. Nothing's going to happen. Just go.
Then who told them? The government?
Why not?
Our government told them?
No, why not? Why not the Moroccan government? They actually said in the report that this is Morocco's territory and part of their longstanding claim. Then all of a sudden, 60,000 military-age Moroccans invade that city.
We've been giving money to Morocco forever. So this time it's just they're going to do this. This has happened before in 2021, not to this level. But
Did we give them money then?
We've been giving them aid forever.
Did we give it right before that?
I don't know.
Well, that would be the thing to ask.
We've been giving them millions of dollars for decades.
Yeah, but it's awful weird how 60,000 military-age males just happened to do it 2 weeks after this happened.
Okay, here's another thing then. Why the Spanish government, we know, doesn't align with this administration. In fact, they hate each other. The Spanish government that's in line now, right? We know that. It's a leftist government. They don't align with President Trump. Have they backed this claim at all? That the U.S. is responsible, this report laying
How in the world would the Spanish government possibly know that right now?
Well, they don't have intelligence. They don't have somebody leaking it to them that, oh my God,
Jay,
this is what happened.
In order for the Spanish government,
why have they not said it? Why has this government not said it? They've actually blamed
Jay,
the court decision.
Do you realize how much right now, like you just said, the U.S. hasn't paid the money yet. How in the world could they say the U.S. did it? There's no evidence the U.S. has paid the money yet.
So the Spanish government can't use that, but we can say that it's because
we are podcast hosts and we can put two and two together.
I know
they are a government.
This came from Thomas Massey. I know exactly where it came from, and it's
Oh
absurd.
my gosh! Yeah, none of that was a lie. Everything was in that report, Jay. I'm sorry, it was.
Yeah, it's Thomas Massey once again. He's the only
Is he lying
Republican that
about
didn't
the
vote for it
report?
because he's a fiscal hawk and he wants to stick his thumb in the eye in his way. It's the same nonsense over and over again.
Yeah, he's lying about the report. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he's not lying about the report, but the report that he's talking about has nothing to do with this. It's a meaningless report.
How do you know?
How do you know?
I'm telling you what I believe. I'm telling you what I believe.
Your claim. You have to prove your claim. You have to
Jay,
prove your claim.
I'm the only one that has any evidence.
Wait a minute.
I'm the only one that has any evidence.
What
and
evidence
I have,
do you have?
And Jay,
what evidence do you have?
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what evidence I have.
What?
The claims that mine is a lot less absurd than all these things happening as coincidence. Pure coincidence.
So it's just
all military-age males.
So because
60,000 people invading Morocco into Ceuta,
because it happened,
and the United States government just happened to pass this bill in the House 2 weeks before it happened.
They've passed bills several times about this. Again, about $140 million since 2012 to Morocco.
What's that got to do with this?
Well, you're saying it's about the money. We've been giving them money forever.
So because we've been giving them money forever, this couldn't be an incentive. We couldn't. There's no way that could possibly happen.
No, if you're making this claim that the United States is paying Moroccan migrants or Morocco to send military-age men into this area, you need to prove that other than there's a line in a committee report.
I would love to have a more realistic explanation other than trafficking networks and social media posts.
I'm trying to give you more, but every time I do, you cut me off.
Okay, I'd love to hear it. Go ahead.
So the other thing, as I said, the Supreme Court decision, the fact that Spain is also gave 500,000 migrants who are already there the incentives to stay. Now, does that give people who might want to arrive some incentive to say, hey, I'm here now too. Can you do it for me?
It would give families.
Yeah, you're damn right it does.
It would give families,
You do have reports of Moroccan police waving people over the border. That's the Moroccan police decision. The U.S. has nothing to do with that.
Oh,
all right. You want to believe it? Go ahead. I don't.
You're telling me that the Supreme Court in Spain made this ruling, and no families decided to take advantage of it. Only military-age males.
I don't know, Jack. Yeah, apparently
that's what happened.
Yeah, military-age men decided we're
Only
going across
military-age men.
We're going across to take over the area. That's what they decided.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Why does that have to be the United States that is not paying?
Jay,
no money. Has any money been paid? Yes or no?
Jay, I just said that's the incentive to do this, Jay.
Where is the money? It hasn't even been passed into law yet.
You're not hearing me. The passage is contingent upon this happening. Now it will pass.
So there's no way.
Why would they pay the money before it happened?
There's zero way for me to prove that this is correct. So if it does happen, if it's passed, it's because this happened. That's ridiculous.
Oh no. But so if it doesn't pass, then this didn't happen. It can go both ways, Jay.
I'm going to tell you this: it's probably going to pass because we've been passing the aid to Morocco as an ally in that area forever, and there are reasons why.
Yes,
so it's
but
going to pass.
In those bills where we gave them this aid, did we also say that Ceuta is actually Moroccan territory and that's part of their long withstanding claim? And then 60,000 military-age males happened to invade the island?
It's a line in this report. It
Is
doesn't
it in
mean
any
that
other
line
report?
is going to remain in the report. It doesn't mean that has anything to do with this.
Is it in any other report? Any other Moroccan report we ever
you're
did?
basing the fact we're making the leap that the United States.
It's not a big leap.
No, it's a big leap that
No,
the
it's
United
not.
States
This
government are paying Moroccans to
Uh-huh.
invade a sovereign nation because of a line in a report.
And you're telling me that doesn't happen?
Well, show me where it happened.
I don't. Let's forget about this for a second. You're
Show me
saying
where it
that's
happened.
never happened.
You
That's
just
what you're
wanted me
saying?
to prove that there's
No,
report
no.
that there's
I'm
social
asking
media
you if
reports.
it ever happened. You're saying this
You
never
need to-
happens?
You need to prove to me.
No.
that
Are
this
you
has
saying
happened.
this never happens?
Well, prove it to me that it's happened.
No. I'm asking.
I'm asking. You're saying
No,
it's
no.
happened. Prove it.
No, if I haven't proved that this happened, you're saying it hasn't happened, right?
Well, you're asking me to prove that.
No, I'm not asking you to prove anything.
Yes, you did. You asked
All
me
I
to prove
want-
that there was online coordination. There is proof.
Well, yeah,
of that.
you're
You can
saying
go
there
look at it.
was. But
Yeah,
now,
there is.
all I'm saying is I'm asking you a question. Has this ever happened? Has America ever done this before? Ever?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No, I don't know. Do you?
Okay. No problem. I will show you.
Do you know?
Yep.
You know
I
for
actually
sure.
do.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
All right. Maybe it has, but that doesn't mean it happened here.
It doesn't mean it didn't either.
Well, again, we're basically accusing our own government. And I'm
Oh,
not,
no,
you know,
no,
our
not the
government,
U.S. government.
hold
No.
on, our government
No.
can do a lot of things wrong. We know that, but in this case, we're saying our own government, we're responsible for what happened in that area.
Jay,
This is ridiculous.
it's not that hard to connect the dots, man.
It's
Come
ridiculous.
on.
No,
You're telling
it
me
is that
this
hard.
just happened
I
2 weeks afterwards with
need
all
more.
military age males.
I need
and
more.
it has nothing to do with the bill.
Yeah,
Nothing to do with the incentive.
I need
Nothing to
way
do
more.
with the line.
I need way more than a line in a bill.
That's fine
Way
if
more.
you need that. I'm just trying to tell everybody
more.
there's another way to look at it, okay?
Okay. I'm not saying there isn't. I just disagree with it completely.
I never said, now I'm not saying that this definitely happened. I'm saying that you got to look at things from every perspective.
I am, and I looked at it, and I don't believe that that's the reason why.
And that's fine. This
all.
is not just for you, though. It's for everybody.
I
to
get
look
it,
at
and
things.
now I gave this side of the story.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying. Look at things from different perspectives. It's not
That's
just
fine.
my perspective. It's not just his perspective. You know, I mean, we tell you what we know. I mean, we're not law enforcement entities. We can't, do search warrants or, whatever the hell else they can, seize servers, whatever it is. We can't go through their bank accounts. But what we can tell you is whatever I think and whatever I see, and he tells you the same thing. So let's just see how this goes.
We'll see. Listen, you could be right.
And
Well, I
yes,
could be
Hicks, the
right.
bill was 2 weeks before it happened. You're looking at when it was sent to the Senate, not when the bill happened.
Who's that?
Okay. Huh?
What was that?
Hickser said there wasn't a bill when our border. What? I thought he was talking about Spanish. No, why would there be a
No,
bill?
what he's
our
saying is there was nothing. It was incentives by an open border. It was our government's decision is what attracted people to come here in mass.
Well,
when
America's
Biden
a
was
lot
president.
different than Spain.
But the point he's making, and you got to just listen to the point, is that Spain's decisions, which are horrible, we know that on borders, Europe's decisions on borders are horrible, incentivizes this type of crap. And yes, military age men
That's the
stormed
thing.
our border.
It
Our
would be
border was
yeah,
military
but there were
age
women
men.
and children that came too. There were none. Go look at the videos. Not a single
I've seen
one.
them. I have
Not a
seen
single
them.
one.
I've seen them.
Okay, let's move on. Jay, have
Go
you seen? Check this out. Have you seen where the FBI agent has stole $1 million in cryptocurrencies from other countries' accounts that he was looking into or whatever it was? He was, I guess, had warrants for. He was monitoring. He stole $1 million. And you know how he got caught? Guess how he got caught? I want you to know. Listen to this. He turned himself in. Nobody came at him. Nobody was even questioning it. I gotta say,
why did he turn himself in?
He didn't say, but I gotta tell you, if he's gonna do something like that, either don't turn yourself in or don't do it in the first place.
Well, yeah, how about that?
What's the point?
I don't know. Did he get cold feet? Did he?
Let me
That's
put
weird.
it on. Yeah, let me because there's Let me pull it up real quick because he admitted to it. This is exactly what he said. Check this out. Motivated by frustration over slow agency action, Yarosh, it was Patrick Yarosh, made about a dozen transfers using memorized passphrases, which means he's got to be pretty fucking smart because those passphrases, Jay, have you ever seen a crypto wallet?
I would never even think to attempt to do something like this. No, I couldn't even. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't even know where to start.
It's impossible. Let's say you knew how to do it. It's impossible to memorize a crypto. He memorized a dozen. Those crypto wallets that say like capital A, S, like 30 or 40 characters. He memorized 12 of those somehow.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
incredible. He's like the guy in he's Travis Dane. I don't know if you know who that is, but he's Travis Dane. Under Siege 2. That's who this guy is. This guy is. Eric Bogosian in Under Siege 2. That's who this guy is. He's like a genius.
Gotcha.
Like, did you see in that movie when he had 2 keyboards and he typed 2 different passwords simultaneously? Incredible. That's what this guy seems like.
Unbelievable. And I want to say it was Criminal Minds where it was cool. They had this bank here, this bank company, right? And it was a bank, and they kept all the nefarious accounts where nobody could find them. Nobody knew how they were holding these nefarious accounts. And it ended up being where this girl that worked there had photographic memory. And that's how they kept the accounts, was in her mind. She would just take a picture of it and they'd burn it or whatever. It was incredible, pretty incredible. So it's something like this, something like that. This is his exact words. He said Yarosh made about a dozen transfers using memorized passphrases before self-reporting and admitting he had, quote, fucked up. That's what he said. He said,
what the hell?
Dude, you're talking about $1 million. Even if you turn yourself in, you're looking at 20 years.
Yeah. Well, you know what they should do with this guy? They should bring this guy into like the fraud unit or the FBI unit or some crypto unit so he could tell them exactly how people are doing this stuff.
They should. They should like they did
Frank
with
Abagnale. Frank Abagnale.
Thank you. God, I could not think of his name. Yeah, like they did with him in the check forging. That was pretty impressive. And they should do that with this guy because if you can memorize 12 cryptocurrency wallet addresses or whatever it was, that's unbelievable. Yeah, I just don't understand why you would start it. I understand you're upset at your job, right? You're upset at the company. They're not doing what you want them to do. So you steal $1 million from other countries and then turn yourself in and say you fucked up. Look, if you're going to get 20 years anyway, why not keep going until they catch you?
Maybe he figured he's going to eventually get caught. Eventually the paper trail or the electronic digital trail will catch up to him. Let me turn myself in now. So maybe I get 20 years, or maybe they do use me in their unit, or they give me some leniency instead of me getting 100 years. Maybe that's what he thought.
Oh my goodness. People, I tell you, man, what in the world are they thinking? I mean, gosh,
that's the only reason I could think. What's that?
They had no idea.
But maybe he figured eventually they will. Maybe he figured this. Somebody else almost as smart or as smart as him, or maybe smarter than him, will get on the trail eventually. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Plus the pressure gets to you. You're thinking that they're watching you. You're thinking everything you do, you get paranoid. Oh yeah. So
what was his motive in the first place? He was mad at work.
He said he was motivated by frustration over slow agency action.
Well, hello. Oh my God. Then
Isn't
everybody
that the government?
should do this.
That's the whole government, right?
Exactly. Oh my God. The amount of crimes that I would have committed in my career.
Oh, man. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's so insane. And then to turn yourself in.
Yeah.
I mean, especially when they had no idea. But I guess if you're in that position, you're probably paranoid that they already know.
Did this guy realize who he worked for?
I don't. And that's the craziest part. Listen to this. He worked for the FBI Cyber Crimes Unit. That's the craziest part.
This guy, Jack, they should make this guy the head of the Cyber Crimes Unit. Just keep an eye on him.
Absolutely, because they had no idea. He had $1 million. I don't know if he ever actually got to spend any of it or what, but man,
that might be like the dumbest smart person like you've ever met. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
why is this so slow? Why is there so much bureaucracy? Where?
Let me steal $1 million.
You work for the government, dude.
If I steal $1 million, then turn myself in, that'll wake them up. That'll get them going.
That's a funny story.
Yeah.
And I'm glad the people going to get their money back.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't say, but I would assume so at this point.
All right. Good. Glad for that.
Since he
So,
turned
happy
himself
ending.
in.
Happy ending. We get to laugh about it. This guy's crazy. Maybe we can find a good use for him.
Absolutely.
And everybody gets the money back. Good.
That's so funny. Oh man. Okay, so let me tell you something that's not funny, Jay. I'm gonna tell you something that is not funny.
All right.
Scientists, and this is an article according to the Daily Mail. Scientists say we need to halve, and that means cut in half Earth's population to just 4 billion in order to save the planet, is what they're saying. And you know how they're always alarmists, they always lie and bullshit. But the crazies, like the Bill Gates, they believe this shit. So what are they going to do to cut the whole population by half?
Vaccine, maybe?
Yeah, there you go.
Some vaccine that we just, a couple of weeks, we'll roll it out to everybody and make them get it unless they lose it
Force them to get
lose
it,
their job. Yeah, maybe something like that.
Or even at gunpoint at this point.
I mean, they've been talking about this forever. My father, he was at Columbia University. He was in the 60s. And they used to talk about this stuff. How are we going to feed everybody? How are we going to do this? And this is in the 60s they were talking about this. So this, to me, is this whole kind of like Hunger Games type mentality where, we're going to be in charge. This is a globalist mentality kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
We're going to run everything, but how are we going to have enough food to feed everybody that we run? That's kind of where this goes for me. I could be wrong, but it's dystopian as hell. Totally.
It is dystopian. I will tell you one thing that is in their favor in terms of this maybe being happening. And that is the fact that over the last 100 years, the Earth's population has gone from 2 billion to 8 billion. And that's 6 billion in the last 100 years. Imagine where it'll be 100 years from now. I mean,
who knows? Yeah. I mean, who knows? Right. I mean, you know what I always do though, Jack? I always kind of give as messed up as the human race can be. And we know it can be messed up.
Oh yeah.
But I always give the benefit of the doubt that we're going to figure it out, even though there might be some really bad things along the way that happen. And we know that they already have, and there will be some more in the future, that eventually we will figure out a way to do it. Like, I just have to believe that, or else then what the hell's the point?
Yeah. The thing is, they tell you things like, well, I had it 2 seconds ago. Man, there are ads galore in these things, dude. It is so difficult to read anything. But they said things like they have, okay, here it is. Based on current trends, it says, where the hell did it go? Anyways, CO2 emissions have doubled, and then it was talking about a couple other things. But the thing is, even if those things happen, or even if they're telling us these things, we don't know that they're true. These are scientists that are alarmists, obviously, when it comes to anything.
Yeah. Are these the same guys that told us, like the Al Gore, that the world would be over by now? Like every 5 years, they give it 5 more years or 10 more years.
That and the polar ice caps melting and all that shit.
Right. We're supposed to be on the water right now, Jack.
Yeah. It's funny because first they said global warming, then they said global cooling. And it's funny because first everything was going to melt. Then everything was going to freeze. There was going to be an ice age. And now it's what is it? Climate change. That way you can, if it goes either way, they could be right either way.
Right. It's like a weatherman giving you like, oh, there's a 20% chance of rain, or, we might,
that's most weathermen these days.
Exactly. So it is that climate change just covers everything. So if it's a really hot summer, oh, there we go. We told you. If you get a really cold winter, we told it's come on. You guys got to do better. They got to do better. They talk about another just area where we've lost all trust. All trust.
Absolutely. Oh man, yeah. The whole COVID thing cost us so much public trust in not just in America, but all over the world, and almost every institution run by government.
Absolutely.
I mean, so much.
Yep, a lot, no doubt.
And that's what causes these problems. Listen to this. This year so far, we are in whatever the hell year it is, 2026. This year so far, let's say it rounded up. We'll say 76 million people have been born this year. There's only been 36 million deaths. You know what I mean? So,
yes, so almost 2 to 1.
Yeah, that's
no, it is more than 2 to 1.
I could see it getting out of control at some point.
Yeah, it's more than 2 to 1.
If it continues, though. I mean, it would have to continue at this pace.
Well, we'll see, because I've always let's see, the COVID shots were 5 years ago. You wait till about 15, 20 years, and let's see what effect this has. These COVID shots have on people at that age when they want to start having children. We'll see. God, it's scary. It really is.
Oh, I finally found what they said. They found that in the past 50 years, in which the population has doubled, CO2 emissions have more than doubled, the world's biodiversity has more than halved, and energy use has tripled. So, and it says at the same time, mineral extraction and pesticide use have more than quadrupled globally. So if you add all these things together, if these numbers are true, that's the problem. We don't know. But if they're true, it does. I can see why that would raise eyebrows, but only if they're true. And it's impossible for us to know that.
Yeah, and energy consumption. I've always feel like we'll figure out a way with the energy, whether it's oil, coal, or then nuclear. Nuclear, nuclear is so far advanced from where it was Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island. It's so far advanced now. I think people just still have that just fear of nuclear. Where yes, if something does go wrong, it's a whole different disaster. But it's just, and I'm not any nuclear expert at all, but I just we all kind of know that the technology is so far advanced than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago that it's not even funny. And that there are places that use nuclear for energy and they really have no issues. So I don't know. And there is nuclear waste. Listen, again, is above my pay grade, but I don't believe, like you said, these people are alarmists. And if they've just been more honest with us over the years, we would tend to take what they say, instead of the boy who cried climate change, the boy who cried flood, the boy who cried heat, we would take it more seriously.
Absolutely. But see, even like you said, with the nuclear reactors and things, that's actually the most clean energy.
Yeah.
And it's the most abundant energy. So nuclear would be the way to go everywhere. I mean,
longest lasting. I mean, you don't have to touch it for, 100%.
And it's, I mean, the thing is with nuclear, people see what happened in like Hiroshima. They see the side effects, not the deaths, but the side effects. What happened in Chernobyl, 2 heads on people. No, they get scared.
Yeah, rightfully so. I get it. But, there should be more of a campaign, though. That's a messaging thing. There should be more of a campaign to tell them the truth about it. This is what it is now. This is the safety precautions. This is what would have to happen for Chernobyl to happen again. This is what we've done to stop that from happening again. You don't really hear enough about that, if anything.
You're right. And what's interesting, Jay? Raina has a good point here. She says, when you look at all these illegals coming from all these countries, it makes you wonder, first of all, if there's any left in those countries, or are they so overpopulated? That's where they need to start with handing out birth control. The point that, the thing that she said at the beginning, when you look at all these illegals coming up from all these countries into America, they're not even talking about all that population adding to America. They're just talking about births and deaths, So, I mean, add in 20 million more people, and then the illegals having births that nobody knows about.
I mean, the birth rate in America, native born, is probably down. I think it is down. It is amongst whites down, for sure. It's down. And that's one of the reasons they always tell us, we need people. It's always the excuse. That's what Spain's doing. We're going back to that.
Has 12 kids.
but going back to Spain in the beginning, one of the things that they're saying, we need more people. Our birth rates are down. Okay. I mean,
why would you want other people?
Well, that's the thing. How about getting your birth rates up?
There you go. Promote sex.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. How about make it like your policies are probably the reasons why birth rates have gone down. How about fix that?
Make it affordable to have a family.
Yeah, do what you can to, spur on, economic development, capitalism. That's how you do it. It isn't going to be by the government buying people houses and government-run grocery stores, and we have to get into that with Mamdani today. We have to, but it's not good. That ain't going to do it. But it's just it's kind of like we're causing the problem, and we're going to cause more problems by bringing in the entire third world to deal with the problem we caused. Does that sound right?
Absolutely. Their solutions are never. Their solutions are never common sense solutions. It's all solutions that make the problem worse.
Exactly.
They're going to stamp out their own race.
Yep. No, they're always part of the problem. They're never a part of the solution. I
don't know what government that is, if you want the truth.
No, it's hard. It's hard for it to get out of its own way most of the time. It really is.
That's why there are pluses. There are huge pluses, but there are also huge minuses in dictatorships. I mean, Nayib Bukele, however you say his name.
He's great.
He's great. But
Right.
if he was bad, if he was bad, you know,
Well, you look
Javier
around the world.
Milei, he's
Look at-
great.
right.
But if he
He
was bad,
sucks. Huh.
that's why it's sometimes it's great to have those people, you know. But if say you decide to go to that kind of a government and you get one of the bad ones, you're in trouble.
Yeah, zero checks and balances. Zero.
Exactly. So sometimes you can do things like those two guys, and you can, make your country flourish. That's if you care. Most people that get to that point do not care. And
you hope they keep caring.
Yeah, they hit the lottery with Nayib and Javier for now.
Yeah,
we'll see what
right.
happens.
Right, exactly. And you hope they stay healthy for a long time. But
Absolutely.
or they stick with the same attitude they have now.
Yeah, definitely.
But you're at their whim. You are literally at their whim.
That's
You
it.
know,
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, we complain a lot here. We do.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you have to take a step back. Like, all right, we get it. Like the Save America Act. Like, oh my God, don't you wish the president could just boom? I want that. Let's get it in right. We would love that. And we are frustrated as hell, especially now with how it's not getting done. But at the same time, I guess you look at the trade-off and you got to kind of swallow hard and be like, all right, but we still have to win these damn, oh my God, that frustrates me.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, we do want the Save America Act to pass, but if Trump could just, sign a pen and make it happen, would that be great for the short term? Yeah. But in the long term, we might have a Joe Biden that could do the same thing. And we don't want that.
And reverse it completely. Yeah, you think the borders were bad under Biden? Oh, they were terrible. They were awful, the worst in history. But if there were zero checks and balances on that, zero, it would be okay. It would be like you saw in that place in Spain, Morocco, right?
Yeah,
daily.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
You got to kind of try to put it in perspective while trying to push through the stuff you want and vote for the people you want. And listen, Jack. We just want fair elections, man.
Would be nice.
We just want to know that, and my whole thing, and you've heard me say this, it should be zero. That's how many fraudulent votes are acceptable? The answer, zero. That's the answer. That's the goal. And if you're not achieving that goal, you're failing. That should be the attitude.
Yeah. Absolutely. But that's exactly why the Democrats, the liberals, the socialists want to pack the Supreme Court. Because if they have a president that gets in, he can unilaterally do whatever he wants, because then the Supreme Court will always uphold everything he does. So he can unilaterally bypass Congress, do whatever he wants. Supreme Court will uphold it. That's why they want to stack the Supreme Court. So that way the Supreme Court is basically just a rubber stamp for the president that they have. That's what they want. And that's something that we can't have. We can't let that happen.
Yeah, they'll basically say, yeah, that's constitutional. Yeah, that passes muster. It's like, wait,
absolutely.
We have problems now, Jack. The Supreme Court, it was, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, or was whenever they ruled that's a Somali temporary protective status. No, the president has the right to actually get these people out of here now. It's temporary. That's the decision. They're out. A judge, an Obama judge, I think 2 days ago, ruled, no, I'm going to put a stay on it anyway. What? Wait a minute. The Supreme Court ruled on this. You're now finding a loophole to say, no, I'm going to put a stay on it anyway, just to now make it that it's going to take longer to do. But at the same time, that's kind of an example. Like, you've got to be kidding me. But at the same time, you're like, all right, fine. Just let it play and we'll get it right. It'll go through the system. We don't want people it's a hard thing to accept. But what's that?
They abuse the hell out of it, though. And then when we get to that point, we never abuse it.
You're right. We don't play dirty like they do. We need
to. I would love to play. I would love to play dirty just for 1 month. You forget 4 years. Play dirty for 1 month.
I agree. I tend to agree, but it's just
fun, wouldn't it?
Well, Jack, here's the problem. Too many of the people that are in office cosplaying as Republicans, they're cosplaying. They're not Republicans.
That's the point.
They're not conservatives.
It's all a uniparty. Yeah.
They don't care about the Constitution. They just want it to serve their needs the best. Oh yeah, that's the way I see what it says. No, it's what you think it says and what it actually says. That's what God.
It's so weird, Jay, how you can walk into the Capitol building. Have you ever been in there? It's full of history and you got pictures and flags and all kinds. It's like you can feel the energy, but it's like when they get in there, they can just sociopathically not even They compartmentalize it, like put it out of their mind, don't even think about it, don't care. Oh, it doesn't matter how I'm viewed 100 years from now, I'll be dead anyway. But see, when I see things like George Washington being viewed as this, great president, why wouldn't you want, your legacy to last forever? But instead, they want, they don't care. They just want the here and now. They want the immediate self-gratification. And that's causing us a lot of problems.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Human nature, it's kind of bad sometimes. But
absolutely.
Did you want to talk about Mom Donnie a little bit with the grocery stores and this guy's did you hear about what he's doing with the grocery store?
Yeah, it's funny, Jay.
ID?
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. He with the grocery stores, they're doing the government grocery stores like we talked about, but now he wants to keep it. And this is funny because every grocery store you can go to, no matter what state you're from, you can go to any grocery store, but he wants to make it to where A, it's only for New York residents, and B, this is the funniest part, is the fact that he wants you to have to show an ID to get into the grocery, not to vote, to get into the grocery store, to buy things from the grocery store.
All right. And my thing was today, I said, well, wait a minute, Jack. What about the black people that Democrats say can't get ID?
I guess they're not going to eat. Yeah.
I guess not. I guess they're not going to eat because they can't get ID.
That's the thing. Republicans should do a campaign around that right there. Black people not going to eat thanks to Democrats. That should be the headline. Oh, man.
Right.
Oh,
poor children in Harlem are not going to eat because their mother, or if they have a father in the house, is not going to be able to get ID because black people can't. That's why they don't need it to vote. That's why it's racist to say this, to say you want voter ID because they can't get it. They don't know what the DMV is, Jack. And they also, according to Kathy Hochul, don't know how to use a computer or the internet.
No, and they can't afford the free voter IDs. They can't afford them, okay?
The free, right, yes. It has to be more than free. It has to be like
exactly.
Less
they have to
than
pay
free.
You. Yeah.
Yes. Less like negative free in order for them to get. But you just mentioned it. No shame, no conscience. This guy gets up in front of a microphone with that smirk, that smile where you just want to, and he's with a straight, but a straight face and expects you to believe this crap. I always say, what are the 4 pillars of the Democrat Party? Projection, deflection, hypocrisy, double standards. It's insane.
Absolutely.
Insane.
That's the thing. I think they look for people that are like that because now, remember back in the day, let's say the 90s and beyond, back then, you would shame somebody, and they would resign. I mean, Nixon was shamed. He would resign. Other people, there's been many that have been shamed and resigned. Now, the Democrat Party has no shame. They can do whatever they want, hypocrisy, whatever. It doesn't matter to them anymore because they know that the voter base that they have got is going to vote for them anyway because they have used the propaganda. I got to say, they've used it very well because they've made it to where their voter base will vote for them no matter what they do because they do not want to vote for the alternative. They do not want the alternative to win. So they will vote for them no matter what. So I got to say, they've done a great job with that. But I can see the headline right now. I can see, them saying, black people starving because they can't afford free ID or something. Democrats say something like that. It would just be wonderful. The Republicans should pounce on this. They should seize this right now.
God, it's a campaign ad. Just show him his person after he is saying, yeah, it's like a library card or something. Yeah, that's ID. And then show him all the times they said, the Democrats said black people can't get ID because that's what makes voter ID racist. This is racist. Forget about voting. You want to starve people.
They want to starve them. They want to. I see the headline now. Democrats want to kill black people with unjust ID law.
Exactly. Eater ID law.
That is so. I mean, there's no way that'll. Well, actually, I can't say there's no way that'll stand. I'm going to tell you why.
What's going to stand?
Because if it can stand for tobacco, if it can stand for alcohol, these are arbitrary things that it stands for. It could stand for grocery stores.
It's going to turn the whole city into a food desert. It's just going to take. It's not going to happen the same day. It's not going to happen in a week. It's not going to happen in a month. But it'll happen.
Absolutely.
It just takes time, and it'll happen.
And
this is going to be. They're all going to leave, Jack. All the supermarkets they're all going to leave.
That's what they want. That's what they want.
Right.
Because once they leave and then they build more government-owned grocery stores.
That's your only choice.
Eventually, the only way you can get food is through the government. And what do we do when you're a dissident? When you backtalk the government, when you say something bad on social media, when you are protesting with Trump, what do? You cut off their funds, cut off their ID. They're not allowed to shop at the grocery stores. That's what you do.
Yep. We talked about it last week, I think. If you want to make somebody do what you want, control when and what they eat.
Absolutely. Food has always been the biggest way that governments have control. I mean, you've seen the famines in China, in Russia. There's even been famines in America way back. But the thing is, when those famines happen, you can get, if you have just a slice of bread, you could get somebody to kill for that slice of bread. Seriously, there's been people in these famines, and this is true, you can look it up. There's been people in these famines that have eaten their own children. There are pictures, actually. You should see this one picture. It's really horrible. There is a guy and his wife and 2 kids. They are literally skin and bones. They hadn't eaten probably in weeks, it looked like. Okay. He has what looks like, I think it's like a sickle or a sword or something that he's holding right here. It might have just been a stick that he's holding right here. And what he's doing is he's guarding his family so people don't come along and try to eat them. Even though they're only skin and bones, people would still try to kill and eat them because food is more important than anything. Just like with a dog, you can train a dog to do anything if they don't have food and you suddenly give it to them.
Yeah. Right. It's a great, right. Like throw them a steak. Yeah.
Same principle with a human.
Yeah.
Same principle.
Yeah. Listen, and here's a fun fact for everybody. We have so few real problems in this country that we make them up. We have people making up problems. And here's a fact. Nobody in the United States of America starves to death. Not one person.
Really? Interesting.
None. Nobody, what I'm saying is nobody starves to death in this country because of lack of food. Not one person.
Can you look on there and see when the last person to starve to death in America is?
Just right, without a pre-existing condition, right?
Yeah. Just a normal person,
straight up starvation. I'll look
absolutely.
That up. I'll look that up. Go ahead, go to your next if you want, and I'll do that while you move on to something else.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So I want to know what people think about Taco Bell discussing with Michigan its cyclospora outbreak, which is still going on, by the way. And it discussed it with Michigan state officials 2 weeks before it alerted customers. How many customers were affected by Taco Bell's lettuce this entire time? It happened 2 weeks, apparently, before they alerted anybody. Let's say it wasn't Taco Bell's lettuce, okay? Let's say that Taco Bell's lettuce did not cause any problems. They still waited 2 weeks to alert people that it could have been their lettuce. That is... imagine if it wasn't just one where you're shitting out both ends. Imagine if it was something deadly and they wait 2 weeks. They don't care. That should show you corporate America doesn't care.
Taco Bell should have to pay a price for this.
They should. There should be a fine, lawsuits, class action, whatever it is. If I ate at Taco Bell in that 2 week span, I would pull up a class action lawsuit if I, have receipts, whatever it is.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm waiting, Jack. It's taking the AI a little while to come up with this. I said, when was the last, my question was, when was the last time someone starved to death in the United States of America simply because of lack of food, the lack of food being available, like no food available? Well, so let's see. It's still looking. It's still searching.
That's a good question. Well, while you're looking for that, listen to this, Jay. Elon Musk put out a video last year that I don't think anybody really paid attention to, but it is extremely important. Okay. He said, in the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to implant the first vision devices. Even if you're 100% blind from birth, we're going to write directly to your visual cortex, which means they are going to be writing code in the human brain, just like you would in a computer. And he said, you're going to see. He said, and that's just the beginning. In the long term, you'll have ultra HD resolution. You'll be able to see infrared, ultraviolet rays, and even radar through your eyes, Jay. I think we might be going a little too far in some of these things, man.
Yeah, that's like the Bionic Man.
Absolutely. He even said the words real superpowers.
Yeah, that's great. Listen, I think if you can make it where people who are blind can see,
that'd be great.
I think that's great. Yeah. But this other stuff, I don't know. I'm saying maybe count me out.
Yeah, if someone could get that Neuralink device, right, and say they implant it in all their military people, And now they can see infrared at night. They don't need goggles. Anywhere they go, they can see whoever's out there, you know, in a military battle. Or radar. Radar, Jay. You can see the planes in the sky with your eyes.
Yeah, it's like having the like you said, the computer screen in your head.
Absolutely.
It's a Terminator.
And that's Jay, what you just said is good, because that's eventually going to be what it is. Like you have, like right now you have the Meta glasses, right? That you can it can read shit on the glasses. Eventually, it's going to be inside your eyeballs that you're reading that shit.
I gotta say, count me out.
Yeah.
Count me out. No, like I said, if to make somebody who, and again, this sounds very military oriented, where yes, this is something they want for the military for sure, for military superiority, no doubt about it.
It should just be for military.
Yeah. Oh God, man, that's something to really think about too. But yeah, no, to help somebody who's blind see, I think that's amazing. I think that's a great medical breakthrough. Same thing with hearing. If they could ever find a way to make people who can't hear, you know, be able to hear. All right, so Ready Jack, it says about that starvation question.
Yeah,
it says, no recent cases. In modern times, no one in the U.S. has starved to death simply because food was unavailable. Food is abundant nationwide. Deaths listed as malnutrition almost always involve other factors: illness, elderly frailty, neglect, mental health, isolation, or inability to access available food. Not an absolute lack of food.
Could you ask him, could you say what about the Great Depression in there?
I'll ask. I'll put it in what about the Great.
There was a lot of starving people during that time.
There was. Let's see if there was. What it says: the last clear historical examples of people dying mainly from no food being available nearby were extreme isolation cases, such as the Donner Party. Oh, that was in The Shining. They talked about the Donner Party. They were trapped in the mountains, right? 1846 to 47. Earlier colonial events like Jamestown's starving times, 1609 to 1610, also involved genuine food shortages. The Great Depression, it's still trying to figure it out. But no, probably not. I mean, but that's my point. We in our country, nobody starves in this country. No one, not even the poorest of the poorest person starves in the United States. How do you think that is? It's not because the government. It's not.
No, it's mostly it's because of places like churches and food banks and things like that can help out people that have no money.
And the abundance of food produced and imported.
Well, they're trying to kill that. They're trying to stop that.
Exactly. If these things go, if these government supermarkets start to become the norm and all this crap, then you'll start to see some people starve. You'll see it.
That's what they want. That's why they're killing the farmlands. That's why they're burning all the chicken. You saw what they do. They kill all these hundreds of thousands of birds at a time. They're selling the farmland. They're burning acres and acres of farmland. And then they're making these government-owned grocery stores where eventually that's the only place you can get food from. But Jay, even though we talk about it and we let people know about this, it never registers fully. It doesn't sink in, and not enough people ever band together to do something about it. And it's because there is so much information out there that there's not enough people that can agree on one thing to fight against. There's so many things out there that, you can't say, okay, we're going to fight against these grocery stores. No. We're going to fight against election integrity. We're going to fight against, whatever, the homelessness. We're going to fight against, veterans, Medicaid, whatever it is. But if everybody agreed on one thing at a time, let's all agree to fight the grocery stores. Let's all agree to fight the selling of our farmland to China. If we all agreed to fight one thing at a time, we could get everything done.
Yeah, but that's that to me, Jack, great idea. Like you just said, that ain't gonna happen. No. We could get just a couple of those problems solved. Let's go. And if we actually election integrity would take care of a lot of those problems, because we would have morons and communists trying to run the country. As far as your Great Depression, ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
During the Great Depression, some people did die of starvation or hunger related causes. 20 in New York City in 1931, 110 in 1934, with likely more in rural areas, but not because food was unavailable. The U.S. actually had food surpluses. Crop prices crashed from overproduction. Farmers dumped the destroyed food, milk, crops, livestock, and the government
how did they all die?
Listen to this. The government paid farmers not to grow more. Hunger came from poverty and unemployment. People couldn't afford the available food, not from a food shortage. Well, in that case, the government should have taken the extra food. The government should have taken the food and given it to people.
Yeah. No, I guess it's not the same thing. It is. I mean, it is it's still starvation, for hunger-related issues, but it's not the same thing as food not being available.
Correct.
Like in some of these other countries, the only thing they had was grain, rice, and then when the rice is gone, when the fields are droughting, and the famines happen. Oh my God, hundreds of millions of people have died from famine throughout history, and
I hate to laugh, but Sam Kinison had it right. You live in a desert. Nothing's going to grow here. You want to save people from, don't give them food, Jack. Send them a U-Haul. You go to where the food is. There you go.
Absolutely.
Sam Kinison, 1986. Thank you.
I want to show you this photo. I'm trying to find it real quick before, because we're at the end of, Oh, no, that's not it. Damn it. Oh, here it is. I found the photo I was looking for. Remember the people I told you about? The guy standing guard of his family? He had a stick and shit. Look at this. This is 100% real. Let me pull it up right here. Check this out. Look at that. That is 100% real. And they're bleeping it out because that person had no kids. But he was standing guard so people wouldn't eat his family.
Bro, that's a real photo?
That was in the famine of 1877.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Famine is horrible. Most people don't know that how serious it gets. I mean, it's really bad. I mean, your body will literally eat every cell it can until you have nothing but skin.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you go.
Horrible.
That will not happen to anybody in the United States who actually goes and decides to get food. It's available. There's shelters, there's food banks, there's churches, like you said. There's food here in abundance. We throw how much out even when you eat dinner every night in your house.
Absolutely. I try to give it to the critters behind the house. I try not to throw it away. I put it out there and the raccoons and sometimes the bears or possums or whatever eat it. But
as long as you're fine with that, then that's good. But Jack,
fun
did
to
you
watch
hear?
them.
Jack, we only have a couple minutes. Damn, I wanted you to play the national anthem from the women's.
Oh, that was horrible. Well, let's play it. We'll play it tomorrow. That was horrible. Yeah,
God.
that was. Oh man.
All right, if we can't do that, real quick, have you been following like the Sophie Cunningham with this whole WNBA?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
what's good?
God.
I got just. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying if Sophie Cunningham plays her cards right and sticks to her guns and doesn't cave and stays in this lane and doesn't say anything else stupid about other political issues, she has the chance to be an international icon.
I was going to say she could be like a martyr, like a symbol, as long as she doesn't back down or, because all of these people eventually back down, Jay, for whatever reason.
She'll transcend the sport.
Oh yeah.
She has the ability, Jack. She has the looks. She has the charisma. She's a decent player. She has it. She has the right message in this. This is a winner. If she just does it right, if I'm her publicist, I am begging her, stay in this lane. Don't talk about anything else.
No.
And you will be an international icon within a matter of a couple of years.
Absolutely. As long as you don't mention, even if you're right about other political issues,
just
pick one. Pick this one. Stay with it. And don't even back off a little bit. If you say, well, no, don't ever do that. Just stay where you are. Stay exactly where you are. And you can do it. Sophie Cunningham, make sure you take the advice of a Secret America publicist. That's what we are. We could be your publicist. In fact, Sophie Cunningham's publicist has the easiest job in the world.
I was just going to say that.
Do what you're doing. Stay where you are.
Exactly. Just do what you're doing. Stay in this lane. Do not mention anything else. You are an authority on this. You play pro basketball in a women's league.
Absolutely.
This is your lane. You have the right message. It's a 99-1 issue worldwide.
She'll be bigger than Riley Gaines was. Yeah.
Bigger. She can be bigger. She's
Absolutely.
better looking than Riley Gaines.
And Riley Gaines never played in a professional league. So
correct.
Much bigger.
If you want to call it that, yes, it is technically a professional league. Yes.
I guess it's professional as far as women go.
Yeah.
Well, some of them are women. Some of them are, like Brittany Griner. When you take that woman, did you see the video of her taking her shirt off, playing basketball?
Yes.
Dude, you're telling me that's not a transgender male?
Jack, it is. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, and before we go, did you see what Clay Travis said today? The sports guy said Outkick. He said, because all these coaches are coming out saying, well, trans people should be playing. He goes, all right, I'm starting my team. It's the Nashville Balls in the WNBA, and it's going to be all men pretending to be women. We'll never lose. And I love it. The Nashville Balls.
If he would do that, you could sign me up right now. I would wear a wig to make some money, just playing basketball. I used to love to play basketball. That would be awesome.
I'm buying a jersey if he starts the Nashville Balls.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm buying a jersey.
Yeah. You ain't gonna bust these balls, something like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it would be great. It would be absolutely great.
Brilliant.
All right. We got to go, but I want to say real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you guys check it out. I'm telling you right now, it is the best place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Do not miss out on this. maxassociates.etsy.com has a secret promo code just for Secret America viewers only. You can type in the code SECRET20 and get 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. For anybody not watching Secret America, they're only going to get 10% off. You get 20% off. So type in the code SECRET20 and you will get a better deal than anyone else in the United States. Not just other Max Associate customers that aren't watching Secret America, but anybody that wants to buy any patriotic apparel. This is the best deal they will ever get. All right, we got to go. We don't have time for anything else. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.